Chapter 1. The left foot trips the right, and the ground beckons a fall. A tenor voice, rivaling that of Pavarotti, reverberated across the vast expanse of the sea, followed by a flicker of light appearing at the horizon. An ominous silhouette tore through the sky, hurtling towards a small boat adrift in the ocean. At this trajectory, it seemed that this humble vessel was destined to meet its watery grave. What sound is that? A youth clad in a straw hat stood up on the boat, shielding his eyes with his right hand as he scanned the surroundings. Fool, look up at the sky. Beside the straw hat boy, a golden-haired young man in a tailored suit exhaled a puff of smoke, pointing towards the looming figure now perilously close. It looks like a person. More importantly, Luffy. If we don't think of a way soon, we're going to get smashed. We'll have to swim to the next island, shouted the third occupant of the boat, a man with the character thief tattooed on his right cheek. Swim? That's out of the question. The boy known as Luffy reacted with alarm, his face instantly contorting with anxiety at the mere thought of swimming. No longer willing to spectate, and seeing that the silhouette was about to crash down, Luffy leapt to the edge of the small boat. He inhaled deeply, and his body inexplicably swelled into a massive, round form, just as the figure collided squarely with his enlarged body. However, the immense kinetic energy did not merely rebound. The silhouette sank deeply into Luffy's round form, causing the small boat to tilt precariously. If this continued, the vessel was sure to capsize. At that moment, the golden-haired young man in the suit sprang into action. With a swift kick, he aimed at the figure that was about to breach through Luffy's form. Just before contact, he momentarily eased the force of his kick, transitioning it into a push, effectively stabilizing the boat's tilt. However, he bore the full brunt of the gravitational force, and with a whoosh, he was propelled off the small boat and plunged into the ocean. Sanji, I'm coming to save you, the tattooed man shouted, then leapt into the sea in pursuit of the young man named Sanji. A cacophony of sounds filled the air. As consciousness returned, the first sensation was an overwhelming ache coursing through his entire body, as if he had been shattered into pieces. With a moment to acclimatize, the awakened individual suddenly widened his eyes, whispering in disbelief, "I am still alive?" The murmurer's name was Lanyue, a fine young man of the 21st century on Earth, a proud son of China, and an extreme sports enthusiast. Today, he had been casually walking along the edge of the school rooftop, a mundane activity that had become second nature to him. Yet today, he had made a grievous error, a foolish misstep, tripping over his own feet. Then he found himself plummeting from the rooftop. Well, the school building wasn't particularly tall, merely 12 stories, nearly 60 meters high. Even as death loomed, Lanyue kept his eyes wide open, attempting to grasp the final scene before his demise. To his surprise, the instant he made contact with the ground, he did not lose consciousness. Instead, everything faded to black and then brightened again, leading him to plunge straight into the sea, into a small boat adrift. Then, the aforementioned events unfolded. Lanyue, forcing his battered body to sit up, surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a wooden kitchen, the air still lingering with the tantalizing aroma of deliciousness. Given the jarring sensations emanating from his body, he deduced that he was indeed aboard the small boat he had previously collided with, in the only room available. Recalling the earlier scene, Lanyue's brow furrowed tightly. The straw hat boy, the bizarrely inflated form, and the golden-haired young man in a suit, all of them appeared so familiar. But those were characters from an anime. How could that be possible? As Lanyue pondered, a flicker of red light caught his eye in the corner, emanating from where he had just been lying. Instinctively, he turned to see a glowing red card, its design unmistakably reminiscent of the back of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. Recently, he had been engrossed in a game called Duel, so there was no mistaking it. Curiously, he reached out to grasp the glowing red card, flipping it over to reveal the familiar card design from Duel. However, this card was not an illusory game artifact, nor was it any card Lanyue recognized. In the next moment, a stream of text flooded into Lanyue's mind. Card, Pirate King Common Language. Rank, Red. Type, Skill Card. Effect, Mastery of the Pirate King Common Language. Note, a card only usable by original characters, a fundamental skill in the world of the Pirate King. What is this? Does Duel City have such cards? What is this text in my mind? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the card inexplicably vanished from his grasp. What? What the hell? Lanyue exclaimed in shock. Just as Lanyue grappled with his confusion, he noticed a flicker of red light appear 3 times in the lower right corner of his vision, before fading into darkness. He turned to look, but this time there were no cards in sight. After searching for a while, Lanyue finally realized what was different about him. When he thought of the word card, a faint interface emerged before his eyes. One he recognized well. It was the Duel disc from Duel City. On the left were the card graveyards, in the center 5 monster card slots, and on the right, 3 rows of 2 auxiliary card slots, with the bottom right corner designated for the deck. At that moment, a small one appeared beneath the deck. But how had this manifested in his vision? Had he gone insane from playing games, dreaming of his daily thoughts? This dream is truly bizarre. I must share this with my friends when I wake up tomorrow. While musing, he discovered he could manipulate the card within the deck. Immediately, he attempted to drag the soul card into the central monster slot, but nothing happened. He then tried moving it to the auxiliary card slots on the right. In an instant, a flash of red light surged before Lanyue's eyes, followed by a torrent of information flooding his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Incredibly displeased, after 2 or 3 seconds, that peculiar sensation of pressure in his mind finally dissipated, and amidst the cacophony that had awakened him, he began to understand. Why is there such a thing in the East Blue? This is a creature from the Grand Line. A voice of terror exclaimed. What is this guy doing? Another voice filled with confusion queried. He's coming for food. Quick, give it to him, or the boat will capsize. What? Rubber. Pistol. Boom. Crash. These strange sounds compelled Lanyue to rise from the floor. Peering through the nearby glass window, he was met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a boy clad in a straw hat, wearing a red vest and blue shorts, whose right arm had shrunk from an impressive 6 or 7 meters to a normal length. At that instant, a singular thought consumed Lanyue's mind. This, tripping over my own feet has landed me in the world of the Pirate King? The crux of the matter being, why am I the weakest of the weak, a mere rubber body? 2. Devil fruits and friendship applications. Despite his overwhelming reluctance, Lanyue had no choice but to accept the reality of his rubber body, especially upon witnessing Sanji kick a colossal sea creaturia, sea king into the air through the glass. With such a physique, he feared he could never measure up. Damn this rubber body. The strongest boxer of the 21st century would likely falter against any random Navy member from the Pirate King's world. While anxiety about his future gnawed at him, Lanyue was currently savoring Sanji's culinary artistry, which seemed almost divine. He had to admit, it was nothing short of spectacular. As a food enthusiast steeped in the rich tradition of Chinese cuisine for 5 millennia, this was the first time Lanyue had tasted such exquisite food, far surpassing even 5-star restaurant from his previous life. Regrettably, even after indulging until he could hardly move, he had only managed to consume a single piece of meat with bones. It was worth noting that Luffy, seated nearby, devoured them whole without a moment's pause. Even Joseph, the weakest among them, could finish a bone in 2 or 3 bites and continue feasting heartily. After a brief interaction, Lanyue had confirmed the timeline. It was the moment when Luffy recruited Sanji to be the ship's cook in the East Blue, while Nami stealthily piloted the Going Merry back to Kokoyashi Village. The current small boat was a procurement vessel from the Baratai, the floating restaurant where Sanji had previously worked. While observing, Lanyue also noticed the straw hat worn by Luffy, or rather, the card emanating a greenish glow from within it. Lanyue was uncertain about the hierarchy of card levels, but he presumed that a green card must surely be of a higher grade than a red one. Moreover, whatever resided within the protagonist Luffy's straw hat could not possibly be worthless. As an aficionado of pirates, Lanyue was well aware that the straw hat atop Luffy's head was once entrusted to Shanks by the Pirate King, Roger, and subsequently passed on to Luffy. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a symbol of the pirate world. Seeing Luffy enthusiastically devouring his meal, patting his belly in satisfaction, Lanya finally mustered the words he had been contemplating for quite some time. Luffy, may I take a look at your straw hat? Huh? My straw hat? Luffy paused, cautiously touching the hat on his head. Sorry, I can show you other things, but this hat is off limits. I see. I apologize for my abruptness. Lanya had anticipated this response and was not disheartened. In exchange, how about I share a secret about that straw hat? A secret about the straw hat? Now, Sanji, who had been diligently tidying up the dishes, perked up with interest. What secret could this hat possibly hold? As a new member of the Straw Hat Pirates, he was unaware that it was Shanks who had given the hat to Luffy. Oh, indeed, if I'm not mistaken, this was given to Luffy by Shanks, Lanya confirmed, turning to Luffy. What do you think? A secret that is bound to excite you. Luffy blinked in confusion, pondering for a moment before, resolutely declining Laney's proposition. This time, it was Lanya who was taken aback, but then a thought struck him, prompting a smile. To witness Luffy, a person brimming with curiosity, reject a secret that piqued his interest, only underscored the significance Luffy placed on his straw hat. Simultaneously, it was striking that despite Luffy's evident curiosity, he showed no inclination to coerce Lanya into divulging the secret, which left Lanya sighing. In the animated world, it was one thing, but encountering Luffy in reality revealed just how rare it was to find someone with immense power, yet such a kind-hearted nature. Without hesitation, Lanya spoke up. Luffy, you only know that this straw hat belongs to Shanks, but do you know who gave it to Shanks? Isn't it Shanks' own hat? Luffy questioned, puzzled. Luffy, are you familiar with Gold? Roger? Lanya continued with a smile. Of course, and the man who will become the Pirate King. Shanks was once a crew member of Roger. What? Shanks was actually a crew member of the Pirate King. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. Now do you understand who this straw hat was given by? Luffy smacked his palm, I don't know. Lanya couldn't help but smirk at Luffy's obliviousness, considering how blatantly he had hinted at it. Meanwhile, Joseph, who had been silent, cautiously inquired, could it be that Luffy's straw hat belonged to Pirate King Roger? Lanya regarded Joseph with an approving glance, nodding affirmatively. Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped the hat in his hands, examining it closely before breaking into a broad grin, his joyous spirit echoing across the sea. Sanji, who had finished clearing the dishes, scrutinized Lanya with a contemplative expression before turning to Luffy and shouting, Hey Luffy, since he shared this news with you, shouldn't you show him your straw hat? Haha, all right, thank you for telling me this. With a cheerful laugh, Luffy took off his hat, extending it towards Lanya. Lanya quickly accepted the hat with care, giving Sanji a thumbs up and began to examine it earnestly. His fingers lightly brushed against the green card affixed to the inner edge of the hat, and with a mere thought, it was drawn into his collection, flashing 3 times with a green hue. Card, Repulsion Fruit. Level green. Category, 0 monster card. Effect, creates a gravitational and repulsive reaction layer with a maximum radius of 10 centimeters from the user, with the effective range determined by overall ability. Note, as this is not a direct use of devil fruit, congratulations, the sea is no longer your nemesis provided you can swim. To his astonishment, it was a card imbued with the powers of a devil fruit. Moreover, it possessed the remarkable advantage of being exempt from the typical weakness to seawater. Instantly, the brilliance in Laney's eyes intensified as he eagerly placed it into one of the monster card slots. A flash of green light enveloped the repulsion fruit card as it occupied one of the 5 designated slots. Simultaneously, Lanya sensed the presence of something new within himself, an enigmatic essence that felt profoundly real. A temperament known as confidence began to rise within Lanya, at the very least in this world where life and death are beyond one's control. He had acquired a measure of standing. Little did he realize that this transformation in his demeanor was closely observed by Sanji, who, however, chose not to comment. Casually entering the cabin with a plate in hand and calling for Joseph to assist him. After all, thus far, Lanya had merely regarded the straw hat with peculiar eyes, showing no overt ill intentions. Although there were certain suspicious aspects, they remained the secrets of others, warranting no concern from him. Sanji was not a bloodthirsty individual. His passions lay with beautiful women. Unaware that his performance was noted by Sanji, Lanya instinctively sought to return the straw hat to Luffy after achieving his aim. In the next moment, an unusual force surged from his palm. And without any visible movement, the straw hat shot directly towards Luffy, who caught it effortlessly with one hand. Luffy looked at the straw hat in confusion, then leaped down from the railing. Lan Yi, have you eaten a devil fruit too? It must be said that Luffy often displayed a sluggish response in everyday situations. Yet his instincts in battle were unparalleled, having been frequently left in the wilderness by his grandfather, Garp. He wished to comment that the taste of devil fruits was truly repulsive. Lan Yi wore a contorted expression, as if he had just consumed something vile. It was said that the taste of a devil fruit was akin to that of excrement, and Lan Yi wondered which esteemed figure had drawn such a conclusion. Utterly baffled by what experiences led to such a judgment. So, you are also a user of powers? Luffy grinned widely. What abilities do you possess? Are they fun? In ordinary circumstances, directly inquiring about another's devil fruit abilities is considered impolite, yet only Luffy would dare to do so. Fun. I suppose it can be considered so. I have the ability to manipulate both gravity and repulsion. Lan Yi was indifferent, for this power stemmed from Luffy's straw hat. Although Luffy could not utilize it, he still held the right to know. As he spoke, Lan Yi raised his hand towards Luffy, instinctively invoking a latent ability within him. As simple as beckoning with a finger. Luffy's form wavered slightly, seemingly pulled by an invisible force, albeit weakly, merely causing him to sway. At this moment, Lan Yi was utterly flabbergasted. Could one truly be so feeble? Ripping pants and clothes. What a delightful sight. Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment. And with one hand shielding his straw hat, he erupted into a hearty laugh, saying, Lan Yi, join me as my comrade. Ding. Luffy has sent you a friend request. Will you accept? 3. Absolutely not. Ding. Luffy has sent you a friend request. Will you accept? In response to Luffy's invitation, Lan Yi instinctively replied, no. Absolutely not. As a model youth of the 21st century, Lan Yi's mind was filled with the values of freedom and equality championed by the party, no matter the circumstances. He could never accept the life of a pirate. Moreover, Luffy was notorious for his reckless abandon, often referred to as the king of self-destruction. Just look at the anime. Aside from Nami, any character who suffered injury could easily reduce his body, accustomed to a peaceful era, to mere fragments. To speak candidly, even the weakest Usopp might possess a better constitution than Lan Yi, for at the very least, his recovery capabilities were truly remarkable. This is a divergence of realms. Unrelated to other matters. To board such a vessel is to embrace the perilous life of a pirate. Lan Yi fears he may not survive beyond 10 episodes. Destined to be the sole fallen member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Thus, he must refuse death, in order to evade the haunting specter of mortality. He is resolute in his denial. Let us term it a refusal of death. But why the denial? Luffy remains ever cheerful, welcoming him with open arms. Join us. Lan Yi, you are so intriguing and possess such vast knowledge. You will undoubtedly offer us immense assistance. Lan Yi's resolve is unwavering. Refusal of death. Luffy can only let the matter rest, leaping back onto the rail, guiding the ship onward with a commanding presence. Lan Yi cannot help but marvel once more at Luffy's innocence. How easily one believes his words, just because he claims that Straw Hat belonged to Roger. Does it truly mean it did? Luffy, as a captain, may appear commendable within the pages of a manga, evoking laughter and admiration, but in the realm of reality, one must maintain a prudent distance. He has already devised a plan. Upon arriving at Kokoyashi village, he intends to part ways with Luffy. After Luffy and his companions vanquish the fishman Arlong and set sail, he will reside in Kokoyashi village, pondering the nature of his dual disc. Subsequently, he will seek to acquire a vessel and settle in Logtown. As the stronghold of the Navy in the East Blue, Logtown boasts unparalleled safety and prosperity. While it may not rival the Great Voyage, it suffices for him. What lies ahead remains uncertain, whether to join the Navy or to pursue endeavors inspired by the ideologies of the 21st century is a matter yet to be determined. Speaking of ideologies, the Revolutionary Army led by Monkey D. Dragon seems rather fitting for me. No, forget about rebellion. It is wiser to cling to the Navy's influence and learn the techniques of the Six Powers. But my body belongs to the 21st century. And I wonder if I can adapt to the rules of this world, especially with the task of hunting pirates in mind. Perhaps I should turn to commerce instead? Various thoughts swirled in his mind. Ultimately settling on the decision to first reach Kokoyashi village, and then decipher the workings of the dual disc residing in his mind. For now, he must familiarize himself with the powers of the fruit he has just obtained. The devil fruit, what a dream for countless pirate enthusiasts. Now that it has come into his possession, he has cast aside concerns about the dual disc upon which his future survival depends. After some contemplation, He gained a preliminary understanding of this repulsive fruit, which had never appeared in the world of One Piece. Centered on his body, he can manipulate gravitational and repulsive forces within a 10-centimeter radius, akin to the instinctual act of pulling or pushing someone with his hand. It is straightforward and devoid of complexity. This fruit appears to belong to the paramecia category. With continued practice, the strength he can control is rapidly increasing, and soon he will be capable of drawing forth powerful currents from the sea, only to be drenched himself in the process. Yet, Blue Knight remains undeterred, eagerly continuing his training. His fruit abilities stem from a card, thus he is free from the weakness associated with seawater. Unlike those who possess the powers of a devil fruit, this indeed presents a significant flaw. Alas, how disheartening it is. If only the first fruit were of the natural type, how splendid that would be. I do not even demand the elusive dark fruit. A flame fruit would suffice. Or perhaps a thunder fruit. Even the tremor fruit would be reluctantly acceptable. Though I voice my grievances, Lan Yi finds himself reveling in the experience. The superhuman fruits have always required immense creativity for development. As long as your imagination is robust enough, you can challenge the heavens, the earth, and even the air. Much like Luffy. Otherwise, a mere naval officer might be capable of vanquishing you. Presently, Lan Yi is in a predicament where even a trained naval officer could bring him to his knees. He could test whether he could outpace them. After all, he is a man of abdominal muscles. Yohu, I see the dragon's paradise. Luffy exclaimed loudly from the deck. Hey, don't tire out, bull. No. A bit more to the left. That house right there. Hearing the familiar banner overhead, Lan Yi's eyes widened as he glanced at Joseph and Sanji, who had appeared beside him without his notice, and felt the centrifugal force acting upon his body. Trouble loomed. Bull was about to crash into the wall. Realizing the small vessel was about to take flight, Lan Yi feared he might not withstand this reckless escapade led by Luffy. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his palms downward, unleashing a force that propelled him skyward, thus flinging him off the small boat and into the sea. Sanji, though witnessing the event, did not take it to heart. He remained unaware that Lan Yi was also a devil fruit user, as he and Joseph had been in the cabin when Luffy extended his invitation. Naturally, Luffy was oblivious to this, still attempting to guide Bull back onto the correct course. As the frigid sea water enveloped him, Lan Yi swam agilely towards the surface like a fish, his gaze fixed on the small boat soaring high and Bull, who was disoriented from the impending collision. That was close. He quickly oriented himself, steering clear of the dragon's paradise, and swam towards the nearby coastline. Emerging from the water onto the sandy shore, he surveyed his surroundings, desolate and devoid of life. The thought of changing clothes was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Fortunately, it was still summer, with the sun blazing overhead, sparing him from the fear of catching a cold. Had this occurred in winter, it would have been a farcical situation indeed. Rubbing his head in frustration, Lan Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration as he recalled a particular application of his abilities that could prove useful in this moment. With determination, he created a layer of repulsive force beneath his feet, gradually intensifying it until it completely counteracted his weight of 160 pounds. With an additional surge of strength, he found himself swaying and floating upward. Yes, it works. However, in his excitement, he lost control of his center of gravity and fell from the repulsive force field, landing face first onto the sand, quite the unfortunate spectacle. Thankfully, the ground was sandy, otherwise, he could have met with a more grievous fate. After regaining his composure, he crafted another layer of repulsive force beneath his feet. Drawing from his previous experience, he endeavored to maintain his balance. After adjusting to the half-meter elevation for a minute, he increased the repulsive force, and his body began to rise higher and higher, eventually soaring above the treetops and surveying the earth from an impressive height of 50 meters. 50 meters was his current limit. This sensation caused Blue Knight's heart to race uncontrollably, prompting him to take a deep breath to calm his emotions. After all, he was 50 meters above the ground, and should he fall, even landing on a beach would spell disaster. With this thought in mind, Blue Knight hastily descended until he paused just 20 centimeters above the ground. He then endeavored to generate a repulsive force layer 10 centimeters behind him, gently directing the force towards himself. Instantly, he began to hover and glide forward, leaving behind a rectangular channel on the sandy beach, formed by the pressure of the repulsion. What a remarkable ability! Blue Knight joyfully glided back and forth along the beach, reveling in his newfound ability to fly, akin to a winged being. He decided to name this technique Dance of the Sky. Suddenly, as Blue Knight expertly practiced his Dance of the Sky, a series of thunderous booms erupted from the ocean, reminiscent of cannon fire. Quickly, he ascended higher into the air using his technique. reaching his current limit of 50 meters to survey the scene below. There, he spotted a ship. Its blue and white design suggested it was a naval vessel. At this moment, a warship emerged. Blue Knight pondered carefully and finally recalled a vague detail. He could not remember if it was just before or after Luffy and his companions disembarked, but a fleet of Navy ships had come to confront the dragon pirates, only to be directly ensnared by the 3 officers of Arlong, who unleashed a whirlpool to entomb them at sea. Such acts of both execution and burial were a rare conscience among pirates. As expected, shortly thereafter, that warship was consumed by the vortex, meeting its demise beneath the waves. Blue Knight observed from the sky, a tumult of emotion swirling within him, yet he had no intention of approaching. What nonsense! He had not yet lived enough to confront the ruthless officers of the dragon pirates for a mere unknown cause. He was not foolish. As the warship sank beneath the sea, just as he was about to depart, a flickering crimson light caught his attention. A card. The red hue suggested it might be of the lowest tier, yet he was in desperate need of cards, having barely assembled a complete deck of 40. Even a red card held an irresistible allure. However, Blue Knight did not rush toward it. From previous encounters, it seemed that only he could perceive that card. So it was prudent to wait. A confrontation with the 3 officers would spell trouble. Lowering his altitude, he patiently lingered for half an hour before soaring directly above the crimson card, which lay atop a fragment of the warship's wreckage, seemingly the ship's helm. Casting a cautious glance around, Blue Knight was concerned that the 3 officers might still be nearby, so he first attempted to use gravity to draw it closer. His intention was to retrieve the fragment of the helm and subsequently take the red card. To his surprise, the card was directly pulled toward him. So the card is capable of movement? Or is it merely due to my own power that it can be moved? Contemplating this, Blue Knight gazed at the crimson card, his eyes lighting up. What a reward for half an hour of waiting. 4. Shift in mindset. The first small objective card, Colt Python Revolver Tier, red category, equipment card effect, length 34. 1 centimeter, capacity 6 rounds, precise range of 50 m, effective lethality at 100 m. Upon unequipping, it will automatically reload within a minute. Note, not all revolvers are called Python. At this moment, Blue Knight's excitement was no less than when he first took flight using the technique of dancing in the sky. This is indeed a firearm, a revolver of unparalleled power. Specifically, a Python, which is renowned for its formidable strength among revolvers. Frankly speaking, 9 out of 10 men possess a deep admiration for firearms. Naturally, Lan Yi is no exception. However, due to the constraints of his country, he had never encountered a real gun, let alone possess a Python. The exhilaration coursing through him was undeniable, prompting Lan Yi to raise the Python without hesitation. Clumsily, he aimed at a tree trunk several meters ahead, meticulously focusing for 5 to 6 seconds before confidently pulling the trigger. Bang! Alas, it was evident that Lan Yi lacked any innate shooting talent. He perfectly missed all visible targets, and he couldn't even discern where the bullet had gone. TCH, in Battle Royale, I am an impeccable sharpshooter, Lan Yi reassured himself. This was merely the first time. It would surely improve with practice. He refrained from attempting another shot and tucked the Python close to his chest. As Lan Yi prepared to stow away the Python, the corresponding Python card from the duel disc was also withdrawn from the auxiliary slot and placed into the deck, causing the physical Python in his arms to vanish as well. Lan Yi stood in astonishment. Is it true that this equipment card can be reused? Indeed. With only 6 auxiliary slots, I never felt the limitation while immersed in the game, but reality has revealed its constraints. What were the game developers thinking? Such a crucial position could easily accommodate 100 or more without feeling excessive. As I voiced my grievances, I glanced once more at the side of the sunken naval vessel. It has been so long without a single soul appearing. It seems they have truly met their demise beneath the waves. Alas, it's not that I lack the desire to rescue them, but rather that I am devoid of the means to do so. Shaking my somewhat numb hands, I once again activated my levitation ability. Hovering half a meter above the ground, drifting towards a house I had glimpsed in the air moments before. My physique is merely that of an ordinary person, and lacking any professional shooting skills, I was fortunate enough not to fumble my first shot. While my speed in a state of levitation is commendable, I believe I could increase my pace by at least threefold compared to my normal running speed. However, such acceleration would compromise my balance, and a misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. The cabin was not far. Maintaining a steady pace would have me there in 10 minutes. It was a quaint wooden structure, ensconced within a grove of orange trees, and it struck me as oddly familiar. Just as I was about to approach and inquire, I noticed a group heading towards the cabin. I paused, retracting my footfalls, and concealed myself within the dense foliage, preparing to observe the situation. Leading the group was a man clad in a brown uniform, his face marred with scars, topped with a windmill hat. I recognized him as the village constable from Kakaxia, known as a Jian. Beside him stood a naval officer draped in a distinctive cloak, the characters for justice boldly emblazoned on the back. The whiskers on his face resembled those of a rat, instantly reminding me of Colonel Mouse, who conspired with a long. Following the two were a neatly arranged contingent of a dozen Navy personnel, wielding hoes and other farming implements. The narrative felt strikingly familiar to Lan Yi. Yet he could not quite place it. After all, the updates for One Piece had been excruciatingly slow, and such early plot lines had been viewed many years prior. As Lan Yi endeavored to recall the storyline, a girl with orange hair, clad in a small vest and tight-fitting shorts, emerged from a wooden cabin. He instantly recognized her Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Thieving Nami, isn't it? The voice of Captain Mouse was laced with certainty. According to our investigation, you have hidden the treasures stolen from the pirates, haven't you? The treasures you pilfered are now under our protection. From Lan Yi's perspective, he could distinctly observe Nami's expression tighten, only to relax as she feigned nonchalance. Let me give you a piece of advice. I am a subordinate of Arlong. If you dare to lay a hand on me, Arlong will not stand idly by. Little girl, do you think you can negotiate with me like this? Captain Mouse's tone dripped with sarcasm. Produce the stolen goods. At his command, the soldiers behind him immediately scattered, rummaging through the orange grove in search of evidence. Stop it. Nami could no longer maintain her faade of composure. She drew her three-section staff from behind her, attempting to fend off the soldiers intent on raiding her. Meanwhile, Lan Yi remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. It was difficult to fathom how a mere girl could find herself in such a predicament. Then it struck him. Nami, along with her sister Nojiko, had been adopted by the Navy officer Belmere. When she was 10, the Arlong pirates had taken over Kokoyasi village, imposing a monthly tribute for the villagers' survival. Their adoptive mother, unable to pay the ransom for all three, relinquished her own life to ensure Nami and Nojiko could survive. The very Arlong who had slain her mother had recognized Nami's talent for cartography and, under the threat of the villagers' lives, coerced her into joining his ranks. He had promised her that if she could amass 100 million berries, she could buy back her village and her freedom. Yet now, Arlong had gone back on his word. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, he had never intended to allow Nami to escape the clutches of the Arlong pirates, as her gift for map-making was unparalleled. Thus, Captain Mouse had arrived, a corrupt official colluding with pirates, accepting bribes while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the villagers under his jurisdiction. It is hardly surprising that in this dark blue night, power breeds greed. However, this Colonel Mouse has forsaken all boundaries of humanity for the sake of wealth. The sole purpose of Colonel Mouse's arrival is to seize the 100 million berries that Nami is about to gather, preventing her from escaping the clutches of the Arlong pirates. Especially after the Colonel's remark, it's not about looking for grains, but rather 100 million berries. The truth became abundantly clear without further elaboration. This is undoubtedly a directive from Aaron. Blue Knight quietly observed from the side. Witnessing a GN's tightly clenched fist trembling in anger, Nami's expression of disbelief, and the rising agitation of Nokigao as he approached, Blue Knight found himself lost in thought, yet suddenly, a multitude of insights dawned upon him. According to his previous considerations, he ought to maintain a safe distance from the Straw Hat Pirates, refraining from their affairs, and simply strive to survive in this world. With the dual disc capable of collecting cards in his possession, given time, he was certain to flourish. Absolutely. The foundation of this aspiration hinged upon stability. As a denizen of the peaceful 21st century, Blue Knight harbored no grand ambitions of conquering the world or altering its course. After all, just 3 hours prior, he was merely a young student indulging in thrilling action games at school. Yet now, his convictions wavered. He realized that this world was no longer the serene realm he once inhabited, a sanctuary reliant on a robust and dependable support. In the world of One Piece, weakness equated to original sin. To be weak rendered life as fragile as straw. To be weak invited calamity and disaster. To be weak rendered all efforts futile. For instance, at this moment, the frail villagers of Kokoyasi could do nothing but endure the predations of the Don Krieg pirates, while the Marines, tasked with upholding justice, not only failed to intervene but sought to seize Nami's solitary glimmer of hope. All these circumstances stirred memories of his grandfather, a Red Army soldier during the War of Resistance, who spoke of the predatory old society. Was this truly the plight of the common people in this world? If so, perhaps becoming a pirate and upholding justice in his own way was not an unworthy endeavor. A seed of resistance against tyranny took root firmly in Blue Knight's heart. Nourished by a surge of potent resolve, The treasure chest concealing Nami's riches had been discovered. Unbeknownst to others, Blue Knight discreetly shifted his position and, peering through the leaves of the orange tree, glimpsed the coffin-like chest brimming with gold coins, berries, crowns, and treasures. Encountering such immense wealth for the first time, Blue Knight's attention was drawn not to the riches themselves but to the bloodstains adorning them. Each coin, every berry, and each treasure bore traces of blood. Some fresh and crimson, others a deep purplish black, indicative of years gone by. In that moment, he recalled Nami's sacrifices, her sweat, and even her tears for the hope of these villagers. Then, he regarded the greedy countenance of Captain Mouse, and an inexplicable flame ignited within him, akin to the nourishing essence that allowed the planted seed to sprout and grow rapidly. Especially when Nokigao was shot down by Captain Mouse while attempting to restrain the frantic Nami, the seed within him had transformed into a towering tree. He resolved to join the Revolutionary Army. With his understanding of the once great kingdom's peaceful world and the theories from the peaceful era of the 21st century, he believed he could play a role in the Revolutionary Army that rivaled that of Monkey D. Dragon, the father of Luffy. Perhaps my arrival in this decaying world signifies a seed of hope. While I may not be able to change the world, I can certainly alter its trajectory. Compelling the great wheel of time to crush the so-called celestial dragons. Goals serve as a potent source of motivation, a catalyst that inspires individuals to strive and reflect deeply. For instance, despite Blue Knight's overwhelming anger, he stifled the desire to act. Firstly, his half-baked fruit powers were insufficient to overcome such a multitude of marine soldiers. Secondly, had Nami not lost her 100 million berries, she might have clung to hope and refrained from calling out for Luffy's assistance. Under the butterfly effect, the future of One Piece might very well lack a navigator named Nami. Consequently, with Nami's abilities, the Straw Hat Pirates could find themselves engulfed by monstrous waves and some treacherous sea. His intimate knowledge of the future narrative served as a sharp blade in Blue Knight's hands, and he was not yet prepared to relinquish it. Patience was key soon. The Straw Hat Pirates would clash with the Dawn Creek Pirates, and at that moment, the Python revolver leaped into his grasp. And Blue Knight's gaze shone brilliantly towards a specific direction, the direction of the Dawn Creek's paradise. In this ailing world, now that I have arrived, I cannot remain indifferent. Thus, before I realize the overthrow of the world government, my first small objective is to adapt to this murderous realm and become a formidable force. Only then will I wield a voice of authority. The first killing, or perhaps a fish. Blue Knight sat atop the roof, surveying the scene below. The entire Straw Hat crew had gathered. Nami crouched on the ground, weeping, with blood streaming from her left arm. Luffy stood silently behind her, fists clenched, while Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp awaited their captain's command further back. Finally, in her moment of despair, Nami lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes beseeching Luffy, "Luffy, help me." Luffy did not respond immediately. Instead, he placed his treasured straw hat upon her head, took a few steps back, inhaled deeply, and then suddenly erupted into a furious shout that echoed into the heavens, of course. In that instant, tears cascaded down Nami's face anew. Hidden beneath the hat, Luffy did not glance back. He strode forward, first casting a glance at Blue Knight on the roof, then addressing Zoro and the others. "Let us go." To which Zoro and the others replied, "Okay." This time, even Usopp, who was typically timid and averse to confrontation, resolutely agreed to join. As he watched Luffy and his companions make their way towards Dragon's Paradise, Blue Knight's gaze flickered momentarily. He leaped gracefully from the rooftop, landing softly before Nami. "Are you not going to check on your comrades who are fighting for you?" Upon Blue Knight and Nami's arrival at Dragon's Paradise, Usopp was seen fleeing the scene, taunting a member of the Dragon pirate crew, cleverly ensnaring his animosity. This indeed showcases Usopp's rare talent. Blue Knight paused briefly, ultimately choosing to disregard Usopp. Unable to match even the pace of an ordinary person, this officer doubted Usopp's ability to defeat him as he did in the narrative. The details of how it was accomplished eluded his memory. It was certain that it wouldn't be a direct confrontation. Blue Knight's concern lay instead with Luffy, who was being hoisted skyward by Arlong. Both he and the stone he was ensnared with aimed straight into the sea. Luffy's feet were firmly embedded in the stone slab, rendering him immobile. Moreover, his entire being was likely stained by the ink-like substance from Little Eight's octopus juice. "Nami, I truly wonder how you will cope with such a captain in the future," Blue Knight mused, casting a reflective glance at Nami. Luffy's foolish antics seemed amusing in the animated series, yet encountering them in reality felt rather troublesome to Blue Knight. Fortunately, he had initially declined Luffy's request for friendship. While lost in thought, Blue Knight's hands remained busy, directing his focus towards the stone slab beneath Luffy's feet, exerting his gravitational force with all his might. His effective control range extended to 50 meters, and Luffy happened to be within this span. However, Blue Knight had overestimated his own abilities. Just recently, he had been an untrained youth of less than 18, and now faced with a stone slab weighing several hundred pounds. His attempt to draw it back with gravity was daunting. It is crucial to understand that the application of force is relative. Tragically, as Blue Knight lost his footing, the stone slab was pulled back by his gravity, and he found himself hurtling towards it. Fortunately, as he observed the slab lifting off the sea and nearing the shore, he decisively relinquished his gravitational pull, instead employing a technique that allowed him to soar upward at a sharp angle of 90 degrees, narrowly evading the stone slab and thus averting a potential calamity should one encounter the stone slab under such formidable force. Blue Knight surmised that he might very well meet his demise. "Oh, it's Blue Knight. That was a close call. Thank you," Luffy exclaimed, tilting his head back with a wide grin. "I knew you would undoubtedly become my comrade." Before Blue Knight could utter a response, Sanji, rushing in with fervor, elevated his leg and shattered the stone slab beneath Luffy's feet. Such extraordinary physical prowess. Blue Knight felt a twinge of numbness beneath his feet as he observed. "Hey, Luffy. Is he a new crew member?" Sanji inquired, puzzled. "Did he agree?" "Thank you, Sanji. I'm finally free," Luffy replied with gratitude. He hasn't agreed yet. But he will eventually." Blue Knight's eye twitched slightly, deciding it was futile to reason with someone like Luffy. It would merely be a waste of breath. However, to Luffy, it appeared as if, "Look, Sanji," Blue Knight has tacitly acknowledged it. Blue Knight. "Sanji. Hey. How long are you two going to chat?" Zoro bellowed from a distance, already engaged in battle with the formidable Shachi. Meanwhile, one of the officers of the Arlong pirates, a fishman sporting a bundle of braids, charged forth, prompting Sanji to meet him head-on. Well, I didn't expect a steady stream of fools coming to their doom." Arlong's laughter resonated harshly, laced with derision as he noted yet another devil fruit user in their midst. This is the profound disdain of the fishmen towards those who cannot swim. How infuriating. You, the swordfish, nearly caused my demise. It was only then that Luffy realized. Rubber bullet. Arlong's pride is indeed backed by strength. As a fishman, he possesses more than tenfold the strength of a human. Faced with Luffy's formidable rubber bullet attack, capable of toppling a manatee, Arlong was able to merely deflect it with a single right hand, retreating only slightly. In sheer power, Luffy is indeed not yet Arlong's equal. Suspended 50 meters in the air, Blue Knight observed the three battlefields below, simultaneously pondering a peculiar discovery. Being a favored child of an era of peace, he was oblivious to the fatal mistake of daydreaming amidst battle. Just moments ago, he had noticed that, from his vantage point, the left side of the duel plate, aside from the graveyard of cards, contained a line of numbers in the lower left corner. In the original game, this line represented the duelist's life points. The initial life points were 8,000. Yet now, despite having received no attacks, his life points had dwindled to a mere 7,154. And they continued to decline at a rate of 1 point per second. Could it be the cost of using abilities? Contemplating this possibility, Blue Knight sought out a high ground to land upon. As expected, the gradual decrease in life points ceased, and they began to recover at a rate of 1 point every 10 seconds. Thus, the question arose, if life points reached 0, would I perish? As soon as the question arose, Lan Yu was immediately struck by a chill, swiftly followed by a resolute decision. From now on, regardless of the circumstances, he must retain at least half of his life force. Having clarified the consumption and significance of life force, Lan Yu redirected his gaze back to the battlefield. Indeed, it was commendable. Zoro had already dispatched the octopus, Little 8. However, the severe injuries he had sustained during his duel with Mihawk had flared up, and he was now gasping for breath, a substantial pool of blood seeping beneath him. The volume of blood loss is such that Zoro's survival is nothing short of a miracle, yet he still manages to wield his sword and fell a fishman. Curiously, Sanji and another fishman officer are nowhere to be seen. Without pondering too deeply, Lanwei extends his hand, utilizing gravitational force to pull Zoro away from the battlefield between Luffy and Arlong. Having learned from previous experiences, Lanwei deliberately tilts the repulsive layer beneath his feet slightly backward to counteract the gravitational pull on Zoro. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an embarrassing situation once more. Cough, cough. Who are you? Luffy's new companion? Zoro's face, pale and weak, betrays a sense of urgency. Don't mind me. Sanji has been dragged into the sea by that fishman for nearly 2 minutes now. You, cough, cough. Zoro's words come out in a rush. evidently straining his wounds, leading to a fit of uncontrollable coughing followed by a spurt of blood. Were it not for Lan Yue's timely creation of a faint repulsive layer on Zoro's face, he would have been forced into a blood oath. I did not accept Luffy's invitation. Lan Wei rolls his eyes, feeling exasperated. Fine, I understand. You should tend to your wounds first. With that, Lan Wei shifts the gravitational force to repulsion, gently tossing Zoro towards Nami below. Nami, taken aback by the sight, wonders if she can catch Zoro, who is being dropped from a height of 50 meters. Though confidence eludes her, she grits her teeth and prepares to receive him, thinking that even if she cannot catch him, she could at least serve as a human cushion. Otherwise, allowing Zoro to fall to the ground in such a grievously wounded state could very well lead to his demise. Naturally, Lan Wei anticipates these possibilities. As Zoro descends within 10 meters of the ground, he pulls on the gravitational force to negate Zoro's downward momentum, gently lowering him into Nami's embrace before soaring towards the sea surface. Along the way, he retrieves the Python revolver. This is his most formidable attack at present. The seawater is remarkably clear, and through its azure depths, one can discern a figure cradling a distorted mass of black, swiftly descending thereafter. It resembles a technique akin to the external force damage skill from Naruto. Unfortunately, the adversary is precisely within Blue Knight's effective range of 50 meters. Thus, with an unwavering resolve, he activates the gravitational pull, fearing that his strength might not be sufficient to draw the robust fishman. Blue Knight deliberately generates an elliptical gravitational layer on his exterior, designating the fishman and the surrounding meter of seawater as his target, like an invisible conduit. He swiftly draws the fishman and the encircling water skyward. After successfully extracting Sanji and the others, he promptly dissipates the gravitational layer, employing his aerial agility to position himself behind the fishman, ensuring that his marksmanship would not misfire. He then fires his revolver at the first enemy. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots ring out, and sprays of blood erupt amidst the currents of the sea. Perhaps in pain, the fishman finally releases his grip on Sanji and turns to discern the source of the attack, only to be startled by the sight of a dark, menacing gun muzzle. Blue Knight, rather than retreating, presses forward, using his aerial mobility to approach and aim at the back of the fishman's head. Bang! The fishman's abrupt turn genuinely startles Blue Knight, who had been deliberating whether to take lethal action to kill a fish. And the adversary's sudden movement prompts him to instinctively pull the trigger. In an instant, a violent spray of blood bursts forth. And the subsequent scene is one Blue Knight dares not witness. He closes his eyes tightly but does not forget to extend his hand, using the gravitational pull to lift Sanji. Fortuitously, his closed eyes enable him to accurately grasp the individual. At a distance of 50 meters, one could scarcely determine whether the fall would land in the sea or upon the shore. Huff. Sigh. The taste of the air. Sanji inhaled deeply, and then addressed Blue Knight. I remember your name. This is your first kill, is it not? In the wake of Sanji's inquiry, Blue Knight responded with a violent retch, instinctively turning his head away lest Sanji bear witness to the entirety of his distress. Even so, the murky liquid, swept away by the wind, managed to splatter the hem of Sanji's trousers. Well, it seems it truly is your first kill, Sanji remarked nonchalantly. Compared to the near-death experience in the ocean, this episode was something he could endure. Listen, don't dwell on it too much. That fellow was a fishman. Fish are meant to be consumed. Such creatures are best suited for sashimi, thinly sliced and either enjoyed raw or dipped in sauce, an exquisite delicacy. Braised fish is also a splendid option. Sanji intended to comfort Blue Knight, yet his words only intensified the latter's nausea. The abrupt movements caused Blue Knight to lose his balance on the repulsive layer, and both plummeted downward. Fortunately, their descent concluded just a meter from the shoreline, rather than meeting the same fate as the previous fishman, who had crashed directly onto the land. That would have been an unequivocal disaster. Shortly thereafter, Sanji resurfaced from the water, dragging the nearly incapacitated Blue Knight, who was suffering from nausea, towards the shore. As Blue Knight was a devil fruit user, Sanji naturally presumed he was incapable of swimming. After all, in the world of pirates, he was likely the only one among them who was impervious to the sea. Hey, are you all right? Sanji gently patted Blue Knight's ashen face, relieved to see his eyes gradually regain focus. If you don't fancy sashimi, I can prepare steamed fish for you, ensuring it retains its pure flavor. Ugh. Gag. The queasiness that Blue Knight had finally begun to quell was once again provoked by Sanji's enthusiastic offer. This rascal is undoubtedly doing it on purpose. While listening to Sanji's incessant chatter, Lanya instinctively raised his hand to unleash a repulsive force, intending merely to create some distance and urge Sanji to vacate the vicinity of his audible reach. Who would have anticipated that this would lead to a dilemma? Indeed. Sanji was pushed away, but in a most extraordinary manner, he was propelled through the air. Yes, he soared away from the evil dragon paradise, shimmering like a distant star as he moved. In this distance, Lan Yu would not hear Sanji's voice again in the near future. Such power. In his astonishment, Lan Yu momentarily forgot his nausea. After 3 or 4 seconds, he remembered to check his health points, only to find that he had but 6,011 points remaining. The previous actions had cost him approximately 40 points of health, which implied that the recent repulsion had consumed at least 1,000 health points. In other words, if he could amplify his health input, the output capabilities would consequently increase in proportion. Fortunately, augmenting the health input did not appear to be a daunting task. He could do it at will. The crux of the matter lay in precision in the accumulation of time. However, the consumption was rather excessive, with 1,000 health points per shot. Even if he pushed himself to the brink, he could only manage about 8 shots, thus knocking back 8 enemies, which was less effective than the Python's utility. No, wait. My repulsion attack has a range of 50 meters, so any enemy within a straight line of that distance is within the effective range. Moreover, the area of repulsion I unleashed to push Sanji away was nearly the size of Sanji himself. If I were to reduce the attack's cross-sectional area, the consumption would undoubtedly diminish exponentially, perhaps even allowing it to function as a standard attack. If I could condense the repulsion to the size of a pinhole, it might very well serve as a projectile. For some reason, the mere thought of developing this ability caused Lan Yu to subconsciously dismiss his previous feelings of nausea, instead fervently pursuing his ideas. Thus, he once again overlooked the fact that he was on a battlefield, engrossed in his own world, excitedly contemplating the possibility of constraining the repulsion to the size of a needlepoint. Alas, upon compressing it to the size of a fingertip, Lan Yu realized he could no longer reduce it further. It felt as though an inexplicable shackle was preventing his progress. Although a fingertip-sized projectile was sufficient to pierce through enemies, merely utilizing the repulsion as a bullet would limit its effective range to 50 meters, which was not Lan Yu's intention. After several fruitless attempts, he did not dwell on it for long and shifted his thoughts in another direction. This is one of his merits. He never gets bogged down in trivialities that waste time. Since direct repulsion cannot serve as a projectile, what if we combine it with attraction? Naturally, a direct amalgamation is out of the question, as they would merely cancel each other out. Blue Knight conceived of utilizing attraction as a barrel, absorbing a substantial amount of matter within, which would later be expelled by a burst of repulsion, creating an outward force. The notion of compressing matter instantly conjured the image of the inexpensive yet precious air. Air cannons are indeed quite renowned. As a man of action, Blue Knight immediately began to ponder the feasibility of his idea. With the audacity of youth, he commenced experiments on himself. He fashioned a hollow cylindrical shape of inward attraction around the base of his finger, extending approximately 10 centimeters forward. A slight increase in force made his finger ache, leading him to realize that further exertion would compress his finger painfully. He promptly adjusted his approach, positioning the attraction barrel at his fingertip and forming a layer of repulsion to counteract the compression of attraction, subsequently amplifying the output of attraction. In that moment, Blue Knight sensed an airflow before him, the wind rustling through his hair. Though invisible, he could faintly perceive that something was indeed forming at the tip of his finger, rapidly filling the barrel. After 9 seconds, the attraction barrel felt entirely filled, yet under the persistent force, a substantial amount of air attempted to infiltrate, threatening to rupture the barrel. At once, Blue Knight withdrew the attraction, intending to release a 10-centimeter-long air column from the fingertip's repulsion layer. He initially planned to accumulate the repulsive force to its utmost limit before firing, but to his surprise, just a second later, the air column, freed from the grasp of attraction, escaped the barrel entirely, reverting to unbounded air. Thus, it became clear that he must simultaneously control both the attraction barrel and the fingertip's repulsion layer to achieve the desired launch. Moreover, a 10-centimeter projectile was indeed excessive. A mere 1 centimeter would suffice, significantly reducing the time required to compress the air. With this in mind, he abbreviated the attraction barrel to 1 centimeter, simultaneously compressing the air and amassing the fingertip's repulsion layer. In just 1 second, the accumulation was complete, although the repulsion layer had not yet reached full capacity. He had no choice but to unleash it, propelling the air projectile. Meanwhile, he faintly heard shouts in the background, but Blue Knight was undistracted, wholly engrossed in his task, having forgotten that 2 formidable foes were engaged in battle nearby. Silently, a pinhole-sized aperture appeared on the surface of the sea before him, extending inward, only to be quickly filled once more by the surrounding water. Blue Knight's eyes sparkled with revelation. Remarkably, there was no sound, as if equipped with a silencer. Wait, what was that red hue in the water? No, there was also a crimson card. He had merely experimented with a new ability. Why was there an inexplicable presence of red liquid in the water, along with an additional red card? Could it be a reward for developing a new capability? Just as Blue Knight pondered this mystery, a pair of hands landed on his shoulders, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Struggling to regain his footing, he looked up to see Luffy's hands still recoiling from the throw. Had he just been flung into the air by him? Blue Knight was bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is it possible that Luffy can also see that red card and intends to snatch it from me? 7. You have brought this upon yourself. I bear no blame. Standing on the shore, gazing at Arlong, who was floating on the sea, surrounded by the crimson-tinged waters, I am utterly perplexed. That pool of red liquid was none other than Arlong's blood. As for the red card, it now quietly hovers above the gaping wound in Arlong's head. The size of a finger. According to Luffy, upon witnessing his subordinate being slain by Blue Knight, Arlong had been desperately attempting to break through to confront Luffy, who steadfastly refused and loudly called out to warn Blue Knight. However, at that moment, Blue Knight was so engrossed in the development of his new abilities that he was entirely oblivious to Luffy's warnings. After Arlong leapt into the sea, Luffy instinctively reached out to pull Blue Knight back, only to find that Arlong had fortuitously become the target of Blue Knight's newly tested power, resulting in a fatal blow to his head. It can only be said that Eren is unfortunate, as he brought this upon himself. Following that is the scene where Luffy effortlessly sends Blue Knight flying. Everything, regardless of perspective, is indeed quite marvelous. So, perhaps now I am the protagonist? Such incredible fortune. Shaking my head and disregarding the jubilant revelry of Luffy and the villagers nearby, I extended my hand to draw the crimson card into my grasp. Card: Water Repellent Pearl Rarity, Red Category, Equipment Card Effect. Repels all moisture from non-biological entities within a 3-meter radius. Note: please do not attempt to ingest it. There have been those who paid the ultimate price for their folly. This is indeed a remarkable item, although Blue Knight is not afraid of water. Being submerged still poses numerous challenges. With the acquisition of this water repellent bead, life becomes significantly easier. By the way, I just eliminated that officer. I wonder if a card has been generated? Steeling himself against the urge to retch, Blue Knight cast a furtive glance towards the spot where he had dispatched the officer. And indeed, a glimmer of orange was shining brightly. Suppressing his nausea, Blue Knight swiftly turned his head and employed his gravitational ability to draw the card towards him. Promptly fleeing the scene. Card: Precision Shot Rank, Orange Category, Skill Card Effect. Lock onto any object within visual range with a 99 hit rate. Note: the 99 accuracy assumes the target remains stationary. His patience had not been in vain. A sleepy head had been presented with a pillow. Given his own lackluster shooting talent, he feared to recklessly utilize his newly developed abilities, lest he inadvertently harm his comrades. Directly employing the skill card, Blue Knight quickly assimilated the sudden influx of information and subsequently drew forth his Python revolver, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washing over him, akin to that of a seasoned marksman. With a gleam in his eye, he sought a target to engage in the thrilling experience of sharpshooting, only to find himself gazing up at Colonel Mouse, who was leisurely approaching with a contingent of naval soldiers. The soldiers fanned out, their weapons trained on the gathered crowd. With Blue Knight and Luffy receiving particular attention, each having at least 10 guns pointed at their heads. How fortunate today is. Your efforts are commendable, Colonel Mouse proclaimed, his tone dripping with arrogance. Though it was unexpected, it seems your band of 5 pirates has managed to defeat the fishmen. Thanks to your efforts. The share meant for Arlong, along with the treasures from Dragon's Paradise, now rightfully belong to me. Your contributions will be credited to me. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Division. Open fire. No. Do not fire. Before Colonel Mouse could finish his sentence, Blue Knight used his gravitational powers to seize him by the neck, and upon hearing the order to fire, he immediately utilized the colonel as a human shield, causing the officer's complexion to pale as he hastily rescinded his command. How delightful it is when things take a turn for the unexpected, Blue Knight remarked coldly. Let go of me. You are attacking a high-ranking officer of the Navy. This is a grave offense. Are you opposing the Navy? Colonel Mouse retorted, his bravado faltering. Release you? Are you certain? Blue Knight responded with a hint of amusement, genuinely letting go of the colonel. Seizing the moment, Colonel Mouse's eyes lit up, and he attempted to make a hasty retreat. How amusing. Now you understand fear, do you? Just you wait. Tearing sounds interrupted his threats as Blue Knight grasped the colonel's cloak and clothing, leaving him bare-chested and shivering in the breeze. Before Colonel Mouse could utter another word, Sanji, Having returned, delivered a powerful kick, sending him splashing into the nearby sea. Furious, he shouted at Blue Knight, "Hey, Blue Knight, you have gone too far. I was merely trying to comfort you, and you flung me into the ocean. Be careful, Oh, flung into the open sea? It seems my abilities are advancing swiftly," Blue Knight mused. "Are you misplacing your concerns? I was the one who— never mind. You appear to be in fine spirits. Besides, your previous attempts at comfort were akin to pouring salt on a wound. That was well-intentioned," Sanji protested, harboring deep resentment over being sent flying, attempting to argue his case with Blue Knight. However, as their discussion progressed, he ultimately recognized his own culpability. Just then, the naval soldiers managed to rescue Colonel Mouse from the water, prompting Sanji to unleash a flurry of punches in anger. Zoro, having regained some strength, joined the fray, while Luffy, ever the enthusiast for excitement, did not miss out on the ruckus. Blue Knight, however, chose not to participate. He crumpled the colonel's attire in his hands, his fingers brushing against an inner layer, retrieving an orange card into his collection. It was for this very card that he had sought out Colonel Mouse, otherwise. Who would engage in the trivial act of tearing his garments? Card, pure gold card rank. Orange category, magic card effect. Acquire 10 million berries in universal currency. Note, direct usage may not necessarily be the optimal choice. Indeed, money can open doors, perfectly aligning with Colonel Mouse's corrupt nature. He refrained from immediate usage. As 10 million berries would take up considerable space, it would suffice to utilize it when the need arose. The three main officers of the Straw Hat Pirates concluded their laborious task, emerging victorious against the Navy, their faces bruised and battered from the confrontation. "Try striking me again, and I shall not let you off easily," Colonel Mouse threatened, his voice rising in pitch. Nearby, Nami, who had been silently observing with her staff in hand, approached Colonel Mouse and crouched down to firmly grasp his cheek. "This is for the debt incurred from injuring Nokigo, and for the havoc you've wreaked upon Belmer's orange grove." "Huh?" With a resounding thwack, akin to a golf swing, Nami raised her stick high and sent Colonel Mouse flying, skimming across the surface of the water before finally plunging into the depths. At this moment, the sight alone is painfully exhilarating, yet it is undeniably thrilling to behold. "Thank you, Nami. I feel much better now." Beside her, Nojiko playfully winked. "Give me another 1,000 punches." Aiken roared with a fierce expression. "Yes. Let's rid ourselves of this scoundrel. Such corrupt individuals deserve to perish. Eliminate him." The other villagers immediately echoed. However, Nami did not continue her assault but gently tugged at the 3 whiskers on Captain Mouse's cheek. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. You all go deal with those fishmen and help rebuild Kokoyashi village. You are forbidden from touching any treasures in the Dragon Paradise that belongs to this island, understand? Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Just do as you say, and return my money." Nami's voice rose several decibels. "I'll give it back. I'll give it back. It doesn't matter how." Seeing this, Nami finally released her grip, satisfied. She was not concerned about Captain Mouse's compliance, as long as Luffy and the crew continued their voyage and gained renown. Captain Mouse would not dare to provoke the Straw Hat Pirates openly. After all, he had been under the thumb of the Dragon Pirates for years without ever considering rebellion. Meanwhile, Lanyu seemed to have an epiphany, staring intently at his palm, seemingly lost in thought. Captain Mouse and his subordinates had wandered to the entrance of the Dragon Paradise, where he paused, unwillingly shouting, "Remember this, you stinking pirates." The man in the straw hat and the bespectacled fellow with black hair, Luffy and Lanyu, right? "Don't forget, you've gotten yourselves into deep trouble." Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the sea before Captain Mouse erupted in a massive explosion, sending them soaring into the air, plummeting from a height of nearly 100 meters. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they would survive. "Oh, what a rip. Lanyu, what do you call that ability?" "It's incredible, just like a cannonball," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Lanyu. The explosion was indeed triggered by him, utilizing the principle of the air bullet to create a larger air cannonball in his palm, which unexpectedly resulted in an explosion due to its increased size. He had no understanding of the science behind it. Forgive him for being a liberal arts student. "Huh? The name. Let us call it air bomb." Lanyu was momentarily taken aback before casually naming his skill. "Air bomb? What a ripoff. Do you have any other abilities? Any more? Any more?" "Yes. There's also a repulsion bullet and an air bullet, just like normal gunfire." "What a ripoff. You have so many questions. Tell me. I'm so curious about these fascinating abilities." "All right, just, what a ripoff." "Indeed, Lanyu, you're truly a valuable companion." "No. Why not? Being a pirate is so much fun." "Absolutely not. That night, however, shone as brightly as day. A battle, thanks to Lanya's intervention, did not unfold with the same brutality as in the original tale. One could even say it was an effortless victory. To celebrate their liberation, the village of Kokoyasi held a raucous feast in honor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy feasted on hearty portions of meat. Zoro indulged in copious amounts of fine wine. Sanji was surrounded by beautiful women, and Usopp had an ever-growing audience for his tall tales. The only unfortunate aspect was that Joseph and Johnny, the loyal pair of pirate hunters, were unable to attend due to their severe injuries. Strangely, Lan Yi and Nami also did not join in the festivities. Knock, knock. Before the wooden house left to Nami and Nojiko by Belmere, Lan Yi gently rapped on the door. Nami opened it, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. What's the matter? Is it too late for you to come in? Lan Yi joked. No, it's fine if it's you. Come in. Actually, never mind. Lan Yi smiled and declined. Choose an orange tree. I'll bring it to Luffy's ship, so you can enjoy Belmere's oranges during your journeys. Huh? How did you know I? Nami was astonished again. Isn't it your dream to chart the world seas? Luffy and the others would be your best choice. How do you know that? You. Nami was truly alarmed, as this dream was even unknown to Nojiko. It's nothing, just one of my abilities. Lan Yi smiled warmly. Pick one. I need to hurry back to the celebration. But, ISNT your ability. I'll explain everything later when everyone is together. Oh, alright then. By the way, do you have any fever medicine in your room? Lan Yi suddenly remembered. What? Are you sick? I'll get it for you right away. Nami's expression turned slightly anxious. No, it's for a beautiful lady. Oh? Have you taken a liking to someone from our village? Nojiko? The flames of gossip ignited. Cough, cough, hurry up, or you'll have to carry it yourself. Hee, if you want to pursue Nojiko, I can help you. Nami teased with a playful smile. Hearing this, Lan Yi pretended to turn away. And only then did Nami enter the house to retrieve a box of fever medicine for him, selecting an orange tree that Lan Yi would transport to the Going Merry. During this simple task, an amusing little episode occurred, or perhaps one could call it a benefit. As Lan Yi used his ability, Nami unexpectedly leaped into his arms, clinging to him like a koala, claiming she wanted to experience the sensation of flying. She paid no mind to her thin tank top, which pressed firmly against Lan Yi's chest. It was summer, and that soft sensation made the inexperienced Lan Yi quite flustered, causing him to involuntarily imagine how Nami's figure might expand on their journey through the Grand Line. The weight of that feeling, he wondered. Could it be even more delightful? While indulging in this unexpected benefit, Lan Yi ceased to care about the celebration, deliberately slowing his pace to savor Nami's proximity. Nami, however, remained oblivious, her eyes wide open, soaking in the expansive view from the sky. Lan Yi found himself both enjoying and struggling with this moment. Enjoying it was self-explanatory, but the struggle lay in his effort to control his desires, ensuring that he did not inadvertently touch Nami. Resisting was indeed a challenge. This night is truly relentless. Then let us prepare to set sail. Usopp exclaimed with fervor. Wait a moment. Where has Miss Nami gone? Why hasn't she boarded the ship yet? Sanji immediately called for a halt. Is she not coming? Zoro's calm tone pierced through the air. What? Why would that be? Sanji's expression instantly fell, and he shouted at Zoro, accusing him of having provoked Miss Nami again. Why would I do such a thing? Stop quibbling. It must be so. Hey, I already said I wouldn't do that. Are you deaf? It must be your fault, green algae head. Otherwise, how could Miss Nami have vanished? Perverted Kappa. Do you wish to fight? Come on. Do you think I fear you? Fine, bring it on. Meanwhile, Lanwei observed the daily banter between Zoro and Sanji with amusement, thoughtfully stroking his chin as he plucked an orange from a nearby tree. Ah, sweet indeed. What good fortune. Hurry, set sail. Nami's voice rang out. Lanwei formed a small tent with his hands over his eyes, just in time to catch sight of Nami, solitary at the back of the crowd, anticipating the ensuing scene. A smile crept across his face. As Zoro and the others hoisted anchor and set the Golden Mary in motion, Nami kept her head down, weaving through the crowd, showing no intention of bidding a formal farewell. Is she really just leaving like this? Little Nami, at least allow us to properly thank you before you depart. What? Ajian forcibly squeezed through the crowd, roaring, I will not allow you to part from us so casually. Nami slipped through the throng like an eel, eluding the grasp of the villagers who attempted to catch her, effortlessly maneuvering until she reached the shore, leaping into the air. Following her trajectory, she appeared poised to land gracefully on the ship's railing. However, as he observed Nami soaring towards the ship, Lanwei could not help but curl his finger, causing her to abruptly alter her parabolic path and land directly before him. It was upon the upper deck of the Golden Mary, where Belmir's orange tree was planted. This is indeed the most exquisite place for a farewell. Thank you. Nami whispered her gratitude softly, and then turned her back to the villagers as she stood up. Gently adjusting the thin shirt that clung to her, Sanji immediately felt his heart race, blood rushing from his nose, exclaiming, "Oh, oh, oh." The child was greatly agitated, and so were the villagers. As Nami lifted her shirt, an array of wallets cascaded to the ground like snowflakes, forming a thick layer at their feet. The villagers on the shore frantically searched their bodies, realizing that all their wallets had vanished. It was only then that Nami produced a 10,000 berry note, kissed it, and playfully remarked, "Take care, everyone." In response, the villagers erupted in a collective roar. "You audacious little rascal! You thieving imp! Return our wallets! You naughty child! Come back whenever you wish, and take care." Despite their anger, the villagers couldn't help but express their concern for Nami. "Hey, Luffy!" Aiken's sudden shout overshadowed everyone. "Don't forget our agreement." To this, Luffy responded with a thumbs up. Blue Knight noticed that the windmill on Aiken's hat was missing. That windmill, once used to amuse baby Nami, had become a tattoo on her right arm, alongside Belmir's oranges. Its absence signified that the one who needed to see it had departed, thus rendering it unnecessary. Blue Knight stood on the upper deck, gazing at the villagers waving goodbye, and suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. Perhaps being companions with this group wasn't so bad after all. Meanwhile, the bruised and battered Colonel Mouse was angrily shouting into a phone bug while nursing a plastered hand. "I demand a bounty for one." He hesitated, recalling the scene of his hand being smashed, and abruptly corrected himself. "Oh no. It's a bounty for 2 pirates, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, and possibly the crew's vice captain, Blue Knight. The initial bounty amount is, Colonel, considering the initial bounty amount is excessively high, please prepare a detailed report for submission. We will evaluate the bounty accordingly," came the response from the Navy headquarters. In the conference room filled with naval officers, a commanding figure stood beside a board displaying bounty notices for Colonel Monka, Clown Buggy, and the pirate fleet commander Creek, with bounties of 15 million, 17 million, and 20 million berries respectively. In the East Blue, where the average bounty is 3 million berries, they were considered significant pirates, yet they had all been defeated. With a clap, Luffy's bounty notice was slammed onto the board, displaying a staggering bounty of 25 million berries. It was unclear whether this was due to Arlong's defeat at Blue Knight's hand, as the bounty was 5 million berries less than in the original story. An initial bounty of 25 million berries was indeed exceptional, but we believe this figure should not be underestimated. Such malevolent tendencies must be eradicated swiftly. Indeed, a deep voice interjected forcefully, "But you are overlooking another individual." At the door, a robust figure approached, wearing a cloak designated for naval admirals, the vibrant red signifying one of the 3 admirals, Akainu. "What are your orders?" asked the commander, but Akainu ignored him, slamming a photograph next to Luffy's bounty. It depicted a black-haired, black-eyed youth wearing black-framed glasses, as the one responsible for vanquishing the Fishman pirate leader. This villain named Blue Knight was undoubtedly a dangerous individual, also possessing a devil fruit ability. Why did I not see his bounty in the report? Akainu's furious reprimand rendered all naval officers present silent, showcasing his immense authority within the Navy. Admiral Akainu is indeed relentless against evil. "What bounty do you deem appropriate for this vice captain?" cautiously inquired the commander. "A pirate with a devil fruit ability, and one who has just emerged as a member of this crew?" "Ah, yes, Colonel Mouse's report consistently states he is the vice captain for certain. Regardless of his rank, this malevolence must be extinguished at its inception. The bounty shall be set at 9. Why? Why am I being targeted for a bounty?" On board the Thousand Sunny, Blue Knight let out a lamenting wail, clutching the bounty notice featuring his image. The words "dead" or "alive" beneath it made him a prime target for bounty hunters. His bounty was a staggering 10 million berries. How could killing just one Arlong and a member of the Dragon Pirate crew warrant such a high reward? Glancing at Luffy, who was parading his own bounty notice, Blue Knight felt he was caught in the crossfire. Little did he know, all this chaos stemmed from his own air blast incident. It was the wrathful Admiral Akainu who, dissatisfied with the report, had personally set his bounty. An admiral would not utter a mere few 100,000. He declared a whopping 10 million berries. Such audacity. While he noticed Luffy's bounty had changed, he paid it no mind. This was not the moment for such concerns. Settling in Rowtown, he slowly abandoned his aspirations of outsmarting the world government. My heavens, did I really think being Luffy's companion would be a good idea? I must have lost my marbles. As Blue Knight wrestled with his thoughts, Luffy suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder. "Look, Blue Knight, we've both become wanted criminals. Haha. Blue Knight's face darkened. While he admired how the characters in the anime faced bounty notices with pride, he found no joy in his own predicament. Ah, come on. Don't keep that long face. Luffy, oblivious to Blue Knight's displeasure, continued. Look at us. We're wanted. Why don't you join us as our partner? It even says here you're the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Blue Knight's mouth twitched in frustration. Why had he become the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates despite his persistent refusals? Rather than sailing under Luffy, who seemed destined for calamity, he would prefer to form his own crew. After all, he was destined to possess the powers of 5 devil fruits. You all fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. This means someone is already after our lives. Nami, the voice of reason in the group, noted that they couldn't remain in the East Blue any longer. Just as Blue Knight wallowed in despair, a tattered vessel approached from the distance. Given its state, it was likely a naval ship, if one could call it that. Oh, at last, I've found you, Straw Hat Luffy. A man with pink hair bellowed at me, declaring that my time was up, Monkey D. Luffy, and that he would capture me now. Before he could finish, an explosion erupted beneath his feet aboard the warship, causing him to nearly tumble into the sea. It was an air burst from Blue Knight. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with frustration, desperately seeking an outlet for his emotions, and here was a human shield presented to him, and a free one at that, since he was already a wanted man. Opposing the Navy seemed only natural. As for this familiar-looking individual, who cared? I won't let you escape. Without granting the opponent a moment to respond, Blue Knight unleashed a barrage of air bursts, launching one every 3 seconds with power rivaling that of a cannon. The air bursts consumed only 30 points of health each, a cost he could easily afford. In no time, the nameless extra, along with the ship and its crew, sank into the depths of the ocean. Initially, Blue Knight felt unsatisfied, but his irritation faded upon catching sight of 2 shimmering red cards. He hastily drew them to himself and discovered they were identical. Card: Navy Sword Rank. Red category: Equipment Card Effect. Acquire a standard Navy sword. Remarks: None. The simplicity of the card, with its remark stating none, indicated just how weak these red equipment cards were, especially when compared to the similarly ranked Serpent Revolver. Thus, even among cards of the same rank, there existed a hierarchy. Blue Knight's mood soured once more, and he had no intention of summoning the Navy sword for inspection. Instead, he turned back to Luffy with a resigned expression. Well, Luffy, I currently have no intention of joining any pirate crew. Even if I did, I would prefer to establish my own. Oh, really? What a pity, Luffy replied, suddenly quiet, ceasing his invitation for Blue Knight to join him. Instead, he fixed Blue Knight with a serious gaze and declared, the title of Pirate King is mine. Blue Knight raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. He could not comprehend why a revolutionary like Dragon would have such a weight. Luffy was the son of the revolutionary leader, Monkey D. Dragon, and he remembered Dragon's appearance in Logtown, where he had sent off his son. Thus, perhaps he could simply approach Dragon directly to request entry into the Revolutionary Army. With this thought, Blue Knight's expression brightened. Luffy, may I stay aboard your ship for the time being? After all, I have no ship of my own, and as a devil fruit user, you see. Absolutely. Luffy responded without hesitation. This is splendid, thank you. Wait. A female voice interjected. Even you, Blue Knight, cannot sail for free unless you are a crewmate. Payment is required. Hey, Nami, I thought you agreed. Luffy complained. Well, you didn't mention it would be free, Nami retorted. I suppose that's true. Looking into Nami's eyes, which had transformed with anticipation, Blue Knight refrained from arguing about his previous contributions. As a pirate enthusiast, he knew full well that with Nami in such a mood, the only solution was to buy her off with money. Rubbing his head, he recalled the pure gold card he had obtained from Colonel Rat, which contained 10 million berries. With the payment of 9 million berries, he successfully secured the right to sail aboard the Going Merry until he acquired his own vessel. The reason for the hefty sum? Perhaps it was due to Blue Knight's failure to anticipate that upon using the pure gold card, all the bills would appear right before him. Greedy Nami's eyes sparkled at the sight, and she immediately dived onto the pile, forgetting whose money it was in her excitement. Had it not been for Blue Knight's persuasive efforts, she would have kept the remaining 1 million berries for herself. After the transaction was completed, Nami grinned mischievously. I originally intended to charge just 10,000 berries, but I didn't realize you were so wealthy. Blue Knight felt a pang of frustration and nearly resorted to offering Nami Sanji's extravagant flying service. You can't just gloat about your good fortune without considering how it affects others. In negotiations, Blue Knight truly felt like a novice. I knew that sailing with Luffy would lead to trouble. On the deck of the Going Merry, The crew had finished their meal and gathered to bask in the sun. Relishing the rare moments of leisure, Blue Knight took Zoro's place, stationed at the lookout. He had noticed that even amidst the sea, there were occasionally cards floating on the surface. Although he had only encountered red cards thus far, mostly dried fish, worn wooden planks, and other useless pirate relics, Blue Knight found joy in this. As a collector at heart, he harbored an indescribable fondness for cards. Regardless of their utility, he would collect them all. What if he stumbled upon something truly remarkable? Thus, Nami and the others often saw Blue Knight soar from the lookout, glide over the water. In return, "Hey, Blue Knight, didn't you say you would explain your abilities once we were all gathered?" Nami finally couldn't hold back. Isn't your ability the manipulation of gravity?" Luffy asked, momentarily taken aback. "Fool. It's clearly the control of both gravity and repulsion," Sanji corrected, recalling his unfortunate experience. "Right, Blue Knight, do tell. During my travels at sea, I encountered a pirate with powers similar to yours. I remember that I was." Usopp began to boast. Zoro, appearing to be asleep, subtly stirred at the mention of this topic, his chest rising and falling, indicating he was indeed awake. After scanning the surrounding waters from the lookout and confirming there were no glimmers of cards nearby, Blue Knight descended to the deck. "Blue Knight, your ability is incredibly useful. You can even fly," Luffy exclaimed, starry-eyed. "Of course. You just noticed?" Everyone chimed in unison. Ignoring Luffy's usual antics, Blue Knight gathered his thoughts before speaking. "In summary, my devil fruit ability is the card fruit, rather than solely a gravity or repulsion fruit." His revelation dropped like a bombshell. "Wait, does that mean you possess more than one devil fruit ability?" Sanji expressed disbelief. "Luffy, is that even possible?" "Oh, Blue Knight," Luffy exclaimed, eyes sparkling once more. Without addressing Sanji's question, perhaps he himself was uncertain. And no, that can't be right. Nami was equally astonished, though she was unsure why. "To my knowledge, it seems that those with abilities can consume only one fruit. Speaking of which, I once encountered a pirate who possessed the powers of 5 fruits. I recall the moment vividly." Usopp's usual boasting. This time, Zoro, no longer pretending to sleep, opened his eyes and scrutinized Lanya with great seriousness, as if seeking to unearth some hidden truth. Lanya unexpectedly glanced at Usopp, who was boasting about having seen someone with 5 fruits. Was it due to his propensity for exaggeration that made such a claim? After the others quieted down momentarily, Lanya continued, "In truth, I possess only one fruit. The card fruit, which belongs to the paramecia category. It lacks inherent offensive capabilities. Rather, its extensibility offers considerable versatility." "Versatility?" Nami couldn't help but interject. "Can't you explain clearly all at once? What do you mean by versatility?" "Patience. Since I have begun speaking, I shall elucidate. Regarding my card fruit, it essentially enables me to create cards that render specific items visible only to me, which I can activate to harness the powers of those items when needed. For instance, my gravitational and repulsive forces derive from the cards I create, or perhaps." As he spoke, a python revolver leaped into his hand, appearing quite suddenly, eliciting expressions of astonishment from those present. "What a convenient ability. This way, one could store a plethora of ingredients," Sanji remarked from a chef's perspective. "Could you not transform a significant amount of meat into cards for storage?" Luffy's immediate thought was, predictably, meat. "Therefore, your previous 10 million berries were extracted from these cards? Do you possess even more cards concealing berries?" Nami's eyes widened in excitement. "By the way, I once encountered someone who could store items, and your ability bears resemblance." The group began discussing once more, while Zoro remained silent on the deck, observing Lanya with a furrowed brow. His intuition told him that Lanya was not lying, but he had only revealed part of the truth. Noticing that the others would continue their chatter for some time, Lanya decided to disregard them. Just as he was about to soar back to the lookout point, Nami called out to him, "Lanya, what about the ability you mentioned to me the night before?" Pausing midair, Lanya turned his back to the group, his brow furrowed. He had miscalculated. He had intended to divulge merely a portion of his card abilities, which would aid him in collecting cards or provide an excuse if something unexpected arose. However, Nami was still fixated on the matter he had inadvertently mentioned that night. With no other option, Lanya presented the excuse he had long prepared, albeit reluctantly. "Regarding that ability, I possess a card that allows me to glimpse certain scenes from the future or the past while I sleep. But I cannot control what I see." Rip my pants. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What an incredible ability. That means I will become the Pirate King in the future, right?" "Apologies, I cannot control this ability either, so I did not witness it. However, I firmly believe you can. Ha ha ha, of course. I am destined to be the Pirate King. Oh, Lanya-kun, will I marry Miss Nami in the future? Sanji's eyes glimmered with affection. In truth, Sanji, I saw a horde of girls pursuing you, Lanya replied with a mischievous grin. Oh, are they mermaids? Indeed. In the end, you ventured to Fishman Island, and you nearly perished from excessive blood loss. Ah, if I could behold beautiful fishwomen. Even dying from blood loss would be a worthy fate. Hey, Lanya, will I become a brave warrior in the future? Usopp's voice trembled with uncertainty. Whether you are brave or not, I cannot say, but I have seen you dueling with Luffy. To be able to duel him suggests your strength has undoubtedly increased. Wha? What? Duel? With Luffy? Usopp's face turned pale. Come now, Usopp, let us have a duel. Luffy cheerfully proposed. Actually, Luffy, I suffer from a condition where I faint after a duel. Oh no, I'm having an episode. Usopp collapsed onto the ground. Whether fainting or genuinely weak remained uncertain. The others began voicing various questions, both significant and trivial. Lanya answered what he could, dismissing what he could not see. After a prolonged silence, Zoro, who had been quietly observing, suddenly asked, Did you see me defeat Mihawk? I thought you could endure without asking, Lanya chuckled. This was the last question. In the future, he would share other information as needed. Zoro, in the future, you will become Hawkeye's disciple. With that, Lanya ceased engaging with the group and leaped aside. Having just spotted a crimson card, he left behind a bewildered Zoro and the others, who were still basking in the satisfaction of the information they had gleaned from Lanya. Once outside the Going Merry, Lanya's composed expression faltered. What a bother. I ended up revealing some plot points, albeit not crucial ones. I wonder if this will affect future events. Alas, too youthful, why did I not consider refusing to answer? Chiding himself, Lanya decided not to return to the Going Merry for the time being, instead leisurely flying across the sea, hoping to acquire some valuable cards. This was not an attempt to evade Luffy and the others. Absolutely not. Card classification and Duel Arena a week had passed since the unwanted plot revelation. In this tangible world, the vastness of the ocean was boundless. What felt like a mere day's journey to Logtown in the anime had, in reality, extended to a week without a trace. However, this was to be expected. Otherwise, as depicted in the anime, Luffy and his crew would have traversed the first half of the Grand Line in just 3 months. This is utterly unscientific and far too brief. One must consider that these 3 months also encompass time spent on various islands engaged in battles, recuperation, and celebrations. Thus, the current lengthy journey imbues a sense of realism. Remarkably, the initial leg of the voyage spanned 3 months, yet the anime took a staggering 500 episodes to conclude. My word. It truly is a series meant to be watched over a lifetime, though regrettably, I shall no longer witness its forthcoming updates. Shaking my head in disbelief, Lanya, leaned against the watchtower, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia for Frankie, reflecting on the crow's nest of the Thousand Sunny, which resembled a cozy little room, and contrasting it with this cramped tower. Indeed, when I purchase a ship in the future, it must be spacious. At the very least, the crow's nest should be ample. Sailing is both exhilarating and monotonous. Gazing at the endlessly uniform azure sky and cerulean sea, during this period, Lanya has engaged in card collecting and further honing his abilities. In terms of pure repulsion, he has developed a technique for aerial movement. Might it be possible to devise something similar with gravity? The mere thought of gravity inexplicably conjures images of Naruto in my mind. In that world, ninjas cultivate chakra, enabling them to traverse trees, walls, and more with grace. Naturally, Lanya cannot summon chakra from thin air, setting aside the question of world rules. Merely obtaining a chakra seed presents a monumental challenge. He pondered whether he could utilize gravity alone to scale fixed structures. After all, in certain terrains, flying with aerial movement may prove somewhat unwieldy. Once this idea emerged, it was swiftly actualized by the action-oriented Blue Knight. By creating a downward gravitational layer on the surface of his body, he could firmly stand against the wall, provided that the object he stood upon could bear his weight without breaking. This ability is named Flying Eaves. Its consumption is slightly less than that of dancing in the sky, approximately 1.5 seconds. Mastering the Flying Eaves ability takes merely a few days. Yet now, confronted by the monotonous expanse of the ocean, Blue Knight feels as though he is on the verge of rusting away. Were it not for the occasional appearance of a card that sparks his anticipation, he would have long succumbed to slumber like Zoro. As for physical training, regrettably, Blue Knight cannot even lift the smallest dumbbell that Zoro uses. Even performing push-ups, he finds himself exhausted after merely 70. How could he compare to Zoro? Who wields dumbbells as tall as a person and effortlessly executes thousands of strikes and slashes? It is simply inhuman. After one exhaustive attempt, collapsing on the lookout tower for an entire day, feeling utterly drained, Blue Knight has abandoned the notion of enhancing his physical prowess. Alas, he is but a mere human from Earth, not a pirate with such extraordinary physique. Thus, in his boredom, Blue Knight can only engage in whimsical musings about the development of fruit abilities and contemplate which of the future 4 monster card slots would be most fitting. Naturally, the first choice would be the Thunder Fruit. However, it is likely that it has already been consumed on Sky Island. He wonders if it can be extracted. Alternatively, if he were to defeat the fruit user, would they drop their fruit card? This presents a conundrum worth contemplating for future experimentation. As thoughts meander aimlessly, an air of ennui envelopes him, prompting Lanya to draw forth the duel disc before him, scrutinizing it meticulously and drawing certain conclusions. The graveyard of the deck serves a significant purpose, allowing one to review the cards that have been expended, such as the pure gold cards, these transient spell cards that, once utilized, find their way into the graveyard. Conversely, equipment cards, if intact and not reclaimed, remain within the deck. While the naval saber severed by Zoro lies in the graveyard, beneath the deck, Lanya also discovers an exceedingly minute number, 1740. Considering the recent acquisition of cards, it is evident that there are indeed 17 cards within the deck. Therefore, the remaining number 40, without a doubt, indicates the deck's upper limit. This suggests that once the total number of cards reaches 40, no further acquisitions can be made. In that moment, Blue Knight felt a surge of panic. If that was the case, he might as well discard the unnecessary red cards. Fortunately, most of the cards he had recently acquired were equipment cards, which could easily be eliminated by Zoro. However, it shouldn't be like this. That's right. My deck. I must have my deck. With this thought in mind, Blue Knight strained his gaze toward the upper left corner, nearly rolling his eyes in the process, until he finally spotted a green arrow pointing left. It was the exit button. Without a second thought, he clicked it. Instantly, the screen transformed from the duel board to an exceedingly simplistic selection interface. There were only 3 options: duel board, duel arena, and my deck. What a disappointment. He had expected something akin to Duel City, complete with shops, guilds, daily quests, and festive events. Instead, he was presented with this stripped-down version. Blue Knight felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table, without immediately selecting the most intriguing duel arena. He first clicked on my deck. The interface shifted once more, revealing several categories of cards arranged in a vertical list: monster cards, skill cards, magic cards, trap cards, equipment cards, and status cards. A total of 6 categories, and at last, Blue Knight comprehended the entirety of card classifications. Currently, he only possessed monster, skill, magic, and equipment cards, having yet to encounter trap and status cards. As for the categories, they were, naturally, devoid of content. Directly beneath the classifications was a row of cards, representing all the cards currently in his duel deck. Skillfully, he dragged the unnecessary red cards into their corresponding categories, leaving only 3: Python, Navy Saber, and Water Avoidance Pearl. At long last, he resolved the issue of his deck's capacity. After a thorough examination, confirming that my deck indeed lacked any other functions and could merely store cards, Blue Knight exited and then clicked on the duel arena. Inside, there was only a prominent option for matching duels, with nothing else in sight. As expected, it was yet another truncated version. Resigned, Blue Knight casually clicked on the match duel option, and immediately, a rolling screen appeared, reminiscent of a slot machine displaying a series of faces. Ultimately, it froze on a man with a heavily tattooed bald head, unmistakably exuding an aura of menace. Gulp. Blue Knight involuntarily swallowed hard. This is truly a prelude to a brawl. In the realm of life and death, a test unfolds. Bang. Lan Yi executed a swift roll, narrowly evading a bullet. It was utterly inconceivable, towering at nearly 2 meters and as robust as a bear. The tattooed man brandished not a hammer or an axe, those symbols of brute force, but rather a standard naval firearm. Come here, you little rascal, and meet your demise. The tattooed man pursued Lan Yu relentlessly, raising his gun once more, prepared to fire. Hey, I've already told you I know nothing. Why must you insist on my execution? Can't we sit down and have a chat instead? Lan Yu displayed no intention of combat. There was simply no necessity for conflict. Why engage in a fight? Yet, the tattooed man, upon sighting him, silently selected a weapon from his arsenal and unleashed a barrage of gunfire directed at Lan Yi. Bang, bang. The confrontation with Blue Knight culminated in 2 bullets. Ultimately, Blue Knight failed to shift his mindset, struggling to adapt fully to this ruthless world. when faced with adversaries intent on taking his life. Any discourse would only follow after he had shattered their bones. Unlike Blue Knight, who cowered and evaded, lacking the prowess to wield the plethora of weapons at his disposal, he still clung to the notion of civilized discourse over violence. In most circumstances, a pin cannot compete with a gun. It appears that his previous triumphs over formidable foes were mere strokes of luck. The tattooed man, having evidently committed numerous murders without hesitation, unleashed a relentless assault on Blue Knight, each strike intended to inflict maximum harm. One was wholly focused on murder, while the other was solely preoccupied with evasion, refraining from utilizing his powers. Within mere moments, Blue Knight was shot in the chest, his life force plummeting by 4,000 points to a mere 3,810. Crouched on the ground, clutching his chest and feeling the excruciating pain, Blue Knight grimaced and growled, "Hey, if you don't stop, I want to hold back." The tattooed man leveled 2 guns at Blue Knight's head, his laughter boisterous. "Ha ha ha, the vice captain with a bounty of 10 million berries? Buck the bounty hunter. She'll claim you without courtesy." With that, Buck pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. No splatter of blood ensued. The bullets, spinning, aimed to penetrate Blue Knight's forehead but hung impotently in the air, concentrating a layer of repulsion at the gun's muzzle. Blue Knight found that the bullets could not breach his defense, even as his life force dwindled every 30 seconds. As he amplified the repulsion, the bullets ricocheted back, piercing the gun barrel and creating 2 gaping wounds on Buck. "Ah, you possess the powers of a devil fruit." Buck, resilient in spirit, did not cry out in pain. However, he was still undeterred. Even with 2 bullets lodged in him, his movements remained agile. With a swift gesture of his right hand, a flash of light glimmered past Blue Knight. Instinctively, Blue Knight expanded his repulsion to deflect Buck, yet it was too late. The light grazed his neck. His remaining life force of just over 3,500 points was instantly depleted, and a flash of light enveloped him, reappearing on the lookout of the Going Merry. The first duel concluded with Blue Knight's demise. Upon his return, he remained in shock, pondering the fact that he had died once. After a long pause, he cautiously explored his chest and neck with his hands, finding no wounds or traces of blood, and he sighed in relief. Was this a mere projection of a virtual battle? Thankfully, for otherwise, he would have met his end. The thought of a real confrontation leaving him face to face with the ruler of the underworld made beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. He licked his tongue, tasting bitterness. He had initially reveled in his triumph over 2 fish men, including a notorious dragon with a bounty exceeding 10 million, only to be swiftly sobered by this encounter. An obscure bounty hunter could so easily overpower him before he was mentally prepared. In silence, Blue Knight's mind raced with thoughts, reflecting on his past, present, and future. The rules of piracy, each notion filtering through his consciousness. As time passed, his eyes grew increasingly bright, culminating in a resolute determination. When he pressed the button for a rematch, it was merely 4 hours later. His ability to swiftly recalibrate his state of mind and challenge what had once led to his demise was commendable. Blue Knight possessed a heart eager for growth. He recognized clearly what he lacked: time and experience. While time was immutable, the current duel arena would serve as a shortcut for experience. Engaging in 100 simulated battles, where death bore no actual harm, would allow him to amass knowledge rapidly, provided he could overcome the shadows of death, thus understanding his needs. He reluctantly pressed the button for a rematch. He craved combat. To ensure survival in the real world, he was willing to face death multiple times in the virtual realm. Besides, the outcome of death was uncertain. With his mindset adjusted, Blue Knight's form vanished once more. He found himself in the familiar arena of 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters, surrounded by an array of weapons. This time, however, the 2 duelists were entirely different individuals. Blue Knight, with a proper mindset, immediately initiated his aerial maneuver. The other duelist was not the previous bounty hunter, Buck, but rather a scarred giant wielding an enormous axe. Another nameless passerby. Yet, given the current matchmaking system, encountering a known strong opponent seemed implausible. Thoughts raced through his mind, and Blue Knight refrained from immediate assault, choosing instead to hover for 10 seconds. Once the axe-wielding man adjusted to his surroundings, Blue Knight commenced his attack. Throughout the battle, neither spoke a word. In a fight for survival, what need was there for dialogue? On the lookout of the Going Merry, Blue Knight materialized 3 minutes after his previous disappearance. Instinctively, he touched his waist. Despite his mental shift, he had still succumbed to a rapid assault before he could unleash his full range of repulsion. The inhabitants of this world, truly, each one was a desperate outlaw. Gritting his teeth, Blue Knight reflected on his prior experiences and vanished once more. Upon his return 5 minutes later, One could discern from his instinctive gesture of rubbing his forehead that this time he had indeed met with a fatal blow. I refuse to believe it. Gritting his teeth, Lan Ye's figure vanished once more from the spot. What fear of death? That was long cast aside. At present, he was determined to triumph today, no matter what. Yet, contrary to his aspirations, Lan Yi faced a staggering 17 consecutive deaths. 17 times he knelt. The methods of his demise varied wildly. Headshots, bisecting strikes, heart penetrations, exsanguination. In every instance, his adversaries were mere mortals devoid of any domineering aura or devil fruit abilities. The vast majority were pirates or bounty hunters. With nary a navy soldier in sight, it dawned upon Lan Yi that, even with the powers granted by a devil fruit, should one lack substantial combat experience, even ordinary individuals steeped in violence could easily overpower him. Through each demise, Lan Yi diligently analyzed his missteps, from initially falling in battle within half a minute, to a full minute, 3 minutes, and ultimately, a remarkable 7 minutes during his last encounter. His growth was undeniably evident. Finally, in his 18th battle, Lan Yi, with a silent air bullet, seized the opportunity as he brushed past his foe, successfully piercing their heart. His first victory. Upon returning to the observation deck, he gazed toward the horizon where the sun began to rise. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night had slipped away. Yet, he had evolved to the point where he could face enemies with unwavering composure. Especially after securing his first win, the rules of the dueling arena were activated. Lan Yi, exhilarated, bellowed at the sunset, I shall achieve 100,000 consecutive victories. I shall claim the golden card. I shall topple the world government. Gratitude. 500 starting point coins from Jiobei. 500 starting point coins from Nuclear Explosion Führer. The patterns of card appearances. 1 victory, rewards a red card. 10 victories, rewards an orange card. 50 victories, rewards a red card. 100 victories, rewards a green card. 500 victories, rewards a cyan card. 1,000 victories, rewards a blue card. 10,000 victories, rewards a purple card. 30,000 victories, rewards a silver card. 100,000 victories, rewards a golden card. Note, if the winning streak continues, one may receive the rewards of the previous day's victories daily. The rules are not complex. A consecutive win results in cards of varying tiers. For instance, if Lan Yi maintains a streak of 10 wins, even without further battles, he would still receive 1 red and 1 orange card daily. The same applies subsequently. However, should the winning streak be interrupted, one must start anew. Yet, hidden information abounds, such as the card grades, which are arranged according to the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, along with silver and gold, totaling 9 tiers. To put it differently, a power level akin to a long S would equate to a reward for 50 consecutive wins within the dueling arena. The cards awarded are likely random. At least, the first red card he received was merely a pure gold card worth 1 million berries, while the higher tier orange card was valued at 10 million berries. This implies a potential exchange ratio of 1:10 between the cards. As he resolved to continue his momentum in battle, Zoro's voice interrupted. Given your current state, it would be wise to rest for a while and reflect on the details of the combat. It will lead to significant improvement. Startled, Lan Yi leaped from the observation deck into the sky, noticing Zoro reclining upon the ropes used for binding the ship's sails, his words stammering. When? How long have you been there? Not sure. I fell asleep already, Zoro replied, rising. I saw you vanish and reappear, your aura shifting. Were you in battle? After a brief silence, Lan Yi nodded affirmatively, adding, it was a life-and-death combat. I died 17 times. The 18th time, I won. How do you know? Your expression. Regardless of how you knew, after winning a life-and-death battle, it would be best to calm down and analyze your advantages in victory. Thank you. Lan Yi expressed his gratitude sincerely. Seeing you die so many times, a few more should help you understand, Zoro replied nonchalantly. So, do you usually reflect while you sleep? Lan Yi inquired. Turns out I was just sleeping. Hey, you talk too much. Want to fight? You seem invulnerable, he retorted, irked. Fight you? I could. But not now. Then be quiet. Are you sure? I happen to know a woman who resembles Kuina, and she wields a sword too. What? Zoro's lazy demeanor vanished, his anger boiling. Who allowed you to pry into others' pasts? Zoro, deeply affected by Kuina's memory, unsheathed his sword and struck Lan Yi's head with the sheath blade. Fortunately, he retained his composure. Ouch. 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 A sizable bump formed on Lan Yi's head, prompting him to soar higher into the sky. Acutely aware of his vulnerability as a fragile mage, Hey, what else did you see? Zoro queried, hesitantly. Do I look like a masochist? What do you mean? It means you hit me, and now you want information? Dream on. How infuriating. You're lucky you ran away. As Zoro prepared to strike again, Lan Yi swiftly entered the dueling arena, vanishing from sight, leaving Zoro with no recourse. About 7 minutes later, Lan Yi reappeared. Only to face an awkward situation, the Golden Mary was nowhere to be found. What in the world? Resigned, Lan Yi accepted the reality, concluding that upon entering the dueling arena, one returns to the exact spot they occupied, regardless of its movement. This meant that if he was on the ship's deck, observation tower, or cabin, he would return to those respective locations. However, if he ventured beyond the ship's confines, suspended above it, fortunately, among my cards, I possess an old lifeboat and a compass with a mirror fragment, ensuring I won't be left without a footing. Otherwise, I would have to swim back. What? You suggest flying there? With one life point, you expect me to soar? Have you lost your mind? Fortunately, he recalled Nami mentioning the location of Rogue Town, and the compass remained functional in the east blue. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. Thus, a solitary figure aboard a vessel, accompanied only by a compass, found himself adrift upon the boundless sea. Bereft of fresh water and sustenance, he had set a modest yet vital objective, to reach Rogue Town within 3 days. Otherwise, he would join the ranks of the souls perishing from thirst upon the East Sea. A month later, he finally glimpsed the silhouette of a small town on the horizon. However, he remained unperturbed. Remarkably, he appeared as robust as ever, his complexion glowing, showing no signs of dehydration or starvation. His attire had transformed. Gone was the previous garb, replaced by a sleek, all-black ensemble. Since the day he lost contact with the Going Merry, he had embarked on a solitary journey at sea. The thrill of entering the duel arena now a distant memory. Unexpectedly, a turning point presented itself the following day. From the duel arena, he received his daily rewards, having achieved 2 consecutive victories that continued to this day. Among the rewards was a red card granting him a barrel of drinking water, akin to those used in water dispensers. With the issue of fresh water resolved, how could he possibly lack for food on the ocean? Sashimi, a delicacy from his past life, was among his favorites. From that point onward, he immersed himself in the duel arena, indifferent to the world outside. Despite facing more defeats than victories, he strived to secure at least one win each day before midnight, ensuring he could claim the daily consecutive win rewards. The daily red card rewards proved to be rather intriguing: a case of purified water, a delightful bento, a set of clean clothing, a can of cola, a barbecue grill complete with charcoal, and another set of clean clothing. For nearly a month, the red card rewards cycled consistently through the trifecta of water, food, and clothing without fail. Thus, he concluded that if there were no unseen hands manipulating the duel board, the cards that appeared were manifested in accordance with his current needs. The universal language of novice pirates, the life-saving repulsion fruit, and the python that enhanced his offensive capabilities all were necessities he craved at that moment. Especially as he gradually recognized the need for a consistent item for regular attacks, rather than relying on the delayed air bullets, his understanding deepened. On the 17th day of his drifting, 3 days after this realization, he achieved a remarkable 10 consecutive victories. As a result, he received a rather exceptional orange card as a reward. Card, Magic Card Tier, Orange Category, Magic Card Permanent Effect, 1 point of health can summon 10 cards. Note: as a duelist, is there a weapon more fitting than a card? The card was astonishing, marked by the permanence of its nature, indicating it was not a one-time use card. It was peculiar, a thin piece the size of a palm yet weighing about a pound. Both sides displayed a swirling background reminiscent of a game board. Its simplicity belied its potency. The paper was remarkably sharp, capable of slicing wood as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, even surpassing the might of a naval officer's sword. Realizing its optimal use, he deftly employed the repulsion technique, effortlessly cleaving a fish of considerable size in two with a smooth, clean cut. Thus, when a compelling desire arose for something, if there existed a means to acquire the corresponding tier card, the likelihood of obtaining such a card was indeed significant. 14. The entrustment and transfer of dreams. As he approached the dock of Rogue Town, he was astonished to discover that the Going Merry was also anchored there. Logically, the Going Merry, with its speed surpassing his own vessel by tenfold, should have arrived long before him. However, he had intermittently utilized his repulsion to progress and often retreated into the duel arena. Surely, Luffy and his crew must have reached Rogue Town well ahead of him, likely chased away by Smoker before setting sail for the Grand Line. Perhaps they had encountered unforeseen delays. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous. Dragon should still be in Rogue Town. granting him another opportunity to join the Revolutionary Army. Before disembarking, he noticed a red card lying on the shore. Casually retrieving his small boat, he picked up the red card. While it was, as usual, not an especially useful item, it nonetheless marked a promising start. In the charming town of Rogu, he intended to explore it thoroughly. With a heart full of joy, Lan Yu took out a crimson card, idly toying with it in his hand. Before departing from Rogu, he planned to separately display all the cards he had collected here as a means of data gathering to ascertain how many cards he could acquire. Since the emergence of cards was utterly unpredictable, Lan Yu refrained from planning a specific route, meandering about at his leisure. Whenever he encountered a shop, he approached it. If it sold food, he would purchase a morsel to savor, indulging further if it pleased his palate. Occasionally, certain cards would appear within the shops, regardless of their usefulness. He would enter, buy a few items, and casually collect the cards, as a token of gratitude for the shop's assistance in holding his cards. As for why a grown man would buy perfume, well, that was a mystery. After all, in his weightless state, he needn't exert himself to carry items. Merely balancing them atop his head sufficed. After wandering for about an hour, Lan Yu suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Was there something entertaining afoot? He moved closer, effortlessly elevating his form to catch sight of Zaro, who was deeply gazing into the eyes of a girl seated on the ground, clutching something tightly in her hand. Oh, were these two merely meeting? This suggested that Luffy and his crew had only just arrived. Observing the scene where a man, unable to afford his glasses, was forcibly taken away by a girl resembling Kuina, Dashki, it seemed he was destined to work at the Navy base to repay his debts. Truly ironic for a pirate. Especially when Dashki remarked, "Do you have a bedridden mother? Or perhaps your wife has left you, leaving you to care for 5 hungry children alone?" This line elicited hearty laughter from Lan Yu. This girl is undoubtedly Zaro's natural nemesis. Observing the defeated Zaro, Lan Yu felt a sense of secret delight and had no intention of approaching him. Serves you right for causing me to drift across the seas. By the way, if we're in this time frame, then I shall procure Killer Ant Snowwalker. Having Zaro owe me a favor would be quite advantageous. Amused, Lan Yu inquired about the direction of the weapon shop from those around him and leisurely made his way there. After all, time was abundant, and there was no need for haste. As he surveyed his surroundings, he whimsically hoped to discover another crimson card. To date, he had collected 9, and acquiring one more would complete a perfect set. After a brief search, he indeed found one. It was perched upon the shoulder of a figure cloaked in black, their head obscured by a heavy hat. As they scanned the surroundings, the individual adorned in such attire is evidently a pirate, a formidable presence not to be trifled with. However, during this period of duels in the arena, Lan Yu has grown unfazed by ordinary pirates. With a shrug, he swiftly approached the figure cloaked in black from behind and, throwing an arm around the individual's shoulder, boisterously exclaimed, "Ha ha! Sanji, what brings you here?" The cloaked figure, startled by the sudden embrace, instinctively dispersed and reformed 10 meters away, glaring fiercely at Lan Yu. Lan Yu, taken aback, soon recognized the familiar red clown nose, prompting memories of the individual and his disjointed devil fruit abilities. It was Buggy the Clown, once a prospective crewmate of the Pirate King, Roger. "Ah, my sincerest apologies." Lan Yu chuckled sheepishly, realizing his mistake. "Until we meet again." With that, he turned and departed. Buggy, initially wary, was left in a state of bewilderment, and by the time he regained his composure, Lan Yu's taillights had vanished from sight. "Curse it! Should fate allow our paths to cross again, you shall witness the might of Buggy the Great," he muttered under his breath but chose not to pursue. Reverting to his previous vigilant demeanor, it was evident he was searching for Luffy. After departing, Lan Yu glanced at the red cards Buggy had contributed, resembling an ordinary clown mask, and decided not to dwell further. With no intention of seeking out Luffy or anyone else at this moment, Lan Yu continued his journey towards the weapon shop, 10 red cards fluttering in his hand, colliding with one another haphazardly, akin to 10 inebriated butterflies. In this passage, Lan Yu is honing his control, with the cards visible only to him, a fitting scenario. The weapon shop is not far, and soon he arrives. The shopkeeper, perhaps due to poor business, is dozing off, propped up on his right hand, his hairstyle reminiscent of Ultraman, which causes Lan Yu to smirk. An intriguing character indeed. Not wanting to disturb him, Lan Yu approaches a corner of the shop where a pile of wooden barrels sits, filled with an array of worn swords and blades, discarded items the owner intends to dispose of. Before long, Lan Yu discovers the cursed sword, Ghost Slash, an infamous blade that has accompanied Zaro from Rogue Town to the latter part of the Grand Line. "Hey, boss, I'd like to purchase this sword," Lan Yu states, tossing Ghost Slash onto the counter. "Ah, The shopkeeper, clearly startled, exclaims, "What do you want?" Without elaborating, Lan Yi places his remaining 1,810,000 berries on the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes widen in disbelief. "This goes slash, along with your snow walk. I'll take them both." "Oh, no. This sword is not for sale." The owner, who was initially inclined to agree, suddenly hesitates. "Other swords are fine, but this goes slash. Enough of this, it's just a cursed sword." Lan Yu replies impatiently, producing a red pure gold card, causing another 1,000,000 berries to appear on the counter. "Now, add another 1,000,000 for Ghost Slash and Snow Walk." It's not about the money. Since you recognize Ghost Slash as a cursed sword, then it. Despite being astonished by Lan Yi's method of payment, the shopkeeper still attempts to reason. "At another 1,000,000, Lan Yi insists, pulling out another red pure gold card. "Dear customer, please listen to me." "Another 1,000,000. He interrupts. "I understand everything you want to say. Rest assured, I do not intend to use this sword. Hence, I require Snow Walk as well." Is it for collection?" the shopkeeper queries. "But how do you know of Snow Walk?" "Another 1,000,000. Sir, Snow Walk was my treasured blade in my youth. A nostalgic memento for me. Swords are instruments of death. If you truly cherish it, then it should be wielded by a genuine swordsman. Even if it shatters, that would be its fate, rather than being confined in your home as a mere solitary keepsake." Lan Ye's words plunged the shopkeeper into a long silence, evoking memories of his own youth when he raised a sword, stirring his heart. "At another 1,000,000. This is all I have saved." Lan Yu presents his final offer. "How can I be assured you are its rightful owner?" The shopkeeper retorts, biting his lip. "I intend to venture into the Grand Line." The response is succinct yet clear. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper grits his teeth and rushes into the back room, emerging with a jet black sword. This blade is crafted from black lacquered steel, featuring a serrated edge, a swift sword, Snow Walk. Lan Yi waits patiently for the shopkeeper to finish speaking before solemnly taking the sword in hand, tossing it atop his head alongside Ghost Slash. "Thank you for the swords. Farewell." Wait a moment. The shopkeeper's expression is conflicted. "You don't need to pay for the swords." "Oh, thank you. As a gesture of friendship, consider this money a gift for our meeting." Without looking back, Lan Yi waves his hand and strides out of the shop, leaving the owner standing at the counter, gazing in silence at the direction he departed. A man entrusted his dreams to another. His aspirations carried forth like a swift blade through snow. It was this act that earned the respect of the shopkeeper in the eyes of Lan Yi, who generously gifted him 681,000,000 berries as a friend. After all, he still possessed several pure gold cards in his deck, making their acquisition a trivial matter, devoid of any financial strain. Truly, one cannot fathom the hardships of life without experiencing the burdens of responsibility. Shortly after Lan Yi departed, another swordsman with a head of forgiving hue entered the scene. "Boss, I wish to buy a sword." With an array of items precariously balanced atop his head, Lan Yi wandered aimlessly through the streets. The emergence of cards was utterly unpredictable, save for the events in which he participated. Thus, he merely strolled, hoping for serendipity. Before long, he found himself in a quaint square, where a crowd had gathered, their discussions hinting at a culinary competition. Was it the one featuring Sanji? Lan Yi blinked, intrigued. Given the throng of people, he chose not to employ his ability to soar above them. The principle of his power was to generate downward repulsion for flight. Such force would be uncomfortable for an ordinary individual and disastrous for a child caught in its range. Although he had grown accustomed to the brutal rules of this world, Lan Yi preferred to adhere to the philosophy of non-aggression, unless provoked, of course. With a subtle expansion of his repulsive barrier, he parted the crowd before him, striding confidently into the throng. As a wielder of abilities, one must uphold a certain presence. Those who were pushed aside grumbled in discontent. Yet upon seeing the goods hovering above Lan Yi and the way the crowd parted, they dared not voice their grievances. Most villagers of Rog Town were aware of the existence of devil fruits. Successfully edging to the front, Lan Yi indeed spotted the golden-haired Sanji fervently flipping dishes. Without question, he was vying for the coveted prize, a legendary ingredient, the rare elephant tuna. Just as Lan Yi prepared to leave, his gaze fell upon a flash of orange within the prize area, nestled inside the very tuna. Once Sanji claims victory, he surely wouldn't mind if I performed a cesarean on his prize beforehand. Thus, Lan Yi decided to stay and watch the competition unfold. As expected, Sanji's culinary skills were exceptional, and he swiftly advanced to the final showdown against a fiery-haired culinary diva. If memory serves, her name was Carmen. Just as Lan Yi watched with keen interest, he suddenly felt a subtle shift. Over the course of a month-long duel, he had refined his abilities significantly. even mastering a technique to maintain a repulsive barrier around him in daily life. It was commonplace for someone to inadvertently step into his repulsive field. Especially given its expansive 5-meter range, it was only natural that a few would be caught within it. All that was required was a gentle nudge of repulsion to guide any intruders back to safety. This time, the intruder disregarded his warnings entirely, swiftly breaching the defenses with a singular focus on the goods perched above his head. Perhaps it was a particular item that caught their eye. Was it the snow walk or the ghost cleave? These were the only two valuables in sight. As he pondered, his hands remained deftly active. Without turning, Lan Yi extended his hand, converting repulsion into attraction, catching the intruder off guard as they were drawn towards his right hand. As if willingly offering themselves, he seized the intruder by the throat. Ah, the sensation was delightful, smooth and tender. It must be a young lady. However, the individual possessed an undeniable obsession with the item, even managing to snatch something from above their head despite being captured. Yet, they remained unaware of what had been taken, only sensing a shift in the repelling force. But Lan Yi knew he would never reclaim it. The person he had ensnared was playfully sticking out her tongue, grinning like a mischievous kitten. Come on, Lan Yi, let me go. This is quite painful, she pouted. With a slight smirk, Lan Yi refused to release his grip, instead wrapping his arm around her slender waist, drawing her closer. You little thief, isn't 9 million berries enough for you to indulge? Must you also pilfer my belongings? Indeed. The intruder was none other than the little thief Nami. Hiki. Nami beamed at Lan Yi, who was now within arm's reach. A big man like you buying women's perfume must surely be a gift for me, right? Casting a glance at the bottle in Nami's hand, he recognized it as the very perfume he had casually purchased at a card-themed fragrance shop. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a sudden gust of wind swept in from the side, prompting Lan Yi to instinctively shift Nami several steps to the side. Thanks to the protective layer of repulsion, he could either rebound the incoming force or, like water, be fluidly displaced by it. It resembled the paper drawing technique from the Navy 6 styles. Although his mastery was still in its infancy, if the attacking object traveled too swiftly, he could not react in time. Clang! A pot crashed down where Lan Yi had been standing moments before, rolling away before finally settling in silence. Hey, Lan Yi, you scoundrel. How dare you embrace Miss Nami? Just wait until I win the championship. I'll kick you away, came Sanji's furious shout. Nami, however, merely smiled at Lan Yi without a word. Reluctant to let go of Nami's soft waist, Lan Yi sighed in resignation. Well then, thank you, Nami exclaimed, raising the bag containing her perfume and tossing it aside. Where Usopp scrambled to catch it. Hey, Nami, you can't just throw things like that. What if I drop it? He protested. Then you'll have to pay for it. She retorted playfully. Wait, I'm helping you carry your things. Why do I have to? Usopp's complaints were cut off as Nami effortlessly leaned against Lan Yi's chest, tilting her head back with a smile. Why did you suddenly leave? Didn't Zoro tell you? Lan Yu raised an eyebrow. What did he say? Usopp interjected. Zoro has been asleep the whole time. He probably doesn't even know you disembarked. A smirk played on Lan Yi's lips. That fellow. By heavens. He is contemplating whether to let Ghost Che and Snow depart. Indeed, we thought you had gotten lost while collecting cards. And we searched for you for over half a month before ultimately deciding to leave due to your prolonged absence. Nami remarked, her eyes suddenly transforming. So, does this signify the conclusion of our agreement for the voyage? Shall we draft a new contract? The initial part warmed Blue Knight's heart. It was no wonder the other party had arrived so late in Rogue Town. As for the reason for their lack of encounters, it was likely because he would stow away his small vessel upon entering the duel arena, resulting in their fortuitous miss. However, the latter part left him momentarily stunned. Is it truly over? For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling emptiness within, as if something precious had been lost. Yet, should he encounter the dragon on this island and successfully join the revolutionary army, it would indeed mark the end of this chapter. Just as he was about to nod in affirmation, a gust of wind, more fierce than before, surged from his side. Blue Knight's expression became solemn. Such a forceful pressure, if struck head-on, would undoubtedly deplete at least 500 points of health. Damn it! Release Miss Nami at once. Hearing the furious shout nearby, there was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly Sanji who had arrived. Reluctantly, Blue Knight retreated, and without the support of Nami, she lost her balance. Before she could panic, Sanji, radiating an aura of hostility, took Blue Knight's place, offering his chest as a support for Nami. Ah, beautiful Miss Nami. I wish to be your knight, safeguarding your safety from lascivious intruders. Beside them, Blue Knight could only roll his eyes at Sanji's words. Banana. That term lecherous intruder seems far more fitting for you. In response to Sanji's affections, Nami handled the situation with remarkable ease. Compliments were graciously accepted. Did he wish to indulge in some liberties? The iron fist of love would be at the ready. Fortunately, Sanji's chivalrous spirit prevented him from overstepping boundaries. Though he was utterly defenseless against the charms of a beautiful lady, observing Sanji ensnaring Nami's attention, Blue Knight discreetly glided away. Approaching the prize area where the competition rewards were displayed, the event staff had clearly noticed the playful antics of Blue Knight and his companions, naturally assuming he was a friend of Sanji's. Moreover, the floating object above his head and the way he moved effortlessly through the air were unmistakable indicators of his status as a devil fruit user. Not worth the trouble, Blue Knight thought. Taking a calculated risk, he utilized 0.1 health points to conjure a magical card, slicing open the belly of an elephant tuna with a small incision, revealing an orange light that only he could perceive. With a flick of gravity, the orange card was drawn into his hand. Card: Elephant Tuna Caviar Rank. Orange category: Magic card effect. While the world knows the elephant tuna for its exquisite flesh, few are aware that its caviar is a true culinary marvel. Note: such delicacy deserves grand recognition. Blue Knight was taken aback. What on earth? He had expected a splendid card, yet all he received was caviar. Hey, what have you done to my prime ingredient? Sanji's furious roar echoed from behind, as an object rapidly surged through the pressure barrier. Without a doubt, it was Sanji charging once more. For Sanji, tampering with his ingredients was akin to assaulting a beautiful lady in his presence. Without hesitation, Blue Knight manipulated gravity to draw the elephant tuna into his grasp, then flung it backward, while he himself executed a graceful escape. After all, having committed a misdeed, a disemboweled fish could hardly be preserved, which was the root of Sanji's righteous fury regarding culinary sanctity. Damn it. The next time I see you, you shall experience my kick technique combo, Sanji lamented. Yet he had no choice but to let Blue Knight slip away. He then balanced the elephant tuna on one leg, ensuring its body did not touch the ground, preserving such a precious ingredient. Blue Knight, hearing Sanji's roar, did not look back as he tossed the sword Ghost and Snow Walk, which landed perfectly on the wooden table where the elephant tuna had been placed. This is for Zoro. It cost me 10 million berries. Deliver it to him and let him know he owes me a favor. Blue Knight's voice echoed from a distance. How infuriating. Why should I deliver this for that moss-headed fool? Sanji was clearly still fuming, but his hands were occupied, leaving him no choice but to watch Blue Knight vanish from sight. At that moment, Usopp and Nami arrived. Hey, Sanji. What was the quarrel between you and Blue Knight about? Usopp inquired, perplexed. Who knows what that little brat is thinking? Sanji replied, still visibly annoyed. Quickly, help me lift the fish's tail. We need to get the elephant tuna back onto the ship. What about these two swords? Nami asked, slightly drawing Snow Walk from its sheath, causing a flash of cold light. Miss Nami, Blue Knight said they were for Zoro. And they certainly appear to be fine swords. What a bargain for that moss-headed guy. Sanji's expression shifted from stormy to sunny in an instant. Hey, this is a bit unfair, isn't it? Usopp weakly protested. However, Sanji and Nami paid him no mind, deepening his sense of neglect as he silently approached to lift the tail of the elephant tuna. I am the valiant warrior Usopp of the sea, and yet you dare to disregard me. In the future, do not come seeking the great warrior Usopp. After parting ways with Sanji and the others, Blue Knight ceased his aimless wandering and flew directly toward the execution platform, timing his arrival. He figured Luffy would soon reach the execution platform where Roger had once met his end, only to be nearly beheaded by Buggy and his crew. Sure enough, upon his arrival, Blue Knight found Luffy standing on the platform, engaged in conversation with a strikingly beautiful woman below. This is Erlita, who was once sent flying by Luffy with a single punch. Now, having been awed by Luffy's strength, she wishes to propose to him. Although the distance renders her words inaudible, it is certain that Luffy has declined. Blue Knight, not wishing to intrude, finds a balcony on a tall building 50 meters from the execution platform, where he sets out an assortment of pastries and drinks, enjoying the spectacle below while indulging in his snacks. In that brief moment, Luffy finds himself shackled by a wooden restraint, courtesy of Buggy's crew member, Kabeji. Uncertain if the cuffs contain sea prism stone, Luffy struggles in vain. What a pity there are no spatial tools, otherwise he might have considered taking that wooden restraint with him. As Blue Knight savors a cookie, he observes the unfolding drama with keen interest. At that moment, the weather, once radiant with sunshine, suddenly shifts as ominous clouds roll in from the distance, heralding an impending downpour. Gazing at the unnaturally approaching clouds, Blue Knight deduces that they must be manipulated by Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. Such coincidences cannot be mere chance. Concurrently, he notices numerous Navy personnel in sailor uniforms bustling about, setting up artillery and establishing strongpoints. The central square of the execution platform is subtly encircled. At a moment's notice, the Navy could seize control of all exits, ensnaring everyone within. Yet, the impending execution of the pirate Luffy has drawn a considerable crowd of civilians, creating a blockade. This, no doubt, is one reason the Navy hesitates to act. There are far too many civilians present. Just as Buggy raises his large blade, preparing to execute Luffy, Zoro and Sanji finally arrive on the scene. However, their presence does not deter Buggy. He can easily decapitate Luffy before they can reach him. Zoro and Sanji, upon witnessing this, tighten their expressions and rush toward the execution platform. Armed with their weapons, Zoro with his swords and Sanji with his formidable kicks. They show no mercy to Buggy's crew, who are utterly outmatched. Their objective is clear: to delay the execution at the cost of their own lives. Blue Knight watches with curiosity. Why do these profit-driven pirates show no fear in the face of death? With the executioner's blade poised above him, Luffy utters his final words. "I'm sorry, but I'm going to die." His trademark grin, unfazed by the impending doom, stuns Blue Knight momentarily. In that instant, Buggy's blade descends with ferocity. Life hangs by a thread. "I would rather not be the Pirate King," Luffy exclaims just as the blade falls. Blue Knight, almost instinctively, raises his hand to use his gravitational powers to intercept the blade, but another force acts first. A brilliant light illuminates the scene, connecting the ominous clouds to Buggy's weapon with a long arc of azure lightning. Thunder rumbles ominously. At that moment, rather than Luffy's head, it is Buggy who is struck by lightning. The execution platform, already dilapidated, shatters under the tumult, granting Luffy his freedom. As a rubber man, he is impervious to the electric shock. Breathing heavily, Blue Knight sinks onto the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. Despite knowing the outcome of this scene, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene when Luffy faced execution. Unconsciously, he had positioned himself within the reach of his own abilities. Scanning the expressions of shock among the crowd below, he manages a stiff smile, realizing he had been overly tense, his muscles still rigid. Raindrops, the size of soybeans, begin to pour down. A storm has arrived. "Wow, how magnificent!" Luffy exclaims, brimming with excitement. "What's happening? This seems extraordinary." Seizing the moment of astonishment, Zoro rushes to Luffy's side and, with a swift motion, grabs him by the scruff, lifting him as one might a puppy. "Luffy, it's time to escape," Zoro insists impatiently. "If we don't hurry back to the ship, we may never leave this island," Sanji warns, pointing to the encroaching Navy. "If that happens, we won't reach the Grand Line." "What? That would be disastrous. Let's flee." Luffy and his companions dash toward the harbor, the direction where Blue Knight is located. After searching fruitlessly for Dragon, Blue Knight prepares to take to the skies to follow Luffy, confident that Dragon will intervene if Luffy is ensnared by Smoker. "You just watched your captain nearly be executed, and now you wish to be promoted from first mate?" A deep voice calls from behind. "Who?" Blue Knight exclaims, startled, and leaps from the balcony only to turn around. Before him stands a figure with silver hair, a cigar in his mouth, clad in a navy cloak that is open to reveal his muscular physique. Such a distinctive appearance could only belong to Smoker. "What bad luck," Blue Knight mutters, retreating hastily. Soaring backward. Despite his speed, he cannot escape Smoker's assault. A fist enveloped in white smoke lunges toward him, striking his abdomen. At the last moment, Blue Knight manages to conjure a protective barrier, barely withstanding the blow. Yet, propelled by the force of the punch, he is sent hurtling toward the ground. Had he not exerted all his effort to halt his descent just half a meter above the ground, the impact would have been enough to incapacitate him. His gravitational shield, laden with various items, scatters about him. "Hey, it's Blue Knight. What are you doing here?" Luffy and his friends approach. "You idiot, watch me." Sanji charges forward but is intercepted by Zoro. "Get out of my way, green hair. Don't you realize what's going on? Perverted Kappa. Is this really the time for petty grievances? Look around. If we delay any longer, none of us will escape." Zoro retorts without hesitation. At this moment, it is indeed remarkable that the two can still engage in a verbal spar. "I said to them, since you are here, why not stay?" Before Blue Knight could finish speaking, Smoker had already pursued them, his form enveloped in a misty haze, intent on encircling the four. "Get away from me." Zoro's slash and Sanji's kick were unleashed simultaneously, alas, against Smoker, who wields the powers of the Moku Moku no Mi. Their physical attacks devoid of haki were merely a gentle tickle. Instead, The mist ensnared Zoro's sword-wielding hand and Sanji's kicking leg, spreading like an invasive vine toward their bodies. "Hey, let go of me." Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy unleashed an attack that pierced through Smoker's head, but regrettably, it bore no effect. And soon even Luffy found himself ensnared by the mist. Blue Knight's expression darkened with frustration. Having scarcely taken a few steps, how could they have been ensnared by Smoker? Helpless, a gravitational layer was generated in the palm, initially pulling the still shallowly entrapped Zoro and Sanji out of Smoker's misty domain. Subsequently, a circular motion was traced in the air with the right hand, creating a repulsive layer of considerable height, which unleashed the maximum repulsive force within a unit of time, forcefully propelling Luffy away. Smoker, due to his body being in a mist form, was merely dispersed rather than being propelled alongside Luffy. Thus, all three managed to extricate themselves from Smoker's foggy grasp. Naturally, Smoker was unwilling to relent, intent on unleashing the mist to capture the four once more. However, Lan Yi advanced rather than retreated, plunging into Smoker's vaporous realm and establishing a gravitational layer 10 centimeters from his surface, firmly ensnaring the mist that Smoker had transformed into. Additionally, a repulsive layer was created 5 centimeters from his body, preventing Smoker's mist from encroaching upon him. Yet the outer gravitational layer rendered it impossible for him to pursue Luffy and the others. In this month's duels, it is evident that Blue Knight did not perish in vain on numerous occasions. He has come to ascertain the extent of his abilities, ensuring they only affect Smoker while sparing the slightly distant Luffy and his companions. "You three, flee quickly. I will hold him back." Blue Knight's voice resonated from within the mist. "Hey, you can't just leave your comrades behind." Luffy was the first to object. "I never agreed to be your ally. This hardly counts as abandonment, but I have already come to regard you as my companion." Luffy interjected, leaving Blue Knight momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the mist dissipated, and Smoker materialized before Blue Knight, their eyes locked mere centimeters apart, a cigar held firmly in his hand. "Damn, you startled me," Blue Knight exclaimed. "I thought you were going to kiss me." Smoker, visibly annoyed, swallowed his praise for Blue Knight's selflessness and retorted, "You cannot escape. Do not engage in futile struggles. We will discuss this when you are capable of moving." "Humph. I wonder how long you can endure." The standoff continued, with Blue Knight prepared and Smoker firmly restricting his movements, while Luffy and his companions refused to abandon him. Soon, a multitude of naval soldiers arrived, encircling the four. And under Smoker's command, they began assaulting Luffy and his friends. "Luffy, I'm telling you, if you don't leave now, you might miss your chance at the Grand Line," Blue Knight urged in distress. "Don't worry, I have my own way to escape," he reassured. Not genuinely intending to sacrifice himself, he believed that if he could fend off the enemies for Luffy, Dragon would not let him perish. If worst came to worst, he could plunge into the sea with Smoker, who feared the water, and see who would flinch first. "Then tell me your plan," Luffy insisted. "I absolutely cannot abandon my companions to pursue my dreams." "Aren't you aspiring to be the Pirate King?" "If you were captured here, then I would rather not become the Pirate King." Blue Knight's heart skipped at Luffy's declaration, realizing that Luffy's regard for him rivaled that of Zoro and others. A peculiar thought arose within him. What a fool! How can one be so inflexible in thought, yet still feel a hint of emotion? As the situation grew more dire, Blue Knight found himself at an impasse. He knew that for Luffy, whom he could not sway, even the iron fist of Garp would be ineffective. If only the three burdens could leave, Blue Knight would be free to attack or retreat. But how had it come to this? Just as the standoff reached a climax, a sudden gust of green wind swept through, halting even the torrential rain. Blue Knight felt Smoker slip from his grasp, and before he could react, he was spun around, finding himself alongside Luffy and the others at the port of Rogue Town. They were surrounded by Navy soldiers, who were taken aback by the sudden appearance of pirates. Before they could recover, Luffy and his friends began to wreak havoc among them. "It's Dragon! It must be Dragon's doing." Blue Knight's eyes widened, and he attempted to use his magic to fly towards the execution square, only to be hindered by a dense net. It's the Navy's prison nets designed to capture Devil Fruit users. With a swift motion, he released 10 magical cards in an attempt to cut through the net. However, the result was disheartening, though Blue Knight was not afraid of sea stone. The steel net was impervious to his magic. He could only halt his movement and use his magic to repel the prison nets. The cannon roared as Blue Knight activated a protective barrier to deflect the cannonballs, only to realize that their targets were not him but rather the harbor behind him, specifically the unlaunched Going Merry. At that moment, on the Going Merry, Nami and Usopp were being chased by a lion, unable to navigate the ship, surrounded by Navy soldiers. With prison nets blocking their escape, and Nami and Usopp's lives at stake, the Going Merry was at risk of being bombarded and sunk in Roguetown Harbor. Although Luffy and his companions fought fiercely, the overwhelming number of Navy soldiers could delay them for over a minute. A minute was sufficient for the Navy to reduce the unlaunched Going Merry to wreckage. Frantically assessing the situation, Blue Knight felt a surge of panic. Finally, with a resolute determination, he removed his glasses and turned towards the Going Merry. He was not nearsighted. He wore glasses merely to remind himself to stay calm. But now, he needed to unleash his fury. Joining the Revolutionary Army would still be an option, but he could not bear to watch the Going Merry sink before his eyes. He could not bear to see Nami and Usopp perish, nor could he bear the thought of Luffy and the others going on a rampage after losing their comrades, ultimately meeting their fate and impelled down. Despite his verbal denial of their bond, Blue Knight's body was honest. After all, he was a fan of pirates. With reddened eyes, Blue Knight unleashed his magic, soaring onto the Going Merry in less than 5 seconds. He directed a gravitational force towards the line pursuing Nami and Usopp, yanking it into the air and then hurling it at an incoming cannonball, leaving its fate to chance. Surrounded by magical cards, he detonated nearby cannonballs mid-air and unleashed a massive repulsive force, keeping all cannonballs and encroaching Navy soldiers at bay. The crisis was momentarily averted. Seeing this, Usopp cried out, "Ah, Blue Knight, if you had come any later, stop whining like a baby and help Nami set sail on the Going Merry," Blue Knight barked, causing Usopp to shrink back, glancing nervously at the furious Blue Knight before obediently preparing to set sail. Blue Knight was terrifying at that moment, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could not afford to be trifled with. The sudden change in plans fueled his anger, and he attempted to strike the distant cannons, but they were too far, exceeding his precise range. Though his magic cards could travel far, the accuracy required for such a long shot was beyond his capability. The difference between success and failure was minuscule yet monumental. Unable to neutralize the cannons, Blue Knight could only maintain a protective barrier around the Going Merry, unable to depart. Damn it! With a fierce curse, Lanyu seized the opportunity during a brief lull in cannon fire to dissipate the repulsive force protective barrier and, using gravity, summoned Zoro and Sanji to his side. He then unceremoniously thrust them toward the Going Merry. The next wave of cannonballs was already on its way, forcing Lanyu to once again raise the protective barrier. With the robust Sanji and Zoro joining forces, preparations for departure accelerated dramatically, and within less than 20 seconds, the sails were raised, setting course for the open sea. Lanyu's eyes sparkled at the sight. With Zoro and Sanji's protection, the Going Merry was essentially safe. But could he? Glancing at the lower left corner, he hesitated upon seeing his life value at 2015. Ultimately deciding rationally to don his glasses and leap onto the ship's upper deck, casting a reluctant glance back at Roguetown. After the previous exhausting encounters and multiple full-force exertions, he was left with only a quarter of his life value. At that moment, Dragon's whereabouts remained unknown. To charge recklessly would be foolish, and he would deserve to be captured and impelled down for such recklessness. Ah, that Ambiorix Ivankov was also imprisoned and impelled down. Perhaps, no. It would be better to follow Luffy's ship, for they would eventually head to impel down as well. The Revolutionary Army had a presence in Alabasta there. He might glean some information. On the terrifying ship of the three-masted vessel, he could encounter the lurking Bartholomew Kuma, a former warlord of the sea working for the world government, who might also provide some insights. Lost in thought, a sudden loud roar pierced the air. Looking up, he saw Luffy soaring toward him, evidently propelled by his rubbery abilities. Had Luffy not so nonchalantly insisted earlier, he might have already found himself aboard Dragon's ship, successfully embarking on a revolutionary journey against the world government. The thought ignited a simmering resentment within Lanyu. He had always been a man of action, never one to let grievances fester overnight. Creating a repulsive layer in front of him, he forcefully rebounded the incoming Luffy back to the shore, landing him amidst a throng of Navy soldiers. The Navy soldiers were bewildered. Luffy exclaimed, "Huh? What?" Nami remained silent. Sanji was startled. Zoro praised, "Well done. Otherwise, I would have been hit again." Usopp protested, Hey, that revenge was too obvious. Hey, Lanyu, why did you send me back?" Luffy complained, expressing his frustration. "If it weren't for Buggy helping me fend off that cigar-smoking old man, I might have been caught, you know?" Ironically, Buggy and his crew were also having a rough time, as Luffy's landing spot was right next to their ship. At that moment, Smoker finally arrived on the battlefield. With Dragon's protection, Smoker deemed it impossible to capture Luffy, so he took a hard stance against Buggy and his crew. Unable to contend with Dragon, The Straw Hat Pirates had no choice but to watch Luffy slip away, leaving Buggy's crew in disbelief. Luffy thought that Buggy had selflessly shielded him from Smoker, allowing his escape. Had it not been for Dragon's green whirlwind whisking him onto the ship, he would have surely stayed to fight alongside Buggy's crew. Not wanting to dwell on past grievances, Lan Yi turned his gaze resolutely toward a singular direction. There, clad in a black cloak, stood Dragon, watching him from afar. Bidding farewell to his son, Luffy, Lan Yi had previously attempted to rush forward but was hindered by the relentless bombardment from the Navy. With only a quarter of his life remaining, he could not risk flying to the shore. It seemed Dragon understood this, summoning a gust of green wind to sweep Lan Yi back aboard the ship. Watching the white hunter Smoker eyeing him ominously from the shore, Lan Yi gritted his teeth, unable to suppress his frustration as he struck the ship's stern with a fist. Luffy and the others noticed Lan Yi's unusual demeanor and fell silent. As the Going Merry drifted further away, until the silhouette of Logtown was no longer visible, Lan Yi finally made his way from the stern to the bow. He would have to seek clues about the Revolutionary Army along the Grand Line. The storm continued to rage, waves crashing against the Going Merry as if to swallow it whole. Fortunately, the ship was well crafted and resilient against such tempests. However, Usopp was incessantly lamenting that they were doomed and that the ship would capsize. Suddenly, a bright light pierced through the downpour. It was a lighthouse, the guiding light of the Grand Line. The entrance to the Grand Line lay at the end of that beam. Luffy and the others were filled with excitement, except for Usopp, who clung nervously to the mast, while the others wore eager expressions. All right, to celebrate our imminent entry into the Grand Line, let's have a launching ceremony. Captain Luffy proposed, and the crew eagerly agreed. As Luffy's ship, the launching ceremony could not be a mere bottle-breaking ritual. Luffy brought over a large barrel of alcohol, initially intending for everyone to place their hands on it, yet Sanji, the first to step forward, placed his foot on it instead. Sanji declared, "I seek to find the all blue and behold the beautiful mermaid princess." With Sanji's lead, the others followed suit, placing their feet on the barrel. Luffy proclaimed, "I aim to become the Pirate King." Zoro stated, "I aspire to be the greatest swordsman." Nami added, "I wish to chart the world map." Usopp exclaimed, I want to be a brave warrior of the sea." Lan Yi observed silently, having no intention of participating in this unique launching ceremony. Even though a spot remained vacant on the barrel, he declined. "Hey, Lan Yi, come join us," Luffy invited with a bright smile. "I have no desire to be a pirate. There is no need for that," he firmly rejected. "Hey, Lan Yi, regardless of whether you consider yourself our comrade, when you abandon something important to come back for me and Usopp, to save the Going Merry, we have already regarded you as one of us," Nami chimed in, her smile touching Lan Yi's heart. "Indeed, Lan Yi, I am truly grateful for saving me. Although I do not know what you sacrificed, I can tell that you hold something dear, and you gave it up to save the Merry. Thank you so much." Usopp's heartfelt words resonated deeply. "Well, black-haired kid, considering you gifted me 2 swords, I will allow you to join," Sanji conceded, adding, "But you better not touch my ingredients." He still harbored resentment over the elephant tuna incident. Listening to the invitations from his companions, Lan Yi, despite his reluctance to become a pirate, felt an overwhelming temptation at the prospect of participating in the Straw Hat Pirates launching ceremony into the Grand Line. However, he instinctively hesitated to engage further with Luffy and the others. He was afraid. He feared that he would truly be assimilated by this group, ultimately accepting the life of a pirate, joining the Straw Hat crew, and becoming one of them. This is absolutely unacceptable. His ambition is to overthrow this morbid world. Joining the revolutionaries is imperative. How could one halt at this juncture? Sensing Blue Knight's hesitation, the emotionally astute Nami gently interjected, "Do not overthink it. The launching ceremony requires the participation of the entire crew. Otherwise, it would be incomplete, and you know what that signifies. I implore you." After saying this, Nami assumed a pitiful demeanor. Blue Knight was taken aback. He genuinely was unaware of this custom. Nevertheless, he resolved to adapt to local customs. This was not merely for himself, but for the Straw Hat Pirates to seamlessly navigate through the tapestry of history. Justifying to himself, Blue Knight finally approached the barrel and placed his left foot atop it. "I do this to gather a sufficient number of cards, to possess the power to dictate my own fate and to transform this ailing world." After a brief moment of hesitation, Blue Knight's words predominantly revolved around gaining strength, with a vague addition of his true intentions. "All right then, let us set sail for the Grand Line." At Luffy's command, the 5 of them simultaneously lifted their left legs high. Thus, the launching ceremony was completed, amidst the tempestuous storm aboard the Going Merry. The Straw Hat Pirates and Blue Knight solemnly defined their objective of entering the Grand Line and forge bonds among themselves. 20. Luffy's intellectual limits. Despite having glimpsed the guiding light, the true entry into the Grand Line remained a distant prospect. After 5 days of sailing, the entrance to the Grand Line still seemed an elusive dream. Nami, didn't you say the end would be the Grand Line? Why haven't we arrived yet? Usopp's voice was laden with exhaustion. We only departed from Logtown 5 days ago. If we wait another week or so, we will reach it. Usopp's face fell instantly. In contrast, Luffy continued to grin broadly, his enthusiasm undiminished. Zoro remained in his customary deep slumber, while Sanji busied himself preparing desserts for Nami. Meanwhile, Blue Knight's figure flickered intermittently in the crow's nest, disappearing every 10 minutes or so, reappearing after 1, 3, or even 5 minutes. He was utterly captivated by the arena of dueling. Initially, he had achieved an impressive streak of 17 consecutive victories. On the brink of reaching 20 wins to fulfill a modest goal, with only 3/5 of the effort remaining to earn a coveted green card. However, misfortune struck when he encountered a user of the devil fruit, who decisively overwhelmed him. Since that fateful encounter, it seemed that for every 3 opponents he faced, one would invariably be a devil fruit user. Strangely, they were all users of the Zoan type, widely regarded as the weakest among the devil fruits. Of course, this was only in comparison to the Paramecia and Logia types. At this juncture, the Zoan users were unequivocally his nemesis. Their agility rendered him quite ill at ease, leaving him with little recourse other than to unleash his repulsion ability over a wide area, which proved to be futile against their nimbleness. Once they closed in on him, his defeat was virtually assured. In the past 5 days, he had not managed even a single 3-win streak. Encountering a Zoan user resulted in immediate capitulation, and the daily rewards consisted solely of red cards. It was infuriating. His repulsion fruit had the potential to scale walls, yet the constricted arena was maddeningly limiting. The vast expanse of the arena was an ideal environment for the Zoan users to stretch their limbs. Regardless of whether he employed serpentine strikes, air blasts, explosive air projectiles, or magical cards, it was exceedingly difficult to land a hit on a Zoan user intent on evasion. The only instance where he secured a kill was when an opponent, overconfident in their proximity, let their guard down and fell victim to a silent air blast that pierced their forehead. However, that individual was clearly a recent recipient of their powers, which allowed him to exploit a momentary lapse. Otherwise, the 1-second delay in charging the air blast would have been ample time for evasion. After all, while the air blast was invisible, the direction of his finger was not. As for the instantaneously released repulsion blast, alas, his output was insufficient to penetrate the opponent's physical defenses. It was perplexing, despite utilizing the same force to propel. The damage inflicted by the pure repulsion blasts paled in comparison to that of compressed air bullets, differing by multiple magnitudes. Perhaps this was akin to the disparity between live rounds and blank cartridges. Consequently, this meant that his convenient and swift repulsion blasts were only effective against ordinary Navy soldiers or pirate lackeys. Against those with even a modicum of strength, he was compelled to rely on real ammunition. Eventually, he ceased his offensive maneuvers altogether. Closing his eyes, he expanded his repulsion sensing field, using its feedback to trace the trajectory of incoming attacks and evade them by harnessing the pressure generated by the opponent's strikes. This was akin to a newfound skill reminiscent of a paper drawing combined with observation hockey. Unfortunately, this ability fluctuated in reliability. At times, he would falter due to panic, misjudging the timing or angle of his evasions, leading to his untimely demise. Although death in the dueling arena was not permanent, each experience felt vividly real, whether it was a headshot, a cleaving blow, decapitation, dismemberment, or a heart-piercing strike. After days of such torment, his mental state was severely diminished. Nami, upon witnessing his plight, teasingly remarked, "You should refrain from those activities at night. Otherwise, you might find yourself too weak to take flight." Furthermore, she added, "Your target wouldn't happen to be me, would it?" In response to Nami's playful banter, Blue Knight insisted that his reddened face was not due to shyness, but rather a consequence of the sweltering heat, despite not having seen the sun for 5 days. After yet another distraction led to his being felled by a pirate whose face he had yet to see, Blue Knight lamented that he had perished 13 times that day and decided to take a break. As per his routine, he scanned the surroundings for any cards that might appear, only to suddenly notice a peculiar sight in the distance. It dawned on him that he had overlooked a particular storyline. Before Luffy and his crew embarked on their journey across the Grand Line, there was an essential tale involving the 1,000-year dragon that needed to unfold. "Hey, look over there. A flock of seabirds is circling something low in the sky," he called out without a second thought. What is it? Luffy inquired. I can't see clearly. It might be a large fish, Sanji speculated, having heard that seabirds tend to gather above big fish. Fish? Luffy exclaimed. Let's catch it for lunch. All right, I'm on it. For Luffy, fish and meat were synonymous. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt from his special seat, extending his rubber arm toward the distant object and successfully reeling in what he presumed to be a fish. However, the trajectory of his catch was far from reassuring. Even Sanji, who was well aware of Luffy's tendencies, felt a pang of anxiety. Wait a moment. How do you plan to land that? Sanji began. But before he could finish, Luffy's hand shot toward him. Sanji instinctively ducked to avoid the impending calamity, but Zoro, who was fast asleep behind him, was not as fortunate. He was sent flying overboard, while the fish Luffy had caught lay on the deck. Oops. Sorry, Zoro, Luffy said cheerfully. You big idiot. Sanji exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, furious. Fortunately, Blue Knight had anticipated this outcome and used his gravity ability to firmly grasp Zoro, preventing him from plunging into the sea and becoming a drenched mess. Though he had evaded becoming a soggy casualty, the impact was still palpable. Zoro, with his eyes rolling back, was drawn by Blue Knight's gravity to the lookout tower, murmuring, that idiot. One day, I will definitely cut him down. Absolutely. Alongside Zoro, the object of Luffy's reckless antics, a large fish, turned out to be a small girl, seemingly no older than 10. How strange. Is she a mermaid? Where are her fins? Luffy scratched his head in confusion. What are you talking about? She doesn't look like a mermaid at all, Usopp retorted. But earlier, didn't we say she was a big fish? Now it seems she is not edible, he lamented with a disappointed expression. Hey, that's too far to see clearly. It's a girl. A human. Don't even think about eating her. Nami interjected, stepping protectively between the girl and Luffy. Of course, I know, mermaids are people too. And we can't eat them, Luffy replied. I already said she's not a mermaid, she is a human, Nami insisted. But didn't we previously say she was a big fish? Sanji even suggested catching her for lunch. I mentioned earlier that it was unclear, it was just speculation. So, she is a mermaid then? Blue Knight, observing Usopp, Sanji, and Nami trying to correct Luffy's misconceptions, sighed in exasperation. After following your captain for so long, haven't you realized that his intellectual capacity is incapable of comprehending such complexities? Due to the girl's unconscious state, the crew laid her on a simple wooden bed in the kitchen, where Sanji prepared a light soup for her. Given her pale complexion, it was evident that she had not eaten for several days and required some gentle nourishment. This instance highlighted that Luffy and his companions were pirates pursuing their dreams, rather than bloodthirsty butchers seeking wealth. Should they encounter pirates of the likes of Bucky, one could scarcely expect such favorable treatment. Even if they were not cast back into the sea, they would undoubtedly be relegated to the status of laborers. At lunchtime, the crew gathered around the dining table, eagerly anticipating Sanji's culinary exhibition. Oh, is Blue Knight joining us for lunch today? Sanji inquired, astonished. Yes, I'm a bit tired today and just need to rest, came the reply. What? That means I get one less portion, Luffy complained. If you wanted more to eat, you could have just said so. Why must you eat someone else's? Sanji retorted, somewhat exasperated. But seeing food makes me want to eat it. The crew responded in unison. Typically, Blue Knight would not be invited to lunch, as he might still be engaged in the arena, making him difficult to find. Hence, Sanji would always reserve a portion for him. The crew had long since grown accustomed to Blue Knight's sporadic disappearances. Well, it usually gets snatched away by Luffy anyway. After all, he is made of rubber, and his stomach merely expands, Sanji noted, resigned to the situation. Thus, he found it quite surprising that Blue Knight had chosen to sit down and wait for lunch. As the tantalizing aromas wafted from Sanji's cooking, Blue Knight's gaze shifted to a young girl at the table. He had forgotten her name but vaguely recalled that she was a devil fruit user capable of understanding the conversations of animals. Although he could not remember the specifics of her powers or her name, his reason for joining the meal was partly fatigue, but also to confirm a notion he had regarding a card generation experiment. As Blue Knight endeavored to recall more details, the little girl's nose twitched, seemingly awakened by the delicious scents emanating from Sanji's cooking. Suddenly, she sprang up, only to accidentally collide with Usopp, who merely intended to cover her with a blanket. The unfortunate Usopp found himself knocked to the floor, stars dancing before his eyes. Ouch! That hurt, the girl exclaimed. You're awake, Blue Knight said, drawing her attention. You seem quite lively. How do you feel? You must be starving. I'm preparing soup for you, Sanji added, turning with a smile. Sanji was always exceptionally attentive to girls, no matter how young. The little girl appeared momentarily stunned, as if processing her surroundings. Before she erupted into an excited cheer. What luck! Clearly, she had recalled her previous predicament and understood that she had been rescued by Luffy and the others. Nami smiled gently at this and said, "Were you in trouble? You truly are fortunate to have been found by us. What is your name? What is this?" The girl replied, her expression stern. "You're supposed to introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name." Nami blinked in surprise but soon chuckled. Seemingly possessing a unique fondness for children, she was about to introduce the crew when Blue Knight interjected. "Hey, little one," he said, rising to loom over her menacingly. "Don't get too cocky. We are pirates, and since we're short on ingredients, we might just have to turn you into meat buns tonight." True to form. Blue Knight's sinister expression, coupled with his mention of being a pirate and the prospect of turning her into meat buns, caused the little girl to freeze in fright. Her braids standing on end as she rolled her eyes back, becoming utterly still. "This is quite alarming. What are you doing, Lanya? You frightened her," Nami reproached. Lanya shrugged. Seemingly indifferent to Nami's criticism, his gaze instead fixated on the top of the little girl's head, where a green light flickered. The sight stirred something within him. The green card, a tier just below the cyan card that represented the elemental fruit, surpassed the red card in his possession, the water avoidance pearl, by an entire level. Simultaneously, it confirmed that any event involving Lanya held the potential for card generation, provided he took the lead. Had he merely prompted the situation like Luffy did before? Even if the little girl had been unconscious, no card would have materialized. Suddenly, Nami, with her prominent curves, obstructed Lanya's line of sight. Hey, Lanya. What kind of look is that? You can't possibly want to turn her into." Lanya, suppressing a smirk, chose to ignore Nami, as if to suggest that he was not the type to indulge in such macabre thoughts. Observing his silence, Nami's complexion paled, incredulity etched across her face. "I never expected you to be that kind of person, Lanya. I truly misjudged you." "Hey, is human meat delicious? Is there a lot of meat inside?" Luffy, catching wind of the pivotal word meat, could not suppress his drooling. "You idiot, that's made from human flesh. Do you really want to eat it?" Nami delivered a sharp blow to him. "What? Isn't human meat still meat? Why can't I eat it?" Luffy protested. "I've told you, it's human meat. You can't eat that." Nami reiterated. "Ah, meat that can't be eaten. What a shame. Yes, absolutely forbidden. Well then, Sanji, I'm hungry. All right, coming right up. But there won't be any human buns. I absolutely refuse to make those." "Ah, but there has to be meat. I want to eat. I want to eat." Nami, rubbing her temples in exasperation, found herself at a loss for words regarding Luffy's simplistic reasoning. She then settled next to Lanya, contemplating how to persuade him. Still believing he genuinely desired to consume human buns. Such a lovely girl, how could he even consider it? With no other choice, Lanya explained. "I merely intended to startle her based on her tone towards you." "What are you talking about? I'm not Luffy. I have no interest in human flesh." "Ah, that's a relief." Nami exhaled deeply, patting her ample bosom, and then teasingly added, "With such concern for me, could it be that you've fallen for me?" She accentuated her point by accentuating her curves. Lanya struggled to divert his gaze from Nami's alluring form, utterly speechless. Indeed, choosing to board the ship had proven to be a grave mistake. At this moment, Sanji had completed the preparation of the meal. When he presented the dishes, he expressed strong discontent at how close Nami and Lanya were seated. It was only then that Nami returned to her seat to relish Sanji's specially crafted sumptuous feast. Lanya let out a sigh of relief, his fingers playfully tracing the green card atop the little girl's head. "HM? This green card is a skill card. But the skill. 22. Chopper the Cute card. Druid's listening rank. Green category. Skill card effect. Grants the ability to comprehend the emotions conveyed by non-human life forms, allowing the wielder to transmit corresponding emotional information. Note, currently capable of communicating with all races. Lanya. This skill is indeed advantageous, as it will enable simple communication with beings of other races, extending his influence throughout nature. However, what on earth is this note? Is it some sort of morbid humor? From the very beginning, each note has appeared somewhat peculiar, yet still within the bounds of acceptability. However, this time, what does it mean to attract all races of sisters? Do I look so desperate? How infuriating. What's wrong, Lanwei? Are you still pondering how to pursue me? Nami teased upon noticing Lanwei's unusual expression. "I'm off to eat, taking my portion along with Usopp as half." Lanwei soared to the lookout, swiftly finishing the meal before plunging into the arena for battle. Perhaps channeling his grief into combat, Lanwei remarkably secured a 7-game winning streak on top of his previous victory. As dusk fell, less than 3 hours remained until midnight. Yes, let us muster the energy for another 10 consecutive wins. The first orange card in the duel arena is a magical one. Just look at what I currently lack in storage space, healing methods, or even devil fruits. Any of those would be welcome. Although I am aware that orange quality is merely second to last, making the appearance of such items unlikely, it doesn't hurt to dream. A life devoid of dreams is no different from that of a mere fish. Even if one were a fish, one should strive to live vibrantly. With this thought in mind, just as Lanwei was about to enter the duel arena, a high-pitched scream echoed from the ship's cabin. It was the little girl's voice. Instinctively, Lanwei felt compelled to check the situation, only to realize, at this moment, the little girl should be in search of something to eat, and by chance, she encounters Luffy, who is also on the same quest. Sanji, who despises anyone meddling with his ingredients, has taken it upon himself to purchase an oversized mousetrap specifically for the incorrigible Luffy, including this instance. Luffy has now been ensnared by that stationary mousetrap a staggering 17 times, painfully clamping his rubber waist. Being made of rubber has spared him from severe injury. Yet had it been Blue Knight, he surmises that such a colossal trap would have shattered his bones without hesitation. With the commotion caused, it is reasonable to assume that Sanji would investigate. Thus, Blue Knight chooses to disregard it and immerses himself back into the arena to continue his struggles. Recently, among the opponents he has faced, there has been a tendency for every 2 duelists to include one with a Zoan fruit ability. A fact that has consistently plagued Blue Knight, leaving him vexed. His only recourse is to soar into the sky, hanging at a distance, and unleash his artillery in hopes of obliterating his foe. Should his health deplete by 1/3 without vanquishing his opponent, he will then shift his focus to honing his repulsion sense, training his reflexes until he meets his demise in various forms. It is an undeniable truth that any creature possessing a modicum of agility poses a significant challenge to those endowed with the powers of the fruit. Furthermore, the natural fruit users, whose sole means of offense lies in the passive defense of a repulsive barrier, can only threaten their adversaries by clinging to them and plunging into the sea together. Regrettably, the arena of dueling lacks such aquatic depths. Thus, I find my offensive capabilities woefully inadequate, a mere reflection of my scant development of fruit powers. As I ponder this predicament, I am abruptly drawn into the duel space. My previous opponent was a pirate with a bounty of 60 million. Hence, it comes as no surprise that my current adversary is also a fruit user. However, upon laying eyes on my opponent, I am taken aback, my eyes widening in astonishment. The duelist wields a club-like staff, and given his identity, I deduce it to be a pestle. Perched atop his head is a signature round red hat, and his fluffy brown fur is contrasted by a singular blue nose. Most astonishingly, he stands at a mere height of less than 1 meter, approximately 70 centimeters. Gazing upon this familiar figure, I cannot help but exclaim in disbelief, "What on earth? How can it be you? Who are you?" In a state of panic, the duelist scurries to the weapon wall behind him, seeking refuge behind a shield large enough to conceal his diminutive form, before crouching down, his hands resting on the edges of the shield, peering cautiously around it. This signature evasive maneuver provoked an uncontrollable fit of laughter from Lan Yi. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" the duelist bellowed, feeling a profound sense of mockery. "Ha ha, my apologies. Ha ha ha, your movements. Ha ha." Lan Yi laughed breathlessly. The duelist was greatly vexed, yet timidly maintained his peculiar evasive posture, crouching low and refraining from any bold movements. The dazzling array of weapons surrounding him, coupled with the strangeness of his sudden appearance in this locale, compelled him to remain on high alert. After laughing for approximately a minute, Blue Knight gradually acclimated to his opponent's unique style, nonchalantly seated himself on the ground, and beckoned. "Chopper, come here. Let us converse face to face." Indeed, the adversary in this duel was none other than the reindeer Chopper, who had consumed the Zoan-type human fruit. His full name being Tony Chopper, a creature exceedingly adorable, a veritable super cute pet. Oh no, the future doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. "I refuse. You look like a bad guy," Chopper exclaimed, bewildered. "Huh? How do you know my name?" "Because you are quite famous. Many adore your charming raccoon-like appearance," Blue Knight replied. Upon hearing this, Chopper's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, and he could no longer maintain his ludicrous evasive stance. His body swayed like a noodle, and his tone softened considerably. "How rude. Even if you flatter me by calling me cute, I want to be pleased. You scoundrel. I am a reindeer, not a raccoon." All right. A raccoon it is, not a reindeer," Blue Knight teased. "I told you, it's a reindeer, not a raccoon." "Okay, Okay, a raccoon. Not a reindeer. It's a reindeer. Oh, it's a raccoon then. It's a reindeer. Indeed, it's a raccoon. It's a reindeer, you scoundrel. After a round of bickering, Chopper found himself utterly befuddled by Blue Knight's banter, eventually conceding that he was a raccoon, only to correct himself upon realizing his error. Yet, his irresistibly adorable appearance caused Blue Knight to suppress his laughter. Reaching out, he exerted a gravitational pull, and Chopper, in a state of panic, found himself effortlessly grasped by the neck in Blue Knight's single hand. This frightened Chopper immensely. However, the next action of Lan Yi vigorously rubbing his face left him momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, anger surged within him, causing him to expand in size and escape from Lan Yi's grasp. How dare you insult me like this? Chopper, in his human form, glared down at Lan Yi and shouted, "Ah, I couldn't help it. You're just too adorable. My apologies," Lan Yi replied, still seated on the ground, smiling an apology. The phrase too adorable struck a chord with Chopper, instantly reverting him to his soft, adorable hybrid form, swaying like a noodle while unconsciously cursing. His endearing appearance made it impossible for Lan Yi to resist extending his own magical claws once more. "How dare you do that?" Chopper roared in his human form. "Ah, you're just too cool, my apologies." A brief announcement. Tomorrow's update will be delayed until 2:10 p.m., but there will be 2 updates. In this manner, the man and the beast played joyfully together, with Lan Yi taking the lead in the playfulness while Chopper engaged in mischief. During their frolic, Lan Yi explained that the duel arena was a part of his devil fruit abilities, aiming to alleviate Chopper's wariness and briefly introduce this combat space. Lan Yi had no intention of harming Chopper, and Chopper would not attack humans without cause. Thus, they sat facing each other and began to chat, predominantly with Lan Yi speaking and Chopper listening. Having been an outcast from his own kind, Chopper had only conversed with 2 individuals throughout his life, his adoptive father, the mediocre Dr. Hiralik, and Dr. Kureha, who promised Hiralik to care for Chopper and imparted her exceptional medical skills to him. Lan Yi was the third person. Cleverly avoiding the topic of Chopper's background, Lan Yi spoke of the wonders of the outside world, causing Chopper's eyes to sparkle with longing. He, too, yearned to explore the world beyond. Yet, his feelings of inferiority held him back until Luffy's arrival. Soon, half an hour passed, and both were teleported away. It turned out that the existence of this dual space could only last for half an hour, after which it would be declared a draw. Winning streaks would not be interrupted, nor would they increase, presenting a perfect solution that alleviated Lan Yi's earlier concerns. With this unexpected encounter with Chopper, Lan Yi subsequently achieved a remarkable record of 10 consecutive victories. Although the orange card awarded at midnight was merely a pure gold card, it brought him immense joy. If one were to inquire about Lan Yi's favorite member of the Straw Hat Pirates, it would undoubtedly be Chopper. The character's ability to endear hearts while selflessly caring for his comrades made Lan Yi yearn for a pet of such charm. That night, the atmosphere for Blue Knight was filled with delight until a sudden loud thud jolted him from his sweet slumber. Almost immediately, a dense cloud of black smoke engulfed him, causing him to cough incessantly as he swiftly ascended to the deck, prepared for battle. He initially presumed it to be an enemy attack. However, it was not an assault at all. The thick smoke emanated from the kitchen, from which a little girl staggered out. A sense of foreboding washed over him. ABIs. What happened? Sanji inquired, recalling that the little girl had introduced herself. "I was cooking," she cheerfully replied. "Everyone, dinner is ready." "Oh, it's dinner time," Luffy exclaimed with excitement. What could it be? Zoro expressed his apprehension. "It shouldn't be edible, right?" Usopp exclaimed with a look of disdain. Before them lay a grotesque array of blackened dishes, and with an impassive expression, Blue Knight pried open Luffy's mouth and dumped the contents inside, causing it to vanish without a trace. He had no concern for potentially shattering ABI's innocent heart. Faced with such a concoction, he would rather face the arena and perish several times over. Why doesn't he, that brother, eat it? And just ABI's looked dejected. Haha. He is very busy, and sometimes doesn't he have time for meals? Nami comforted ABI's while closely observing Luffy's expression after swallowing the mysterious black substance. Noting his lack of visible distress, she continued, "Yay, ABI's, did you make this?" "Yes." She nodded obediently. "It actually looks quite unique," Nami thought, unwilling to dampen ABI's spirits. Meanwhile, Zoro leaned down to sniff the unidentifiable black dish and murmured, "Is this really edible?" Fearing ABI's might overhear, Nami sharply stomped on Zoro's foot. And as he opened his mouth in pain, she deftly scooped up her plate and poured its contents into his mouth, promptly shutting it afterward. "Stop talking so much and eat it quickly," Zoro protested. In contrast, Luffy was enjoying his meal, praising its deliciousness. Seeing Luffy accept it, Sanji reassured ABI's. Yes. Some dishes only look unappealing. Really? Usopp believed him. With skepticism, the two took a bite of the mysterious black substance, followed by ABI's. Zoro, dead. Nami, dead. Sanji, dead. ABI's, dead. Usopp, dead. Everyone, except for Luffy, whose taste buds were beyond the ordinary, fell victim to the culinary disaster. At that moment, Blue Knight returned to observe the nightmarish scene before him, raising an eyebrow at the terrifying dark cuisine. He was fortunate to have escaped swiftly, otherwise, this would have been his fate. Hey, why isn't anyone eating anymore? Are you all full? Then I'll take the leftovers, Luffy declared, intent on pilfering the remnants of others' meals. This is a necessary ritual at the dining table. Go ahead. I believe they will have no objections, said Lanyi. Really? Then I shall not be polite. Lanyi brought a bucket of fresh water to the table, pouring it one by one into the mouths of the lifeless figures, reviving them, and then disregarding them thereafter. The awakened individuals, unable to express their gratitude in time, eagerly drank the water, striving to wash away the dark aura lingering in their mouths, and soon they had drained the entire bucket. This is indeed spicy. Thank you, Blue Knight, for saving my life. Usopp has finally regained his composure. No need for thanks. I shall return to the lookout tower now. Blue Knight was not particularly interested in the events that were to unfold, as he recalled the plot that had transpired during this period. It was related to dragons. The Millennium Dragon, renowned in the world of One Piece for its bones, said to possess the capability to grant immortality. By a fortunate twist of fate, ABI's had rescued a senile Millennium Dragon on the brink of death and received its gifted dragon tooth, a precious adornment she wore. However, a naval admiral had spotted her and arrested her, intending to capture the Millennium Dragon for the sake of achieving eternal life. Due to lax supervision, ABI's managed to escape on a small wooden boat during a storm, drifting across the vast ocean until she was discovered by Blue Knight. To be candid, he was quite intrigued by the so-called Lost Island of the Millennium Dragon and the Dragon Lair. As a forsaken isle, might it harbor cards? The numerous Millennium Dragon fossils in the Dragon Lair, existing for at least a millennium, surely could provide a wealth of cards. How exciting. 24. The emergence of Sea King's boom. 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 Surrounding the Going Merry, a multitude of water spouts erupted from the cannon fire. As anticipated, Luffy agreed to escort ABI's back to her homeland, Marineford, as it was not far from the Grand Line's route. The Navy, chasing after ABI's, arrived on cue. Currently, they were bombarding the Going Merry, yet none of the shells were aimed at the ship itself. Rather, they were warning shots landing on the sea surface before the bow and the surrounding waters. The objective is to immobilize the Golden Mary and capture ABI's. The strategy proved successful as the naval vessels gradually close in on the swift medium-sized sailing ship, the Golden Mary. At that moment, several seagulls soar above Blue Knight, their soft coos filling the air. Instinctively, Blue Knight perceives a stream of information in his mind, translating it into comprehensible language. How terrifying. Humanity is once again engaged in self-destruction. We must evade. How unfortunate. We are merely passing through. Is that ship below on the verge of sinking? Let us wait and see if any food floats to the surface. Sounds good. Be cautious, a southeast wind is about to blow, and we might be swept away to that dreadful place. Hurry, hurry. That place is truly terrifying. Fly. The stream of information abruptly ceases. Blue Knight blinks and comprehends that this change arises from the druid's listening abilities, abandoning the notion of using air bombs against the approaching warship. He swiftly takes flight from the lookout and maneuvers to the side of the Golden Mary, using his hands to push with a thrusting force, altering the ship's angle by 30 degrees. Hey, Blue Knight, what are you doing? Usopp's voice trembles in fear. If we don't run fast, the warship will catch us, and we'll be sent to prison. Indeed, as always, he is excessively timid. Shaking his head, Blue Knight ascends to the lookout and shouts down to the crew, a strong wind is about to blow. Hold on to something and don't let it fall into the sea. As his words resonate, a powerful gust sweeps from behind the Golden Mary, filling the sails completely, propelling them away from the scene like a bird in flight. Meanwhile, the naval officers, who had been mocking the Golden Mary's navigational errors, are suddenly caught off guard by the fierce wind, causing them to stumble unsteadily, some teetering close to the edge and inadvertently falling into the sea. Logically, they could simply deploy a small boat for rescue. However, inexplicably, all the warships lower their sails and drop anchor, seemingly fearful of being swept away by the strong wind. Soon, these vessels vanish from sight. Once the gust subsides, the speed of the Golden Mary gradually decreases until it is nearly at a standstill. Wow, such speed! Luffy exclaims with glee. Ah, that was close. Thanks to my brilliant Usopp, we successfully escaped. I'm more curious about how you knew the wind was coming. Blue Knight. Blue Knight remains silent, glancing around with an expression of knowing. Instead of pondering that, let us contemplate how to navigate out of this windless zone. Windless zone? Can we eat it? Luffy, clearly perplexed, inquires. No, surely not. Nami's complexion pales. A windless zone is a region devoid of wind. With that, Nami rushes to the ship's edge, leaning over the tranquil sea, observing for a prolonged moment, her face shifting from pale to a deep shade of blue. We're doomed. The currents have indeed vanished. This is unmistakably a windless zone. But we still have oars, Luffy remarks nonchalantly. Blue Knight, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, you all row. Nami, swallowing hard and about to elaborate, is interrupted by ABIs, who suddenly announces they are coming. Everyone freezes momentarily. It is only now that Blue Knight discerns a distinct sound. Something has invaded their space. A soft, feminine voice echoes, it seems there is another ship. Delicious humans are within reach. I want some too. Humans are so small. I can catch big fish for you instead of eating humans. The gentle voice persuades, after consuming humans, we can feast on big fish. Yes, yes. Let us have a little appetizer first. No, I cannot allow you to eat them. The gentle voice asserts resolutely, before there could be any further reaction. The Golden Mary suddenly jolts violently, lifting into the air. Surrounding them, colossal creatures materialize, each varying in form yet unified by their enormous sizes. Indeed, they are sea kings. In that instant, the scene seems to freeze as everyone stands motionless, paralyzed by awe and trepidation. Such a creature is utterly beyond the capacity of any present to contend with. How infuriating! Release the humans. I desire to feast. No, I shall not allow it, a gentle voice interjects. Then I shall procure them myself. Meanwhile, an enormous creature, reminiscent of a toad, emerges from the ocean's depths, lunging directly towards the Thousand Sunny. Its gaping maw wide enough to engulf the entire vessel in one gulp, just as all hope seemed lost. The sea creature managing to protect the Thousand Sunny deftly evaded the monstrous jaws of the toad-like leviathan. No, you shall not consume them. Have you forgotten the ancestral teachings passed down from our elders? We must coexist amicably with humanity, the gentle voice once more implores. That was centuries ago. It was humanity that broke the covenant and slaughtered our creator. They deserve to be our sustenance. A resolute voice insists on the need to devour humans. Indeed, humanity itself shattered the pact. They murdered our creator. They are vile beings, fit only to be food. Let us consume them. In that moment, all voices converged on the notion of devouring Luffy and his companions, drowning out the gentle plea entirely. Perched atop the lookout, Blue Knight furrowed his brow in distress. He had to intervene, otherwise calamity would ensue. How infuriating. Surely, in the original storyline, this was how they escaped the Navy's pursuit. How did they resolve this predicament? I can't recall, damn it. Cursed Eiichiro Oda for his sluggish updates. The plot I watched at 6 or 7 years old is a blur. With a surge of anger directed towards the creator of One Piece, Blue Knight gritted his teeth and leapt from the Thousand Sunny. Disregarding the shouts of Luffy and the others, and swiftly approached the massive sea creature's forehead, gently caressing it as he conveyed his emotions through his words. Thank you immensely for protecting us. Might I inquire if you are aware of the Great Kingdom? This information detonated like a colossal bomb, stirring chaos all around. It turned out that the thoughts emitted by the figure known as Blue Knight did not require direct contact. Rather, they were projected outward, allowing all present sea kings to hear the words spoken. Like a fuse, the atmosphere erupted. I can actually comprehend what this human is saying. It's the language of the sea kings? How is that possible? How could a human know our tongue? They must have been deceitfully learning it. Such cunning humans. No, it wasn't merely language. That voice seemed to manifest directly within my mind. Could it be the power of a devil fruit? No, he is still standing on a puddle of seawater. If he were a devil fruit user, he wouldn't be able to maintain his footing. Have you noticed? He knows about the Great Kingdom. The realm of the creators of the Great Kingdom. How could he possibly be aware of it? The sea kings buzzed with commotion, creating a tumultuous uproar in the waters. Yet none dared to mention devouring Luffy and his companions again. From their conversation, Blue Knight discerned that their creator, the royal lineage of the Great Kingdom, had established a decree. Any being capable of communicating with the Sea Kings must not be harmed in the slightest, lest they face the wrath of all Sea Kings until one side meets their demise. The Sea Kings, lacking the guile of humans, were remarkably innocent and had adhered to this rule throughout the ages, even though the Great Kingdom had long since vanished. Ultimately, it was a gentle voice that plunged the atmosphere into silence. Could it be the Sea King mentioned by our ancestors, used by the creators to communicate with us? In an instant, all the raucous Sea Kings became still, exchanging glances with one another. The voice, which had been so eager to feast upon them, the Toad Sea King, proposed, why not take him to meet the sixth elder? Only the sixth elder in our family from Zone 6 possesses knowledge about the Sea King. This proposal was met with unanimous approval. Agreed. 10 hands raised in favor. In the end, it was the gentle voice that inquired of Blue Knight, greetings, esteemed. Blue Knight, I am called Blue Knight. Oh, esteemed Blue Knight, would you kindly accompany us? We need to learn about what you carry. Certainly, but please do not harm my companions, Blue Knight nodded. Wishing to see the so-called elder of the Sea Kings. Who knows what precious cards might be there? After all, that was a realm humans could never breach. To intrude upon the lair of the colossal Sea Kings was a notion beyond even the most audacious of marines, let alone the haughty celestial dragons. In the depths of the pirate world, the rulers have always been the Sea Kings. No matter how formidable a power user, they can merely frolic upon the surface. Rest assured, Beers will accompany your companions out of the calm belt. Once you have met with the elder, we shall return you to your friends. Fear not. I shall not consume them, Beers, the Toad Sea King, assured. Very well. What is your name? Just call me Bertha. Bertha. I will bid farewell to my companions and then accompany you. Please wait a moment. Understood. The exchange of emotions was as swift as the transfer of thoughts. To Luffy and the others, it merely appeared that Blue Knight flew over and touched Bertha's forehead, after which all the Sea Kings commenced frantically slapping the ocean's surface. Only to abruptly halt moments later, and then Blue Knight returned to the ship. What happened? What is going on? Nami rushed forward to inquire. Are we going to die? What do they intend to do with us? I hope it's not roasting us, Usopp lamented, brimming with negative energy. Before he could finish, Bertha, atop the Going Merry, began to sink, returning the vessel to calm waters, while Beers' mountainous form loomed over the ship. Sure enough, we are going to be eaten. Usopp collapsed to the ground. Nami clutched AB's tightly, her face pale. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy all braced themselves. Surrendering was not their style. However, when Beers approached the bow of the ship, he halted, raising a massive flipper at the sails, seemingly hesitant to take action. This is bad. He must be deciding who to eat. Please don't let it be me. Eat Luffy instead. He is a rubber man and very chewy. Usopp exclaimed, full of dread. Luffy retorted, I refuse to be eaten. Watch my strength, rubber. Blue Knight observed in exasperation. Will anyone allow me to speak? Wait. Luffy, hold on, ABI's interjected. It seems he is trying to find a larger rope. He intends to take us away from the calm belt. Yet Abi's warning came too late. Luffy's rubber bullet was already soaring toward Beers' SI. He had indeed understood the concept of targeting a weakness. With a sigh, Blue Knight activated his gravity, attempting to pull Luffy's fist back. But instead, he was unexpectedly yanked away from the Going Merry by a tremendous force. Fortunately, he could fly. Returning to the ship, Blue Knight hurriedly relayed. I can communicate with the Sea Kings. They have invited me to their lair to meet the Elder. The large toad behind me is named Beers, and he will take you to the Navy Island. ABI's, your devil fruit ability allows you to understand animal languages, right? Communicate with Beers while I'm gone. He delivered this lengthy message in one breath, akin to a machine gun. The others took a moment to process the information. And then Luffy slammed his palm into his other hand, ripping his clothing in excitement. Does this mean we can have Sea King meat to eat? At this, Beers emitted a low growl of discontent, prompting Usopp to hurriedly cover Luffy's mouth. Hey, you clearly didn't understand. Keep your mouth shut. Nami, so his mouth shut. All right. I'll find a needle and thread shortly. Nami agreed with Usopp. MMM. Luffy protested, his face flushed. Usopp, don't cover his nose, too. Sanji shouted. I've been wanting to kill him anyway. Let me chop off his tongue for interest, Zoro chimed in. Meanwhile, ABI's attempted to soothe Beers. Blue Knight thought to himself, does no one care about how I can communicate with the Sea Kings? I feel so insignificant. I wish Bertha would just swallow these guys whole. 26, that is our mother. Amidst the commotion from Luffy and the others, Blue Knight turned away in exasperation. He flew to Bertha and heard, Blue Knight, you are a devil fruit user, aren't you? Please enter my mouth. The Elder's home lies in the depths of the calm belt, and you might. All right. No, that won't be necessary. Just dive in. I have a way to part the waters. The location is 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Are you certain? I gently confirm once more. 10,000 meters. Isn't that roughly the same depth as Fishman Island? In that case, no, you go ahead first. I have a plan. Upon hearing the destination is 10,000 meters underwater, Blue Knight furrowed his brow but ultimately resolved to enter Bertha's mouth. After all, he had initially intended to utilize the repulsive force protective barrier to shield himself from the seawater. However, in such high-pressure depths, life might be extinguished in an instant. Yet, upon further reflection, he recalled an intriguing item. From his deck, Blue Knight drew his sole red card, the water-repelling pearl, and equipped it. A jade pearl, the size of a fist and resembling a luminous night pearl, floated above his head. Bertha, inherently gentle, confirmed a second time that Blue Knight was unharmed before beginning her descent. Just as Blue Knight was prepared, they submerged into the ocean, moving at a deliberate pace, constantly monitoring Blue Knight's condition, ready to ascend at the slightest indication of danger. Curiously, a 3-meter radius of seawater around Blue Knight inexplicably parted, creating a dry area with a diameter exceeding 3 meters, resembling a grand air bubble. "Your abilities are truly remarkable," Bertha sincerely praised. The other marine beings accompanying them expressed their astonishment and admiration. Blue Knight responded with a few smiles, then became captivated by the surrounding environment, with Bertha thoughtfully providing introductions. In this life and the last, it was his first venture into the sea. Being a windless zone, this marine area lacked the multitude of small fish and shrimp. Instead, there were only small fish exceeding 10 meters in size, which served as sustenance for the marine beings. The minimum standard for these marine beings was 100 meters. Bertha spoke of these small fish with great familiarity, detailing which were tender, which reproduced quickly and could be consumed in greater quantities, and which had a rapid growth cycle, reaching over 20 meters in mere weeks. It was evident that Bertha was also a carnivorous marine creature. However, her intelligence seemed notably high, or perhaps, as marine beings grew larger, their intellect also increased. Bertha introduced herself as still in her juvenile phase, measuring just over 300 meters in length. She mentioned that once she surpassed 1,000 meters, she could even learn the language of humans. Notably, Bertha's mother was the elder whom Blue Knight was about to meet. Observing the bizarre and colorful scenery around him, Blue Knight's eyes sparkled with wonder, while his understanding of the ocean's terrifying nature became increasingly profound. This is merely the doldrums. Even though the Sea Kings are formidable, they possess means to evade danger, such as embedding sea prism stone beneath the ship. When one truly ventures into the vast ocean, especially upon the Grand Line, the ever-changing weather, treacherous currents, and the desolate nature of the surroundings become fearsome elements of navigation. At least for now. The mere thought of Blue Knight drifting alone at sea in times past is a source of great distress. As he descends to a depth of 5,000 meters, the surrounding light dims to a nocturnal obscurity, allowing him only to faintly discern objects within a 5-meter radius. With each meter deeper, visibility continues to diminish until he finds himself utterly blind, unable to perceive anything at all. This state persisted for a considerable duration, and gradually, light began to return. Blue Knight, astonished, peered down from above Bertha's head and was surprised to discern a faint glimmer emanating from afar. The radiance was not particularly bright, resembling the gentle softness of moonlight. This was the source of illumination for our kind, known as the tree lanterns, which have the ability to store lunar essence. As Bertha aptly clarified, "Is this an invention of the Great Kingdom?" Blue Knight instinctively inquired. "Indeed, as my mother has told me," Bertha replied. "Since you mentioned you were still in your juvenile phase, how old are you now?" 131. "May I ask, your mother, the elder I am to meet, how old is she currently?" "Counting this year, she is already 851. Eight. Blue Knight stammered. "Does that mean your mother has lived from the era of the Great Kingdom until now?" "Yes, indeed. She must have more than just you as her progeny, correct?" "Yes, in fact. This entire region is predominantly inhabited by my mother's descendants." "And what of your father?" "Father? Although the Sea Kings are distinguished by gender, reproduction does not necessitate the presence of the opposite sex." Upon hearing this, Blue Knight's curiosity about the once thriving era of the Great Kingdom intensified. Perhaps, in the elder of the Sea Kings he was about to encounter, he might glimpse the grandeur of that prosperous age. As he drew near, Blue Knight finally caught a glimpse of a corner of the Sea King's nest. Magnificent! This was the first impression. Astounding! This was a heartfelt exclamation. Following closely was an uncontrollable shiver, not out of fear or any other sentiment, but rather from exhilarated madness. The tree lanterns above emitted a gentle moonlight, illuminating a scene that had never been revealed to the world, situated 10,000 meters beneath the Earth's surface. Before his eyes, there were not many structures, but rather a multitude of Sea Kings, both in number and size, that overwhelmed the senses. Both his 300-meter length was the largest creature Blue Knight had ever encountered. a size that was quite rare even upon the windless surface of the sea. Yet now, before Blue Night, not a single one of the creatures appeared to measure less than 1,000 meters. As he surveyed the scene, the sheer number reached a terrifying count of over 100. This was not merely a figure of 100, but rather the limit of Blue Night's vision could only encompass that many. Countless could scarcely begin to describe it. These colossal sea monarchs, while a handful languidly swim, the vast majority repose quietly on the ocean floor, 10,000 meters beneath the surface, in a deep slumber. Bertha gently elucidates that these are medium-sized sea monarchs, whose penchant is to indulge in a hearty meal before succumbing to sleep. Essentially, once they reach a size of 1,000 meters, this becomes their norm. They venture to the ocean's surface only when necessary, which is a rare occurrence, as only in the profound depths of the sea is there an ample supply of sustenance to satiate their hunger. This is merely the medium. Medium-sized? Blue Knight's mind begins to feel oxygen-deprived. Yes, there also exist large, gigantic, and elder varieties of sea monarchs, each larger than the last. How large? Do you see where they're lying? Do you know what that is? Isn't it merely the seabed? Wait a moment. A horrifying thought suddenly dawns on Blue Knight. Could it be? Yes, that is our mother. Boom. A thunderclap reverberates through Blue Knight's mind. The colossal sea monarchs, spanning thousands of meters, had already left him astounded. And now you tell me that the very ground upon which these titans slumber belongs to your maternal figure? How immense it must be. It is important to note that from the vantage point where Blue Knight currently resides, the limits of its observable horizon extend to at least several thousand meters. Yet even at such heights, the view remains dominated by the inky expanse of the earth. Merely in terms of linear distance, there are indeed numerous colossal sea creatures, numbering in the dozens. This implies that your mother must be situated at a depth of at least several thousand meters. It is akin to standing on a certain island from a past life, where someone informs you that beneath your feet lies a colossal land tortoise, a creature capable of sustaining the lives of over 100 million souls. Although the sea elder before me may not be as exaggerated, it is indeed sufficient for a small kingdom to thrive upon its back. After a prolonged moment, Lan Yi, finally emerged from my deep astonishment. As Bertha had guided me from the skies to the slumbering realm of the Sea Kings, Bertha, with her impressive length of over 300 meters, appeared as a mere child beside these sleeping sea giants, many of whom were barely a quarter of her size. It is no wonder that Bertha claims to be in her juvenile stage. When compared to these formidable beings, it is undeniably true. By the way, Bertha, what is your mother's name? Our mother is named Doris. We typically refer to her as mother or elder. You may call her the sixth elder. The sixth elder? I exclaimed, my eyes widening. Is she the only elder among the Sea Kings? Indeed, there are a total of 12 elders in the Calm Belt, and my mother holds the position of the sixth oldest among them. Gulp. A behemoth of 851 years, and she is merely ranked sixth. Good heavens. Bertha, how old is your grandelder? I do not know. Mother has not divulged this information to me. However, to my knowledge, the Grand Elder was nurtured by the first generation of the Great Kingdom, Lan Yi, the first generation of Sea Kings. Does that not mean she possesses profound knowledge of the prosperous era created by the Great Kingdom? Is your Grand Elder present here? I asked, filled with anticipation. No. Each elder's domain is distinct and non-overlapping. It has been divided into 12 segments since my birth. Oh, where does the Grand Elder reside? Her domain is likely in the first region, known as Laugh-Tail. My body trembled. Laugh-Tail, the terminus of the Grand Line, known in English as Rough Tail, which translates to Hardship's Tail. It is the end of the Grand Line and the hiding place of One Piece, the coveted destination for all pirates. In my past life, this location was referred to as the unrefined legend, the very truth of history. 800 years ago, during that blank century, the truth of the Great Kingdom, the truth concealed by the world government. Could it be that the so-called historical truth is not the original history at all, but rather the worthy account of the Grand Elder Sea King who witnessed it? Furthermore, how do the legends of that blank century align with the myriad tales from my previous life? As these questions echoed in my mind, my desire to engage in a profound conversation with the sixth elder intensified. At that moment, Bertha arrived at the land where numerous medium-sized sea kings lay in slumber, perhaps near the back or waist of the sixth elder. By the way, Bertha, how are sea kings specifically classified? I suddenly recalled. Bertha readily answered, albeit somewhat vaguely. I managed to organize my thoughts. 500 meters, small sea kings. 1,000 meters, medium sea kings. 3,000 meters, large sea kings. 7,000 meters, giant sea kings. 10,000 meters, elder sea kings. In other words, the creature standing beneath my feet is a terrifying life form of at least 10,000 meters in length. Is that not a single nostril hair that exceeds my height by several times? As I marveled at this, Bertha released a deep and resonant roar akin to that of a whale. It was merely a simple roar, devoid of any additional emotion. However, upon the utterance of this sound, I felt as if my entire world was shaking, and the surrounding mountains of 1,000 meters began to tremble, shedding their seaweed, fish, shells, and other items as they awakened from their slumber, each emitting a cacophony of diverse roars. This diverse group of marine rulers, although varied in form, predominantly comprises fish. Their roars bear a striking resemblance to the sounds of dolphins, whales, and other marine mammals. In that moment, Blue Knight felt as though not only was the entire world swaying, but his mind was also resonating with a cacophony of myriad distinct tones. This state persisted for approximately a minute before a terrifying tremor, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 18, suddenly erupted beneath his feet. Caught completely off guard, he was flung away, but fortunately, Bertha was prepared and caught him. Otherwise, had he fallen into the midst of those marine leviathans, a mere inadvertent swipe of their tails could have turned him into a mere pulp. Concurrently, a voice resonated explosively in his mind. Children, what is it that you seek from me? It is, the sixth elder has awakened, peering out from Bertha's head. What met his gaze was a vast expanse of brown. Just as Blue Knight pondered when this had occurred, a slow wave of black, where he had previously stood, began to wash over the brown, retreating to reveal an area resembling a forest that also shifted. Gulp. Blue Knight swallowed hard once more. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the action he had just witnessed resembled a blink, as Blue Knight remained in a state of bewilderment. That expanse of brown seemed to stir, and he suddenly felt as though he were being watched by some terrifying presence. Merely a glance from it bore down upon him like a crushing weight. Is this existence merely a creation of biological entities? For the first time, Lan Yi felt a profound fear and an insatiable yearning towards the once mighty kingdom. How fervently he wished to be the one to witness the resurgence of that grand realm. As the descendant of the Creator, Lan Yi found himself ensnared by the gaze of the six elders, feeling an immense pressure while simultaneously yearning for the majestic domain that had once stood before him. Surrounding him were numerous sea dwellers, their jubilant cries echoing as they encircled the colossal figure of the sixth elder, conveying their joyous emotions. I remember, your name is Bertha, right? The voice of the sixth elder rang out thunderously. Although Lan Yu could not comprehend the language of the sea dwellers, he could read the emotions emanating from them. Indeed. Mother, the last time I saw you was at my birth. I am delighted you still remember my name, Bertha exclaimed with palpable joy. My child, what is the matter with the human upon your back? Came the indulgent inquiry. I apologize, mother. I took the liberty of awakening you without permission. Bertha, shaken from her joyous reverie, began to explain, this human can understand my conversation with beers from the realm of the fifth elder, and he is capable of communicating with us. I presumed he might possess the traits of the Sea King, hence. Forgive me, Bertha, Lan Yi interjected suddenly. The title of Sea King is bestowed by the Grand Kingdom upon the Mermaid Princess, considering the passage of time. It has been 8 centuries since the last appearance of a Sea King. This current Sea King should have already been born, but it is not within me, for I am but a human. Ah, Bertha exclaimed, slightly alarmed. Why did you not mention this sooner? Have I disturbed? Enough, Bertha, there is no need for panic, the sixth elder said, her tone markedly gentler than Bertha's. Since this human has been so forthcoming, I presume you must have something of importance to discuss with me? Indeed, esteemed sixth elder, Lan Yi affirmed, patting Bertha's forehead before soaring into the air, striving to meet the sixth elder's gaze. May I introduce myself? I am Arthur D. Lan Yi, a descendant of the subjects of the once mighty kingdom. My family has long fought to restore the glory of that great realm. However, after 8 centuries, the remnants of information regarding the once great kingdom are all but fragmented. I am fortunate to encounter you today, and I hope you might impart your wisdom upon me. The name Arthur D. Lan Yu was one he had devised, and his identity was constructed with a certain logic. While he felt a pang of remorse for the deception, his desire to restore the glory of the once mighty kingdom was genuine. He had even chosen a name for his envisioned homeland, the Huaxia Empire. He aspired to bring the culture of his great nation into this distorted world, imagining how it might astonish fellow compatriots upon their return in the future. Through the direct emotional exchange, the sixth elder could acutely sense Lan Ye's fervent desire to restore his nation, as well as his confusion regarding ancestral teachings and his limited understanding of the once great kingdom. Thus, she found his earnest inquiries to be sincere. Ultimately, the sixth elder believed him, for emotions cannot be deceived. Yet how is it that you can communicate with us? Is it a power derived from the devil fruit? The sixth elder shifted the topic, eager to learn more about Lan Yi. After all, the former glory of the Grand Kingdom held significant importance, and its egalitarian prosperity could potentially upend the current era. Conversely, dismissing it as worthless would be a grave misjudgment, as not all possess the heart to be saviors. Many prefer to live in complacency, accepting their fate. You must know that the devil fruit was created by the once great kingdom for civilian use. Lan Yi cautiously articulated the most credible speculation he had gleaned from past discussions, observing the sixth elder's lack of significant emotional reaction, which reassured him to continue. The devil fruit, designed for the benefit of the subjects of the Grand Kingdom, aimed to liberate labor and allow humans to enjoy a more comfortable life. According to ancestral records, the devil fruit was unified under the control of the Heavenly King. To foster a more prosperous era, it was imperative to strengthen connections between the islands. Thus, magnetic fields were attached to each island. By utilizing navigational pointers, vessels would not lose their way. The Grand Kingdom even sought the merfolk, offering them the opportunity to migrate to the surface to bask in the true sunlight, bestowing the mermaid princess the title of Sea King to facilitate communication with the sea dwellers. The true purpose behind cultivating you was, I regret to say, though it may sound impolite, that you were bred to expedite and increase the transportation of materials. At this point, Lan Yi paused, observing the sixth elder's slight emotional fluctuation but sensing no inclination towards skepticism. He proceeded to speak his final point. As for the creation of the Sea King, our ancestors once participated in this endeavor and became subjects of experimentation. Therefore, I surmise that I may have inherited a fragment of the Sea King's abilities, albeit incompletely, enabling me to comprehend simple emotions but only communicate with sentient beings. With this, Lan Yi had elucidated the origins of his abilities. The logic was coherent, and the information conveyed resonated correctly with the sixth elder's emotions. This suggested that the speculations formerly discussed were indeed accurate. After a prolonged silence, the sixth elder finally spoke. You have consumed a devil fruit as well, have you not? What is your power? She still appeared somewhat hesitant. Lan Yi refrained from elaboration, summoning 10 magical cards with a mere gesture. He then activated a repulsive force, launching them forcefully out of the range of the water shield, knowing that the moment they departed from the shield, the immense water pressure would compress them into a spherical form. The pressure at 10,000 meters underwater can compress ordinary iron or into a small pancake. My abilities derived from the devil fruit are to control attraction and repulsion. The capability to summon cards and converse with you stems from a technique passed down through my ancestors from the Grand Kingdom. After another lengthy silence, the sixth elder suddenly dismissed all nearby sea dwellers, including Bertha, before turning to Lan Yi with a benevolent demeanor. Ask your questions, descendant of the Creator. If I possess the knowledge, I shall gladly provide you with answers. Thus, the truth that had been obscured for a century awaited revelation. The sixth elder humbly lowered her stance, a gesture possibly rooted in the connection to Blue Knight, who may have been a former subject of the Great Kingdom. In relational terms, the Sea Kings ultimately serve merely as vessels for the Great Kingdom, akin to the carriages of the real world. While the ships in the pirate realm play a similar role, as a descendant of the Great Kingdom, Blue Knight theoretically holds the same status as the heirs of vehicle owners or the progeny of captains, possessing the right to inheritance. Thus, in a certain sense, one could assert that Blue Knight is, at this moment, the master of the sixth elder. However, without substantial proof, no matter how logically sound Blue Knight's claims may be, the Sea Kings would not heed his commands. Their sole commander, as per tradition, remains the mermaid princess who possesses the Sea Kings. The attitude of Blue Knight is more a reflection of the sixth elder's gratitude towards the ancient creator. Fortunately, Blue Knight is acutely aware of his own position, and his assertion of being a descendant of the Great Kingdom is a mere fabrication, preventing him from becoming overly presumptuous. He first sought clarification from the sixth elder on several matters, regarding whether the Pluto is indeed a colossal weapon ship or takes on another form. Her response was rather vague, as she, to express respect, she rather than it, had never glimpsed the true visage of Pluto at that time. She was merely one among many ordinary transporters. As for the existence of the Heavenly King, who is purportedly responsible for overseeing the distribution of devil fruits, or rather acting as the central controller within the civilian link of all devil fruits, the true nature of this entity remains unknown to her. Unfortunately, the sixth elder is still in the dark, or perhaps such matters are beyond the purview of the Sea Kings, as they pertain to the land. Nonetheless, there were some gains. According to the sixth elder, the tools employed by the Heavenly King to control the distribution of devil fruit abilities across regions are the sea prism stone pipelines. Just like Luffy's rubber fruit, which was originally intended for rubber production, thereby liberating the labor force required for its production, only one devil fruit can exist at a given time. If another location requires a significant quantity of rubber, it would be impractical to produce it and then transport it, as that would be exceedingly cumbersome. At this juncture, the Colossal Kingdom would seize control of the Celestial Sovereign, transporting the capabilities of the rubber fruit from point A through an undersea stone conduit to point B, thereby directly producing rubber at the site of demand. To prevent the rubber fruit's properties from dispersing during transit, the sea stone crafted by the kingdom is designed to firmly contain the rubber fruit within. However, given the multitude of powers possessed by the devil fruits, including attributes such as ice, fire, magma, and cutting, it seems implausible that the sea stone could withstand such an array of assaults. Therefore, the most straightforward solution would be to create a material capable of nullifying the effects of the devil fruits. And considering that the transport conduit must be deeply embedded beneath the sea, its hardness must far exceed that of steel. All of this sounds so remarkably natural. Yet the technology embedded within it is unimaginably advanced. The ability to produce devil fruits, granting living beings an array of extraordinary abilities, is akin to the breakthroughs in our world where researchers have developed potions that bestow individuals with supernatural powers. Furthermore, there exists the sea prism stone that restrains the powers of the devil fruits, the magnetic fields between islands, the technology for creating colossal beings that give rise to sea kings, and the ability to generate windless zones devoid of ocean currents. These technologies unequivocally signify the immense power of a once great kingdom. Tragically, the individuals hailing from the moon, devoid of humanity's intrigues and rivalries, despite wielding advanced technologies, ultimately succumb to the complexities of human nature, culminating in their downfall at the hands of two nations. The great kingdom indeed undertook many benevolent endeavors for the benefit of its people. However, the ideals they propagated, such as equality, prosperity, development, and economic advancement, were reflections of a peaceful era, which sadly did not shield them from their fate. This concept in itself is not flawed and is yearned for by the vast majority of individuals. However, this ideology emerged in a realm governed by absolute monarchy, which is fundamentally flawed. It undermines the sovereignty of kings who wield control over their subjects. Over time, these kingdoms are destined to disintegrate, and the once exalted royal families will ultimately fade into obscurity. Those royal families who have tasted the intoxicating power will be loath to relinquish it so easily. Thus, the 19 kingdoms conspired to seize control of the celestial sovereign, directing its wrath towards the great kingdom, which was obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion, with only a mere fraction of its remnants landing upon the moon, while the rest vanished into the abyss of space. 3 treasures emerged from the ruins of the great kingdom: the central controller, the celestial sovereign, the master of transportation, the oceanic sovereign, and the adept miner, the Plutonian sovereign. The royal family possessing only the celestial sovereign found themselves utterly defenseless against the furious oceanic sovereign. They were on the brink of reaping the consequences of their hubris, destined to be entombed beneath the waves. However, Alabastan, the realm of humanity, made a pivotal choice at the moment of the royal family's impending demise. The king of Alabastan opted to side with humanity, leading to the fusion of the celestial and oceanic sovereigns, ultimately triumphing over the oceanic sovereign, the princess of the merfolk. In the aftermath of that battle, the once numerous first-generation oceanic beings dwindled to a mere 12, who became the present-day 12 elders, each thriving in the 12 regions of the doldrums. Following their victory, the 19 royal families established the sacred land of Mariehwa upon the remnants of the great kingdom, proclaiming themselves as the celestial dragons, the nobility of the world. They extended an invitation to the king of Alabastan. Regrettably, the king, burdened by guilt towards his companions, declined, cleverly evading any acknowledgement of the Plutonian sovereign's existence. This, indeed, is the obscured history of the blank century that transpired 800 years ago. At last, the narrative of that concealed century has been completed. The Blue Knight remains silent for a considerable time. The celestial dragons consider themselves as creators. Yet they fail to realize that they are merely the executioners of a new era, a group of selfish individuals unwilling to relinquish their power, who have ruthlessly obliterated a magnificent kingdom that once brought prosperity to the entire world, while they continue to bask in wealth and privilege, wielding their authority as they please. This is akin to the Qing dynasty's policy of seclusion, plunging the world of One Piece back into a bygone feudal era. Countless commoners struggle for survival at the lowest echelons of society, uncertain of the day when a colossal kingdom or another technologically advanced nation may breach the gates of isolation, leading to yet another instance reminiscent of the Eight-Nation Alliance, the burning of the old summer palace, and the rampant invasions of the island nation. Ultimately, the celestial dragons, having indulged in all the splendors of wealth, shall find themselves unrepentant in death, while the world bears the scars of their tyranny. The more I ponder, the greater my ire swells within me, Blue Knight. These parasites of the world, by all that is sacred, I, Blue Knight, vow that if I do not eradicate you in this life, then what purpose do I serve in this world? As for the gifts and card generation from the Sixth Elder, his knowledge of the obscured century of history is far from complete. This rendered her recollections intermittent and sluggish. Through the synthesis of numerous pirate enthusiasts from past lives, supplemented by pivotal insights from the Sixth Elder, Blue Knight managed to piece together the overarching narrative of that century. It can be summarized as follows. A colossal kingdom, impoverished in resources on the moon, descended upon the world of pirates, ushering in a technological revolution. They established the Celestial King system, created windless zones to forge the Great Sea Route, and enveloped islands in magnetic fields, giving rise to the underworld kings and sea kings. Subsequently, they faced betrayal, leading to the obliteration of their kingdom, while the treacherous royal family proclaimed themselves as the Sky People, positioning themselves as creators. Once this historical tapestry became lucid in Blue Knight's mind, 2 full days had elapsed. Deep beneath the ocean, 1,000 meters below, with bioluminescent trees illuminating the surroundings, Blue Knight remained oblivious to the passage of time, instead focusing on meticulously organizing the events of that century in his memory. His intuition hinted that this segment of history would prove invaluable in the future. The Sixth Elder, considerate as ever, refrained from interrupting Blue Knight's contemplation. And with a multitude of sea kings surrounding them, there were no external distractions to disrupt his thoughts. After 5 additional hours of diligent reflection, his initial reaction was hunger. Including the preceding hours, he had gone nearly 60 hours without sustenance. It was time to return to Luffy and the others. Instinctively, Blue Knight chose to disregard the request for the Sea Kings to ferry him directly into the Grand Line. Thank you, Sixth Elder, for your information. It has been immensely beneficial to me. Sixth Elder, are you still awake? Asleep? Blue Knight sighed in exasperation, yet found himself unable to rouse the Sixth Elder. Her immense form, if not focused on him, would easily overlook any conveyed emotions. Resorting to force might create a significant commotion, with uncertain results. Fortunately, Bursa had not left. She patiently awaited by his side, guiding the Sea Kings to harmonize their calls once more, thus awakening the drowsy Sixth Elder. Apologies, age has made me prone to dozing off, the Sixth Elder said sheepishly. No need to apologize. I must express my gratitude. This history is of paramount importance for my future endeavors to overturn the Celestial Dragon's reign. Were I to gather the historical records of the world on my own, it would likely take a lifetime to achieve completeness, Blue Knight hastily replied. As a descendant of the Creator, it is your right to learn this history. I hope that one day I may witness the Sea Kings fulfilling our mission once more. Fulfilling the mission again? Blue Knight pondered, momentarily taken aback. Was the current freedom not sufficient? Yet our birthright is to serve the Creator, the Sixth Elder lamented, her voice tinged with apprehension. She wondered if they would ever witness the splendor of old again. If the 12 of them were to pass away, the next generation might find it challenging to inherit this mission, complicating efforts to rebuild the world promised by the Creator. Blue Knight fell into silence. The once mighty kingdom appeared to have made no errors in choosing allies. At least they selected the merfolk, who would die for vengeance, and the Sea Kings, who remained steadfast to their duties for over 8 centuries. Their sole misjudgment perhaps lay in underestimating human greed. Human hearts are inscrutable. Even one S-kind cannot fathom another S thoughts and intentions. After a prolonged silence, Blue Knight suddenly leapt from Bursa's head, soaring towards the Sixth Elder's brow, where he drew forth a magical card and lightly cut his palm, allowing blood to flow from the wound. He pressed his bloodied hand against the Sixth Elder's forehead, his expression grave as he declared, Doris, though I cannot ascertain my ability to achieve this, I assure you that in some future day, even if both you and I have turned to dust, our descendants shall undoubtedly revive the former glory and prosperity we once knew. His words resonated with strength, stemming from the unwavering confidence of the once mighty Republic of China, inspired by the selfless courage of his grandfather's generation in defending their homeland and liberating the old era, and fueled by his own belief in his potential for future growth. This formidable confidence, through the listening of the druid, transformed into a resolute emotional signal that permeated the surroundings. It was not only sensed by the Sixth Elder, Doris, but also by Bertha nearby, and even the medium, large, and colossal Sea Kings at a distance felt it distinctly. A low, sonorous cry from Bertha echoed once more, not to awaken her mother or anyone else, but because she felt a surge of fervor within her, an insatiable need to express herself. Moo, howl, roar, hiss, until finally an ancient cry resounded, causing Blue Knight's entire being to tremble as if under the assault of sound waves, threatening to shatter at any moment. were it not for the fact that the depths of the ocean at 10,000 meters belonged entirely to the Sea Kings. This singular cry alone would have been sufficient to obliterate ordinary sea creatures. It was the Sixth Elder. Led by Bertha, diverse roars emanated from the surrounding Sea Kings, intertwining and converging into one, until Blue Knight found himself enveloped in an overwhelming silence, with only the fervor within his body resonating. Were they responding to and supporting him? Surely they were. All along, Blue Knight had held a one-sided yearning regarding his joining the Revolutionary Army, aspiring to overthrow the world government and eradicate the malignant celestial dragons. He had silently contemplated these thoughts, yet never voiced them outwardly. He himself was unaware of his capability. He himself was uncertain if this was the right path. He himself. But now, he was resolute. Establishing the envisioned era of Huaxia was undoubtedly the most suitable dynasty for this world. And his initial supporters were indeed the Sea Kings from the 6th district of the Windless Zone, led by the 6th Elder. With this reinforcement of belief, Blue Knight felt even more resolute. Time seemed to stretch on, until the melodious chorus of roars finally subsided. Blue Knight, place your hand upon my head once more, the 6th Elder said gently. Without hesitation, Blue Knight pressed his palm, still stained with fresh blood, against the Elder's forehead. In the next moment, he felt something unusual in his palm. Instinctively, he lifted his hand to examine it, discovering a piece of exquisite jade, pure as snow. The jade was hollow, approximately 5 centimeters long, with a small circular hole at its center, resembling a bone whistle. This is a whistle made from the pinky of the first Sea King, the Mermaid Princess. If you ever encounter difficulties with other Sea Kings, simply blow it. Upon hearing its sound, combined with your ability to communicate with them, they will surely not trouble you. This is indeed a remarkable gift. As Lan Yi gazed intently at the bone whistle in his hand, preparing to express his gratitude to Elder Lu, an unexpected turn of events caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. He fixated on the bone whistle, fearful of missing any detail. From within the whistle, a faint green radiance began to emanate, swiftly coalescing above it into a green card. The card read, Spirit Summoning Technique Rank, Green Category, Skill Card Effect. Forge a Spirit Contract. Upon signing a contract with a non-human entity, summon the contractor using blood as a spatial coordinate. Note: while life force can substitute for chakra consumption, please refrain from attempting to summon too many spirit beasts at once, as this may lead to excessive blood loss. Lan Yu mused, this note is truly absurd. Aside from the comical remark regarding the power of this skill, how should one put it? He had watched Naruto, and the spirit summoning technique occupies a space between being feeble and extraordinarily powerful. Its strength is wholly contingent upon the summoned beast. For instance, Kakashi's little dogs are adept at tracking, thanks to their keen sense of smell, yet in battle, they merely frolic with yarn. In stark contrast, the summoning beasts of the legendary 3 ninjas and their disciples are overwhelmingly powerful, existing like a bug in the game. Naruto's summoning of Gamabunta was enough to overpower even Gaara in his one-tail form. As he absorbed the information regarding the spirit summoning technique, he contemplated whom he might forge a contract with in the future. Perhaps Chopper? Having an adorable pet would be delightful, and it could serve as a cozy pillow when the weather turns chilly, though in battle, that might be a different story. And what about Frankie? Would he be considered a non-human? This skill left Lan Yi in a state of deep contemplation. Lan Yi, what troubles you? Bertha roused the dazed Lan Yi. With a sudden slap to his forehead, Lan Yi realized his own absurdity. Before him stood an array of Sea Kings, ranging from heights of 100 meters to depths of 10,000 meters, yet he found himself entangled in thoughts about how to procure a spirit beast. In the world of One Piece, could there exist non-human entities even more overpowered than the Sea Kings? Even if such beings did exist, they had yet to make an appearance in the animation. Reflecting on this, he gathered his thoughts and finally spoke. Elder 6, 800 years have passed. Although our ancestors possessed limited knowledge of the celestial and underworld kings, they extensively studied the Sea Kings, which originated from our very essence. Ultimately, they developed a new technological advancement that I believe will significantly aid in the restoration of our glory in the future. I hope you will assist in experimenting with this. Oh, the 6th Elder's emotions slightly stirred. What is this technology? It is a form of spatial technology that allows us to summon Sea Kings from distant locations. However, the prerequisite is that the summoned Sea Kings must have provided us with their blood as a means of locating them. Additionally, they must not resist the summons at the moment of calling. Only then can the summoning succeed. Upon finishing, Lan Yu anxiously gazed at the 6th Elder, whose attention seemed fixed on the minuscule figure of Lan Yi, his expression imbued with earnest pleading. The prospect of overthrowing the world government Estaminion would be greatly enhanced with the support of the Sea Kings. not merely in terms of combat strength, but also as a substantial reinforcement of forces. Moreover, it would serve as the most powerful testament to the history lost over the past century. The ideals of peace and the construction of a prosperous and equitable society are the very sources of dread for the world government and the celestial dragons. Time slipped away quietly as Lan Yu waited in anxious anticipation, yet the sixth elder appeared to have once again succumbed to slumber, offering no response whatsoever. The Azure Knight was fraught with urgency, yet words eluded her. After a lengthy silence, it was Bertha who finally spoke. Mother, while I remain unaware of our past history, my brief encounters have evoked a profound sense of affinity towards the Azure Knight. If it is for him that we must fight, I am willing to do so. The sixth elder's eyes flickered momentarily as she regarded Bertha's resolve, letting out a soft sigh. According to our ancient covenant, we of the Sea Kings are bound to heed only the commands of the Sea King. Although you are the descendant of the great kingdom and the source of the Sea Kings, to fight for you would contravene the pact we once signed. The refusal in the sixth elder's words was unmistakable, leaving the Azure Knight to sigh in resignation. The loyalty of the Sea Kings is a double-edged sword. I comprehend your steadfastness, and I believe it is precisely why our ancestors chose you. However, I must take my leave to seek my companions. I am immensely grateful for your bone whistle. I sense it will prove invaluable in the future. Reluctantly relinquishing the formidable strength of the Pirate King, the Azure Knight gently caressed Bertha's forehead, requesting her to escort him back to the Thousand Sunny. Yet, Bertha remained obstinate, continuing her dialogue with the sixth elder. Much like a rebellious child. Mother, it was you and the 12 elders who signed the covenant. Though we are your descendants, we are not obligated to uphold the terms of the contract. In principle, we ought to respect your opinions as our elder. However, as a mother, I implore you to honor your children's convictions. We do not wish to languish in this small, windless Zone 6 for all our days. Although the purpose of our creation by the Creator remains a mystery, I believe that the Creator would not wish for us to merely execute a contract without understanding. To be a foolish race indistinguishable from ordinary fish. Do you truly? Bertha unleashed a torrent of thoughts upon her mother with the fervor of a machine gun. Her tone, though impassioned, remained measured and articulate. In essence, the crux of her argument lay in the fact that the 12 elders, bound by covenant, could not obey commands outside of the Sea King, yet their descendants were not similarly constrained. After a prolonged discourse, Bertha began to rally the attention of the surrounding Sea Kings, particularly those massive beings that had long been dormant, akin to prisoners in their own depths. She inquired if they felt isolated, if they yearned for the world beyond, if they wished to fight for the descendants of the Creator, if they harbored even the slightest desire for freedom. The Azure Knight observed in silence as Bertha galvanized her siblings, clearly indicating that her sentiments had been brewing for some time. While the other Sea Kings had yet to voice their thoughts, their wavering emotions hinted at a shared yearning, a reluctance to remain in solitude, yet their loyalty as Sea Kings prevented them from defying their mother's will. Ultimately, the decision rested with their mother, the sixth elder. Would they adhere to tradition, awaiting the Sea King's summons, or would they adapt their thinking, striving to overturn the dynasty that had betrayed their creator? Under Bertha's fervent pleas, the sixth elder at last spoke. The workload was substantial. She did not express anger nor halted her children's clamoring. Instead, she regarded the silent Azure Knight with a penetrating gaze. His silence was a testament to his understanding that this was a family affair, and remaining quiet was the wisest course. Azure Knight, can you ensure their safety? The sixth elder inquired. No, I cannot, the Azure Knight replied sincerely. Generally speaking, if I summoned them, it would be in the face of formidable or numerous foes, and not necessarily solely upon the sea. Thus, I cannot guarantee their absolute safety. Each summoning comes with a significant risk of injury and a small chance of death. What I can assure is that I will never summon them into certain peril, and they can revoke the summoning at any time they deem necessary. His words were resolute, devoid of hesitation, leaving no room for doubt. The lone silver lining was that as summoned beasts, they had the autonomy to return, but should they falter in their response, the outcome would be apparent. To this, the sixth elder expressed satisfaction, and before she could speak further, Bertha interjected, Mother, battle inevitably entails casualties. Is this not a lesson you have imparted to us? 800 years ago, you fought for the Sea King, and now, 8 centuries later, we wish to fight for our own future. The Azure Knight may well be the pivotal figure we need, and we desire to stand alongside him, even if it leads to our demise. It was evident that Bertha was not entirely ignorant of the history of the Great Kingdom. The sixth elder fell silent once more. Initially, she intended to echo the Azure Knight's sentiments in refusal, yet Bertha's words left her uncertain. Moreover, her offspring had united in purpose. Bertha's ability to galvanize all Sea Kings was a rare and precious gift. She was potentially the prophesied Sea King that had awaited 8 centuries to emerge, a leader capable of commanding the others, much like herself. A true monarch is never a flower in a greenhouse. They require the crucible of battle to emerge reborn, standing atop the pyramid of power. After a prolonged internal struggle, the sixth elder exhaled a deep sigh. Very well, I am weary. I only hope you will protect Bertha. With that, her immense eyes slowly closed, resembling a lifeless object devoid of any signal of vitality. Mother. Bertha felt a pang of sorrow, having detected the weariness in the sixth elder's tone. She could not bear it. The Azure Knight quietly crouched atop Bertha's head, tenderly stroking her forehead, remaining silent yet present. Strangely, the previously restless Sea Kings around them fell into a hushed stillness, as if they too were awaiting Bertha's next move. The peculiar Blue Knight found himself puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, the final admonition from the sixth elder to protect Bertha was not directed solely at him. It was a message meant for all the Sea Kings. This was akin to a royal decree establishing the first heir apparent. The so-called sovereign of the Sea Kings seemed to be a system that had organically evolved during the 8 centuries of the Sea King's absence, a reality unknown to Blue Knight. Presently, Bertha occupied the position of the Long Princess and the unwavering loyalty of the Sea Kings. Devoid of any complex sentiments such as age discrimination, meant that they would not express dissent. They would merely adhere to their mother's wishes, following Bertha during her slumber. The duration of this period could likely be measured in years. Eventually, after an indeterminate time, Bertha regained her composure and gently inquired of Blue Knight. Is there anything you require my assistance with regarding your technique? Let me think, Blue Knight replied thoughtfully. I will need a piece of beast hide, approximately. Well, at least over 1,000 meters in length. It can be pieced together, but it must be smooth and uniform. Understood, Bertha responded, turning to emit a low call to the other Sea Kings. At her summons, hundreds of medium-sized Sea Kings swayed their elongated bodies, stretching thousands of meters. As they passed the sixth elder and delved into the deeper darkness, Blue Knight could not help but ask, isn't the depth of 10,000 meters the most profound? Not at all, Bertha replied, her tone remaining gentle. 10,000 meters is merely the depth most suitable for our growth. Thus, our mother hovers here. The larger Sea Kings lie in slumber, while the majority of the gigantic and elder Sea Kings rest in even deeper depths. Elder Sea Kings, is it only your mother? Blue Knight inquired. Any creature above 10,000 meters in length is classified as an elder. My mother's size exceeds 100,000 meters, though the specifics remain a mystery to us. 100,000 meters. Blue Knight was taken aback. He had previously believed the depth to be merely 10,000 meters, only to realize that his imagination had been woefully inadequate. Finally rousing from his astonishment, Blue Knight glanced at the seemingly endless sixth elder and continued to ask, what are they going to do? Bertha suddenly smiled playfully, teasingly referring to the gigantic Sea King's blankets. Blankets? Blue Knight asked, puzzled. Are they enormous seaweeds? The typically docile Bertha fell silent, intentionally toying with Blue Knight and leaving him in anxious anticipation. An hour had elapsed, and as the Azure Knight began to feel the pangs of hunger, the colossal Sea Kings finally returned. Each one held onto a corner of a substantial object, laboriously dragging it along. Its immense bulk was ample enough to envelop several thousand-meter-long Sea Kings, appearing to stretch an astounding 10,000 meters in length. Such a size was indeed fitting for the gargantuan, elder Sea Kings, whose dimensions often reached thousands, if not tens of thousands, of meters. However, the dark hue of this behemoth did not resemble that of woven seaweed. Rather, it closely matched the complexion of the sixth elder. A spark of realization flickered in Lanya's mind. Bertha, do you shed your skin? Hiki, you caught me, Bertha replied with a playful tone. Yes. My mother sheds her skin every 10 years. This is the molt from 6 years ago. What do you think? Is it sufficient? It's more than enough. Lanya's expression twitched slightly. Though, it might be a tad too large. What would he need the beast's skin for? Certainly, it was not for mere transport. The art of summoning originates from within the realm of ninjas. Although life force replaced chakra in its application, the process remained unchanged. One must craft a summoning scroll and then imprint it with their blood contract. Other beings willing to partake in his summoning merely needed to add their own blood. Naturally, the skin suitable for the Sea Kings could not be diminutive, considering their average height was measured in kilometers. 1 drop of blood could practically provide a bath. To be fair, 1,000-meter-long hide was somewhat small. Yet, crafting an intricate summoning array on a skin measuring tens of thousands of meters would likely take him days to complete. The silver lining, however, was that should such a vast summoning scroll be successfully created, it could be left for the Sea Kings to sign autonomously, alleviating Lanya from the task of individually collecting their blood. Overall, this would considerably lessen his workload. With a resigned sigh, Lan Yi resolved to find something to quell his hunger before commencing his task. Unexpectedly, a piece of alarming news compelled him to temporarily abandon the monumental scroll's creation. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated around the Golden Mary as several shells detonated, sending waves crashing against the ship's hull, causing Luffy and his crew to struggle for balance, while Nami nearly found herself thrown overboard. Damn it! Why did naval ships emerge from the calm belt all of a sudden? Nami gritted her teeth, lamenting their ill fate after having almost escaped, only to collide head-on with a fleet of Navy vessels. Behind the Golden Mary, a fleet of over 20 medium-sized warships opened fire. The naval vessels were categorized into 4 sizes: small, medium, large, and colossal, with the Demon Slayer Order commanding a fully equipped fleet of gigantic warships. Such a scale rivals that of a formal fleet from the naval headquarters. Zoro and Sanji, tirelessly engaged in their efforts, could only strive to fend off the cannonballs that threatened to strike the vessel directly. Meanwhile, Luffy, on a makeshift raft, was erecting a defense for a green-feathered, bald avian creature, the ancient dragon, saved by ABIs. As the Going Merry faced cannon fire that hindered its swift escape, the warships drew ever closer, preparing to engage in close combat. Suddenly, several medium-sized sea kings, each towering over 1,000 meters, breached the surface, positioning themselves between the fleet and the Going Merry. A single swipe of their tails conjured a formidable wave, leaving the warships in disarray. Their ambitions to pursue a pirate crew with a bounty barely exceeding 100 million dashed. Simultaneously, under Bursa's escort, Blue Knight successfully boarded the Going Merry, seizing the opportunity to set sail. Thereafter, the Sea Kings vanished as swiftly as they had appeared, sinking into the depths of the ocean without a trace. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates erupted in joyous celebration. This time, it was truly a narrow escape. Lan Yi, indifferent to the turmoil around him, sat slumped against the ship's railing, utterly exhausted. Hey, Lan Yi, you can't be on the verge of death. Usopp lamented, overwhelmed with negativity. He must have made some unspeakable pact with the Sea Kings to save us, right? He sobbed. Bang. Nami's powerful fist struck Usopp's head, silencing his cries as she cautiously examined Lan Yi, who offered no resistance, her brow furrowed with concern. As the sole member on board possessing even a modicum of nautical knowledge, she was at a loss to diagnose Lan Yi's ailment. What is wrong, Nami? Zoro inquired, leaning closer. Did he get hurt? Should I prepare a nutritious meal? Sanji suggested. Lan Yi must be hungry. Sanji, make one for me too. Of course, it was Luffy, drooling at the prospect. You're the one who's hungry, Sanji retorted, his brow twitching. Well, regardless, feeding him some meat will surely help. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding thuds echoed as Luffy, along with Usopp, cried out in pain. Why are you hitting me? All I need is some meat. Luffy protested. I was merely expressing concern. Zoro replied. Miss Nami, your iron fist of love is truly a sight to behold. Sanji added, admiringly. Lan Yi could only mutter, Gulyalu. A crisp, resonant sound emerged, prompting Nami to deliver another resounding smack to Luffy. Even now, you're thinking about food? Hurry and steer towards the nearest island to find a doctor. Not my stomach. Bang. Another slap silenced Luffy, his subsequent words drowned out by his cries of pain, his head now resembling a small pyramid with 3 swelling lumps. Finally, Abe, still shaken, timidly remarked, Nami, it seems. Lan Yi's stomach is growling? Nami? Luffy. Zoro. Sanji. Lan Yi, Gulyalu. After consuming a meal that exceeded his usual intake by more than threefold, Lan Yi was finally able to release Luffy, who had been pinned against the wall by his own force. He realized that if he didn't restrain Luffy, he might very well starve to death. Reflecting on the earlier commotion caused by Nami and the others, he couldn't help but chuckle. Despite being utterly famished, they had all presumed he was afflicted with some terminal illness. Truly unreliable. Having finally satiated his hunger and revived himself, Lan Yi turned to Nami to learn about the events that transpired during his absence. After he and Bertha had departed, the Going Merry had been delivered to Battleship Island by Beers. Unsurprisingly, Luffy had agreed to assist Dragon in locating the lost island. As fate would have it, Luffy and his crew had experienced misfortune. After successfully escaping the Navy's pursuit using a raft, they encountered a naval fleet emerging from the calm belt. The sight of the fluttering Jolly Roger left little room for doubt. They were immediately fired upon. The Going Merry was sent into a panic in the open sea. Beers, who had been trailing the Going Merry, went to report the situation to Bertha, recognizing that a single young Sea King could not withstand such a formidable fleet. Consequently, Lan Yi, nearly fainting from hunger, had no choice but to request Bertha's assistance in getting him aboard the Going Merry, not forgetting to summon a few large sea kings for added intimidation. However, he had not anticipated the ensuing farce once he boarded the ship. Upon grasping the full circumstances, Lan Yi found himself puzzled. In his recollection, this sequence of events did not occur. Could it be that his involvement had triggered a butterfly effect? Indeed, it was connected to Lan Yi. The Calm Belt, being a habitat for sea kings, was under constant surveillance by the Navy, which deployed dedicated forces to monitor the area around the clock. Previously, the Sea Kings had sounded alarms twice, with a deafening roar from the Six Elders resonating even 10,000 meters underwater, leading the Navy to dispatch a vanguard to investigate and prevent any potential uprisings. However, instead of encountering any issues during their patrol, they stumbled upon the fleeing Straw Hat pirates. What a stroke of bad luck! Yet, this was knowledge that Lan Yi was destined never to possess. In the midst of his bewilderment, Lan Yi ceased to ponder further and inquired of Nami regarding their intended destination. After being chased by the Navy fleet, I am unsure of our current location. However, the Lost Island was always shrouded in mystery, so let us sail with the winds for now. Sailing with the winds? Oh dear. Is this truly what a navigator should proclaim? Where are your professional ethics? Just as Blue Knight was rendered speechless, Luffy, seated in his prime position, suddenly exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "Ha ha ha, how magnificent! Come quickly, I've discovered something delightful." Instinctively following Luffy's voice, Blue Knight caught sight of Luffy's half-vanished form. Startled, he took a closer look and then smacked his thigh in realization. Indeed, it is the protagonist's halo. Even while being chased, he can locate the Lost Island. Before the bow of the Thousand Sunny, there lay a mirror-like surface capable of being penetrated. Truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Amidst the astonishment of Nami and the others at this wondrous sight, Blue Knight keenly observed a crimson light flickering on the nearby mirror. With a tug of gravity, the crimson card leaped into his grasp. Card, Clone Technique Rank, Crimson Category, Skill Card Effect, creates a non-substantial illusion that vanishes upon receiving an attack. Note, do not even think about doing anything excessive to the clone. That is simply impossible. Blue Knight, where is the fellow responsible for writing these notes? Come forth, and I assure you I shall not harm you. As Blue Knight lamented the absurdity of the note, the Thousand Sunny finally evaded the relentless gaze of the pursuing Navy. This enchanting scene left the pursuing naval officers wide-eyed, disbelief etched across their faces. All ships halt, commanded the captain, instructing the crew to remain stationary until further orders were given. Just as the messenger was about to depart, a bespectacled man, the only one not clad in naval uniform, interjected, "Proceed forward. Who knows what lies ahead in those waters?" The captain clearly disagreed with this reckless suggestion. The bespectacled man merely smirked, turning towards the ship's railing. "Prepare a small boat for me, cowardly captain." "You." The captain glared at the man's retreating figure, ultimately retorting fiercely, "I will give you a small boat, but we shall remain here for 3 hours. If you do not return by then, we will set sail back." "Huh? Are you fleeing like a rat scurrying from a street?" "You. What? Do you wish to fight?" Upon hearing the man's words, the captain immediately recoiled, begrudgingly swallowing his humiliation. The surrounding naval soldiers, although flushed with anger, were notably more terrified, seemingly reluctant to engage in combat with this man. After all, he was Eric, the wielder of the scythe fruit. Noticing the lack of response, Eric disdainfully scoffed, leaping off the warship and rowing a small boat towards the vanishing silhouette of the Going Merry. Meanwhile, the Going Merry was enduring a terrifying tempest. Upon crossing that mirage-like barrier, the previously clear skies were abruptly replaced. Opaque clouds roared with fury, torrential rains resembling yellow peas battered the vessel, and the waves crashed against the hull with relentless force. Everything came crashing down. The Going Merry appeared diminutive amidst nature's wrath, at any moment facing the peril of destruction. Fortunately, in recent duels, Blue Knight had significantly honed his mastery over the repulsion fruit. He now hovered above the Going Merry, emanating numerous fine tendrils of gravitational energy that firmly anchored the ship, while repulsive forces on either side propelled the vessel against the tumultuous sea. Like a stabilizer, the Going Merry remained steadfast upon the waves, swaying gently without any hint of capsizing. Particularly after Nami decided to lower the sails, the ship became even more stable. Aside from the difficulty in maintaining balance, there were no significant issues to contend with. "This storm is hardly a challenge," Blue Knight scoffed. However, having set such a boastful declaration, misfortune soon followed. Suddenly, the rope securing Dragon's raft at the stern loosened. ABI's was the first to notice for a brief moment. She stood frozen, unsure of what to do. before recklessly lunging forward to grasp the rope. But the swiftly sliding rope was not so easily caught. Instantly, Abi's delicate hand was scraped, blood staining the coarse yellow fibers of the rope a vivid red. The pain of skin being torn is unbearable even for an adult. Yet, Abi's gritted her teeth, determined not to release her grip. However, despite her efforts, the rope continued to slide rapidly. After all, she was merely a small girl. Her capabilities limited. Fortunately, Zoro arrived in time. If anyone aboard possessed the strongest grip, it was Zoro, the monster who casually lifted 500-kilogram dumbbells in his training. With Zoro's assistance, Sanji was also able to grasp another rope, halting the raft from being engulfed by the waves. With a sigh of relief, Abi's finally relaxed a little. Although Zoro and Sanji struggled to maintain their hold, they managed to stabilize the situation. At that moment, Dragon raised his head, his murky gaze directed towards Abi's, conveying a wave of emotion. Let go. Perhaps allowing me to rest in the sea forever would be a form of liberation. What are you saying, Dragon? Abi's exclaimed, clearly infuriated. How can you say such things? We are. Crack. The tearing of the rope forced Abi's to cease her words, her hand grasping at the air in vain as she helplessly watched the severed rope plummet into the ocean. At this moment, only the hemp rope beneath Sanji's feet remained. Yet, could they truly endure until they escaped the tempest? No one could say for certain. Observing the secure vessel under Nami's command, Blue Knight furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, relinquished his support for the ship's stability and soared to Sanji's side. Sanji, could you devise a means to kick the Dragon Lord's raft high enough for me to slip beneath? I can then propel myself out of the storm's reach atop the raft. Although Blue Knight was unafraid of the sea, his swimming skills left much to be desired. If he fell into the water, he could not guarantee he could elevate the raft from the depths. That is manageable, but this rope. Sanji hesitated, glancing at the rope underfoot. Idiot! Have you forgotten me again? Zoro interjected, unceremoniously yanking the hemp rope. Get down, you lecherous cook. What did you call me, Mosshead? Do you wish to fight? Come on. You think I fear you? Come on. Blue Knight, exasperated, rubbed his temples and instinctively produced a water avoidance pearl, handing it to Sanji before unleashing a force that sent Sanji tumbling overboard without mercy. Curse you, Blue Knight. You can forget about dinner tonight, Sanji threatened. Ah, quite intimidating. Blue Knight mused. Haha, splendidly executed. Zoro laughed heartily. Ignoring the playful bickering of the two friends, Blue Knight applied his aerial dance technique, hovering before the Dragon Lord. As the repulsion field expanded, he sensed a formidable force below the raft attempting to launch it skyward. Without hesitation, he dove beneath the raft, exerting all his power in the aerial dance while simultaneously creating a layer of repulsion above to stabilize the raft. Thus, he lifted the raft from the ocean's surface, the water beneath being displaced into a trough over 10 meters wide and half a meter deep. This clearly indicated that the combined weight of the Dragon Lord and the raft was considerable. 35, your little mouse has been delivered. Please sign for it. At this moment, the effects of prolonged torment within the dueling arena became evident. Blue Knight exhibited a remarkable proficiency in the burdensome art of flight, skillfully managing to tether Sanji with a gravitational rope, dragging him along as they soared beyond the tempestuous storm circle. Sanji, clearly resistant to being pulled along the surface of the sea, voiced his discontent. However, amidst the storm, Blue Knight chose to disregard his protests. After all, with the water-repelling orb in play, there was no concern that this friend-turned foe would falter. Fortunately, the storm circle was not vast, and within 3 or 4 minutes, light would be restored. Blue Knight hastily lowered the makeshift raft above him and steadied himself upon it, taking a moment to catch his breath. Thank you, he expressed, sensing a friendly wave of emotion from Long. No need for thanks, Blue Knight replied with a courteous smile, adding, I possess the ability to perceive emotions. Once again, I am grateful. I recall that I indeed resided in this place. Congratulations are in order, he responded with a smile, not intending to elaborate further. The island, nestled within the natural storm barrier, is not a lost realm or the fabled dragon's lair. Rather, it serves as a sanctuary that has protected humanity for millennia. It is likely to harbor some remarkable cards. With this thought, Blue Knight scanned the area around Dragon Grandpa, hoping to see if any cards would materialize. However, before he could linger longer, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind, breaking through the repulsion field. Almost instinctively, Blue Knight increased the force of repulsion, sending the intruding entity tumbling back into the sea. It then struck him, had he inadvertently put Sanji in a precarious situation? Rubbing the back of his head in resignation, he turned around to find himself meeting Sanji's fiery, furious gaze. Ahem. I can explain. Blue Knight chuckled awkwardly. Sanji scoffed. Go on. I'm listening. Well, how do you intend to make amends? Blue Knight said, exasperated, finding the situation rather unconventional. Simple. Just give me that water-repelling pearl, Sanji replied, shaking the orb in his hand, promptly pocketing it without a hint of intent to return it to Blue Knight. Raising an eyebrow, Blue Knight was taken aback that someone could utilize his equipment cards. He had merely acted on instinct, believing it might be useful. However, as for Sanji wanting to keep the water-repelling pearl, sorry, but that was the only red card he possessed to maintain his FAA day. There was no way he could part with it. Without further argument, Blue Knight discreetly removed the water-repelling pearl card from the auxiliary slot of his duel disc, causing the pearl in Sanji's pocket to vanish instantly. Sanji, naturally, noticed this and disdainfully remarked, greedy. Hey, let's be reasonable, Blue Knight replied, exasperated. This is something manifested from my abilities and cannot possibly last forever. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use my other powers. All right, I get it. Just remember to lend it to me when I need it, Sanji said. Well, how about dinner tonight? You can count on it. Deal. As the two reached an agreement, the Going Merry emerged from the storm, and ABI's, who had been anxiously waiting at the bow, spotted Dragon Grandpa unharmed. She immediately began waving her little arms excitedly on the deck. After reattaching the raft to the ship's stern, Sanji returned to the Going Merry while Blue Knight took off towards the nearby Lost Island. I'm off to collect cards and see if there's anything new. Call me if you need anything. The crew, still somewhat in the dark about Blue Knight's card fruit, understood his general purpose and did not hinder him. Only Nami complained. Such a convenient ability, I wish I had it. Hey, Miss Nami, would you like a devil fruit? I can make it even more delicious for you, Sanji said, his eyes sparkling with hearts. Is there a devil fruit as convenient as Blue Knight's? Nami pondered, intrigued. Sanji's mind raced, contemplating a single solution. What if we eliminate Blue Knight and then, bam, a punch of love, and Sanji lay defeated. Unbeknownst to Blue Knight, Sanji had been scheming under the spell of beauty, contemplating eliminating him to acquire that elusive card fruit. Meanwhile, Blue Knight was merrily foraging for mushrooms on the island, or rather, cards. It was evident that this island had once been inhabited by humans, as the remnants of collapsed buildings, intricately carved statues, and vividly depicted murals all attested to its past. This island has long remained untouched by human presence, resulting in the preservation of its pristine ecology, with numerous scattered cards adorning its surface. Remarkably, all these cards feature a singular type, known as the Red Monster card of the Millennium Dragon Guardian. This marks the second classification of monster cards that Blue Knight has encountered since the Demon Fruit card. Card, Millennium Dragon Guardian rank, Crimson category, Monster card effect, summons a Millennium Dragon Guardian to battle for 5 minutes. Note, it is a female humanoid summon beast. Do as you wish, 5 minutes should suffice for you. Blue Knight. Goodness, why is this so increasingly frivolous? Furthermore, is 5 minutes truly enough? I am a man capable of lasting a whole night. Ahem, I digress. Blue Knight is quite intrigued by this second type of monster card and tentatively summons a Millennium Dragon Guardian. Ah, indeed, it is female. This setting is quite appealing. After all, there is a certain charm in femininity. In an instant, as if by teleportation, a fully armed warrior materialized abruptly before Lan Yi, clad in gleaming silver armor. Wielding a single-handed sword, the figure stood motionless, its face obscured by a steel mask, resembling a mere puppet. Upon issuing a few commands, the entity responded flawlessly, however. When faced with more intricate requests, such as removing its armor or helmet, cough, my intentions were purely experimental, nothing more. Ultimately, this so-called Millennium Dragon Guardian turned out to be nothing more than a mere combat automaton, exhibiting rigid and mechanical movements, its strength merely on par with an average individual. Once subjected to excessive force, it would disintegrate into a heap of armored remnants. There was no one within. It was merely an embodiment of feminine armor brought to life. How disappointing, such a waste of my sentiments. For some reason, Lan Yi felt a vague sense of sorrow deep within. This lamentation is solely in response to the absence of obedient henchmen, and certainly not motivated by any nefarious intentions. Although the Millennium Dragon Guardian may seem rather superfluous, Blue Knight diligently scours the scattered cards throughout the Forsaken Islands. Better to be prepared than to suffer misfortune. Why not collect what is freely available? Even if they are later sold as scrap metal, it would still prove advantageous. Suddenly, as Blue Knight gathered the 36th Millennium Dragon Guardian card, a resounding roar echoed from the mountaintop. This made Lan Wei come to an abrupt halt, sweeping his gaze over the desolate ruins before soaring towards the mountain peak. Ding! Your little white mouse has been automatically delivered to your doorstep. Please sign for it. 36. Insights on death. When Lanwei arrived in a rush, he witnessed Lord Long's wooden raft soaring just beneath him. Had he not promptly altered the trajectory of his repulsion, both the dragon and the raft would likely have been forced down. Casting a glance at Luffy and the others departing on Lord Long's wooden raft, Lanwei understood that they had returned empty-handed. This island was indeed once inhabited by the ancient dragons for a millennium. However, it is regrettable that the guardians of these dragons departed to Battleship Island long ago. Battleship Island is the so-called Dragon's Lair, a remarkable phenomenon that recedes only once every 1,000 years. With Luffy and Sanji present, Blue Knight harbored no concerns for the safety of Lord Dragon. He merely cast a glance before continuing his swift ascent toward the crumbling ruins atop the mountain. In the distance, he spotted his target. The distinctive purple hairstyle of Eric the Express was unmistakable. Were Blue Knight equipped with a sniper rifle, Eric would undoubtedly be his prime target. Such ostentation. Yet, as the bearer of the scythe fruit, he certainly earned the right to such flamboyance. It was uncertain how Eric managed to traverse the stormy seas with but a small vessel, but that was of no concern to Blue Knight. He had come solely to conduct an experiment of his own design. Just as Blue Knight approached, Eric unleashed a scythe strike that forced Zoro back, only to pivot and pursue Luffy and the others. He was actually chasing the ancient dragon. Hey, are you trying to escape? Bang. Before Zoro could finish his sentence, Eric was sent flying back by a repulsive blast from Blue Knight. Had it not been for Eric's seasoned reflexes and countering with another side strike to fend off Zoro's follow-up attack, the skirmish could have concluded then and there. Zoro, you couldn't even strike down an oncoming foe. TSK, Blue Knight remarked with an air of leisure. Enough with the chatter. Zoro, exasperated, retorted. If you think you're so capable, then step up. This was hardly the demeanor of a man who could withstand a slash from Hawkeye. The taunting continued. Enough. Silence. Zoro, teeth clenched around his sword, fumed. Just watch me as I take down this. Hey, he is getting away. Blue Knight interjected. Damn it. Come back. Just as Blue Knight was mocking Zoro, Eric stealthily maneuvered past the two, intent on continuing his pursuit of Luffy and the others through the front entrance. This certainly provoked Zoro, who immediately sought to pursue, only to be unexpectedly pulled back by Blue Knight using his gravitational powers, colliding with Zoro head-on. Unfortunately, the outcome remained unchanged, with Zoro being forced back once again. TSK, this is the second time. How tedious. That infuriating little brat. Zoro was equally exasperated. Well, I recall that you should be 19, right? I am 17 this year. It's not that much of a difference. Blue Knight retorted, clearly displeased. A brat is still a brat. Infuriating. Stand aside, little brat, and watch as I cut. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bickering duo evidently irked Eric, who swung his arms to unleash side slashes, compelling the two to momentarily set aside their age dispute. How dare you belittle me, Lord Eric? Eric's voice was cold and menacing. I am a user of the scythe fruit. Watch as I dismember you insolent fools. As he spoke, Eric's hands danced wildly in the air, unleashing invisible waves of sharp air pressure directed at Blue Knight and Zoro. The intensity was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Blue Knight made a decisive choice, swiftly darting behind Zoro, ensuring his own safety. You slippery little brat. Zoro was clearly displeased with Blue Knight's maneuver but had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure Eric's scythe storm. In an instant, all attacks struck directly in front of Zoro, forcing him to tirelessly fend off each assault, unable to evade. Zoro, unlike Blue Knight, who lacked scruples, was quite protective of his companions. It seems that even Blue Knight has forgotten that he is not a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. To this day, he remains merely a passenger on the ship, one who has paid a fare of 9 million berries. Well, Zoro, do you want me to lend a hand? I have some good strategies for dealing with him, you know. Blue Knight lazily suggested. You dare. Zoro threatened fiercely. This is my opponent. You stay on the sidelines and watch. It was evident that Zoro did not wish for anyone to interfere in his battle. Oh, very well. Just remember not to kill him. I still need him for some experiments. How tiresome. Just stand there and watch. With a shrug, Blue Knight ceased further comments. From a perspective of strength, it could only be said that Zoro had chosen the wrong approach to battle, insisting on a direct confrontation. Given that Eric relied on his devil fruit powers, he was inherently less physically trained. As long as Zoro closed the distance, he could easily secure victory. Although Zoro was somewhat directionally challenged, his combat awareness was exceptionally sharp, and he naturally recognized Eric's flaw. However, He chose not to exploit this weakness to swiftly conclude the battle. Instead, he opted for a head-on clash, using Eric as a sharpening stone to comprehend the elusive path of the swordsman. After all, not everyone has the convenience of a duel arena like Blue Knight, where one can easily match with an opponent slightly stronger than themselves. Generally, one must wait a considerable time, much like Zoro, to encounter a rival of equal strength. Yawn. Bored, Blue Knight expressed that he was nearly falling asleep. One flailed empty-handed while the other wielded swords, biting down on one while hacking at the air. Although the sound of fierce clashing resonated, the scene appeared as if two rather dull individuals were competing to see who could act more absurdly. Ultimately, Blue Knight simply found a spot to sit on the ground, leaning against a crumbling wall and dozing off, although his repulsive force barrier was always on standby. Speaking of which, there is a significant difference between the repulsive force sensing field and the repulsive force barrier. The repulsive force sensing field disperses subtle repulsive force from one's body, using the resistance feedback to gauge the contours of nearby objects, enhancing one's vision as a form of supplementary perception, consuming minimal energy, allowing it to be maintained in a daily state. In contrast, the repulsive force barrier, built upon the sensing field, consumes a substantial amount of life energy to accumulate repulsive force. Typically, it maintains a faint output for normal sensing. But upon detecting a significant resistive feedback approaching, it automatically amplifies the repulsive output, entirely rejecting the opponent's proximity or even directly repelling them. Even if the opponent manages to brute force their way through Blue Knight's barrier, he can employ air dance, utilizing repulsive force to propel himself forward. I guarantee you will not lay a finger on my garments, unless your agility surpasses my reaction speed or employs attacks that do not elicit repulsive feedback. Blue Knight shall remain undefeated until his life energy is depleted. This, however, is a defensive technique he painstakingly derived after perishing a staggering 542 times in the arena of combat. On average, he succumbed to death approximately 300 times a day. He has grown so accustomed to the notion of mortality that he no longer fears it. It is indeed a profound understanding of death. Clearly, Lanya's innate talent for battle leaves much to be desired. Otherwise, he would not have faced such a multitude of demises. Alas, the realm of combat is not suited for me. It seems I am far more adept at serving as a strategist, guiding the tides of war. Although Lanya may lack prowess in combat, he possesses a remarkable skill in the adept use of tools. Grasping the concept of repulsive force and mastering the protective shield is a formidable challenge. Yet once understood, its application becomes second nature. As Eric witnessed Zoro's relentless assault proving fruitless, a sense of retreat began to take root within him. He had come in pursuit of the legendary dragon's bones, seeking immortality, not conflict. Thus, seizing a fleeting opportunity, Eric momentarily pushed Zoro back, directing 3 swift scythe-like strikes towards the languidly drowsy Blue Knight. Subsequently, he turned to cleave through the obstructing debris, intent on evading Zoro's entanglement. At this moment, Zoro was confronted with 2 choices: to rescue the seemingly defenseless Blue Knight or to disregard it and persist in pursuing Eric. There is no need for selection. With a resounding clash, Zoro shattered the 3 scythe strikes aimed at Blue Knight, prompting Blue Knight to lower his floating form and express his grievances to Zoro, who stood protectively before him. "Hey, you're blocking my way. Don't push your luck, you little brat." Zoro furrowed his brow in annoyance. "I'm warning you. If you don't step aside, that little white mouse will escape." How infuriating. Just wait. All right. Realizing that his threats had no effect on Blue Knight, Zoro begrudgingly shifted his stance and glanced at the sword, Wadakamanji, resting in his mouth. He contemplated, since words had failed him. Perhaps he could use the sword to deal with this insufferable fellow. Yes, a splendid idea. Unbeknownst to Blue Knight, Zoro's sinister thoughts were brewing. As Zoro moved aside, Eric had already dashed beyond a 50-meter radius of his attack range. However, Blue Knight was not without a nearby target. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed his dance of the sky, slightly adjusting his position to align himself, Zoro, and Eric in a straight line. Under Zoro's pale threat, he unleashed the entirety of the repulsive force accumulated within his protective barrier. With a thud, Zoro was propelled beyond the 50-meter range of his sensing circle. Instinctively, Blue Knight opened his eyes just in time to see a few stars twinkling. "Oh, it seems I overdid it." Scratching his head, he soared after the not-so-distant Eric, refraining from attacking and merely hovering 30 meters above him. It wouldn't do to send Zoro flying and then snatch his experience points. After all, he was a man who didn't lack for extraordinary experience points. Meanwhile, at the shores of Lost Isle, the raft carrying Dragon and Luffy had safely landed. They had firmly secured the hemp rope to the stern of the ship, preparing for departure. Luffy turned to search for Zoro and Blue Knight. It was time to retreat. The method of retreat was simple, just stretch out his arm and pull them in. However, Luffy clearly did not anticipate an unforeseen calamity. Suddenly, a mass of green descended from above and enveloped him completely, landing perfectly. But how infuriating! The green mass sprang away from Luffy without a second thought. Leaping onto the ship and sprinting towards the island, Blue Knight, I will definitely cut you down. With a swift motion, a hand landed on the unsuspecting back of Zoro. Then, bam! This time, Zoro's flawless visage landed upon the enigmatic mast of the Going Merry. It was a sight that threatened to mar his appearance. Yet, how infuriating! One day, I shall surely slay the both of you. Zoro's impotent threat echoed, as after 2 consecutive abnormal landings. The list of those he yearned to behead grew ever longer. This seems to be a flag raised with little chance of realization. Luffy's resentment towards Zoro, apart from a mere apology, was met with indifference from Zoro, who exhibited no trace of remorse. Instead, he unwittingly extended his cursed rubber hand towards the Blue Knight hanging behind Eric. Naturally, the Blue Knight wholeheartedly rejected it, declaring that even if he flew to Navy Island, he would not board this express train. Unhesitatingly, he unleashed a repulsive force that sent it flying, and as he touched his chin, he felt that Zoro likely lacked the energy to farm experience points from Eric now. Thus, he decided to handle it himself. With that thought, the Blue Knight accelerated and arrived above Eric, and before the latter could react, a powerful repulsive force erupted from the layer beneath his feet, pressing the still-running Eric onto the ground, causing friction due to inertia. Yes, pressing him down and causing friction was no mistake. In terms of abilities, the Blue Knight truly had the upper hand against Eric's scythe fruit. The latter's attacks required physical movement for basic side slashes. But if covered by the Blue Knight's repulsive range, this seemingly excessively indulgent fellow would certainly be unable to lift even a finger. A devil fruit user unable to utilize their powers is no different from an ordinary person, grasping 2 forces of gravity in his hands. The Blue Knight gradually relaxed the repulsive force beneath him while firmly anchoring the gravitational forces to the massive rocks on either side, ensuring that the pressure exerted on Eric would not diminish in the slightest. If increased further, it would become too difficult to control. Suspended 3 meters above Eric, the Blue Knight finally spoke. Hey, purple-haired sissy, do you want to surrender? Eric, the Blue Knight, oh, still quite defiant, huh? Let me show you something. He intensified the repulsive force beneath him. Eric, the Blue Knight, TSK, not bad, you have spirit. But I wonder if your bones are as tough. The repulsive force increased again, as if a shattering sound emanated from within Eric's body. Eric, the Blue Knight, TSK, I admire your tenacity. All right, I'll give you a swift end. With that, the Blue Knight took out a magic card, aiming it at Eric's back, though hesitating within himself. After all, he had never truly killed anyone. The first time he killed was a mermaid, which technically did not count as a human, and both instances were accidental. He never intended to kill. In duels, he had never witnessed any gruesome scenes, as he would simply teleport back to reality after determining the victor. Thus, even as he verbally declared his intention to kill Eric, the Blue Knight was somewhat hesitant. Perhaps he was still not bold enough to extinguish a vibrant life. Just as the Blue Knight was in doubt, Zoro, who had leapt off the ship and rushed over, disdainfully mocked. Hey, kid. If you push him all the way into the ground like that, it's a miracle he doesn't suffocate. How do you expect him to answer your question? The Blue Knight. So, it's my fault then? In the fleeting moment of life and death, gasping for air, Eric struggled to breathe after the Blue Knight had removed the repulsive force from his head, his face turning a shade of purple akin to his hair. If Zoro hadn't arrived just in time, this fellow, firmly restrained by the Blue Knight's abilities, would have met his end, allowing Eric to catch his breath. The Blue Knight asked again, Hey, purple-haired freak, do you want to surrender? I surrender. Eric hastily raised a white flag. I was hired by the Navy Admiral to track the 1,000-year dragon. If you seek revenge, you can go after him. The Blue Knight. Hey, you were so tough just a moment ago. Why the sudden cowardice? However, since the opponent had surrendered, the Blue Knight felt it inappropriate to push further. It granted him a reason not to kill. Floating away from Eric, the Blue Knight scanned him up and down, yet saw no sign of card generation. Could it be that I guessed wrong? The method for generating cards isn't to defeat the opponent, but rather entirely random? The Blue Knight furrowed his brow. He had initially intended to experiment with the appearance of cards against a rare weak fruit user to see if, like in games, defeating a boss would yield card drops. As a side fruit user, Eric's strength greatly surpassed that of an ordinary human, even countering the protagonist Luffy. If not for the fact that his abilities were precisely countered by the Blue Knight, he would indeed be a formidable character. Regardless, even if he wasn't a minor boss, he was certainly an elite monster, right? Yet, nothing had dropped at all. Was it not about defeating, but rather killing? The thought of the 2 cards from the evil dragon pirates crossed the Blue Knight's mind. He suspected it might be so. Nevertheless, his moral compass prevented him from going through with it. It wasn't about being a bleeding heart. Rather, Eric, in his memories, was not a remorseless scoundrel, leaving him without justification for killing him. Perhaps he should just let him go. After all, there would be ample opportunities for experimentation once they reached the Grand Line. Just as the Blue Knight contemplated releasing Eric, he failed to notice that Eric, having regained his composure, was seething with a sinister killing intent beneath his sunglasses. The Blue Knight was oblivious to this aura. He merely felt an instinctual chill run down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise inexplicably. Unbeknownst to him, Zoro, who appeared casual, was a seasoned swordsman, intimately familiar with the sensation of killing intent. At the first hint of it, he instinctively drew his sword. Haha, you're still too naive. Suddenly, Eric, who had been pressed to the ground, surged up, crossing his arms over his chest and swinging down violently towards the close Blue Knight. You're going to die, kid. Clang. A flash of cold light cut through the air as Eric's malevolent killing intent faltered, and his arms, swinging downward, froze just above the Blue Knight's head, the side slash having merely grazed his hair. The Blue Knight, however, displayed no reaction. Before he could comprehend the situation, a deep gash appeared on Eric's forehead, extending down to his chin, and then, in a gruesome display, he was cleaved in 2, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground, the acrid scent of blood invading the air. It was only at this moment that the Blue Knight's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his body trembling uncontrollably as realization dawned on him. Just moments ago, he had nearly been assassinated by Eric. The scythe fruit could slice through rock. Cutting through a mere slab of meat would be a trivial matter. The thought that the pool of flesh beneath him could have been his own fate turned the Blue Knight's face pale, then a sickly shade of green, before finally flushing a deep purple. He retched again. Such a bloody scene was not something he could bear, especially as someone who hesitated even to kill, ultimately intending to let the tiger return to the mountain. Zoro, maintaining his stance with the drawn sword, disdainfully glanced at the Blue Knight but refrained from mocking him at that moment. Instead, he scanned the surroundings, gathering some rubble to conceal the gruesome sight of Eric's remains. At least it wouldn't be a body left to rot in the wilderness. In this tumultuous moment, Lan Yu was utterly oblivious to everything around him, consumed by the overwhelming urge to purge, even expelling his very bile, a memory etched indelibly in his mind. Sensing Lan Yu's profound discomfort, Sanji hastily applied a peculiar paste beneath his nose, which unleashed an indescribable spiciness that enveloped Lan Yu's lungs entirely. No longer could he indulge in feelings of nausea. With a sense of urgency, he downed the specially concocted broth prepared by Sanji, allowing himself a moment of reprieve. Gasping for fresh air, Lan Yu lamented that he had nearly expelled his stomach in the process. All right, it's time to set sail, Luffy finally declared. Nami, where are we headed? Didn't I mention? According to the mural's guidance, the Dragon's Cave is likely near Battleship Island. We should return there first. Nami sighed in exasperation. Haha, just like that. Luffy grinned broadly. All right then, our destination is Battleship Island. Let us set sail. Usopp, Sanji. And Zoro promptly began preparations to hoist the anchor and unfurl the sails, collectively choosing to overlook Lan Yu in their fervor. At this moment, it is best not to mention the matter. Lan Yu, lost in thought, staggered as he ascended the watchtower, his gaze vacant as he stared into an unknown distance, his mind wandering far beyond. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Zoran's vigilance and formidable strength, Eric would have met a grim fate. It could have been even worse. The mere thought of Eric sent a wave of nausea rolling through Lan Yu's stomach. Gritting his teeth, he fought back the urge to vomit, striving to recall the harrowing scene from earlier. This recent incident has led him to realize that this cannibalistic world harbors no semblance of mercy, beyond the companions to whom one may entrust their back. All that remains are adversaries poised for conflict. For a long while, Lan Yu's countenance turned an ashen hue, his mind entangled in a chaotic web of thoughts, ultimately compelling him to abandon the recollection of that unbearable scene. Rome was not built in a day. He could only acclimate gradually in the days to come. Concurrently, within him burgeoned an intensified yearning to overthrow this morbid world, not for any other reason, but for the sake of his future descendants, so they might joyfully enjoy a carefree childhood, He must strive towards the goal that resides in his heart, even if he himself cannot realize it. He must at least grow strong enough, powerful like Whitebeard, capable of instilling fear in the hearts of the wicked merely by his reputation, deterring them from any transgression. As his mind wandered through a labyrinth of disarray, it took a considerable time for Lan Yi to regain his focus. Alas, pondering further is futile. The paramount objective remains to grow stronger. Clutching a card in his hand. This is precisely what Zoro obtained after vanquishing Eric. The unified front of Zoro and Sanji saw the Going Merry boldly plunge into the stormy seas. With her initial experience, Nami adeptly commanded the ship, despite the fierce rocking. Capsizing was no longer a concern. Truly, she lived up to her title as a genius navigator, with no pressing matters at hand. Blue Knight retrieved the card dropped by Zoro after defeating Eric. Card, Wonton rank, orange category, skill card effect, accelerates the convergence of surrounding air currents for a brief period and compresses them slightly. Note, this skill is a flawed version of a wind manipulation ability. Caution is advised regarding potential explosions following air compression. A defective version of a supernatural ability. Its origins remain unknown, perhaps from some film or anime. As an orange-ranked skill card, Blue Knight absorbed all its content in merely a minute. Grasping the essence of this new skill with ease. How should one express this? The so-called extraordinary ability is indeed a flawed version. Its effects, as described, merely provide a slight enhancement when gathering surrounding air currents, provided one possesses the means to do so. For instance, through breathing. One can intake a greater volume of gas in a given time frame. In the case of the air cannon, the gravitational barrel now requires only approximately 0.7 seconds to accumulate air, down from the previous 1 second, resulting in a 30 increase in efficiency. However, if one merely wishes to gather air currents, I regret to inform you that this ability does not possess such functionality. It is merely a passive skill that enhances the gathering of air currents without any active capabilities. It is no wonder it has been rated as orange. Is it because it was not earned through personal effort that its value has diminished? I did indeed consider reducing the air accumulation time for the air cannon and air blast. While it may seem somewhat trivial, it has indeed decreased the accumulation time for the air cannon to some extent. One could argue it has moderate utility. During the experimentation with the Blue Knight skills, the Going Merry, under Nami's command, successfully navigated through the stormy region and traversed that strange mirror-like surface, arriving at the normal sea level. Boom, boom, boom. As the Going Merry emerged, it was immediately met with a barrage of cannon fire. Blue Knight was taken aback. What was happening? Why were they being attacked as soon as they surfaced? Soaring from the deck to a vantage point in the sky, he scanned the surroundings and discovered the Going Merry was effectively encircled by more than 30 warships. We're doomed. Usopp, clutching a spyglass, cried out in panic. Realizing that the ships were linked by iron chains, we were surrounded. We must retreat. Bang. Nami delivered a sharp slap to Usopp, admonishing him for such defeatist talk. Retreating would only lead to the same encirclement. Then what should we do now? We are all going to die. What else can we do but jump onto their ships? Eliminate them, and then cut the chains? Sanji suggested, puffing out smoke rings. Hey, this time, the cook's suggestion isn't half bad. Who are you calling a cook? Ma said. Obviously, you. You want to fight? Who's afraid of you? Come on. From above, Blue Knight witnessed the bickering between Zoro and Sanji, while Luffy, the carefree captain, simply laughed, feeling quite helpless. Hey, there are more than 30 warships firing at us, and Nami is seriously maneuvering the ship to dodge the cannonballs. Even Usopp is nervously returning fire, yet you three main fighters are here squabbling. Does this seem appropriate? What manner of relationship did these adversaries share in their previous lives? That they feel uncomfortable unless they spar with one another for a single day? I suggested that it was the perfect time for a battle. Perhaps they could compete to see who could defeat more Navy soldiers? The ever-resigned Lan Yu proposed. Oh, is this a competition? I want to join. Luffy was the first to respond. Sanji, poised to kick, and Zoro, unsheathing his sword, both nodded in agreement, only to begin bickering over who would claim more victories. At that moment, both Lan Yi and ABIs received a call from Dragon. Their target is me. If you let me go, you will be safe. There is no need for you to quarrel on my behalf. Unbeknownst to them, the language-impaired Dragon assumed that Zoro and Sanji's dispute was about whether or not to continue protecting him, just as Lan Yi was about to clarify. ABIs dashed to the stern, leaping over the railing and sliding down the rope to comfort Dragon. Seeing this, Lan Yi chose to remain silent. Nami, not only a master navigator but also an adept sailor, skillfully evaded all enemy cannon fire, gradually closing in on their fortified position. You four, Stop watching the spectacle, Nami exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer. Hurry and open the front passage. Hey, Miss Nami, Lanyi retorted, TSK, Silverbose. All right, let's take this seriously, Luffy declared. I mean, I'm just a passenger. It's unreasonable to expect me to fight, Lanyi protested, yearning for a moment of respite. Come now. Don't be like that. We are comrades, Luffy said, feigning an attempt to place his hand on Lanyi's shoulder before unexpectedly wrapping around him, while his rubber arm shot out, securely grasping a naval ship's mast. Nami, you can charge ahead without hesitation. Trust in us. Hey, what are you doing? Lanyi exclaimed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. I can manage on my own. Before he could finish, Lanyi found himself involuntarily propelled by Luffy, experiencing a rather unnatural bungee jump of sorts, courtesy of a free flight service. Of course, in the spirit of shared enjoyment. Lanyi's gravity ropes firmly grasped both Zoro and Sanji, and the four were unceremoniously flung onto the naval vessel. Fortunately, Lanyi narrowly avoided colliding with the mast by employing his aerial dance technique, while Luffy, being made of rubber, had no qualms about getting stuck. As for the other two, alas, the mast bore cracks from the impact, indicating a rather forceful collision. Damn it, Luffy. I will definitely cut him down, Zoro fumed. It seems Lanyi was holding on to us, Sanji added. Let us take him down together, Zoro exclaimed. Agreed, Sanji concurred. This pair of adversaries has surprisingly united on the same front, yet it is certainly not the alliance that Blue Knight wished to witness. The unexpected potency of the wager looms large. Unbeknownst to Blue Knight, Zoro and Sanji have formed a united front. At this moment, he is soaring above the fleet of warships, purposefully navigating beyond the blockade and hurtling towards another colossal battleship that is not arranged in the chain formation. This particular vessel is markedly larger than the others and is adorned with a green dragon motif, with the bow resembling that of a dragon. These elements alone were insufficient for Lanyi to ascertain that the so-called admiral was indeed aboard this vessel. What solidified his conviction was the sight of an extraordinarily corpulent pirate, requiring the assistance of 8 well-trained sailors to be lifted upon the deck. The world of piracy was undeniably peculiar, where even the stoutest individuals could reach a staggering height of 3 meters and a width of 2 meters, resembling a cylinder topped with a sphere. In response to Lanyi's audacious maneuver, the sailors were unwilling to permit any threat to their commander and promptly raised their firearms, launching a barrage of gunfire in his direction. Unfortunately, conventional weaponry proved ineffective against him. The repulsion shield activated, rendering all bullets incapable of breaching the half-meter perimeter surrounding him, serving only to deplete a fraction of his life force without any significant effect. I now consider myself a minor superhero, haha. A glance at the ammunition in this realm confirmed its spherical design. The bullets of this caliber scarcely travel far. They possess a modicum of lethality at close range. Yet their destructive capacity diminishes exponentially beyond a mere 10 meters. While the naval officers fixated their attention on Blue Knight, Luffy and his companions wreaked havoc within the chain formation, sending numerous naval soldiers tumbling into the sea. In terms of ranged attacks, the bullets proved utterly ineffective against the trio, while cannon fire was rendered impossible due to the presence of their own naval soldiers aboard the ship. Fire commanded a certain admiral, directing the cannon fire towards their own vessel. He bellowed into the transponder snail. But Admiral, there are our men on board. No more nonsense. The Admiral, in a fit of exasperation, faltered in his composure. They were sacrificing themselves for justice, a lofty and supreme honor, their destined fate. Hurry, fire. After all, he was an admiral. His position dictated his thoughts, and he could utter a few grandiose words to sway the hearts of his subordinates. Alas, this excuse is utterly pathetic. The entire fleet is aware that this mission is for the sake of the Millennium Dragonbone, essentially for the eternal life of you, the Admiral. Where, then, is the notion of justice to be found? Caught in the struggle between the instinct to obey orders and the humanity towards their comrades' lives. The messenger soldiers are in turmoil. Alas, these are merely a fraction of the messengers. Each warship is assigned a messenger, and not all of them adhere to a humanistic ethos. A small portion prioritize power and wealth above all else. Power and wealth are, after all, synonymous. Thus, in their eagerness to flatter the admiral, they may feel a twinge of remorse, yet they do not hesitate to relay the command to bombard the enemy-occupied Allied vessel. The hierarchical nature of authority stifles dissent. Among those naval soldiers receiving the order to fire upon their allies, some, motivated by self-interest, execute the command without a second thought. It is not my desire to kill you. Rather, these pirates are overwhelmingly formidable, bolstered by those with devil fruit abilities. Even without firing a shot, your demise is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. They console themselves. Subsequently, Zoro and his companions finally endure attacks that pose some degree of threat. Regrettably, their efforts remain futile. For Luffy, cannonballs can be effortlessly deflected. Zoro slices through them with ease, and Sanji can volley the projectiles back with the finesse of a game. As time passes, the gunners realize that direct assaults yield no results, and they no longer require the Admiral's command. Some profit-driven individuals begin to bombard the hulls of the warships. Following the initial act, others, succumbing to pressure, join in. With a barrage of cannon fire, the warship housing Luffy and his companions is struck, its hull breached. And torrents of seawater begin to pour in. Their fate of sinking into the depths of the ocean now seems inevitable. This compelled the three individuals to leap from the ship in haste, as they endeavored to carve a path for the Golden Mary, a task that demanded unwavering urgency. The chains, along with the warship, sank into the depths of the sea, resembling submerged reefs, rendering passage utterly impossible. Infuriating. If only a single chain remained. Zoro seethed with discontent. Useless mosshead. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke. Enough of your prattle. Zoro struck a naval soldier aside with the back of his sword. Roaring in frustration, I have vanquished 131 Navy soldiers. Surely you have defeated fewer. Upon hearing this, Sanji raised his foot, launching a dual assault on two naval soldiers before him, hurling them like cannonballs into the throng, forcing more Navy soldiers to retreat and tumble into the sea. My apologies. But with the recent additions, I am merely one ahead of you. Impossible. I just knocked away 3, thus I surpassed you by 2. Oh, with these 6, I am 4 ahead of you. Infuriating, one sword style. These two adversaries have entirely forgotten their purpose aboard the warship, which was to establish a trade route for the Golden Mary. Instead, they have descended into a fray, ruthlessly tormenting the valiant naval soldiers who bravely charge forward. Of course, neither of them has delivered a fatal blow. However, even so, being caught in the crossfire of these two formidable beings would likely leave one bedridden for a fortnight or more. As for Luffy, he too eagerly joined this contest of hunting naval soldiers. Yet, his limited capacity for thought became painfully evident, leading him to abandon any semblance of counting and instead unleash chaos all around. This was evidently beyond Nami's expectations. In the original narrative, there was no mention of such a contest. Rather, Zoro's objective was unmistakably to sever the chains. However, now, well, it was Blue Knight who proposed the competition. On the Going Merry, Nami observed the commotion, yet no passage had been opened, leaving her in a state of frantic distress. As they approached the formidable fleet, with only herself and Usopp aboard, there was no feasible way to halt the rapidly advancing Going Merry, let alone evade the barrage of cannon fire. If this trajectory continued, the ship was likely to collide with the massive chains, and even if it did not meet a catastrophic fate, it would certainly be ensnared. The only recourse for her and Usopp was to shout desperately in an attempt to alert Luffy and the others. However, the deafening roars drowned out any possibility of communication. Usopp's face turned ashen, mumbling disheartening phrases about the demise of a great sea warrior, radiating negativity. Nami, too, felt her complexion pale, resolutely. She decided to maneuver the ship sharply to the left to distance themselves from the fleet. Just then, a turning point emerged. At the moment Nami resolved to veer left and escape, a miraculous change occurred. All the cannon fire ceased. The Navy had called for a ceasefire. This left Nami momentarily stunned. In the next instant, directly ahead of the Thousand Sunny, the interlinked chains between the warships were untied by the naval soldiers themselves. And the vessels even thoughtfully maneuvered to create some distance, allowing Nami to navigate through with greater ease. This unusual behavior ignited a spark of doubt within Nami. Just as she hesitated, Usopp, fully revived, suddenly shouted, "It's Blue Knight. Look at the bow of that warship. It's Blue Knight. He's standing on a gigantic fat man." Following Usopp's, Nami turned her gaze and spotted Blue Knight waving at her from atop a mound of flesh, his thumb raised high, instantly alleviating her worries. Thankfully, there was someone reliable. She resolved to recruit Blue Knight into their pirate crew. Otherwise, their future would be fraught with anxiety. Unbeknownst to Blue Knight, his dependability had already caught Nami's attention. He paid no mind to the temporary chaos among Luffy and the others, having been preoccupied with capturing the substantial mass beneath him. The nameless admiral, it seemed, was fearful for his life, surrounded by a ship full of naval soldiers and cannons. Initially, Blue Knight faced a barrage of cannon fire that hindered his advance, causing his health to plummet drastically. If this stalemate continued, he might very well be worn down to nothing. Yet, Blue Knight was not one to passively endure an onslaught. He elevated his stance to evade most cannon attacks, withstanding a few shots from artillery capable of reaching his altitude. He then set up his own artillery, firing precisely at the stationary targets, as airburst shells found their way into the muzzles, resulting in explosive detonations. Once he neutralized all the artillery, the remaining cannons posed no threat to him. He descended directly from above the admiral, launching a fierce assault without uttering a word. After a series of strikes, the quivering mass of flesh immediately raised a white flag. Before Blue Knight could say anything, the admiral, recognizing the situation, picked up a transponder snail and ordered the naval soldiers to cease fire, instructing the ships responsible for the blockade to sever their chains and allow the Going Merry to pass. This spared Blue Knight the need for lengthy discourse. Indeed, a cowardly soul, a single beating rendered him compliant. Of course, Blue Knight was not naive enough to release this admiral without further ado. He laboriously lifted the man and flew toward the passage leading to the Going Merry, waving to Nami to signal safety. It was only then that Blue Knight noticed Sanji and Zoro, still embroiled in a debate over who had defeated more naval soldiers. Luffy, attempting to interject, was completely disregarded. "Could someone explain this situation to me?" Blue Knight inquired. The admiral, testing the waters, ventured, "You must desire immortality as well, right? If you help me obtain the Millennium Dragon Bone, I can craft one for you too. Moreover, I can offer you a wealth of treasures. I possess the authority to mobilize the Navy's funds." With a swift motion, Blue Knight delivered a punch, the force striking the admiral's face decisively. Although the impact was not formidable, the pampered admiral rolled his eyes back and fainted. "Damn it, the blood and sweat of the people have nurtured a parasite like you." Blue Knight scoffed, disdainfully grinding his foot into the admiral's corpulent chest to confirm his unconsciousness before curling his lip in disappointment. He had intended to treat him properly. Yet the man had simply passed out. At that moment, the Going Merry glided past, prompting Blue Knight to leap onto the lookout tower, stretch languidly, and lie down, preparing for a brief respite. "Hey, Blue Knight," Usopp shouted from the lookout. "Where are Luffy and the others? Aren't they with you?" He had been too focused on the unshackling of the chains to notice the ongoing dispute among Luffy and the others. "To be fair," Blue Knight replied, "rising to survey the retreating fleet, I have opened the passage and ensured the Going Merry's safe departure. Did you not notice it was time to return to the ship?" He felt no inclination to fly back and act as a messenger. Let them fend for themselves. After all, the one who would ultimately suffer would be that so-called admiral. Noticing Blue Knight's inactivity, Usopp appeared increasingly anxious. Just as he was about to speak, Blue Knight's form suddenly vanished from sight, leaving Usopp to silence. Blue Knight, seeking more excitement, ventured to the duel arena for amusement. Unfortunately, he encountered a fox fruit user, his least favorite type, an agile specialist. After a strenuous minute of resistance, he was swiftly dispatched, his heart clawed out. Thus, instead of finding entertainment, he was left seething with frustration. This is simply intolerable. As soon as he appeared on the lookout, Blue Knight promptly initiated a match, vanishing from sight. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, he seemed to hear Usopp's voice calling out, I'll inquire about the matter once I step outside." Alas, Blue Knight forgot to check the almanac today, which was not conducive for entering the duel arena. To his dismay, he found himself matched against a user of a superhuman-type devil fruit. This is indeed a first. After a brief encounter, it is fortunate that the other party's capabilities do not pertain to any superhuman speed. In fact, their swiftness is merely slightly more than double that of Blue Knight. One could say their physique is even inferior to Usopp's, and as for speed, being just a tad quicker than him merely places them on par with Usopp. After all, Usopp is renowned for his exceptional talent in fleeing. However, Blue Knight has discovered a rather disheartening issue within himself. This is a copper golem who has consumed the copper fruit. Even when faced with the fierce onslaught of the Blue Knight's most potent air bomb, it merely staggered back a few paces. It stands there defiantly, inviting blows without retaliation, rendering any attempts at attack utterly futile. Thus, the situation devolved into a stalemate. The Blue Knight found this copper figure impervious to offense, while the golem had no recourse against the airborne Blue Knight other than futilely hurling weapons. If it had ended there, a half-hour of drawn-out indecision might have sufficed. However, the peculiar golem turned out to be quite the chatterbox. From the moment it entered, its incessant prattling never ceased, bombarding the Blue Knight with a barrage of questions without ever allowing a moment for response. A full 30 minutes of auditory bombardment. When the time limit of 30 minutes was announced, and the duel space was invoked, the Blue Knight could scarcely recall any thoughts of Usopp. His eyes aflame as he clicked to match once more. Tragically, this time his opponent was a rabbit fruit user, a muscular figure whose speed incited Blue Knight's frustration. and whose leaping ability could reach heights of 50 meters. After enduring for 15 minutes, Blue Knight ultimately succumbed to a devastating kick to the chest, resulting in the shattering of his sternum and his untimely demise. How can one endure such a stifling battle? The dueling arena beckons once more. Tragically, the fourth duelist is yet another ability user, a wielder of the superhuman shield fruit, capable of transforming anything it touches into a shield that envelopes them. Though not as comprehensive in defense as the previous copper fruit user, the abundance of weaponry within the dueling arena poses a significant challenge. Thus, we are met with a 30-minute stalemate. Captain Usopp, the valiant warrior of the seas, finds himself ensnared in the intoxicating allure of the Blue Knight and the insidious allure of dubious milk powder, ahem, the dueling arena. Meanwhile, external events are unfolding that threaten to shatter Usopp's composure. Given his current timid disposition, such occurrences are hardly surprising. Let us rewind to the moment Blue Knight first entered the dueling arena. Hey, Blue Knight, go fetch Luffy and the others. In an instant, Blue Knight vanished from sight, leaving Usopp utterly flabbergasted. Hey, brother, we are still amidst a battle. There are over 30 warships lurking behind us, ready to pounce. And you just abandon us? Yet, in the face of Blue Knight's entry into the dueling arena, the entire crew is aware of only half the story. At such a time, the only course of action is to wait. Suppressing his rising frustration, Usopp musters his courage and ascends the lookout tower. Positioning himself on the precarious mast to search for the whereabouts of Luffy and his companions through his single-tube telescope. The outcome, as expected, is disheartening. Amidst the vast assembly of warships, each vessel dwarfed the Golden Mary by a factor of more than 3, rendering any search futile. However, the peculiar formation of the fleet was devoid of chaos. Instead, the once entangled chains were methodically retracted as the ships hoisted anchor and set sail in pursuit of the Golden Mary, as if Luffy and his companions were non-existent aboard the vessels. At that moment, Blue Knight returned to reality. Usopp, petrified, exclaimed in terror, "Ah, Blue Knight. Those warships are chasing us again. They must be here to kill us." With a sudden rush of anxiety, Usopp dashed to Nami's side. Clinging to her leg and weeping, Nami, we're doomed. The fleet has caught up with us. Get off, Usopp. Your tears are soaking me," Nami scolded, her disdain palpable. "If you keep clinging, it'll cost you 1,000,000 berries per second." Startled, Usopp released his grip. "What do we do now, Nami? We're surely going to die. Are you just going to cry like a child? Where are Luffy and the others?" Nami replied with exasperation. "Zoro and Sanji haven't returned. They must have perished at the hands of the Navy. Blue Knight has activated his ghost mode and isn't even on the ship. We're finished." Luffy and the others would not succumb so easily, yet as for Blue Knight, he bore no obligation to oppose the Navy, not being a member of our pirate crew. After this ordeal, we must find a way to recruit him. Should we return to fetch Luffy and the others? Perhaps it's best not to. Why suggest it if you don't intend to? Nami retorted, dumbfounded. We're doomed, even if they're not here. We're on a swift triangular-sailed ship. The warships are too cumbersome to catch up. But they have cannons. We're still going to die. Bang. A sharp crack resounded as Usopp collapsed, overwhelmed. Damn it, I'm sick of this crying. Nami's frustration peaked. Where did those cannonballs come from? Get to the lookout and keep watch. Lying on the deck, Usopp, faced with Nami's fury, swallowed hard and hurriedly made his way to the lookout, eager to avoid any further negativity. Nami in a rage was truly terrifying. In the face of Nami's wrath, Usopp steeled his timid heart and diligently scanned the surroundings, wary of a surprise attack from the Navy. Upon closer observation, he realized something amiss. Although the fleet pursuing the Golden Mary was vast, as Nami pointed out, their speed could not match the swift Golden Mary, and the distance between them was steadily increasing, the ship's outline shrinking in the distance. Phew, that was close. Under the leadership of your magnificent sea warrior, Captain Usopp, the Mary has once again evaded the clutches of the treacherous Navy. Please, do not overly admire me. Such is a captain's duty, ha ha ha. Yet, while Usopp basked in his self-congratulatory moment, 3 others aboard the warships were mired in frustration. What on earth are Usopp and the others doing? They just left without us. Luffy scratched his head, perplexed. Humph, it's that green-haired fool who delayed us. Hey, you color-obsessed chef, say that again. What, green-haired fool? Or, before Sanji could finish, Zoro drew his sword, prompting Sanji to retaliate with a kick, meeting the blade. As the two bickered, Luffy gazed longingly at the rapidly vanishing Golden Mary, filled with worry. Why is the ship so far ahead when I'm still here as captain? What Luffy failed to recall was that before he had dragged Blue Knight toward the warships, he had instructed Nami not to halt the ship but to charge ahead. Without the captain's command, The pirate ship could not be set in motion, yet had he given a command, the situation would be different. Ultimately, it was Luffy's own fault, too engrossed in the wager to notice. "Hey, stop fighting," Luffy shouted. "Is there any way to make the Golden Mary stop? We can't even see it anymore." Hearing Luffy's plea, Sanji and Zoro continued their quarrel, with Sanji stepping on the back of the collapsed Admiral's hand. Eliciting a cry of pain as Zoro interjected, "Hurry and make the warship speed up to catch our ship, or I'll sever your hand." "Are you brainless, green-haired fool? How could such a cumbersome ship possibly catch up? Curse you, I'll kill you." Zoro fumed, and the two fell into another scuffle. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Admiral clutched his swollen hand in silent despair, wondering why they would inflict such pain upon him, knowing full well the warships could not catch their vessel. In this bizarre turn of events, the three men brazenly commandeered a Navy warship to pursue their own ship. How amusing it was for them. Yet aboard the Golden Mary, one could only say it was a tragic comedy. On the Golden Mary, within the lookout, Nami and Usopp squeezed into the cramped space, leaving room for one more, while ABIs watched eagerly from below. Suddenly, Blue Knight's figure appeared in the space vacated by Nami and Usopp, wide-eyed and unable to blink. Nami lunged at Blue Knight, only to succeed in tackling him, while Usopp, however, collided painfully with a repulsive force field, likely fracturing his nose once more. Why do I say again? Because this marks the 5th time in 6 days. Blue Knight, I beg you, just cook for us. Nami clung tightly to Blue Knight's right arm, pressing it to her ample bosom. Otherwise, we'll have to endure Usopp's cooking again, which is akin to feeding pigs. Usopp, nursing his nose, protested, "I'm not much of a cook. And do you wish to eat ABI's cooking?" At this, Nami's face turned pale, and she clutched Blue Knight's arm even tighter. Ultimately, unable to resist Nami's charms, Blue Knight surrendered to her beauty and abandoned any thoughts of continuing his duel, rising to head to the kitchen instead. The origin of it all lies in Sanji, who was taken away by Luffy. He is, after all, the sole chef aboard the ship. The world of One Piece is a genuinely existing realm. Its map vast enough to surpass that of Earth several times over in a previous life. Previously, due to the necessity of evading warships, the Going Mary sailed in the opposite direction of Battleship Island. This circumstance resulted in a significant increase in the time required to return to Battleship Island while avoiding the potential pursuit of the fleet of warships. This has resulted in 6 full days having elapsed, with Lan Yi and his companions still adrift upon the vast ocean. Fortunately, Nami, the navigator, remains aboard the ship, alleviating any concerns of becoming lost. The solitary issue at hand is the culinary situation. To be frank, Lan Yi's culinary skills are rather unremarkable, merely average at best. However, among the 3 individuals on board, Abi's dark cuisine is perilous, and Usopp's haphazard stews resemble swine fodder. As for Nami, she possesses some culinary knowledge. Yet she insists that her exquisite complexion must not be tarnished by smoke. Consequently, the responsibility of the chef has fallen upon Lan Yi, who, unable to endure Usopp's unpalatable dishes, resorts to preparing a simple fried rice himself. Naturally, Lan Yi is reluctant to accept this role, as he could utilize that time to engage in several duels. Yet, he cannot resist Nami's charms. At mealtime, she pounces upon him with feigned innocence, even going so far as to offer him affection. This is utterly impossible to refuse. However, the time-absorbed Blue Knight, lost in the thrill of the duel arena, remains oblivious to the passing hours. Thus, Nami and the others dutifully take their positions at the lookout tower come mealtime. Naturally, Blue Knight is reluctant to engage in close contact with Usopp, a grown man. Yet, for reasons unknown, Usopp persistently lunges towards him. Perhaps he seeks the reassurance of the ship's only reliable figure, which could bolster his courageous spirit. After all, should a naval warship close in, their only recourse would be Blue Knight. After hastily preparing a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup, the 4 of them feast heartily, leading to Usopp's performance time. Alas, Lord Dragon must endure Usopp's culinary creations, for his appetite is insatiable, and Blue Knight cannot afford to squander precious time. Fortunately, due to his advanced age, Lord Dragon has developed a preference for liquid foods, allowing him to tolerate Usopp's haphazard stew. Aside from the somewhat lacking flavor, it is still a vast improvement over the utterly disastrous meals once prepared by ABIs. Having satiated their hunger, Blue Knight turns to return to the lookout tower, only to be halted by Nami. "Well, considering your ample and soft attributes, we can set aside the matter of accumulating combat experience for now. Nami, if you have something to say, please do so without clinging to, my arm. This doesn't seem appropriate." Blue Knight's cheeks flush. After all, he is still a 17-year-old high school student. "Kiki, you're blushing. Nami remarks nonchalantly. If I didn't do this, you'd surely run off again. I don't mind, so why should you? With that, Nami tightens her grip, pulling him in even closer. Gulping, Usopp, who is obliviously stirring the large pot, widens his eyes and unconsciously swallows, completely unaware that the salt shaker in his hand has fallen into the pot. Let us observe a moment of silence for Lord Dragon. With Nami's insistence, Blue Knight refrains from further protest, slightly bending at the waist to conceal his rising discomfort, his body rigid with tension. Fearful that any errant movement might lead to unintended consequences, Nami merely chuckles at the sight, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint, signaling a triumphant yes to Usopp in the corner where Blue Knight remains oblivious. This, however, seemed to be a premeditated affair. Kiki, Blue Knight. May I inquire if you hail from the East Sea? Nami initiated the conversation. Oh, no. I'm not from the East Sea. Blue Knight endeavored to articulate clearly, yet his attempts were regrettably in vain. Oh, so you are not from the East Sea? Nami tilted her head. Having heard Sanji mention that you fell from the sky, what led you to descend from such heights? In response to Nami, there was an extended silence. The enigmatic figure of Lan Yi defies explanation. One cannot simply assert that he hails from another time, setting aside whether Nami believes him. The peculiar manner of his arrival, tripping over his own feet, remains a subject too delicate for Lan Yi to broach. Ultimately, in the presence of beauty, Lan Yi yearns to present himself in a favorable light. The astute Nami has evidently discerned Lan Yi's reluctance to address this matter. Although she shares a curiosity for the truth, she wisely chooses to defer it for the sake of their forthcoming plans. Lan Yi-kun, could you share tales of your homeland? Nami deftly shifts the conversation. My homeland. Lan Yi had long prepared for inquiries about his origins. He hailed not from a coastal region, but rather from a vast expanse of land. During his time there, he had often heard whispers of the legendary Pirate King. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to the precise oceanic domain that housed such tales. The so-called news stemmed from the lengthy updates of the anime chronicling the Pirate King's adventures. His words bore no intention of deceit. Rather, they were misleading under the assumption of ignorance regarding other worlds. Which ocean do you hail from? Nami inquired, momentarily taken aback. Did your parents not mention it? At the mention of parents, Nami felt a tremor in the arm she held, the muscles tensing noticeably. She realized that she may have treaded into perilous territory. Nami quickly sought to divert the conversation. Yet Lan Yi's voice resonated with a somber tone as he recounted the saga of his previous life. Once, Lan Yi enjoyed the warmth of a loving family, not wealthy, but comfortably provided for. All of this changed when he turned 13. At that time, he was enrolled in a semi-military management academy requiring boarding. Shortly after his arrival, tragedy struck. Their home fell victim to a burglary. The assailants not only stole their possessions but also sought to harm his mother. In the ensuing struggle, his father was tragically slain, while his mother met a similar fate in an attempt to silence her. The idyllic family he once knew was shattered. Despite the eventual capture of the assailants, they received merely a life sentence, escaping the death penalty due to the influence of a powerful father. In the wake of losing his parents, Lan Yi succumbed to a deep depression, only to be rescued from despair by the unwavering care of his mother's elder sister. From that point onward, Lan Yi relied on the inheritance left by his parents to fund his education and accommodation, seeking work during breaks. Due to his tender age, he faced numerous hardships. He toiled in various menial jobs carrying bricks, washing dishes, cleaning restrooms, distributing flyers, and serving tables, essentially every task that required no formal education. This experience fostered in Lan Yi a habit of independence and self-reliance. He developed strong opinions and, through years of hardship, learned to trust others less. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually grew fond of extreme sports, which stimulated his senses. Subsequently, through a clumsy misstep, he found himself in the world of One Piece. Naturally, he would obscure certain elements that did not align with this universe, but the overall introduction remained unchanged. His past was indeed quite fitting for the pirate-infested world, after all. Once he finished speaking, Nami had unknowingly released her grip on Lan Yi's arm, instead pressing his head into her soft bosom. Usopp watched with a mixture of envy and sorrow. He could empathize with some of Lan Yi's struggles, his father, who pursued dreams, and his mother, who had passed away. At least he had a lingering hope, but Lan Yi. Meanwhile, ABI's had already dissolved into tears, the little girl being quite sentimental. After a long pause, it was Lan Yi who first emerged from the depths of negative emotions, breaking free from Nami's embrace, and forced a smile, saying, "Well, let's not dwell on such sorrowful matters any longer." "All right, Lan Yi," Nami replied earnestly. "Though a man may not cry if no one is watching, it can serve as a form of release." Lan Yu was taken aback. For countless nights, he had silently wept, but always feigned strength in public. Indeed. Though Nami was an orphan, the loss of Belmere must have affected her deeply, perhaps not less than his own pain. She could understand his feelings. And Usopp, ABI's, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, Robin, even Frankie and Brook, all had lost something vital. Perhaps joining this crew. As Lan Yu reflected, Nami once more pressed him against her chest. Her face illuminated by a maternal glow, abruptly pulling him from his previous thoughts. Goodness, am I actually contemplating joining the Straw Hat Pirates? What a peculiar notion. They're merely a support group for troubled youths, yet here I am, feeling an urge to join. No, I must prioritize finding the Revolutionary Army or, if the chance arises, hitch a ride on someone else's ship. It would be wise to distance myself from this group. Yes, that's the plan. But before that, I wonder if Nami's current cup size is still a D? After entering the Grand Line, will it upgrade to an E? I wonder if I'll have the opportunity to be embraced like this again. With the mindset of making the best of his circumstances, Lan Yu succumbed to the allure of comfort, sinking deeper into this gentle haven. Nami, basking in her maternal glow, remained oblivious to any irregularities until she felt a warmth trickling from her chest, realizing that, at some point, Lan Yu had blissfully fainted, blood flowing uncontrollably from his nose. Wait, why is Usopp suddenly bleeding from his nose? Nami asked, feigning ignorance. Please, if I were in his position, I would also be bleeding, Usopp remarked, a blend of envy and disdain in his expression. Nami, my mother also passed away, you see. Bang. What are you thinking about? Nami shouted in fury. I sacrificed to recruit Lan Yu as our crew member, and you dare harbor such indecent thoughts. It's absolutely intolerable. Ha, ha, ha. Usopp groaned as he lay there. Since that day, after almost succumbing to a nosebleed from repeated embraces, Lan Yu found himself ensnared in an insatiable desire for dueling challenges, neglecting even his meals. Even when Nami attempted to employ her charms once more, she was repelled by Lan Yu's defensive barrier, leaving her with no opportunity. This is because Lan Yu is evading. He is afraid. That day's fainting was a result of him using repulsion on himself. For if Nami were to unexpectedly propose that he join the Straw Hat Pirates in such an environment, he would find it utterly impossible to refuse. Unbeknownst to him, he had already opened his heart to Nami, revealing to her the childhood he had never spoken of before. This is a harrowing omen. It signifies that, deep within the heart of Lan Yu, he has at least come to believe in Nami, the enchanting young lady, and subconsciously, he is reluctant to decline her. However, as Lan Yu grapples with his revolutionary ideals and the lure of pirate adventures, it is evident that his heart leans towards the former rather than the latter. Adventure may embody the passionate dreams of every man, yet revolution holds the power to spare countless families from the tragedies he has endured. The weight of significance is clear, and Lan Yu, possessing a strong sense of judgment, is capable of discerning it. Thus, even though he is acutely aware of the difficulty in rejecting Nami's request, he resolutely chooses to shut her out, denying her even the opportunity to voice her plea. Nami's heart is in turmoil, without Lan Yu at the helm. She has been on the verge of starvation, her eyes nearly glazing over from hunger. Usopp's haphazard culinary attempts have led to an ever-increasing variety of ingredients, ultimately resulting in their supplies being completely depleted, leaving them reliant on fishing to sustain themselves. The days, stretching like years, finally came to an end on the third day of Blue Knight's refusal to take charge, marking the 9th day since parting ways with Sanji. At last, we have arrived at Gucken Island. Perhaps it was the pangs of hunger that conjured illusions, for Nami could hear Sanji's voice calling her, and a faint aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Only Blue Knight knew that this was not a figment of her imagination. For directly ahead of the Going Merry, the warships that should have been left behind were anchored approximately a kilometer from Gucken Island, their cannons ominously trained on them. Meanwhile, Sanji, Luffy, and Zoro waved from the bow of the large warship where they had previously captured the admiral. The situation was shrouded in uncertainty. Ah, Nami-san. It has been far too long. You remain as enchanting as ever. As the Going Merry docked, Sanji leapt to Nami's side, eager to please, presenting her with a specially prepared bento filled with affection. You must have hardly eaten these past few days. Please, do enjoy this meal. Before he could finish, Nami, embodying a carefree elegance, snatched the heart-shaped bento from Sanji's hands and devoured it hungrily. The long-lost fragrance of delectable food made Usopp swallow hard, casting a pitiful glance at Sanji. Yours is ready as well. It's in the kitchen at Abi's house. Help yourself. Usopp, his eyes glinting with hunger, hurried off to Abi's home without a hint of complaint about the perceived favoritism. At this moment, Luffy and Zoro had finally boarded the vessel. Previously, Luffy attempted to launch himself onto the ship using his elastic powers. However, regrettably, he miscalculated his landing spot and was forcefully knocked away by Blue Knight. As this fellow descended, it appeared he could not find comfort unless he used a human body as a cushion. Previously, it was Zoro, but now, inexplicably, it had shifted to Blue Knight. How infuriating. Blue Knight, why have you sent me flying once more? Clearly, I am the captain. Luffy approached with a demand for retribution. I am not your crew member. I am merely a passenger. Blue Knight shrugged and continued towards the town, adding, and please refrain from smearing my face. Otherwise, the next time I will launch you even further. Luffy was unwilling to relent, pulling Zoro in an attempt to solicit his support. However, as Zoro was the usual point of reference for Luffy's descents, he naturally sided with Blue Knight. What is this? Zoro, how could you assist Blue Knight instead of me? Enough of this chatter. If you do not change this habit soon, I will surely cut you down. While Luffy and Zoro complained, Blue Knight noticed that a nearby warship had begun to depart, seemingly preparing for a collective retreat. The Blue Knight pondered an extraordinary question. Hey, Luffy, you didn't forget to tie up that admiral from the Navy, did you? Huh? What's an admiral? Can it eat? Luffy replied, his face a canvas of confusion. Fortunately, Zoro understood. Oh, you mean that fat guy? After Luffy agreed to meet with the going merry, he let him return. After waiting for a moment, seeing no further development, the Blue Knight reluctantly inquired. That's it? That's it? Luffy confirmed. I guess that admiral must have promised you he would give up the ancient dragon bones, right? Huh? How did you know that? Blue Knight. Sanji must have told you. Undoubtedly, Luffy's rubber brain had once again been deceived, and it seemed he was thoroughly misled. Zoro, though silent, wore an expression of resignation that indicated he had tried to advise Luffy, but it was clear Luffy hadn't listened. Gazing at the fleet of warships slowly departing from the naval island, Blue Knight was certain that the so-called admiral had no intention of relinquishing the ancient dragon bones. He might very well be plotting to close the distance and bombard the naval island directly. With this thought, Blue Knight felt an increasing sense of urgency and quickly turned back to the shore, calling for ABIs, who was still with Lord Dragon, to leave. He intended to move Lord Dragon to a safer position on land, but unfortunately, he was already too late. The fleet had formed a precise formation, lined up 500 meters from the naval island, with cannons pointing menacingly towards it. On the deck, the Navy personnel moved about like ants, loading cannonballs. Although the effective range of the naval cannons was 1,000 meters, if they sacrificed precision in favor of area damage, they could strike from as far as 3,000 meters. This was more than sufficient to envelop most of the naval island in a barrage of fire. The next moment, a relentless hail of cannonballs was already hurtling towards the naval island. Such indiscriminate attacks constituted a calamity for the island's inhabitants. Naturally, Lord Dragon was in the primary target zone. As cannonballs rained down, Lord Dragon struggled to unfurl his wings, shielding ABIs beneath him. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted. But the anticipated destruction did not descend upon Lord Dragon. Instead, the surrounding waters and shore endured the onslaught of cannon fire. Lowering his wings, Lord Dragon caught sight of Blue Knight's silhouette. Thank you, young human. He conveyed an emotion-laden message. I have aged. It is not worth your efforts to protect me. Could you please take ABIs to safety on the island? They are targeting me, and if I go, they will cease. Don't speak foolishly, Lord Dragon, ABIs exclaimed, pushing away Lord Dragon's wings that shielded her, her youthful voice chastising him. I promise to help you find the lost island and the dragon's lair. Now that we have located the island, according to the information we have, the clues to the dragon's lair are likely on the naval island. Just bear with me. I will help you regain your youth. Foolish child, I am old. It is not worth your protection. No, Lord Dragon. Once you reach the dragon's lair, you will be young again. At that time, those despicable foes will not stand a chance against you. As ABIs persistently tried to dissuade Lord Dragon from thoughts of despair, Blue Knight's brow remained furrowed. It was evident that the admiral was seething with rage, even directing his wrath toward all the villagers of the naval island. The cannonballs were indiscriminately aimed at the crowd, even with Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji doing their utmost to shield the town from the bombardment. The sheer area of devastation was overwhelming. They could only protect a small section. As for the rest, Luffy's usual jovial expression was replaced by a grim countenance, his eyes ablaze with fury as he surveyed the hellish scene around him. Yet, despite his anger, he found himself powerless. Behind him were over 100 villagers, and if he abandoned his position, they would. Though he usually acted on impulse, he could not ignore these lives. Damn it, aren't they the Navy? Why are they firing on civilians? Luffy growled. Sanji and Zoro shared his sentiment, burdened by the lives of Nami, Usopp, and the villagers behind them, rendering them unable to leave their area of protection. Meanwhile, panicked villagers fled towards the opposite side of the island, attempting to escape the cannon fire, forcing Luffy and his companions to retreat further away from the fleet. What about Blue Knight? Have you seen him? Nami suddenly shouted. Wasn't he with you? Luffy paused, having not noticed where Blue Knight had gone amidst his earlier argument with Zoro. He must have guessed the Navy would do this and went to protect Lord Dragon and ABIs. Zoro replied, reliable as ever. Damn it, I'm going back to help him. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy turned to assist Blue Knight, only to see a cannonball pierce their defensive perimeter, obliterating an unsuspecting villager in its wake. The poor soul was instantly killed, reduced to a bloody mess. Luffy gritted his teeth and retreated back into the protective circle, resolving to evacuate the villagers from the area of fire before turning back to fight alongside Blue Knight. Blue Knight, you must hold on. As one of the three closest to the fleet, Blue Knight was currently the most likely to break the deadlock. However, like Luffy and his companions, the two burdens behind him rendered him immobile, and the 500 meters distance was insufficient to effectively damage the heavily armored vessels. Moreover, being a primary target, Blue Knight faced even greater pressure than Luffy's group. Maintaining a repulsive force shield with a 20-meter diameter, his vitality rapidly depleting at a rate of 20 points per second. He could only sustain it for another 7 minutes at most. No, we cannot remain on the defensive, otherwise, we will all perish. As his mind raced, Blue Knight sought a breakthrough to the current stalemate, otherwise, he would have to flee with ABIs. After all, his encounter with Lord Dragon was merely by chance. He was not like Luffy, who would recklessly charge forward for the sake of pride. Young human, I am immensely grateful for what you have done. Please take ABIs and leave. No. ABIs interrupted Lord Dragon, her voice trembling. I won't leave you, Lord Dragon. I promise to help you regain your youth. I absolutely will not abandon you. Blue Knight felt a wave of frustration. From an emotional standpoint, he could not bear to leave Lord Dragon behind. Yet, from a rational perspective, he had no choice but to do so unless. Damn it, if I die, I will die fighting. I refuse to be intimidated by a bunch of scoundrels. Gritting his teeth, Blue Knight leapt to the front of the raft, pushing against the repulsive shield, his hands sending forth a surge of force as the raft advanced towards the fleet. The admiral, who had been observing from the warship, erupted into laughter, mistakenly believing that Lan Yi intended to surrender with the millennia-old dragon. Surrender? First, he must seize the ancient dragon's bones. And then he would execute this pirate on the spot, the admiral schemed internally. Clearly misunderstanding the situation, ABIs was about to reprimand Lan Yi, but was gently restrained by the dragon's wing, which enveloped her completely. Trust him, he will be fine, the dragon asserted confidently. Humph, then why are you covering me entirely? ABIs pouted. You must hide beneath my wing, otherwise, it would pain the dragon if you were harmed, he offered kindly. Even so, I cannot forgive what you said earlier. She retorted. Haha, hold on tight. Things are about to get intense. At the dragon's warning, ABIs instinctively clutched the dragon's feathers, just as a violent turbulence shook them, akin to a small raft caught in a fierce storm. In reality, the Navy, realizing that their frontal assault posed no threat to Lan Yi, abandoned their plan to bombard the raft directly. Instead, they targeted the waters surrounding it, causing explosions that generated waves, making the raft sway perilously, as if it might capsize at any moment. However, these waves were minor compared to the tempest encountered earlier at the outskirts of Lost Island. Lan Yi re-established his triangular stance, firmly anchoring himself to the raft, while his hands pressed steadily against the surface of the water on either side. No matter how violently the waves crashed, the raft merely floated along with the tide, appearing perilous yet remaining remarkably safe. Lan Yi even managed to steer the raft onward, navigating through the area covered by cannon fire until he reached a zone near the warship, safely within the blind spot of the artillery. Haha, little rascal. Do you think hiding in the blind spot of the cannon is enough? Do you not know of the existence of guns? The admiral mocked. Indeed, just a child. Thinking so simply. He is a devil fruit user. Be cautious. Another warned. What is there to fear? It's just a small raft. Keep firing to contain him. We'll jump overboard and overturn the raft. Exactly. Devil fruit users are all landlubbers. Let us drown him. The Navy laughed derisively at Lan Ye's audacity. Upon realizing that bullets had no effect on Lan Ye's repulsion barrier, numerous sailors leapt into the water like dumplings, swimming stealthily towards the raft beneath the waves, intent on capsizing it to send Lan Yi into the depths. This, indeed, presents a splendid opportunity for promotion and wealth. Alas, this method was flawed from the very outset. For the enigmatic Blue Knight possesses no such weakness against seawater, especially since he wields a water-repelling pearl. Nonetheless, he harbors no fear of the ocean. Yet Apsis on the raft is filled with trepidation, and Dragon Lord's constitution is not particularly robust, rendering him susceptible to the chilling embrace of the sea. Therefore, Blue Knight had no intention of allowing this contingent of naval soldiers to approach his raft. Instead of employing the relatively life-draining air bombs, Blue Knight unleashed his magical cards, each representing a remarkable exchange of 10 cards for a single point of life. This method proved exceptionally apt against the numerous yet feeble naval soldiers. After enduring multiple trials and witnessing the Navy's unhesitating barrage upon unarmed villagers, Blue Knight felt a pang of pity for the soldiers clamoring to capture him and seize the millennia-old dragon bone. However, he acted without the slightest hesitation. The magical cards, sharp enough to cleave through fish, were more than sufficient to deal with these soldiers, who, blinded by greed and eager to claim the first accolade, abandoned their very means of survival. Propelled by a repulsive force, a multitude of magical cards surged toward the avaricious naval soldiers. Most of them paid little heed to the seemingly harmless sheets of paper, with only a few exhibiting a modicum of caution in their attempts to evade. Yet, their efforts proved futile. One by one, the magical cards effortlessly sliced through the soldiers' garments, hair, fingers, and muscles, with some unfortunate souls being wholly impaled through their skulls, windpipes, and arteries. In mere moments, the waters before Blue Knight were stained crimson, and the remnants of lifeless bodies floated upon the sea's surface. All who had leaped into the water in a bid for glory met their demise. This nightmarish scene, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, left the naval soldiers, momentarily slowed. In a state of sheer horror, they rapidly awakened from their greed-driven stupor, turning to flee desperately from this crimson expanse of water. However, Blue Knight did not pursue the retreating naval soldiers with relentless fury. Instead, once he confirmed that no one approached, he directed his palm toward the hull of the nearest warship. After 5 seconds of accumulation, he unleashed an air burst, aiming to create a gaping hole. To his surprise, the naval vessel proved remarkably sturdy. It endured the blast, sustaining only a web of cracks without being breached. Undeterred by this initial failure, he prepared for another strike. Again targeting the same spot with another air burst, the wooden construction of the ship ultimately succumbed, resulting in a significant breach as torrents of seawater rushed in. The sailors aboard the warship immediately set about discarding a substantial amount of cargo. Furthermore, the vessel's hull was compartmentalized, allowing for the lowering of bulkheads to isolate the compromised sections. Thus, although some buoyancy was lost, the ship was unlikely to sink as long as the corresponding weight was jettisoned. While Blue Knight was not fully aware of the intricacies involved, it did not hinder his ability to make a decision. After he had created 2 more significant breaches in the well-crafted warship structure, it ultimately succumbed and slowly sank beneath the waves before Blue Knight's eyes. Many soldiers leapt into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. Yet most were ensnared by the whirlpool generated by the sinking ship. The odds of survival were grim. Under Blue Knight's interference, the fleet's admiral finally ordered a cessation of bombardment on the island and directed the warship's cannons to focus their fire upon Blue Knight, intent on annihilating him completely. Blue Knight, of course, noticed the movements of the warships and could easily surmise their intentions. However, he found himself perilously close to the sinking vessel, firmly ensnared within the swirling maelstrom. Unable to extricate himself, he could only watch helplessly as the warships adjusted their cannon angles, with projectiles raining down from all directions. Even if Blue Knight could fend them off, how long could he endure? Even the Dragon Lord could not refrain from urging once more, "You have done enough for me. Abandon this fight and flee to the island with Abyss." 47. The ugly face of human greed. Have you truly done enough for me? Is it time to give up and escape to the island with Abyss? Blue Knight pondered deeply. For one who was merely an acquaintance, perhaps enough had indeed been done. Yet today was different. The solitude of his past life had not only rendered Blue Knight resilient and self-sufficient, but had also enlightened him on many profound truths. Every journey has its beginnings, and once a precedent is established, it is likely to foster a certain inertia. Once you indulge in sleeping in, you may find it difficult to rise early again. Once you forego breakfast, you may unwittingly abandon your health. In previous lives, Lan Yi had encountered numerous instances like this. Having experienced far too much himself, he deeply understood a fundamental truth. If one does not wish to become the very person one despises, One must first recognize what type of person that is and then distance oneself from all their actions. Otherwise, there will come a day when one inevitably transforms into that very individual they loathe. Thus, if today Lan Yu cowered and turned to flee with the BC, would he similarly escape if it were his comrades, loved ones, or even children behind him? The answer is an unequivocal no. Hence, Lan Yu steadfastly remained on the raft, striving to prevent it from being engulfed by the swirling vortex while simultaneously fending off the dense barrage of bullets and the occasional cannon fire from the repulsive force field. The cost of this struggle was that his life force was plummeting at a terrifying rate of 100 points per second, threatening to reduce it to zero within half a minute, rendering him a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Lan Yu was acutely aware of this predicament. He gritted his teeth, resolute in his refusal to retreat. Life was a journey of progression. How could one allow oneself to falter? At long last, Lan Yu persevered until the vortex dissipated. He swiftly generated a gravitational point at the edge of the raft, drawing a nearby warship closer. The repulsive force could not lift such a massive vessel, but it was certainly feasible to use the warship as cover while drawing the raft nearer to it. Remaining life force, 2,451 points. He could finally take a moment to breathe. A BC, peeking out cautiously, gasped, "The waves are too strong. They're making me feel dizzy." In response, Lan Yu offered a non-committal smile and sat down to recover his strength. In the arena of combat, he had gained not only battle experience but also a profound understanding of the dueling disc that resided within him. His life force was a reflection of his physical condition. When it diminished beyond a certain threshold, his body would exhibit various degrees of fatigue, weakness, lethargy, and an inability to concentrate. Should his life force drop below 1, he would faint, even without any visible injuries. Continuous bleeding from wounds would also result in a steady loss of life force. In simple terms, his life force represented the quantification of his vitality. While Lan Yu seized the opportunity to rest, Luffy and the others finally escorted the villagers to the other side of the island. In a bid to save time, Luffy once again employed the slingshot flight model, propelling himself along with the sprinting Sanji and Zoro into the sky, heading straight for the naval fleet along the shore. In the air, Zoro's feeble threats echoed, vowing to cut down his captain. During this interval, the soldiers of the Navy were engaged in an internal struggle between self-interest and humanity. The moment Lan Yu took cover behind the warship to evade the artillery fire from the other ships, the admiral unhesitatingly ordered the warship he was using as cover to be included within the attack range. Ironically, this very warship, which Lan Yu had summoned for protection, was the first to fire upon Allied vessels days prior. Yet, the Navy soldiers hesitated at the admiral's command to fire. Previously, the attack on the Allied ship had been justified due to the presence of formidable enemies on board, permitting them to find a semblance of excuse in their actions. But now there were no enemies on that warship. Should cannon fire commence, it would be tantamount to the deliberate slaughter of one's own allies. Apart from a small faction with ulterior motives, the vast majority who joined the Navy do so to uphold a sense of justice, perhaps to defend their homeland, to eradicate malevolence, or to protect the vulnerable. Regardless, their initial intentions are fervent and noble. It is only under the influence of self-interest that some, whose commitment to justice wavers, may stray into malevolence, becoming a malignant presence within the Navy. Take, for instance, the current admiral. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a warped structure. Thus, the soldiers under this admiral's command are likely to harbor a portion of corrupted hearts, predominantly among the officer ranks. The artillery, however, is wielded by the hands of Navy soldiers. The unscrupulous officials would hardly engage in such labor. This group of grassroots soldiers, still imbued with fervor, despite a few showing signs of corruption, could not bring themselves to fire upon their unsuspecting comrades. Even when executing the orders of their admiral, they were acutely aware that they would ultimately bear the brunt of accountability from the Navy headquarters, potentially facing a fate akin to that of pirates, imprisonment in the abyssal depths of Impel Down. Thus, despite the fact that a minority of the admirals fervently supported the bombardment order, not a single sailor from the Navy took action to execute it. It was not until the admiral utilized the ship's transponder snail broadcasting system to dangle an enticing promise before all naval personnel, a hollow pledge of slaying pirates to obtain the fabled 1,000-year dragon bone, a promotion in rank, a bounty of 5 million berries, and the gift of an elixir of immortality, that the tide began to turn. The prospect of a promotion represents a monumental temptation for the grassroots sailors, marking the commencement of their official ascent in rank and the prospect of resources to elevate their careers and fortunes. The bounty of 5 million berries was a straightforward allure, a wealth unattainable over a lifetime for any naval soldier. As for the elixir of immortality, who could genuinely refuse such a tantalizing offer? Under the trifecta of power, wealth, and illusion, when the first sailor succumbed to temptation and ignited the fuse of the cannon, the majority, still wavering, hastened to unleash their fire upon their former allies. What became of justice? What of camaraderie? What of fervor? What of principles? All were cast aside in the face of overwhelming temptation, each soldier, eyes ablaze, yearning to be the fortunate one to present the coveted dragon bone. The formation of the fleet morphed into a U-shape, with the vessel that Blue Knight had found as cover nestled at the base of the U, precisely in the center. The ships in closer proximity required only a slight adjustment of their cannons to target the raft where Blue Knight stood, while those further afield found themselves at a disadvantage. The sailors, now blinded by greed, redirected their cannons toward other vessels still populated by comrades who had yet to leap into the sea, and soon the air was filled with the thunderous roars of cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. Prior to the Admiral's promise via the broadcasting system, Blue Knight had barely rested before soaring above the raft, bracing for the impending assault, thereby evading the initial wave of attacks. Yet, his brow furrowed in distress. Before him, the once formidable battleship was reduced to mere wreckage under the relentless barrage of cannon fire, with the majority of sailors unable to escape meeting their demise alongside their vessel in the depths of the sea. Amidst this fratricidal chaos, Blue Knight found himself confronted with another choice, one that was both absurd and grave. The choice was, 48, we have arrived too late. As a seasoned veteran nearing 30, Taichi Miura possessed a profound understanding of his admiral. He is a ruthless individual who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Once filled with fervor, his sense of justice gradually blurred after long exposure to the admiral's brutality, ultimately transforming him into a person of the same ilk as the admiral. Consequently, he remained and became one of the admiral's most trusted confidants. When the order to bombard his own allies was issued, Taichi Miura was the first to relay the command, doing so without hesitation. He had anticipated that such unwavering loyalty would be rewarded, yet he was met with nothing but callous abandonment. The ship he served on was precisely the shield chosen by the admiral. Thus, at the moment the admiral commanded the bombardment, Miura's initial reaction was one of shock, quickly followed by his silent departure from the communications room. He raced to the storage area, retrieved a lifebuoy, and became the first to leap into the sea to escape. His jump was strategically placed, mere 30 meters from the right side of the Blue Knight, close enough to the ship, yet far enough to avoid the nearby cannon's fire. The timing of his leap was impeccable, coinciding with the moment the admiral issued empty promises. The Blue Knight was focused on reconstructing its defenses, paying little heed to a mere naval soldier. His leap was executed flawlessly, clad only in a thin pair of shorts. He bore no concealed weaponry, dissuading the Blue Knight from any thoughts of eliminating him. A cunning individual indeed. As the Blue Knight withstood the initial barrage and employed airburst shells to obliterate the nearby ship's artillery, Miura not only refrained from fleeing the battlefield but instead swam towards the Blue Knight's raft. His choice was undoubtedly astute. The memory of the previous ship's sinking was still vivid. The terrifying whirlpool was not something he could escape. The only glimmer of hope lay in the Blue Knight's raft. It was only when the Blue Knight noticed the approaching naval soldier that it began to comprehend his intentions. The Blue Knight hesitated, uncertain whether to allow the other to board his raft. Perhaps just moments ago, this individual had been the one controlling the cannon that had targeted him. It was evident that Taichi Miura grasped the reason behind Blue Knight's uncertainty. He halted several meters away from the raft and shouted, "I am a logistics navy, a chef. Any prior attacks had nothing to do with me. Please, save me. I will remain quiet on the raft. I merely wish to survive." Upon hearing Taichi Miura's pleas, Blue Knight's brow furrowed even deeper, seemingly still indecisive. Observing Miura tentatively swimming towards the raft, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately raising his right hand, palm facing Miura. "No, please don't kill me." Boom. Before Miura could finish his desperate words, Blue Knight unleashed his repulsion, deflecting a cannonball aimed at Miura, which subsequently exploded several meters behind him, sending waves that propelled Miura closer to the raft. Just as his head was about to collide forcefully with the raft, Blue Knight, with a frown, used his gravitational pull to lift him from the water and casually deposited him onto the raft's edge. "Lie still and do not move, otherwise, while I can save you, I can just as easily end you." With that, Blue Knight cast a fleeting glance at Miura's small mustache and turned his attention back to fending off the incoming cannonballs and bullets. Occasionally, he would launch several magic cards from his hand, detonating some shells at a distance. The energy expended in repelling the cannonballs was significantly greater than that used with magic cards, approximately threefold. With his health dwindling, he had to conserve his strength as much as possible. This is something he could never learn in the arena of duels. where an adversary is always singular and one cannot truly experience the chaos of being besieged. However, if in the future there were a fruit that could create clones, that might present a possibility. With a solid foundation built from days of combat in the dueling grounds, Blue Knight quickly acclimated to the rhythm of being surrounded and contracted his repulsive defense field to a radius of 3 meters, allowing projectiles to explode directly at that point. The resulting shockwaves propelled his raft across the surface of the sea, helping him evade further bombardments. Thus, the raft became elusive, leaving the gunners utterly perplexed in their attempts to track Blue Knight's movements. Ultimately, they resorted to firing into a general vicinity, hoping the fickle hand of fortune would favor them. Clearly, the goddess of luck was on Blue Knight's side. Just as he began to adapt to the rhythm of being besieged, 3 figures descended from the battleship island, landing precisely at Blue Knight's hovering position. Blue Knight. No need to inquire, the ones launched into the air are undoubtedly Luffy and the reluctant Sanji and Zoro. Hey, Blue Knight. We're here to help, Luffy exclaimed cheerfully, waving enthusiastically. TCH, this time they actually aimed, Zoro scoffed. Well, Blue Knight, just take us there. Sanji directed towards the massive battleship where the Admiral was stationed. In this serendipitous encounter, Luffy and the others assumed Blue Knight would effortlessly catch them, using his repulsion to transport them directly to the Admiral's ship. However, Blue Knight glanced at his remaining health of 1,400, calculated the momentum of Luffy and his companions, and estimated that sending them to the cowardly Admiral's ship, over 1,000 meters away, would cost him more than 500 health points. Ideally, he would have done so at full health, but now, Blue Knight turned away, whistling nonchalantly, expending 5 health points to sidestep slightly, perfectly gliding past Luffy and the others. Luffy? Huh? Zoro? Sanji? Splash, splash, splash. The 3 tumbled into the ocean in a state of confusion, with poor Luffy gulping down several mouthfuls of seawater. Utterly weak and helpless as Sanji and Zoro tossed him back onto the raft. Hey, Blue Knight, why didn't you catch us? Zoro grumbled, irritated. My cigarette went out. What on earth are you doing? Hey, wait, stop. Before Zoro could finish his complaints, Blue Knight seized him and hurled him towards a battleship 100 meters away, in midair, with no leverage to grab onto. Zoro vowed that one day he would indeed chop down his captain and first mate. Sanji glanced around. His desire to confront Blue Knight swallowed as he stepped on Luffy's stomach, prompting Luffy to spout a small fountain of seawater before he shakily rose to his feet. The sea was indeed a formidable adversary for those with devil fruit abilities. Once he regained his composure, Luffy, like Zoro, was ready to demand answers. Blue Knight. Why didn't you catch? Enough, Luffy. Sanji interrupted. Look around. We're late. 49. A heart of mercy still. The initial displays of ruthlessness Sanji's words left Luffy momentarily stunned as he instinctively surveyed their surroundings. The nearby waters were engulfed in a sea of crimson. The battleship that had served as their cover reduced to mere fragments, having sunk too rapidly for any air to escape from its hull, creating a massive whirlpool that threatened to swallow their tiny raft whole. Just shy of this whirlpool, a smaller vortex still consumed a few unfortunate Navy soldiers who had narrowly evaded friendly fire. In the foreground, the battleship aimed directly at the raft unleashed a relentless barrage of cannonballs, which Blue Knight expertly dismantled with his magical cards. Throughout the chaos, neither Dragon nor ABIs had sustained even the slightest injury. During the descent of Luffy and his companions, Blue Knight had ensured not a single projectile came within a meter of them. Understanding Blue Knight's previous predicament, Luffy realized why he hadn't caught them earlier. Amidst such a fierce onslaught, this was the utmost limit of Blue Knight's capabilities. Silently observing Blue Knight, who remained focused on fending off the cannon fire, Luffy grasped Sanji, who was eyeing the cornered Taichi Miura, and extended his rubber arm toward the opposite direction of where Zoro had been flung, grabbing onto the edge of a battleship 100 meters away, silently taking Sanji with him off the raft. 10 seconds later, Luffy and Sanji obliterated the cannon on that ship, while Zoro, having similarly destroyed the artillery on another battleship, leapt towards the next target. 1 minute later, the battleships within range to target Blue Knight's raft ceased fire. After a brief period of vigilance, confirming no further enemy attacks would ensue, Blue Knight finally descended, collapsing onto Dragon's wings. Remaining health, 274 points. It was clear that had Luffy and the others arrived just 3 seconds later, Blue Knight would have succumbed to the relentless bombardment, buried forever beneath these waters. Breathing heavily, Blue Knight could no longer maintain his repulsion field. ABIs emerged from beneath Dragon's wings, quietly using her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Thank you, ABIs. Don't mention it. I didn't really do anything. She pouted. Blue Knight smiled softly, choosing not to respond further. Though the battle had lasted less than 10 minutes, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. The physical exhaustion was secondary. His health was gradually replenishing. What truly drained him was the prolonged focus required to maintain his repulsion field, constantly processing feedback from the sensory field. When a barrage of cannonballs was incoming, it was indeed most efficient to unleash a comprehensive repulsion shield, but the health cost was staggering. Isolated and unsupported, he had to judiciously allocate his limited health points. Simply put, as a mage, he needed to manage his resources carefully. Otherwise, a mere Navy soldier could easily dispatch him. In that peculiar state, he had felt little. Now, however, as his mind relaxed, exhaustion surged upon him like a tidal wave, compelling him to simply close his eyes and surrender to sleep. Yet, this was clearly impossible. He was still at the heart of the battlefield. And how could he simply drift off? Struggling to keep himself from succumbing to sleep, Lan Yi, in a daze, remained oblivious to the figure of Miura Taichi, who had been curled up at the rear of the wooden raft, peering cautiously around. Despite the occasional cannonball landing nearby, they fell far off target, and the waves they produced were pitifully weak, indicating that they were fired blindly from an extreme distance. Carefully crawling to the opposite end of the raft, he beheld the silhouette of ABI's, who was attentively wiping the sweat from Lan Yi, who lay limp on Long Ye's wings. At that moment, Lan Yi, too weak to even maintain his repulsion field, was completely defenseless. The treacherous Navy officer, whom he had momentarily spared, confirmed that Lan Yi posed no threat and finally revealed his menacing fangs. He reached beneath his garment and extracted a dagger no longer than his finger, the last remnant of his defenses secured to the inner thigh. Now, it became the most formidable weapon aboard the raft. Fortune favors me, Miura Taichi thought to himself, invigorated by the prospect of eliminating this devil fruit user and the little girl. He envisioned presenting an entire Millennium Dragon to his superior, anticipating that promotion to sergeant would be an effortless feat. No, I should take the Millennium Dragon to Rogue Town. I have heard that the colonel there hails from the Navy headquarters. Through him, I could potentially connect with high-ranking officials. Surely, even a mere officer would be within my grasp. His thoughts raced. I must secure a piece of the Millennium Dragon's bones for eternal life. Who would have thought that I, Miura Taichi, could also attain immortality? Driven by overwhelming desire, Miura Taichi entirely forgot that it was Lan Yi who had saved his life. He raised the dagger high, aiming for the vulnerable spot between Abi's shoulder blades. Blinded by greed, he failed to notice the glint of light reflecting off the raised blade, which caught Lan Yi's eye. Though still in a fog, the flash roused him slightly, allowing him to catch sight of Miura Taichi's dagger, poised to strike, and ABI's. Unsuspecting as she wiped his brow, due to Abi's obstruction, Lan Yu could not directly utilize his repulsion ability to send the greedy Miura Taichi flying. Moreover, being weak, he feared his control would lack precision. Almost instinctively, he pushed ABI's away from him, narrowly evading the dagger's thrust, but not before the blade grazed his arm. The pain of the wound jolted Lan Yi's senses, and with the last vestiges of his strength, he disregarded Miura Taichi's bloodthirsty intent and plunged into the sea. ABI's, a genuine devil fruit user, was undoubtedly a poor swimmer. If he did not rescue her, her demise was certain. However, before diving, Lan Yi mustered his dwindling energy to condense a small air bomb in his palm, choosing not to launch it. He released a final surge of repulsion, propelling himself towards ABI's, who was descending straight towards the ocean floor. He grasped her tightly, securing her in his embrace as he equipped the water-repelling orb. A 3-meter diameter aperture opened, but he had no time for further action, and as his life force dwindled to 80, he lost consciousness. With Lan Yi's collapse, the air bomb in his palm, now ungoverned, dispersed, transforming into oxygen for ABI's, who had swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater. Regaining her composure, ABI's inhaled deeply, and once her strength had partially returned, she took stock of her surroundings. The wondrous ability of the water-repelling orb she mistakenly attributed to Lan Yi's repulsion powers. It was at this moment that she noticed Lan Yi had hurriedly embraced her, inadvertently gripping her left breast. This caused ABI's to shyly struggle instinctively for a moment. However, despite being unconscious, Lan Yi's arms remained firmly clasped around her, showing no intention of releasing her. Calling out to Lan Yi in embarrassment yielded no response, forcing ABI's to helplessly accept her predicament. At that moment, their descent finally came to a halt. They had reached the ocean floor. Strangely, due to the activation of the water-avoiding pearl, their descent had not been swift. It was improbable that they had arrived at the seabed so quickly. ABI's glanced around in confusion, and with the faint sunlight filtering through the water's surface, she perceived shadows resembling ancient dragons. A sense of puzzlement washed over her. Was it the Dragon Lord come to rescue them? But why were there so many Dragon Lords? As Lan Yi plunged into the sea, Sanpu Tai, who was poised to deliver a finishing blow, was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of ecstatic triumph. Setting aside ABIs for the moment, Lan Yi was undoubtedly a user of a devil fruit, which meant he was a poor swimmer. His leap into the ocean, regardless of his intentions, was akin to a death wish. Perhaps it was a matter of pride among the so-called strong, preferring self-destruction over being defeated by another. Muttering indifferently, Sanpu Tai gazed greedily at the unsuspecting Dragon Lord, stealthily approaching him, and seized the opportunity to plunge his dagger into the top of the Dragon Lord's head. His intention was to pierce the brain and, with a gentle twist, destroy the Dragon Lord's cerebral tissue, thereby claiming the entire millennia-old dragon's corpse for himself. Unfortunately, his excitement caused his aim to falter, and the dagger struck a swollen tumor on the Dragon Lord's head instead. Although it caused a momentary pain, it did not inflict any significant injury. Rather, it instinctively prompted the Dragon Lord to jerk his body, causing the raft to sway uncontrollably. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Sanpu Tai intended to deliver another strike, but the sudden movement destabilized him, forcing him to crouch down to prevent himself from falling into the sea. After the raft finally steadied, Sanpu Tai stood up, only to find himself face to face with the immense dragon head of the Dragon Lord, whose furious gaze made his legs tremble. It was evident that the Dragon Lord had discovered that ABIs and Lan Yi were missing from the raft, and he could smell Lan Yi's presence on the dagger. The sincere care ABIs had always shown and Lan Yi's unwavering protection had already earned the Dragon Lord's acknowledgement of these two humans. Yet now, one of them was being harmed by another human in his presence. He understood that the users of the devil fruit were cursed beings of the sea, and both ABIs and Lan Yi were among them. The fury emanating from Lord Long was palpable. Amidst the surging tide of anger, he struggled to rise from the raft as if illuminated by a fleeting flash of brilliance. With his head thrown back, he unleashed a thunderous roar, his fiery gaze seemingly capable of incinerating Taichi Miura on the spot. "I can explain." Taichi Miura stammered, his voice trembling. "They accidentally fell into the sea." "Yes, it was an accident, and it has nothing to do with me." With a swift flap of his wings, Lord Long unleashed a devastating force that sent Taichi Miura hurtling through the air, his sternum fractured, organs damaged, and blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his innards. Before he even plunged into the sea, he had already succumbed to the void in midair. This demonstrated the sheer terror of Lord Long's wrathful strike. However, the mere slaying of a minion could not quell Lord Long's fury. He wildly flapped his wings, generating fierce winds that churned the already turbulent sea into a tempest. Under this tremendous force, he gradually detached from the raft and soared skyward, hurtling toward the Admiral's warship. From the whispers of ABIs in his ear, Lord Long understood that the leader aboard that vessel was the root of all calamities. The commotion caused by Lord Long did not escape the Admiral's notice. The intent to perish alongside him induced a rare sense of trepidation in the usually privileged commander, who quickly issued frantic orders for all ships to concentrate their fire on Lord Long. With the disappearance of Blue Knight, many naval gunners had already been aiming at Lord Long, so the Admiral's command was met with a volley of cannon fire. Although Lord Long was aging, the momentary resurgence allowed him to struggle against the winds and fly, but his altitude did not render him immune to the warship's cannons. At this juncture, all ships had a clear line of sight, and while some cannon emplacements nearby had been destroyed by Luffy and his companions, the more distant ones remained intact. Even as cannonballs struck his form, Lord Long resolutely continued to flap his wings, determined to do something for ABIs and Blue Knight in their final moments. This made its flight trajectory significantly easier to discern. Coupled with its immense size, even distant naval gunners could effectively lock onto their target, leading to a deluge of shells raining down upon its massive form. In less than 10 seconds, the aged and weakened Dragon Lord was struck down from the sky, blood spilling from its mouth as it plummeted into the ocean. Its outstretched wings allowed it to remain afloat upon the surface, where the already faintly crimson waters became even more vivid with the deepening hue of blood. This unexpected turn of events transpired with astonishing rapidity, spanning no more than half a minute, leaving Luffy and his companions powerless to intervene in time. They could only watch in dismay as Dragon was engulfed by gunfire and plummeted into the sea. Luffy, positioned nearby, propelled himself from the warship and landed atop Dragon. Observing the half-closed eyes of the latter, resembling a figure on the verge of slumber, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Dragon, muster your strength. You still have to return to the dragon's nest, don't you?" Despite Luffy's urgent pleas, Dragon offered no response. Instead, his gaze slowly descended, striving to peer into the depths below, seemingly yearning for something to emerge from the abyss. Dragon, fight to survive. Luffy grasped the feathers atop Dragon's head, attempting to lift him from the water's grasp. Dragon, listen to me. I will ensure you reach the dragon's nest. Suddenly, Luffy's grip on Dragon's hand faltered, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. Just moments prior, he had sensed from Dragon's emotions that ABIs and Lanya had already succumbed to the depths for over a minute. Being users of devil fruit powers, Luffy understood all too well that a minute could very well spell their doom. The sudden news left Luffy momentarily paralyzed, his expression one of disbelief. Sanji and Zoro, already distracted by the unfolding events, furrowed their brows upon witnessing Luffy's sudden stillness, fearing that Dragon had perished, which only intensified their assault. The sailors aboard the two warships found themselves in dire straits. Meanwhile, the admiral, drenched in cold sweat, commanded his subordinates to launch harpoons, aiming to secure Dragon and prevent him from sinking beyond retrieval. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or accidental, a sharp harpoon flew directly toward the bowed and silent Luffy. Just as it seemed poised to pierce both him and Dragon, Luffy, without raising his head, grasped the harpoon firmly with one hand, halting its advance completely. In the wake of his comrade's demise, an enraged Luffy disregarded all caution and hurled the harpoon back toward the admiral's ship. Although it missed the rotund figure, the sheer force of his action nearly caused the admiral to topple from his chair. Fire! Target that Straw Hat Kid! The admiral commanded in fury, intent on obliterating the ancient dragon as well, intending to salvage merely some bones afterward. At that moment, Dragon, on the brink of death, cast his gaze toward the ocean floor, where suddenly a vast shadow loomed, reviving his flickering hope with an overwhelming desire as he fixated on the depths, beneath which lay an irretrievable sorrow. Kill him, in honor of Dragon! The admiral bellowed again, his orders echoing through the chaos. The naval gunners, ignited by their orders, prepared to unleash their fire, but were abruptly startled by a violent tremor beneath their feet. The warships began to tilt perilously. This directly resulted in the redirection of cannon fire, with a multitude of shells failing to target Luffy and the Dragon. Instead, after tracing a trajectory through the air, the vast majority of the projectiles struck the considerably larger warships. A few unfortunate naval soldiers found themselves meeting their demise amidst this barrage. In the next moment, even the naval gunners' attempts to adjust their aim became a futile endeavor, for their vessel had run aground. The currents beneath the ships receded like a tide, unveiling a vibrant expanse of greenery, along with an array of ancient dragon fossils of various forms. All the warships were haphazardly abandoned on this land, rendering any attempt to aim futile, as moving even a fraction was an impossibility. Only the flagship, where the admiral was stationed, remained unaffected due to its distance from the continent. The shells were aimed directly at the Dragon, yet Luffy would not stand idly by. He deflected all projectiles aimed at the Dragon with remarkable agility. The sudden upheaval breathed new life into the once-dim Dragon Lord, who abruptly reopened his previously shut eyes and lifted his head high. A thunderous roar, resonating through the heavens and earth, erupted from his throat, echoing into every corner of the world. The meaning behind that roar caused Luffy, who stood atop the Dragon Lord's head, to momentarily relent his anger. He gazed upwards towards the horizon of the sky, and as the Dragon Lord's continuous roar reverberated, dark specks began to converge from all directions. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were, astonishingly, ancient dragons, young, mature, and elderly, gathering from all corners of the globe. As the onlookers marveled at this once-in-a-millennium spectacle, a sudden cry from ABIs pierced the air. "Everyone, come quickly. Say Brother Lande, he seems to have fainted." Zoro and Sanji were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly rushed towards the source of the call from their stranded warship. Luffy was also about to rise when, unexpectedly, the Dragon Lord beneath him ceased his roar. Exhausted to the brink, he flapped his wings desperately, and when he realized that his weary body could no longer lift him into the air, he took shaky steps, resolutely making his way towards Abis's location. However, it was not only their allies who heard Abis's plea. The opposing navy did as well. They hastily drew their weapons, abandoning their cumbersome vessels, and surged towards the spot where ABIs had shouted. The nearby navy soldiers even raised their guns, aiming directly at the fallen Lanya. They were determined to eliminate him, for his previous terrifying act of withstanding the barrage of multiple warships without sustaining a scratch had instilled fear in them. They understood that it was imperative to eliminate this threat at once. Just as the atmosphere thickened with impending peril, Lanya suddenly rose from the ground. His sharp gaze swept over the navy soldiers aiming their weapons at him, and he leapt into the air, clearly preparing to unleash a formidable attack. The navy soldiers instinctively focused their fire on the ascending figure, only to soon realize their grave error. They assumed the bullets would bounce off, just as before, and serve as Lanya's weapon against them. It is worth noting that many Navy soldiers had previously fallen victim to their own ricocheted artillery, courtesy of Lanya. Upon recognizing that they were firing at the revived Lanya, the Navy soldiers collectively turned to flee without hesitation, fearful of meeting the same fate as their fallen comrades. Yet, the anticipated storm of ricochets did not occur. A few audacious souls glanced back towards the sky as they ran, but all they saw was emptiness, devoid of the feared figure. As time dragged on, Zoro, who was closer, arrived first at the spot where Lanya lay motionless, straining to open his eyes. Lanya appeared utterly exhausted. The once dominant aura he exuded now seemed like a mirage. "Ah, have you acquired some new ability?" Zoro inquired, his gaze vigilant as he jested casually. "Huh, cough, cough. Just a little trick, an illusionary clone technique. I can teach you later," Lanya replied, his voice faint, revealing his weakened state. Indeed. The figure that had soared earlier was merely an illusion created by Lanya, a feat that required minimal energy, just a single life point per second. The impression he had left on the Navy soldiers was so profound that they failed to notice the real Lanya lying in a low depression beneath the illusion. Fortunately, after Zoro's arrival, Lanya could finally relax, silently grateful that Abi's call had simultaneously roused him. Sensing the precarious situation, he had instinctively employed the clone technique. Otherwise, he might have been riddled with bullets by now. This is largely thanks to the trials faced in the dueling arena and the audacity displayed when confronting the Navy alone not long ago. Otherwise, he might not have been able to respond so swiftly. As the night deepened beneath the blue pines, Lord Long finally staggered over, his battered form barely holding together. Upon seeing Lord Long's near-lifeless state, Abyss was instantly overcome with sorrow, wishing to embrace his wings and weep, yet fearing she might inadvertently press against his wounds, leaving her frozen in place, tears streaming down her face in heavy torrents. "Child, do not weep. I am immensely grateful to you all. I have successfully located the dragon's lair. Thank you for guiding me home," Lord Long gently reassured Abyss. "The dragon's lair?" Abyss paused in her motion to wipe away her tears, and then, breaking into a smile, asked, "Does this mean, Lord Long, that you can regain your youth? That you might escape death?" "Thank you, Abyss, and thank you, Blue Knight." Lord Long did not directly answer Abyss's question, but after imparting a faint wave of emotion, he slowly closed his tranquil eyes, never to open them again. The smile on Abi's face stiffened, and she cautiously nudged Lord Long's head, repeatedly calling his name in the hope that he might awaken once more. Yet, such a hope was futile. For Lanya clearly sensed that all the emotional fluctuations belonging to Lord Long had vanished the moment she and he saw each other safe and sound. In essence, Lord Long was no more. Even Lanya observed faint green lights drifting from Lord Long's body, slowly weaving into the shape of a card above his head, a green card. Yet, there was not a trace of joy in her heart. It was simply because Lord Long would never awaken again. This is the final tribute bestowed upon Blue Knight by Lord Long, a gesture of gratitude for her unwavering efforts to return him to the dragon's lair. Amidst the sorrowful cries of Abi's echoing in her ears, Blue Knight found herself lost in thought, her mind drifting towards distant lands, reminiscing about her parents. Did she not, too, weep as heartbreakingly as Abi's at that time? While everyone around them was engulfed in grief, Luffy, who had been crouching beside Lord Long, slowly rose to his feet. His gaze was fixed intently on the warship occupied by the Admiral. "Luffy," Blue Knight suddenly called out. "Yeah?" Luffy replied. "Kill him, in honor of Lord Long." Of course. With determination, Luffy lowered his straw hat with one hand while the other shot skyward, seizing the neck of a Millennium Dragon soaring towards him. This propelled him to an altitude of 100 meters. With a powerful kick of his right leg, his rubber limb extended toward the Admiral's warship, swiftly bringing it into his strike zone. Without a hint of hesitation, Luffy summoned all his strength and brought his leg down forcefully, akin to a whip, crashing it onto the warship. The impact was so fierce that it sent gusts of wind howling, cleaving the vessel in two with the ferocity of a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. Rubber battle axe. This was Luffy's mightiest technique, directly forging a path to the underworld for the Admiral. After completing his lethal mission, Luffy stood atop the back of the Millennium Dragon, only to realize that the dragons did not immediately descend to the ground but circled slowly around Lord Long, their throaty roars echoing with sorrow. Amidst these mournful cries, several elder Millennium Dragons occasionally descended onto the dragon's lair, quietly curling up, lying on their sides, or standing still, gradually and resolutely closing their eyes, ultimately becoming motionless as their life force slowly ebbed away. In a realm visible only to Blue Knight, These voluntarily aging dragons emanated glimmers of light in various hues: red, orange, yellow, green. These luminous specks converged upon the green card that had already been woven above Lord Long's head, merging seamlessly with it. As the lights continued to surge in, the previously completed green card suddenly shattered, its brilliance intensifying. At the peak of this radiant explosion, a hint of green at one corner transformed into a delicate shade of azure. This azure hue resembled a signal, as the other verdant light points swiftly transformed into azure orbs. The originally green card before Blue Knight quickly metamorphosed into a cerulean card. This caused Lan Yu to widen his eyes in astonishment. Is such a maneuver truly possible? Aren't the ranks of the cards supposed to be fixed? Could it be that a certain quantity of cards can be upgraded to a higher rank? With a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lan Yu gradually rose from the ground, struggling to lift his aching arm to gently caress Long Ye's cheek, silently expressing his gratitude. This time, fortune smiled upon him. At the precise moment when the Millennium Dragons collectively chose to age, Lord Dragon, filled with gratitude towards himself, manifested a card. The inexplicable power derived from the passing of his fellow Millennium Dragons was absorbed, ultimately elevating the card's tier by a whole level. It was nothing short of astonishing. He did not immediately seize the card hovering above Lord Dragon's head. The light continued to intermittently merge into it. Although further advancement seemed improbable, there remained ample room for enhancement. Gazing upwards at the Millennium Dragon flock still swirling above, Blue Knight and Sauron, among others, walked slowly through this dragon's lair, which revealed itself once in a millennium a true lost island. The island was breathtaking, enveloped in a shimmering mist that seemed to have risen from the depths of the water, resembling a celestial paradise. Most striking were the varied forms of Millennium Dragon fossils, which were precisely the shadows of the Millennium Dragons that Abyss had glimpsed beneath the sea. These were the dragons that had chosen to perish in the previous or the one before that cycle, having been transformed into minerals, fossils, through a millennium of evolution. Amid these Millennium Dragon fossils lay an array of cards in various hues. Over half were orange, a small fraction red, and only a scant few dozen were green. Yet their sheer abundance was undeniable. This particular dragon cave houses a millennium's worth of dragon fossils, numbering in the thousands. Lan Yu gazed enviously, yet showed no inclination to collect them. These cards are encapsulated within ancient dragon fossils. To obtain them, one must first shatter these millennia-old relics, akin to desecrating the ancestral graves of the ancient dragons, a notion he cannot entertain. A gentleman cherishes wealth, yet acquires it through righteous means, knowing when to act and when to refrain. Such a despicable act raises questions not only about the indifference of the ancient dragon clan, but also stirs a moral conflict within himself. Curiously, the ancient dragon seemed capable of discerning right from wrong. As Lan Yu and his companions strolled through the dragon's lair, even as they touched the ancient fossils, no dragon reacted adversely. However, any greedy naval soldier attempting to approach the fossils would swiftly find themselves snatched by a dragon's dive, experiencing a rapid descent devoid of a parachute. It appears that good deeds do reap rewards. As he wandered amidst the ancient fossils, Lan Yu finally relinquished his desire to extract the cards. In that fleeting moment of resignation, as if attuned to his benevolent intent, the seemingly lifeless ancient fossils emanated faint, gentle waves of emotion. Subsequently, the cards within began to transform into luminous orbs, drifting toward the azure card, hovering above the dragon's head. Could it be a potential for further evolution? Lan Yu was momentarily taken aback, mentally calculating the possibilities. With the ratio of pure gold cards set at 110, red cards valued at 1 million berries and orange cards at 10 million, one blue card equals 10 green cards, 100 red cards, and 1,000 orange cards. Based on his earlier observations, the total count of red and green cards in the lair was approximately 86 green cards. Thus, if there were at least one for 100 orange cards, it would be possible to synthesize a blue card. But were there truly one for 100 orange cards? Lan Yu remained uncertain. Yet, even if that number fell short, the substantial fragments would surely yield a formidable azure card. Perhaps he could summon a dragon to battle? As he stroked his chin, Lan Yu's sorrow was alleviated, replaced by a hint of anticipation. He wondered what gift the dragon would ultimately bestow upon him. With this thought, he ceased his leisurely exploration, recognizing that all fragments were converging towards the dragon. It would be prudent to return and await further developments. Upon his return to the dragon's side, ABI's was still embracing the dragon, conversing animatedly, though thanks to Nami's comforting presence, she had ceased her weeping. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp curiously explored their surroundings. Luffy even approached a dying ancient dragon, cheerfully waving goodbye, ensuring the last sight it beheld was his trademark grin. Sanji and Zoro, in contrast, maintained their composure. If Sanji's gaze, ignited by Nami's presence, could be deemed calm. Glancing at the cards above the dragon's head and observing that they could not be concentrated in the short term, Lan Yu promptly sat down to recuperate. Yet, as he settled, he noticed a sudden dimming of the surrounding light, accompanied by gusts of strong wind swirling overhead. Instinctively, he looked up to behold a colossal ancient dragon. Its wings spanning over 30 meters, descending toward him. Clearly, this dragon was of significant stature, likely an elder or leader, approaching him for a reason. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Lan Yu. Could it be that they had uncovered his covert desecration of their ancestral resting place and were now seeking to confront him? Confronted by the imposing presence of the ancient dragon, he felt a twinge of guilt, despite his lack of direct involvement in the matter. To mask his unease, Lan Yu interjected, "Ahem, esteemed ancient dragon, may I inquire about your purpose?" You speak the dragon tongue?" The elder dragon inquired, surprised before shaking its head in denial. "No, it is not the dragon tongue. It is the power of the devil fruit, akin to that little girl. No, I indeed possess the power of a devil fruit. But not that one. My ability to communicate with you has been passed down from a previous kingdom." Lan Yu decided to maintain this narrative for the time being. Previous kingdom? Descendant of the great kingdom? The elder dragon pondered, a glimmer of recognition flickering in its eyes, which Lan Yu quickly seized upon. "You know of the great kingdom?" Lan Yu exclaimed, astonished. "That memory is quite distant, when the great kingdom arrived in this world. The first to encounter it was my father. I was merely 15 years old at the time," the elder dragon reminisced with a tone of nostalgia. "Distant? May I ask your age?" "Age?" It echoed, puzzled. "Your years, how old are you?" Lan Yu clarified. "Oh, I see. An interesting little fellow. I am currently 927 years old. It seems this reincarnation has yet to reach its limit, and I am destined not to slumber in the dragon's lair," it sighed. As the elder dragon lamented, Lan Yu found himself swallowing hard. What was happening lately? Each creature he encountered seemed increasingly long-lived. Of course, being a millennia-old dragon, it was only natural for it to possess such longevity, especially considering the Great Kingdom's downfall occurred merely 8 centuries ago. Furthermore, based on the elder's words, it was plausible that this dragon bore witness to the rise and fall of the Great Kingdom. With thoughts organized, a few ideas began to illuminate Lan Yu's mind. The millennia-old dragon is likely to become one of the trump cards in my possession in the future. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Lan Yu spoke with keen eyes. Let me think. My age has caught up with me, and I've momentarily forgotten. This venerable dragon, with its anthropomorphic wings, scratched its head, and suddenly it struck its forehead. It has come back to me. My old friend, before his passing, expressed immense gratitude for your assistance in locating the dragon's lair. He was the guardian of our sacred resting place. Had you not found the lair in time to summon us, many of our ancient kin would have missed their eternal slumber in this reincarnation. Without the nurturing essence of their corporeal forms, the survival of the next generation would have been gravely diminished. Truly, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your invaluable aid." The venerable elder, the Millennium Dragon, proved to be remarkably forthright, unflinchingly divulging a multitude of matters. The information contained within was far from insignificant. Well, when one encounters injustice, it is only fitting to raise one's voice and take action when necessary. No need for gratitude. That's just my nature. Do not even think of bestowing gifts upon me, Blue Knight subtly indicated. By the way, mere verbal thanks are insufficient. What is it that you desire? Let me clarify beforehand. Our dragon bones do not possess the power of immortality, and the elder Millennium Dragon was easily ensnared. The ease of it left Blue Knight devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, this simplicity would render subsequent matters straightforward. What do you wish for? Blue Knight feigned a moment of earnest contemplation, completely disregarding his earlier refusal. At this moment, I truly cannot recall. Perhaps you could inform me where I might locate you in the future, and I shall seek you out when I have thought of something? To Blue Knight's suggestion, the elder Millennium Dragon nodded without hesitation. I am the next guardian of the dragon's lair, and I shall remain here with my descendants to protect the vicinity. You may come here to find me then. Oh, is that so? In that case, I have a proposal. Please follow me. Blue Knight's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, addressing the elder with newfound respect as he led the Millennium Dragon to the side of the Dragon Lord. ABI's was still gently caressing the feathers on the Dragon Lord's wings, her small face adorned with dewdrops that had yet to dry, traces of tears still evident. ABI's. Allow me to introduce you. This is, may I inquire your esteemed surname? Blue Knight felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he was yet unaware of the elder Millennium Dragon's name. Esteemed surname? Just call me Senkishi. Very well, Elder Senkishi. I would like to introduce you to this little girl, ABIs, who was the first to encounter the Dragon Lord. Had she not beseeched us, we would not have come to assist the Dragon Lord in seeking the lair. Thus, if credit is to be assigned, she should rightfully take the lead. While introducing Senkishi, Blue Knight gently restrained ABIs, whispering in her ear, "You must be yearning to protect the Millennium Dragon, considering your ancestors were its guardians. Do not speak. I shall assist you." Upon hearing this, Abi's expression shifted, and as she touched the now cold body of the Dragon Lord, a smile suddenly illuminated her face. "Greetings, Elder Senkishi. I am ABIs, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." "Hello there, little one." Sensing Abi's affection for the Dragon Lord, Senkishi's demeanor was notably gentler than Blue Knight's. "Elder Senkishi, as you will be guarding the dragon's lair, it is inevitable that you will interact with the inhabitants residing there. ABIs possesses the whispering fruit, enabling her to communicate with you. You may find it beneficial to converse with her, as her ancestors were once the guardians of the Millennium Dragon, though they lost this mission over time. Would you grant her the opportunity to inherit her forebear's legacy?" "Yes, please. Elder Senkishi, grant me a chance, and I shall care for you all diligently." Abi's sincere, wide-eyed gaze sparkled with yearning. To this, Senkishi responded with his characteristic straightforwardness. "Of course, that is not a problem at all." "How wonderful!" ABIs exclaimed with joy, excitedly embracing Senkishi's wings. She genuinely adored the Millennium Dragon. Blue Knight smiled from the side, his peripheral vision catching sight of the card atop the Dragon Lord's head. It was only then that he realized, unbeknownst to him, the card had ceased absorbing light points, yet its hue remained green, not transforming into blue. Had he failed? Sigh, indeed, acquiring blue is not as effortless as one might hope. With a sigh, Blue Knight reached out to equip the green card. Just then, a raucous voice interrupted his actions. "Ha ha ha, with so many Millennium Dragons, it seems the heavens have decreed my immortality." Upon hearing this uproar, Blue Knight instinctively abandoned his pursuit of the green card, turning to face the source of the commotion. It was that naval admiral, foolishly intent on crafting an elixir of immortality from the Millennium Dragon bones. Blue Knight was rendered speechless. Is this fellow a fool? With so many Millennium Dragons, how can his soldiers have fled, yet he dares to be so arrogant? Surely, he must be tired of living, since he seems to have grown weary of life. Blue Knight shall graciously oblige. Allow me to handle this. A thunderous roar halted the restless movements of Luffy and the others. The right hand, which initially intended to grasp the Azure card, was raised, palm directed toward the Admiral's corpulent form. A substantial quantity of air began to coalesce at the center of his palm, and before long, an air-explosive orb was formed. Without a moment's hesitation, it was launched forth. Boom! The air-explosive orb struck directly against the Admiral's ample belly, and upon being compressed, it erupted with a thunderous blast, akin to that of a cannon. The explosive force sent the corpulent naval officer's remnants soaring through the air, with the shockwave propelling them far into the distant sea, leaving not a trace behind in the dragon's lair. This filthy scoundrel, even a single hair left in the dragon's lair constitutes a form of pollution. After enduring these brief yet grueling days, despite the Admiral's death being far more horrifying than that of Eric, he still managed to suppress the urge to vomit. He retched repeatedly until he became accustomed to it, pausing momentarily to alleviate the discomfort brought on by the gruesome scene. Just as he was about to turn, a flicker of crimson light appeared in the distance. It was evident that this light emanated from the red card generated by that corpulent admiral. Unexpectedly, many physically superior naval soldiers were unable to produce cards, while this wretched fellow could. With a sigh of disbelief, Lan Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. Logically, cards should be generated at the side of death, so why were they drifting back? As he pondered this, the red light already floated past the remnants of the blasted admiral, gliding over Lan Yi and merging into the Azure card resting atop the Dragon Lord's head. Then, much to Lan Yi's anticipation, the Azure card did not upgrade to a blue card. However, this seemed to signal that the red cards produced by the naval soldiers who had perished in the previous battle began to dissolve and converge toward the Azure card above the Dragon Lord's head. Previously, due to the intensity of the battle, he had planned to collect these cards later, but he hadn't anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. The dragons of Millennia share a common origin. He could comprehend the absorption process, but what was happening now? Scratching his head, Lan Yi grew increasingly perplexed by the rules governing card generation. The cards contributed by the naval soldiers were few and entirely red. Soon, as the last glimmer of red light merged with the Azure card, having absorbed numerous card fragments, finally stirred. A faint blue glow, almost imperceptible, nestled within the Azure, yet undeniably present. With the emergence of this blue point, the blue radiance spread like a cascading domino effect, transforming the azure card before Lanye's eyes into a blue card, a card of the highest rank he had thus far attained. Originally, it had been a green card, 2 tiers below blue. Perhaps this is the reward for good deeds? With a respectful demeanor, Lanye removed his glasses and placed his right hand upon the Dragon Lord's head, naturally incorporating the blue card into his dual disc stack. Card: Dragon Rank, Blue Classification, Monster Card Effect. The dragon possesses a robust physique rich in potential, exhibiting a powerful yet fleeting combat stance. Note: the dragon's lifespan is intimately linked to its physical strength. Remember to maintain your health. Caution: this does not refer to one-handed piston movements. To his astonishment, it was a monster card. Taking a deep breath, Lanye drew the dragon from his deck and summoned it into the second slot of the monster card area, the first slot occupied by a repulsive fruit. The moment he summoned the monster card, a thought struck him. Would this truly conjure a dragon to serve as his pet? If so, he hoped for a Chinese dragon rather than the black Western dragon depicted on the card. Lost in contemplation, a sudden, excruciating pain surged from deep within his body, rendering his mind blank. An involuntary, heart-wrenching wail escaped his lips, and he lost grip on his glasses, which clattered to the ground. Overcome by the agony, he collapsed to his knees, striking the ground with such force that 2 small craters formed before the Dragon Lord. Such a display was beyond anything Lanye had previously been capable of. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of all present, with ABIs rushing over to ascertain what was amiss with Lanye. Don't. Come closer. Everyone. For heaven's sake, stay back. Clenching his teeth, Lanye struggled to force these words through his lips, prompting Saki to instinctively unfurl his dragon wings to prevent ABIs from approaching. In the next moment, a torrent of uncontrollable energy surged within him. Just as it seemed he was on the verge of losing control, Luffy dashed to Lanye's side without hesitation. Hey, Lanye, what's wrong? Are you hungry? I can get you. Get me out. Now. Lanye spat out each word with great difficulty, urging, let me leave this place. Leave? Where to? Luffy, with his notoriously slow reflexes, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, an explosive surge of energy erupted within him, the pain escalating once more. And Lanye's strikes against the ground grew increasingly ferocious, sending tremors through the vicinity with each blow. The force was such that even Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. Usopp caught sight of faint gray diamond-like objects protruding just beneath the surface of Blue Knight's exposed skin. If Blue Knight continued this relentless assault, the consequences would surely be dire. It was Sanji who reacted in time, shouting, Luffy, grab Blue Knight with one hand and give me the other. Don't ask why. Just do it. Now. Immediately. Hurry. All right, got it, Luffy replied, somewhat dazed. Though he did not understand the reasoning behind this, he never doubted his comrades. He wrapped his left arm around Blue Knight's torso several times, while his right hand shot towards Sanji, only to be intercepted by Zoro, who had been alerted by Sanji. I'm not following your orders. I was going to do this anyway, Zoro retorted, displaying his typical obstinance. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I wouldn't even consider working with you. Sanji clearly shared the sentiment, delivering a powerful kick to the back of Zoro's left hand, which was braced in front of him. This force propelled Zoro into the air, and with a surge of muscle, he yanked Luffy's arm, intending to launch him. Retract your arms. Sanji yelled at Luffy, quick, pull them back. Instinctively, Luffy drew back his rubber arm, and his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. With the combined force of his own pull and Zoro and Sanji's throw, he soared skyward, carrying Blue Knight, who was nearing his breaking point. Let go, Luffy. Remember to release Blue Knight. Sanji's belated reminder was evidently lost on Luffy. Thus, Blue Knight was successfully flung from Dragon's Cave Island, shooting straight into the open sea, with Luffy tightly holding on to him, also swept along into the oceanic expanse. Poor Zoro, bound by Luffy's grip on his arm, was compelled to follow suit into the sky. Fortunately, their airborne journey was brief. Just under 100 meters from Dragon's Cave, the overwhelming power within Blue Knight, long suppressed, could no longer be contained. It erupted forth in a spectacular explosion. A visible shockwave radiated outward from Blue Knight, sweeping in all directions. Luffy was the first to collide with this force, his body propelled backward as he was violently pushed away, followed closely by Zoro, who crashed into Luffy and was likewise sent spiraling away. This force propelled the two individuals over 100 meters away from Blue Knight before it diminished slightly. The residual shockwave, propelled alongside them, swept over the heads of Sanji and the others, maintaining its momentum as it traversed the battleship island. ultimately crashing into the ocean on the opposite side of the aisle. Gulp. Those present could not help but swallow hard. Had this surge of power erupted at the very center of the crowd, it would undoubtedly have left him either lifeless or gravely injured. Confined to his bed for a year or more, Blue Knight remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding him after the tumultuous force within him threatened to explode. He found himself suspended in midair. The excruciating pain within his body intensified once more. What had initially felt like a sharp, needle-like agony at the cellular level had now escalated into a torment that felt as though his very muscle fibers were being torn apart inch by inch. He felt as though he was no longer a complete being, but rather fragmented into countless shattered pieces. This compelled Lan Yu to unleash a heart-wrenching roar, causing tears to cascade down Abi's cheeks. The sound was profoundly painful to hear. What had transpired with Lan Yu? Meanwhile, the ancient dragon Chinch out-tilted his head in confusion, sensing what might be an illusion, a faint essence of kinship emanating from Lan Yu. As he pondered this, his keen eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld the once indistinct light gray diamond-shaped scales on Lan Yu's bare body, now emerging in a frenzy from beneath the skin, revealing their true form. These were black diamond-shaped scales, each measuring a mere millimeter, densely covering Lan Yu's entire being, sparing even the smallest Lan Yu. Once the black scales completely enveloped Lan Yu, an additional layer of interlocking black scales began to cover the junctions of the original scales, concealing every last gap. After the second layer of black scales had fully encased him, they intricately intertwined once more along Lan Yu's back, extending from the base of his shoulder blades outward, ultimately forming two expansive wings measuring nearly 2 meters in span. The wings are entirely composed of black diamond-shaped scales, graceful and powerful like those of a pterosaur, with a faint metallic sheen that attests to their undeniable resilience, far superior to the fragility of flesh. The tumult of transformation has finally ceased. As the protagonist, Lan Yu, who has endured this metamorphosis, he experiences little fatigue. On the contrary, he feels an unprecedented vitality, previously consumed by an excruciating pain that had filled his mind. He now realizes that an overwhelming surge of strength flows within him. Remarkably, without employing any repulsive force to execute aerial maneuvers, he finds himself effortlessly suspended in midair. As if walking on solid ground, he discovers that, with merely a thought, he can soar in any direction he desires. This sensation is extraordinary, akin to an instinctive action, as if he were inherently capable of flight. It is a rather peculiar feeling. As he glides through the air, Lan Yu gradually acclimates to his current state. Simultaneously, he understands the source of this transformation. Undoubtedly, it is the blue card dragon that has caused such a commotion. This blue card, a synthesis of contributions from the entire dragon's lair and naval soldiers, although categorized as a monster card, does not summon an individual to assist in battle like the Millennium Dragon Guardian. Instead, it bestows upon Blue Knight abilities akin to the rejection fruit, fundamentally enhancing him. It saves the need for additional sustenance, considering it is a dragon, likely possessing a considerable appetite. With one Luffy already aboard, another might just devour the ship itself. The enhancement brought by the dragon manifests most visibly in the striking dragon scales adorning his body. According to the information relayed by the card, he is adorned with precisely 10,000 dragon scales, each requiring 10 life points for its creation, layered in 2 tiers to provide unparalleled defense, harder than metal itself. This corresponds to combat posture 1. The dragon wings on his back, composed of the same 10,000 scales, 5,000 on each side, grant Blue Knight the instinct to soar, consuming 1 life point for every 10 meters off the ground, with his flying speed matching that of his running speed. This corresponds to combat posture 2. Lastly, the transformation of his physique from within is profound. While he is unaware of the specifics of this metamorphosis, he is inundated with an exhilarating surge of power, a comprehensive enhancement of his strength, reflexes, vision, and speed, akin to a rebirth. He could unleash a multiplicative force in a short span, embodying combat posture 3. When all 3 aspects are fully revealed, they culminate in his current complete combat stance. The power that once trembled the ground around him is now amplified to the extent that he feels capable of lifting a mountain. Of course, this is merely a misperception stemming from his newfound strength, and he is not truly invincible. However, gazing down at his now darkened little brother, with wings shielding the lost splendor, he dove into the Going Merry. He hurriedly sought attire, for he was no aficionado of running about unclothed. Upon reaching the Going Merry, Blue Knight discovered a set of Sanji's tailored suit and intended to change into it. The dragon scales on his body can be concealed beneath the skin's surface, remaining soft to the touch unless he consciously activates them or endures a significant external force, at which point they would passively re-emerge. He believes that with a period of training, he could achieve localized dragon scale coverage, allowing for remarkable agility. Once he retracted the scales, Blue Knight was astounded by his new physique. He had attained the coveted 8-pack abs. Previously, despite long-term training yielding evenly defined 6-pack abs, he could never achieve the elusive 8-pack. Human muscle proportions are fixed. 8-pack abs are not developed but are innate. Now, as he gazed upon his reflection, he nearly drooled. His bronzed skin displayed finely defined muscles, arranged with precision, visually epitomizing the golden ratio of physique. Exuding explosive strength without compromising balance or agility, he was the embodiment of a well-proportioned figure. Typically, fitness enthusiasts are plagued by disproportionate physiques, broad shoulders, and narrow legs. Their upper bodies appear exaggeratedly muscular, while the lower half often seems incongruous. In contrast, Blue Knight's physique presented a harmonious unity, with no single part drawing undue attention, a natural elegance. This is what one might call the golden ratio. All notions of inverted triangular pectorals and exaggerated muscles pale in comparison. After indulging in some self-admiration, Blue Knight found himself troubled. In the days to come, he might have to bid farewell to the concept of normal clothing. The issue arose from the dragon wings on his back. The scales covering his skin had filled every available space, leaving no room for an additional 10,000 scales. This meant the wings could not be concealed. While he could remove them, regenerating them would require a substantial expenditure of life points, specifically 10 life points for each scale. Thus, to reconstitute a pair of wings would demand a staggering total of 100,000 life points. Even if he were to deplete himself entirely, he would still fall short. Although the dragon card had granted him 12,000 life points, it would only suffice for a fifth of the necessary amount. The battle had yet to commence, and he was already on the verge of exhausting himself. Isn't this absurd? Moreover, once he loses those dragon wings, his innate ability to hover will vanish as well. Faced with the choice between convenience and combat prowess, Blue Knight naturally opted for the latter. However, with dragon wings extending nearly 4-5 meters, transforming them into close-fitting attire rendered it impossible to wear any other clothing, evoking a rather risky sensation. Reluctantly, without further ado, Blue Knight directly cut a 10-centimeter slit in the back of his white shirt and blazer, aligned with the base of the dragon wings. Subsequently, the wings curled and passed through this opening. Once the attire was donned, the dragon wings unfurled symmetrically, transforming into a flowing black cloak draping elegantly behind him. It serves as both a statement of style and a modest defense against attacks. Perfect. Alas, the clothing felt somewhat constricting. It seemed he had grown a tad taller, perhaps reaching a height of 1.8 meters. On the Grand Line, he would need several tailored outfits. Having resolved his clothing dilemma, Blue Knight exited the cabin, only to encounter the hurried approach of Nami, Sanji, and Usopp. Blue Knight, what on earth is going on? Are you all right? Nami inquired with concern. Well, I'm fine. Sanji, could I have an outfit to wear? I can't don any of my previous attire, Blue Knight replied as he approached Sanji. No worries. I'll get you a change later. Huh? Blue Knight, weren't you significantly shorter than me before? Sanji exclaimed in surprise. As he drew nearer, Sanji keenly observed that Blue Knight, who had once been slightly shorter, now stood almost at eye level with him. The span of merely 10 minutes seemed too brief for such a transformation to occur, even considering a second growth spurt. Yes, indeed. It's the ability of my card that absorbed some essence from a Millennium Dragon to enhance myself. I didn't anticipate such a dramatic change, Blue Knight explained, glancing around before asking, where are Luffy and Zoro? Oh, you mean the moss-haired one and the foolish captain? They were just blasted to the other side of the island by you and likely won't return anytime soon, Sanji replied with a hint of schadenfreude. Blue Knight, when did that happen? I was completely unaware. Am I not allowed to distance myself from this burden? In that moment, Lan Yu was engulfed by an agonizing pain, oblivious to the finer details surrounding him. Nevertheless, he reasoned it mattered little. Luffy would merely grumble a few complaints at most. As for Zoro, he chuckled inwardly, uncertain whether Zoro could still wield his sword against himself now. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Lan Yu approached a corner of the ship, where his attention was drawn to the weights that Zoro typically utilized for training. There were 5 each of 100 kilograms, 500 kilograms, and 1,000 kilograms, 1 ton. Without invoking any abilities and relying solely on his physical strength, Lan Yu effortlessly lifted the 100-kilogram barbell, which had previously required all his might to raise. A wave of incredulous joy washed over him. How remarkably effortless it felt. The weight felt nothing like the oppressive burden it once was. He could even toss it about with ease, as though he were preparing for a juggling act with 3 balls. The trio of Nami and others who had accompanied him were utterly astonished. After more than a month of camaraderie, they were well aware of Lanya's physical prowess, yet they could hardly comprehend the extent of his sudden advancement. Is this a trick? Usopp questioned, instinctively reaching out to touch the barbell in Lanya's grasp. In response, Lanya wore a mischievous grin as he extended the barbell toward Usopp. Without warning, he released his grip as Usopp took hold, causing it to crash down. Thud. Ouch. 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 Usopp clutched his bruised hand, wincing in agony. It was clear that Lanya's dramatic increase in strength was no mere illusion. It was a tangible enhancement. However, the rapidity of this transformation fostered an overwhelming sense of unreality, fueled by a desire to test his limits. Lanya first grasped the 500-kilogram barbell, discovering he still had reserves of strength. He then relinquished the lighter weight and turned to grasp the 1,000-kilogram barbell with one hand. As he summoned his power, he managed to elevate it slightly before it fell with a resounding thud. This is promising. Lanya's eyes sparkled with determination as he switched to a two-handed grip on the 1,000-kilogram barbell. He squatted down, steadied himself, and summoned his strength. To his astonishment, the seemingly immovable weight was lifted above his head. Holding the 1,000-kilogram barbell aloft, Lanya felt as though he had once again conquered the 100-kilogram barbell. This weight is already approaching the limits of his strength. In other words, his physique has undergone an astonishing enhancement, increasing tenfold during this extraordinary transformation. At this moment, Blue Knight could not help but let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I must ask, what else?" In his moment of triumph, Blue Knight forgot that he was still holding a barbell weighing 1,000 kilograms above his head. This laughter caused a significant loss of strength, and with his hands growing weak, the weight came crashing down. Nami and the others nearby were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in shock. Damn it, if this were to strike my head, it would surely result in death. 56. Dragon meat. I crave dragon meat. Ha ha ha. I simply must ask, what on earth? Whoosh. In the horrified gaze of Nami and her companions, the 1,000-kilogram barbell raised by Blue Knight came crashing down upon his forehead, only to be sent flying by Sanji's belated kick. This incident reveals that for Sanji and Zoro, a weight of 1,000 kilograms is merely a part of their daily training routine. However, Blue Knight was not in a state of mind to contemplate the limits of Sanji and Zoro. He numbly touched the cold sensation on his forehead, and to his surprise, the anticipated blooming pain did not materialize. In his ecstatic state, it was only upon impact that Blue Knight realized what had transpired. He had no time to react. As the 1,000-kilogram dumbbell struck him squarely on the forehead, the sensation was akin to a mere nip on the forehead, nothing more. Blue Knight could not be certain, but the area where he was struck, apart from a few lingering dragon scales, showed no further changes. Even the expected concussion was absent. This left him utterly astonished. Soon after, he realized that the dragon scales concealed beneath his skin had sensed the tremendous pressure of an external attack, instinctively emerging to provide defense. Wow, this passive ability is remarkable. I must express my admiration. While Blue Knight marveled at his dragon scale defense capability, Nami and Usopp were left in a state of petrified astonishment, wide-eyed and gaping, unable to comprehend the situation. This is truly terrifying. Nevertheless, Sanji, being the oldest man present, having seen much during his time at the floating restaurant and serving as a pillar of strength for the Straw Hat Pirates, did not react excessively. Is this a new ability you have developed, Lanwei? Sanji inquired as he circled behind Lanwei. Huh? Oh, yes. It is a new ability gifted to me by Lord Long, Lanwei instinctively replied. Would you like to test the limits of your defense? He added with an eager tone. Test? Sure, but how? Before Lanwei could finish his sentence, Sanji, having already agreed to the proposal, launched a powerful kick that landed squarely on Lanyue's backside. It was executed with remarkable precision and an air of menace. Ever since the rare moment of camaraderie with Zoro, Sanji had longed for the chance to deliver such a decisive kick, and with the opportunity finally at hand, he felt no need to waste words. If I don't send this little brat flying, I shall consider myself defeated, he thought fiercely before unleashing his strike. However, the next moment, he was met with a resounding slap to the face. To avoid injuring Lanwei with excessive force, Sanji had deliberately approached from behind. Yet, the sensation he encountered upon kicking Lanwei was anything but pleasant. It felt as if he had struck a solid wall, and not just any wall, but one of steel. The ordeal is not yet over. Previously, due to an incident involving a barbell, Blue Knight had activated the repulsive force sensor. In the face of Sanji's sudden assault, an object hurtled through the air at high speed within the repulsive force sensor's range, prompting an almost instinctual response from him to condense the repulsive force for a counterattack. However, Sanji was too close. Just as Blue Knight reacted and retaliated, he was struck. He was hit in the dragon wing cloak that hung behind him. The repulsive force and the impact perfectly negated each other, leaving Blue Knight's body unshaken. This is why Sanji experiences the sensation of kicking against a steel wall. The repulsive force counteracts the impact, rendering him as immovable as a mountain. The cloak, transformed from dragon wings, is fundamentally composed of dragon scales, and even a collision of 1,000 kilograms had previously inflicted no harm upon him. Furthermore, until this moment, Lonnie remained oblivious to the fact that this was Sanji's retaliatory test. He mistakenly believed it to be an unrelenting ambush by the Navy. After neutralizing the enemy's assault, he instinctively amplified the repulsive output, employing the maximum repulsive force within a unit of time to counterattack. In the past, within a mere moment, approximately 0.36 seconds, he could only input 5 points of life energy, sufficient to push aside an unsuspecting strong man. But now, in that fleeting instant, he managed to input a staggering 50 points of life energy. This tenfold increase in attack power resulted in Sanji, caught off guard and bewildered by the failed ambush, being forcefully propelled off the deck and into the sea. Lonnie, Nami, Usopp. So, couldn't you have just informed me before the test? Gazing at the drenched and furious Sanji, Lonnie sighed in resignation. Aware of his culpability, Sanji clenched his teeth, resigned to suffer the consequences. Noticing the fury radiating from Sanji, Lonnie intended to lower his defenses, allowing him a chance to vent his frustration, as he too sought to experiment with the limits of the Dragon Scale's defense. Unexpectedly, within the repulsive perception radius, an attack surged forward at high speed from over 100 meters away, heading directly toward his position. An airstrike. Navy cannonballs. The incoming assault approached with alarming swiftness. In the time it took to contemplate, it had already traversed a considerable distance. If he turned to investigate, the attack would likely be hovering above him. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lonnie released all the accumulated repulsive energy, transforming it into a powerful repulsive blast that collided with the approaching threat. In the span of a single second, this series of actions unfolded. And just after launching the repulsive blast, a voice brought Lonnie considerable embarrassment. I'm back. Lonnie. Why did you send me flying again? Turning around, he beheld Luffy being flung backward. Lonnie. So, Luffy, why do you always insist on leaping over instead of taking the path available? You continuously use me as a landing coordinate. If you're going to bounce, who else would you bounce off? Golden Mary. Foredeck. Faced with the glaring trio of Sanji, Luffy, and Zoro, Lonnie couldn't help but swallow hard. Everything's been explained, but I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Finding an excuse, Lonnie attempted to take flight. Yet Sanji and the others swiftly formed a triangular enclosure around him, with two of them draping their arms over his shoulders while one tugged at the dragon wing cloak, showing no intention of letting him escape. Nami and Usopp, seated nearby, chuckled quietly, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Lonnie, remember our agreement to assist you with the test? Look, Zoro and Luffy have returned just in time. Let us do this together. Sanji's eyes gleamed with intensity. Indeed. Let's see whether my blade prevails or your dragon scales stand firm. Zoro's tone was perilous. Hey, Lonnie, do you count as a dragon now? If so, could you spare me just a tiny piece of meat? Just a small bite. I've been longing to taste dragon meat. Luffy, drooling at the thought, exclaimed. Lonnie, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, for heaven's sake, dragon meat. Luffy, what on earth is going on in that head of yours? This was clearly a matter of revenge, yet you've turned it into a market for meat. 57. Lonnie's dual personalities? An experiment, you say? Wait a moment, let me prepare. I'll be ready shortly. Lonnie swiftly acquiesced to Zoro and Sanji's request, utilizing his repulsive force to pin Luffy, who was drooling with anticipation, against the deck, and began to remove his clothing. Yes, disrobing. With his current strength, even a slight miscalculation could lead to a complete wardrobe malfunction. You rogue. Nami, recovering from her petrified state, shrieked, yet her gaze, which roamed over Lonnie, held no hint of bashfulness. Lonnie, all right, you win. I'm not shy anymore. Turning slightly away, Lonnie carefully unfastened the buttons of his shirt, only to inadvertently send one flying due to a lack of control over his strength. In a moment of exasperation, he decided to forego subtleties, seizing his shirt with both hands and performing a chest expansion movement. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as he discarded the two halves of his shirt onto the ground. revealing a dense layer of black dragon scales emerging from beneath his skin, enveloping his upper body in mere moments. Truth be told, at first glance, this appearance could easily be mistaken for the application of armament hockey. Wow, quite an impressive physique. Nami teased, clearly impressed with his devil fruit abilities. Ahem. Hi. Miss Nami, I have abs too. Shall we head to the cabin? Bang. Sanji, knocked unconscious. Casting a glance at the unfortunate Sanji. Sprawled on the floor with a dented forehead, Lan Yi could only cough awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Nami, you weren't this fierce before. You've changed. In response, Nami wore a triumphant grin, showing no signs of restraint. This left the young, inexperienced Blue Knight blushing even more intensely. Fortunately, his face was covered with a layer of dragon scales, rendering him less susceptible to detection. Let us hasten our testing. It is rather chilly with our upper bodies exposed. Blue Knight suggested, swiftly diverting the topic to conclude the matter and make a hasty retreat. Upon hearing this, the previously silent Zoro immediately unsheathed his sword, the Wado Ikamanji, albeit with the blade facing Blue Knight. Hey, culinary artist, lying around like this, who knows when the next opportunity will arise? In an instant, Sanji sprang back to life, his eyes ablaze with a fierce flame of jealousy. Clearly, he was infuriated by Nami's praise of men other than himself. Observing the two, Sanji and Zoro, brimming with eagerness for action, Blue Knight felt a sudden tension in his body, sensing an inevitable misunderstanding among them. If I am at fault, I could offer my apologies. Faced with the eager Sanji and Zoro, Blue Knight's only thought, aside from regret, was to find a remedy. Nami, noticing the tension, smiled and stepped back a few paces, joining Usopp, who had curled up in anticipation of danger, thereby granting space to the trio. Hey, Nami, were you doing that on purpose? Usopp inquired softly. On purpose? If you mean to provoke Sanji, then yes, Nami candidly admitted. I knew it. It's essential for them to connect emotionally, to understand the strength of our pirate crew, which will aid in bringing Blue Knight into our ranks later. However, Usopp added, I don't believe Sanji's murderous intent is feigned. That's quite all right. It's merely a minor issue, Nami reassured. Usopp thought to himself, feeling that Nami was perhaps retaliating for her earlier failed invitation to Blue Knight. The deck of the Going Merry was not expansive, with Nami, the two men, and Blue Knight merely 3 meters apart. Enhanced by the Dragon card, Blue Knight's hearing was exceptionally acute, even with their lowered voices. He caught every word of their conversation. This left Blue Knight rather speechless. He was incited to have the members of his ship engage in a mixed doubles match against him alone, and yet they still wished to recruit him aboard? Surely, they must be fools. Even the art of seduction would be far more effective than this scheme. Raising an eyebrow while simultaneously worrying about Nami's intellect, Blue Knight seemed unwilling to concede. He braced himself, determined to give Zoro and the others a spectacle, and soared into the skies towards Dragon Cave Island. Using gravitational ropes to assist Zoro and the others, lifting them towards the cave, Zoro exclaimed, Damn it, let me go. I can walk on my own. Sanji added, Indeed. I won't hold back next time. As the three ascended, Usopp, still crouched in place, twitched his mouth and remarked to Nami, You planned this, didn't you? Nami shrugged in response, smiling innocently like a little kitten, who knows. Upon flying out from the Going Merry, the first order of business for Blue Knight was to land beside the remains of the Dragon Lord and retrieve his black-framed glasses from ABI's. The moment he donned the glasses, Blue Knight's previously agitated emotions seemed to dissipate considerably, his expression becoming clear and composed, devoid of the earlier fervor as if he were preparing for a grand duel. Zoro and Sanji, keenly perceptive, noted this transformation and exchanged surprised glances at Blue Knight's spectacles. Pondering its significance, My apologies, my emotions were a bit unruly earlier, Blue Knight said with a gentle smile. Shall we commence testing? Who will go first? His demeanor was now serene, a stark contrast to the earlier reckless bravado. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. The Blue Knight with glasses seemed to exude an entirely different aura, akin to a scholar versus a warrior. Despite their surprise, neither inquired further about Blue Knight. After a brief exchange of glances, Sanji stepped forward, flicking his cigarette, Then allow me to be the first to try. Please show some mercy. Fear not, I shall. Blue Knight assured. As Sanji's words concluded, he swiftly delivered a kick to Blue Knight's abdomen, the speed and force modest, primarily a test. Blue Knight, sensing the approaching force within his repulsive field, did not evade and took the kick head-on. Thud. That tickles, he remarked, not even swaying from the impact. Not bad. Sanji retracted his foot, inhaling a puff of smoke. Now, I shall begin in earnest. Here we go. Sanji did not strike immediately. Instead, he exhaled a long plume of smoke, flicking the cigarette into the air above Blue Knight. With a swift motion, he leapt over the smoke and delivered a powerful kick to Blue Knight's shoulder. The force exerted this time was unparalleled, causing Lan Ye's body to involuntarily sway. But that was the extent of it. Upon witnessing this, Sanji finally felt a sense of relief, no longer testing the waters, and a serious expression emerged in his eyes. Be careful, I'm coming in, Sanji warned, executing a swift maneuver midair before delivering a fierce kick aimed at Lan Ye's ribcage from his shoulder. The intensity of the strike had increased more than threefold compared to before. The series of foundational kicking techniques commenced: back meat, saddle meat, breast meat, leg meat, shoulder tenderloin. A total of 14 strikes were unleashed, targeting Lan Ye's weaknesses from his cheek to his calf muscles with tremendous force. Although it was not Sanji's full strength, it still represented a significant 70% of his power. Lan Ye absorbed each blow. While a few dragon scales detached with every strike, his body merely swayed slightly, suffering no substantial harm. As for being knocked back, with the innate flying ability of dragon wings combined with repulsive force, that seemed quite improbable. After the execution of the foundational kicking techniques, Lan Ye stood his ground as if rooted to the spot, which caused Sanji's expression to harden. He intensified his onslaught once more, directing a powerful kick towards Lan Ye's abdomen. And now, the final abdominal strike, shoot. Thud. The familiar sound echoed once again. And Lan Ye could no longer maintain his steadfast position, involuntarily taking a small step back. A dull pain emanated from his abdomen, and the outer layer of dragon scales began to shed, revealing the inner layer beneath. This kick was indeed delivered with great force. In truth, Sanji regretted executing it the moment it left his foot. Any move worthy of the name shoot is undoubtedly his most formidable strike for concluding a battle. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a finishing technique, as its power exceeds that of an ordinary kick by at least twofold. This was already an attack fueled by 8/10 of his strength. Yet, surprisingly, Blue Knight was unable to fully withstand it, merely retreating half a step. The cigarette he had just flicked away had long since hit the ground. Initially, Sanji had intended to defeat Blue Knight before the cigarette fell, so he could catch the unfinished smoke and impress Nami. After all, although Blue Knight's devil fruit abilities were formidable, seemingly countering everyone present, he was not adept in close combat. Alas, what was meant to be a display of bravado had turned into a slap in the face. Lighting another cigarette, Sanji silently stepped aside, yielding the stage to Zoro and Blue Knight. TCH, did you skip meals today? Your strength is rather feeble. Zoro seized the opportunity to taunt. Uncharacteristically, Sanji did not retort, the glowing tip of his cigarette flickering in and out. Noticing Sanji's indifference as he exhaled plumes of smoke, Zoro ceased his verbal sparring and turned his serious gaze towards Blue Knight. After such a prolonged exchange with Sanji, he had a clear understanding of his opponent's capabilities. Regardless of how much Sanji might hold back, the final kick had retained its full force. If he were struck directly by that blow, he would surely need a moment to recover. However, Blue Knight had only stepped back slightly, his posture remarkably undisturbed. The leap in defensive strength and power was astonishing. Indeed, it was a peculiar devil fruit ability, Sanji mused. Zoro, rarely in agreement, nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from immediate attack as he quietly awaited Blue Knight's assessment of the previous exchange. At this moment, Blue Knight felt invigorated. Just moments ago, he had braved Sanji's entire series of assaults. This was the third in command of the Straw Hat Pirates. His dragon scales rendered him nearly immune to Sanji's standard kicking techniques. Even the final, decisive kick merely caused a dull ache, insufficient to breach his defenses. A considerable amount of outer dragon scales had been shed throughout the encounter. Apart from utilizing his own abilities and expending 900 life points to regenerate his dragon scales, Sanji had inflicted no substantial direct damage on him. This formidable defense renders gunfire nearly inconsequential. Even artillery shells pose little threat as long as they do not strike head-on, with only the shockwaves remaining a trivial concern. Such resilience is truly remarkable, though it is somewhat prone to chipping. With this, the prospect of achieving 50 consecutive victories in the dueling arena seems promising. After reaching this conclusion, Lan Ye turned his gaze towards the languid Zoro, offering a light-hearted acknowledgement of the impending challenge. Zoro, without uttering another word, grasped the hilt of the Wado Ikamanji, his previous lethargy dissipating instantly, replaced by an intense, sharp aura directed at Lan Ye. With a swift draw of the sword, a brilliant flash illuminated the air. In times past, Lan Ye would have been struck before he could even react. This time, however, was different. The enhanced dynamic vision faintly perceived the brilliance of the incoming attack from Wen Yeezy. Not daring to recklessly extend a hand to intercept, the dragon wings swiftly embraced forward. With a resounding clash, the sound of gold and iron colliding filled the air as the dragon wings barely managed to deflect Zoro's strike. The back of the sword forcefully sank into the dragon scales, causing dozens of scales to shatter and scatter in all directions, while the silhouette of Luffy subtly descended. It was indeed a full-force blow without the slightest hint of a probing attack. A powerful horizontal slash devoid of sword techniques. Quite impressive. Zoro expressed his admiration, subsequently sheathing his sword and refraining from further assault. This left Luffy momentarily stunned. Is this all there is? Hey, isn't this a bit too perfunctory? Sanji exerted considerable effort, delivering a dozen kicks. Your response seems rather dismissive, doesn't it? Sensing the confusion in Luffy, Zoro spoke up. Just now, I used 8/10 of my strength in that strike. Although I employed the back of my blade, it appears that even utilizing the edge would scarcely breach your defenses, unless I resorted to a powerful sword technique. However, my blade is never drawn against a comrade. With this explanation from Zoro, Luffy recalled that aside from Sanji, who frequently found himself in conflict, Zoro had indeed never directed his sword towards any of the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Not even using the back of the blade as he had just done. Rubbing his head in frustration, Luffy felt quite helpless. Thus far, aside from the dragon scales that had shattered into 100 pieces, not a single useful item had been tested. This is merely a test of the dragon scales defense. The assessments of the dragon's essence and wings, which pertain to power and speed, remain uncompleted. No wonder in the anime, Zoro seizes any suitable opponent to engage in a fierce battle. It seems that finding an appropriate adversary is indeed a daunting task. Sighing, Blue Knight abandoned the idea of further testing. With the time spent on this endeavor, he could have entered the duel arena and engaged in life and death battles, gaining all he needed. With this thought, Blue Knight retracted the dragon scales, revealing the well-defined muscles beneath. He decided against borrowing clothes from Sanji and instead enveloped his upper body with the dragon wings, slightly adjusting the arrangement of the dragon scales, resulting in a fashionable black checkered t-shirt, which provided remarkable defense as well. However, before proceeding, Blue Knight took out the bone whistle gifted by the Sixth Elder. Currently, Blue Knight faced a dilemma. He needed to dedicate several days to crafting an oversized summoning scroll. He wondered if Luffy and the others could wait for 10 days. If they could, it would be a joyous occasion for all. If not, he would have to rely on the Sea Kings to navigate through the calm belt into the Grand Line. Reflecting on Luffy, who had been flung away and was now lost, Blue Knight mused that solitude could be quite agreeable. Well, it should be, right? 59. Signing the summoning contract. What? You want us to leave first? Luffy's loud voice rang out. Hey, what kind of captain abandons his crew to set sail? Enough of these foolish remarks. Upon hearing Blue Knight's intention to disembark, the Straw Hat Pirates displayed varied reactions, yet all were unified in their curiosity regarding his reasons. When they learned that Blue Knight needed to sign a certain contract with the Sea Kings, which would take considerable time, Luffy, as captain, promptly declared, "All right. Then let us give everyone a break before we enter the Grand Line. Well, I must indulge in a good feast." The drunkard Zoro chimed in. Grandpa's pork buns are quite delightful. Last time, that scoundrel Luffy devoured them all, leaving none for us. Sanji remarked, ever the learner. The Going Merry could use some repairs. What? I am not a shipwright. Usopp lamented. With the sun shining brilliantly in recent days, Nami stretched and relished the prospect of a sunbath. Listening to their absurd excuses, Blue Knight opened his mouth but ultimately could not refuse their goodwill. This led him to inadvertently overlook the significance of Luffy's assertion that a captain should never abandon their comrades. Perhaps, in his subconscious, he had already acknowledged this identity. In accordance with their prior agreement, Luffy arrived at the doldrums and sounded the bone whistle, while Bertha, accompanied by other medium-sized Sea Kings, brought forth the immense 10,000-meter-long skin from beneath the waves. The shed skin of the Sixth Elder does not encompass the entirety of its expanse, rather, it pertains solely to a segment of the underbelly, which, even so, extends over 10,000 meters. This illustrates the truly immense length of the Sixth Elder. With Luffy and others awaiting their turn, Blue Knight did not indulge in the leisurely carving of the magic array as previously contemplated. Under the pretense of training, Blue Knight summoned Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji to lend their assistance. Naturally, it was impractical to utilize irregularly shaped scrolls. Zoro's cutting strikes were deemed most suitable for achieving a pristine incision. The pigments for inscribing the array could only be a mixture of blood and chakra, where life essence could substitute chakra. As for the blood, it would undoubtedly be sourced from the Sea Kings. for a mere human would not suffice to extract enough to inscribe even a single symbol. Sanji, as a chef, possessed the mastery of bloodletting, ensuring that each Sea King was bled healthily without risking excessive loss that could compromise their vitality. Moreover, the Sea Kings experienced no pain, significantly alleviating Bertha's need for reassurance. As for Luffy, given that it was Blue Knight's inaugural attempt at inscribing the magic array, despite possessing a wealth of knowledge in his mind, errors were inevitable. Thus, a rubber eraser would prove invaluable in rectifying numerous mistakes, even with the assistance of Luffy and the others. It took Blue Knight a full 10 days to complete the inscription of the summoning scroll. The scroll measured an astonishing 10,000 meters in length and 4,000 meters in height, with a thickness nearing 100 meters. Its shaft comprised of the vertebrae of colossal serpentine Sea Kings. The entire scroll was cloaked in a deep black hue, and upon unfurling it, dark red magical patterns sprawled across its surface. Curiously, the front side of the scroll was of an ancient yellow hue, contrasting with the dark black of its reverse side. This is a plant dye brought by Bertha, reputed to be everlasting. At long last, the preliminary creation of the summoning scroll has been completed. Lan Yu solemnly inscribed his name in the first line using the blood he had accumulated over the past 10 days. Unlike in the world of Naruto, where the primary contractor is typically an elder of the summoning beast to facilitate the signing of contracts, Lan Yu's version positions himself as the primary contractor and the Sea Kings as the contracted entities. This arrangement is considerably more complex, requiring each Sea King to willingly shed their blood to finalize the summoning contract. However, for Lan Yu, this task is rendered simpler, as he is the only one in the world of One Piece who possesses the summoning technique and thus does not need to allocate contract positions to others. Instead, he intends to complete the scroll and allow Bertha to gradually sign contracts with other willing Sea Kings to fight for him, achieving a one-time solution. After all, the Sixth Elder has made it clear that he will neither cooperate nor interfere. Subsequently, following Lan Yu's signing of the primary contract, Bertha became the first summoning beast to enter into a contract with him. It was a straightforward process. Bertha simply needed to inscribe her name on the summoning contract using her own blood. The text was inconsequential. What mattered was the ritual itself. Upon Bertha's successful signing, an extraordinary connection formed between her and Lan Yu, a mystical sensation akin to a faintly shining morning star in the dark expanse of the night sky. Lan, I feel as though I can sense your presence, Bertha exclaimed, her emotions surging. What a remarkable technology, as incredible as the devil fruit. The summoning technique, as Lan Yu and the Sea Kings elaborated, serves as a secondary technology of the Sea Kings, one of the defensive measures for protecting the mermaid princess. Unfortunately, it was never fully developed before the Great Kingdom fell. Now, it is naturally being utilized by Lan Yu. Bertha, would you like to test the effects of summoning? Lan Yu proposed. Yes, that sounds great. How shall we conduct the experiment? Bertha readily agreed. Simply remain where you are. I will summon you shortly, do not resist. All right. I understand. With Bertha's consent, Lan Yu made no further movements but instead soared swiftly towards the sea, his speed surpassing that of an average human by several folds. The transformation of his dragon wings into a T-shirt merely altered their form, yet the innate ability to fly remained intact. Should he employ repulsive acceleration, his speed would ascend to yet another level. After flying approximately 1,000 meters, Lan Yu came to a halt, placing his thumb in his mouth and gently biting down, causing dragon scales to manifest for protection, almost shattering his teeth. With a mere thought, the scales dissipated, yet he had indeed bitten down. How painful that must be. I suppose I should keep a vial of blood handy. Otherwise, repeatedly biting my fingers will inevitably lead to infection, he muttered to himself, raising his left index finger to flick, causing a piece of dragon scale to extend horizontally from between his fingers, which he then lightly sliced across the palm of his right hand. Instantly, blood flowed forth. However, the blood merely seeped out a small amount before ceasing, as his powerful physique endowed him with self-healing abilities. While the wound would not heal immediately, the bleeding stopped rather quickly. A small amount of blood sufficed for the task at hand. As his thoughts flowed with the blood in his hand, the ethereal connection with Bertha intensified. With the rising intention to summon her, waves of green energy emanated from Lan Yu's palm, merging into the blood and radiating a subtly distorted green light. Almost instinctively, Lan Yu slapped his hand upon the surface of the sea. The sensation was not that of striking water, but rather as if he had struck a solid object. Simultaneously, numerous runes spread from the surface of the sea where his palm made contact, swiftly forming a magical array over 300 meters in length. He recognized the rune. It was indeed the summoning rune from Naruto. Once the summoning array was completed, instead of a cloud of white smoke to veil the summoning process. A Bertha with a white base and black spots leapt forth from the summoning array, as if traversing through time and space, lifting Blue Knight upon her forehead and soaring into the sky. The inaugural trial of the summoning technique was a resounding success. This is not without you. The summoning technique has triumphed. This did not come as a surprise to Lan Yi, as the cards in the duel plate had previously proven to be quite formidable. However, he did not anticipate the significant differences between this summoning technique and that depicted in Naruto. There was no need for hand seals, no billowing smoke during the summoning, and the consumption was not as terrifying as he had imagined. In response to the curiosity of Luffy and the others, Lan Yi conducted several experiments and gradually discerned some patterns. Perhaps due to the involvement of spatial factors, the distance of the summoned beast did not pose an issue. The sole criterion for the consumption of energy was the size of the summoned entity. The ratio appeared to be approximately 10 life points for every meter in length. For instance, summoning Bursa required around 3,470 life points. However, this was not a constant. Another sea creature of similar length, approximately 350 meters, consumed an additional 700 life points compared to Bursa, whose shape resembled that of a zebra. This discrepancy likely arose from the fact that, while both had similar lengths, the volume of the sea creature was considerably larger, as fish do not possess necks and a fuller body is rather typical. Overall, the summoning technique determined consumption based on size. The greater the size, the higher the destructive potential and, consequently, the greater the consumption. The only piece of good news was that once summoned, there would be no further drain on Lan Yi's life points. And if the summoned entity wished to return to its original state, it could do so effortlessly with a mere thought. One could argue that if employed wisely, this skill was akin to acquiring an additional fruit ability. After all, over 90% of the world in One Piece is comprised of vast seas. With this ability, Lan Yi no longer had to fear the ocean. In the event of any maritime calamity, summoning a Sea King could provide a perfect solution. Of course, Sea Kings were not vessels, and their presence would bring about various inconveniences, making them suitable only as temporary emergency measures. After spending an entire day clarifying the functions of the summoning technique, the Straw Hat Pirates bid farewell to ABIs and set sail once more at the eager command of Captain Luffy, aiming for the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. One must say that this world is indeed vast. Although the distance between Battleship Island and the entrance to Reverse Mountain appears minimal, as per Obby's grandfather's information, the actual journey would take approximately 3 days. Even the Golden Mary, a swift triangular sailboat, would require more than 2 days. Such a lengthy voyage naturally necessitated some activities to pass the time. As the navigator, Nami had to constantly monitor the ship's course, yet she found joy in her duties. Occasionally benefiting from Sanji's attentive service, sketching nautical charts, basking in the sun, and enjoying a leisurely life. Sanji, ever devoted, surrounded Nami with nutritionally balanced meals, delightful post-meal treats, and refreshing beverages, all of which the crew could relish. As for Zoro, his routine was straightforward: training, sleeping, and eating. With the lookout tower occupied by Lan Yi, he had relocated to the deck, a spot that could easily become a target for Luffy's playful antics. Luffy and Usopp teamed up for a fishing expedition, engaging in a friendly competition to see who could catch the largest fish. Currently, Usopp seemed to be in the lead, but Luffy insisted that Usopp's fish, filled with bones and lacking flesh, did not count and insisted on trying again. The contest is shrouded in mystery. Among those most occupied, Blue Knight undoubtedly takes the lead. After diligently attending to the matters concerning the spirit communication scroll, Blue Knight did not immediately immerse himself in the dueling arena. Instead, he devoted 3 hours to contemplating the transformations he had undergone. The most conspicuous change was the Dragon Monster card, which bestowed upon Blue Knight an impressive 12,000 life points. Coupled with his original 8,000 life points, his total now reached a remarkable 20,000, an increase of 2.5 times. Blue Knight was unaware of the calculations behind this life total, yet he recognized that it must relate to his physical prowess. Through rigorous training and combat during this period, he had also augmented his vitality by, 17 life points. Thus, he presently possessed a grand total of 20,017 life points. It is worth noting that his original 8,000 life points were recorded after utilizing the repulsion fruit, a monster card of which Blue Knight remained unaware regarding the exact contribution to his life points. However, he surmised it could not solely account for the 8,000. A portion must derive from his inherent baseline vitality. Following the use of the repulsion fruit, Blue Knight did not experience a pronounced enhancement. He merely sensed the emergence of a new ability within himself, which he estimated to be equivalent to approximately 4,000 life points. This pertains to the calculation of the soul level, which also falls within the realm of life value statistics. Therefore, the life value provided by the dragon is more than 3 times that of the repelling fruit. This is quite terrifying. Luffy speculated that the reason the dragon could grant him such an immense increase in vitality was likely due to the dragon significantly enhancing his physical constitution, fundamentally strengthening his very essence. Remarkably, under this newfound fortitude, the range of his repulsive force had also been greatly amplified, expanding from an initial 50 meters to an impressive 100 meters. The amount of vitality expended within a unit of time had also increased substantially, signifying a direct enhancement of his power. It is not difficult to deduce from previous anime information that the foundation of the devil fruit lies in one's physical quality. Upon comprehending his current power system, Luffy dedicated an hour to acclimating to the expanded range of his repulsion, fully immersing himself in the development of his new abilities. It can be said that he experienced pain and joy simultaneously. Dragon transformation is the term Luffy uses to describe the bestowal of all abilities from the monster card dragon upon himself. In order to expedite the exploration of dragon transformation's capabilities, Luffy restricted himself to utilizing only 3 abilities of dragon transformation within the dueling arena, suppressing all other repulsive fruit abilities and skills. Fortunately, his draconic scales provided ample defense, although excessive force could cause some scales to shed. The generation ratio of 1 scale per 10 vitality points was still sufficient to sustain nearly half an hour of usage while solely relying on the draconic scales for defense. However, after experimenting with the development of Dragon Soul and Dragon Wing abilities, Luffy discovered that his vitality was alarmingly insufficient, less than before. This was likely due to the insatiable consumption of the Dragon Soul and Dragon Wing abilities, which was quite extraordinary. The ability of Dragon Soul was straightforward. Once activated, it could exponentially enhance his physical constitution, including the strength of his scales, physical power, recovery rate, explosive force, and muscle endurance limits. Meanwhile, Dragon Wing provided a multiplicative increase in speed. Luffy designated these abilities as Dragon Power and Dragon Speed. The current maximum he could test revealed that he could unleash a staggering 10-fold increase in power, equating to 10 Dragon Powers. What kind of concept is this? Currently, the strength of Luffy's arms is approximately 1,100 kilograms, equivalent to 1 tons. If he were to unleash the full force of the 10 dragons, that would amount to an astonishing 11 tons. The striking power of a single arm exceeds 5 tons. Moreover, the strength of an average person's legs is at least 3 times that of their arms. Therefore, when Luffy exerts the full force of the 10 dragons with a single kick, the impact would be a formidable 15 tons. This formidable power is sufficient to send a small warship flying with a single kick, provided that the vessel is not penetrated in the process. However, there lies an awkward predicament. Luffy is unable to wield this capability in combat. The reason being, the consumption is exceedingly exorbitant. Maintaining the minimum of the second dragon's strength requires a staggering 100 health points per second, while the maximum of the 10th dragon's strength demands an alarming 15,000 health points per second. With Luffy's health capped at 20,000 points, he can sustain this expenditure for merely 3 seconds, after which he would render himself unconscious, utterly incapacitated for combat. As for the existence of an 11th dragon's strength, Luffy is oblivious, as his health limit cannot endure such an experiment. Moreover, this pertains solely to the explosive consumption of the dragon's essence. There is also the significant consumption associated with the dragon's wing. Unlike the dragon's essence, which possesses a multifaceted capability, the dragon's wing has a singular function, to enhance physical speed. Its consumption mirrors that of the dragon's essence. The minimum of the second dragon's speed requires 100 health points per second, while the maximum of the 10th dragon's speed similarly demands a daunting 15,000 health points per second. If one aspires to simultaneously unleash the peak abilities of both the dragon's essence and the dragon's wing, an extraordinary 30,000 health points per second would be required. The resources have been utterly depleted, leaving Blue Knight in a state of profound distress. Despite having augmented his vitality by a staggering 2.5 times, he finds himself feeling more inadequate than ever. Regrettably, the powers of the Dragon Wing and Dragon Soul must be reserved for pivotal moments. At least he now possesses 2 formidable trump cards. As Blue Knight gradually began to comprehend the general capabilities of his dragon transformation, 2.5 days slipped away unnoticed. He ceased the frenzied matchmaking in the dueling arena and reclined leisurely on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze with Nami while sipping on refreshing beverages, all the while receiving Sanji's furious glances as warnings. The next step is to officially embark upon the Grand Line, a veritable gathering ground for the strong. Such moments must be personally experienced to avoid lingering regrets. However, as the silhouette of Reverse Mountain looms nearer, the Going Merry comes to an abrupt halt at the insistence of Blue Knight. What on earth, Blue Knight? Why have we stopped the ship? Luffy complained, his dissatisfaction palpable. They were on the verge of entering the Grand Line. After all, did you not hear what I said earlier? Blue Knight sighed, rubbing his forehead. What did you say? In an instant, the crew was enveloped in a wave of disbelief. So you didn't understand anything and yet you issued the command to stop? Luffy shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Well, Blue Knight said to stop, so I just complied. Surely he has his reasons. Blue Knight, exasperated, remarked, with such unwavering trust in me, what more can I say? You are indeed fortunate to have such capable crew members. Otherwise, you would likely never reach Logue Town. Luffy, with his usual carefree demeanor, laughed heartily. Well, that's because I have all of you. As they pondered the consequences of encountering the Reverse Mountain, Luffy's complete trust in his crew brought smiles to the faces of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, Blue Knight's expression darkened considerably. You act as though your ignorance is a means of demonstrating our worth, he thought, while Usopp and the others appeared quite pleased with Luffy's reasoning. Just as he was about to clarify his thoughts, Blue Knight paused, straining to listen. A deep, mournful roar echoed through the air. To Blue Knight, it carried a meaning far beyond the sound itself. Brook of the Rumar Pirates. The repeated mention of his name resonated with an indescribable sorrow and longing. Even Luffy, who had been lively moments ago, became serious, listening intently to the low growl, lost in thought. Luffy possessed a unique ability to sense the emotions of most living beings, akin to Blue Knight's druidic listening. While the two understood the significance of the roar, the others remained puzzled, with Usopp lacking in awareness, curiously inquiring about Luffy and Blue Knight's unusual demeanor. There is a voice. It seems profoundly sorrowful, Luffy admitted, his expression uncharacteristically somber. Luffy, do you comprehend the meaning behind its emotions? Blue Knight queried. Meaning? Luffy shook his head. No, I don't know. I just feel its sadness, as if it has been abandoned by its comrades. Blue Knight regarded Luffy, astonished by his sensitivity and depth of perception. Impressive, he thought. Hey, what are you two talking about? Usopp interjected, feeling neglected. Blue Knight was about to explain when the mournful roar suddenly ceased. It seemed that Laboon had been sedated by Crocus once again, calming down for the time being. Now's our chance. Quickly, Luffy, let us set sail. Blue Knight urged. Okay, let's go. Destination, Reverse Mountain, Luffy commanded as captain. The crew sprang into action, hoisting the sails, while Usopp, now a monochrome figure, was conveniently ignored. No, you cannot ignore me, Usopp yelled. Why are you crying? Nami's fist landed on Usopp's head, demanding, get to work. Usopp yelped in pain, cradling his head. Blue Knight, leaning lazily, wondered why Nami didn't reprimand him instead. Nami, recalling Blue Knight's formidable physique, thought better of it, sensing that he understood the nuances of navigating Reverse Mountain. With a resounding smack, another blow landed on Usopp, who promptly ceased his complaints and hurried off to labor. Ugh, I feel so exhausted, I just want to quit the ship. Having witnessed Nami assert her queenly authority, Blue Knight relished his idleness, leaning against the ship's railing and gazing at the sea. Before long, the Going Merry entered the currents leading to Reverse Mountain. The clearly defined waters acted like an invisible track, propelling the Merry swiftly towards its destination. At this point, turning back was no longer an option. They faced two outcomes, successfully navigating Reverse Mountain or crashing into it, leaving them shattered. Hey, Sanji, come help. Usopp shouted from below deck. I can't move the helm. Sanji rushed to assist, but despite their efforts, they found themselves unable to budge the ship's wheel. This is certainly not a favorable development. The helm, as a crucial instrument for steering the vessel, if rendered ineffective, renders the ship exceedingly difficult to control. The repercussions are akin to suddenly losing the steering wheel on a high-speed highway, an experience that would instill sheer terror. Observing the two in distress, Sanji promptly summoned the ship's formidable strength, Zoro, for assistance. Blue Knight, witnessing this, interjected with a cautionary note. You would do well to refrain from exerting excessive force on the helm. The current is so fierce that brute strength may result in its breakage. Nami, taken aback by his words, hurriedly approached the ship's edge to peer into the waters. And indeed, she noticed the relentless current flowing in the same direction, her complexion instantly paling. As an accomplished navigator of the East Blue, she comprehended the dire implications of such a powerful current. Zoro, remain at the helm, Usopp. Proceed to the crow's nest and relay the distance to Reverse Mountain at all times. Sanji, lower the sails. Luffy, prepare to use Gum Balloon as a buffer. As for Blue Knight, you may manage as you see fit. True to her reputation as an exceptional navigator, despite her ashen visage, Nami issued commands with remarkable composure. Zoro, being the strongest individual present, was most suitable to remain at the helm. Usopp possessed the keenest eyesight, making him the ideal lookout. Sanji, swift of foot, could efficiently lower the sails alone. Luffy, as a rubber human, would be remiss not to utilize his abilities as a cushioning mechanism. As for Blue Knight, having been the first to perceive and alert them, Nami recognized that it would be more beneficial to allow Blue Knight the freedom to act rather than imposing a task upon him. This arrangement was swiftly decided by Nami upon observing the ocean currents, showcasing her remarkable ability to adapt to circumstances. However, she seems to have overlooked one crucial detail. Zoro is merely a directionally challenged individual. Nami was issuing commands, instructing Zoro to slightly adjust the helm to the left. Although a significant turn was not feasible, minor adjustments were still permissible. Zoro, true to the expectations of Blue Knight, elegantly maneuvered the helm to the right. Fortunately, Blue Knight had anticipated this, reminding Zoro to correct his course in time. Otherwise, such a minor miscalculation could have resulted in disaster. Damn, I forgot about that. Nami's face paled momentarily. However, she quickly devised a solution to reverse her instructions. When she needed a left turn, she would say right, and for a right turn, she would say left, thus ingeniously exploiting Zoro's inability to distinguish directions, which invariably led him to make erroneous choices. This was indeed a stroke of ingenuity in a moment of urgency. With Blue Knight's prior guidance, Nami methodically adjusted the course of the Thousand Sunny early on, successfully riding the current up Reverse Mountain without requiring Luffy to intervene forcefully. Once they entered the current channel, however, there would be no turning back. Even if they wished to change course, the formidable current would sweep them away, rendering any attempt to alter their position futile. In essence, they had temporarily entered a safe zone. Nami quickly grasped this realization and summoned everyone to the bow of the ship to behold this rare spectacle of nature. After all, a current capable of traversing mountains was a sight that none present had ever witnessed. Even in Blue Knight's previous life on Earth, such a miraculous waterway did not exist. Alas, it was a pity they had no camera. Otherwise, they could capture this moment for posterity. Blue Knight shook his head with a sigh. Suddenly, another thought crossed his mind. Reverse Mountain, as the sole entrance to the Grand Line's first half, was shaped like an X, with 4 entrances ultimately converging at a single exit leading to the downstream route connecting to the Grand Line. This raised a pressing question: if, at the same time, other ships from the 3 surrounding seas also attempted to ascend Reverse Mountain, what would be the outcome when 2 vessels met amidst the powerful currents? As Blue Knight pondered this, the light-hearted atmosphere among the group dissipated entirely. Noticing the tension etched on everyone's faces, Blue Knight couldn't help but turn away to stifle a chuckle. Such matters are rarely as peculiar as one might think. Furthermore, even if they were, he could certainly use it as a driving force to propel the Going Merry forward, allowing the ship to navigate past the junction and glide by the other vessels with ease. A group of utterly ignorant individuals. As Blue Knight chuckled, Nami suddenly approached him, whispering coyly, "Blue Knight, are you merely teasing us?" "Ahem, I was merely expressing a conjecture," Blue Knight replied, unable to suppress a smile. "Indeed, you are quite mischievous," Nami remarked with a knowing grin. "Ahem, this, heh." Nami's playful comment left Blue Knight speechless, for he keenly sensed a gaze brimming with ire directed at him from behind. Without a doubt, it belonged to the lecherous Sanji. Just as Blue Knight braced himself for Sanji's impending movement, the ship, which had been ascending, suddenly faltered, followed by a jarring sensation of weightlessness. They had reached the junction. The anticipated encounter that the simple-minded Luffy and the timid Usopp had feared did not occur. The Going Merry safely traversed the sea current, heading straight for the twin cape of the Grand Line. The entrance was now within sight. Just as everyone's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the moment of crossing the exit of Reverse Mountain, Blue Knight astutely noticed a minor issue. "Hey, I say, have you all noticed something?" Blue Knight bellowed in warning. "Doesn't it seem like the wall is a bit too close?" Upon hearing this, the crew turned to one side, only to be startled. Unbeknownst to them, the Going Merry, which had previously been in the center of the river, had veered off course and was slowly approaching the left riverbank, now less than 3 meters away. At such a speed, even a mere brush could result in catastrophic damage. It was inconceivable what would happen to a vessel crafted from wood. Were it an ordinary pirate ship, one might find themselves at a loss. However, The Golden Mary was a different matter altogether. Luffy, in his role as captain, instinctively utilized his rubber powers to create a balloon-like barrier between the riverbank and the ship. With his single-mindedness, he failed to contemplate the possibility of being caught in the middle, which could have resulted in a grievous injury. Fortunately, Blue Knight, ever perceptive, had anticipated this scenario. Before Luffy could become a metaphorical sandwich, Blue Knight intervened, positioning himself between Luffy and the riverbank. Bracing against the wall with his back and extending his hands toward it, generating an invisible repulsive force that created a barrier. This intangible force was impervious to abrasion. If something were to wear it down, it would be a loss on his part. Upon contact, the stony riverbank immediately etched a gash over a meter deep. Had Blue Knight not reacted swiftly to expand the repulsion field, he might have been forcefully pressed against the riverbank. He shuddered at the thought of discovering the limits of his dragon scales. Certainly, this was not the ideal circumstance for such an examination. Moreover, maintaining this state demanded significant energy, draining 300 health points per second, equivalent to the toll taken by a barrage from over 20 warships. Most of this expenditure was absorbed by the friction with the riverbank. Without Luffy cushioning his back, he would have needed to erect an additional repulsive barrier to brace the Golden Mary, further amplifying the energy drain. Despite the considerable consumption, they traversed the majority of the river, and after a mere 10 seconds, successfully emerged from the upside-down mountain, entering the waters of the Grand Line. The depletion of over 4,000 health points was no trifling matter. It could be deemed moderately significant at best. Grasping Luffy, he caught up with the Golden Mary and casually tossed him onto the ground, only to be met with a fragrant gust. As Nami's ample bosom collided forcefully with his face. How utterly overwhelming. There was no room for escape. Thank goodness for you, Blue Knight. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Nami exclaimed in joyous relief. Indeed, I must have you join our crew. Only then will my safety be assured. Usopp, observing from the sidelines, nodded in agreement, concealing his envy. Though Nami was audacious, she had her preferences. Usopp had never experienced any physical contact with Nami beyond the occasional beatings. As the fortunate recipient of such attention, Blue Knight felt a mix of pain and pleasure. The joy was evident, yet the pain stemmed from Nami's overwhelming embrace, rendering him momentarily blind and struggling to breathe. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to push her away. The sensation was simply exquisite. Fortunately, someone made a decisive intervention. You scoundrel! Release Miss Nami at once. Sanji's furious voice rang out. Witness my Demon Wind Kick. Blue Knight was taken aback. The Demon Wind Kick was Sanji's signature move. Was it truly appropriate to unleash such a powerful technique upon a comrade? Due to Nami's obstruction, a third of Blue Knight's repulsive detection field was blind to Sanji's intentions. However, to err on the side of caution, Blue Knight transformed his dragon wings into a t-shirt, enveloping himself and Nami within, and swiftly propelled them backward. The outcome? Nothing at all. Although Sanji shouted the name of his technique, it was merely a gesture, and he had shown restraint in his execution. However, Blue Knight, blinded by Nami's grip, bore the brunt of the repercussions. He was propelled backward with such force that he collided violently with the ship's helm. At that moment, Blue Knight could not discern what lay ahead. All he knew was that nothing on the ship, save for Zoro's swords, could match the hardness of his dragon scales. With survival as his foremost priority, evasion was not an option. The Demon Wind Kick was no jest. It was among Sanji's most formidable techniques during the early days of their journey on the Grand Line. Not dodging would undoubtedly lead to calamity. Thus, the unfortunate helm met its demise at the hands of Blue Knight. Ah, Luffy exclaimed. Sanji cried out. Ah, I suppose I can afford a nap now, Zoro remarked. How do we even fix this clean break? Usopp lamented. Nami was left speechless. With the helm broken, navigation could only come to a halt. As Usopp fretted over the severed helm, Blue Knight and the others made their way to the nearest landing point, Twin Cape Lighthouse. The lighthouse keeper, Kurokusu, was absent, likely attending to Laboon. Preparing to administer a sedative, Blue Knight remained discreet. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, it was clear that the helm would not be repaired today. Thus, the group decided to spend the night at Twin Cape. With solid ground beneath them, they felt more secure, leaving Usopp to manage repairs aboard the ship. Poor Usopp toiled tirelessly in the cabin, overwhelmed by his task. The night was still young, and everyone busied themselves with their respective activities. Zoro leaped into the sea, claiming he would swim a commemorative 10,000 meters in the Grand Line, prompting Blue Knight to question whether he could make it back to Twin Cape. In response, Zoro indignantly declared he would merely swim around the cape. Blue Knight decided to let him be. Nami, meanwhile, discovered a wealth of nautical literature within the lighthouse and immersed herself in the sea of books to enrich her knowledge. Luffy, on the other hand, clung to Sanji, pleading for the preparation of the elephant tuna, a delicacy he had long coveted. Sanji was clearly reluctant to cook the precious fish at that moment. He preferred to save such a treasured ingredient for a more fitting occasion. Luffy, however, was not one to reason with easily. Thus, Sanji found himself ensnared by Luffy's persistence. Amused by the scene, Blue Knight observed for a while before feeling a twinge of boredom. With nothing else to occupy his time, he promptly opened the duel arena for matchmaking. In recent days, he has accumulated an impressive 31 consecutive victories and is steadily approaching the milestone of 50 wins. The daily reward for achieving 50 victories will include an additional red card. Currently, the red card that Blue Knight has encountered, the Water Avoidance Pearl, proves to be exceptionally practical, which heightens his anticipation for other red cards. Fortuitously, his first match turned out to be against an ordinary individual, lacking both a devil fruit and haki, and not belonging to any special race, even though his opponent claimed to be the tyrant of the West Sea. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million, the confrontation was rather mundane. Without even resorting to his abilities, he could easily overpower the opponent with his current physical prowess, delivering a thorough beating. There was no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. If his opponent was not lying, he was likely just a nefarious pirate, infamous for his threats to the Navy, which justified such a bounty. Alternatively, he could be a person entirely reliant on some external factor, summoned to the dueling arena without adequate weaponry, left to be mercilessly defeated. Blue Knight surmised that the latter scenario was more plausible, as the dueling arena consistently matched him against opponents slightly above or below his own strength. After 3 or 4 minutes of engagement, Blue Knight launched a repulsive projectile that pierced the opponent's heart, successfully returning to the realm of reality. To his surprise, Luffy was still entangled with Sanji. The power of a glutton can indeed be terrifying at times. He initiated the next round of matchmaking. In the interim, Blue Knight silently prayed, "Since I fortuitously encountered such a weak opponent today, may the upcoming ones be just as feeble, so I can strive to achieve 50 consecutive victories." It seemed as though his prayers were answered, for in the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Alongside him, Sanji, who was being tightly held by Luffy, also abruptly disappeared from his location. Huh? Luffy scratched his head in confusion. Where did everyone go? They were just here. In the dueling arena, Blue Knight stared in bewilderment at the opponent before him. A young man with golden hair, clad in a black suit, surveyed his surroundings with a melancholic gaze. The distinctive circular eyebrows unmistakably revealed his true identity. "What a surprise, Sanji, is that you?" exclaimed Lan Yi in astonishment. Sanji did not respond immediately. Instead, he exhaled a long plume of smoke before casually retorting, "Shouldn't that be a question for you?" Lan Yi was momentarily speechless, struck by the sheer improbability of encountering such a lively adversary in this vast world. The implication was clear. Within the arena, he had been matched against an opponent of Sanji's caliber. Noticing Lan Yi's silence, Sanji, feeling quite at ease, found a kitchen knife at the edge of the duel arena. He weighed it in his hand and inquired, "Is this the reason for your mysterious disappearance all this time?" "Indeed, this is a duel arena, a unique space independent from the real world. Here, I can sustain severe injuries, and even if I were to die, I would return to reality unscathed." "Oh?" Sanji's eyes gleamed with excitement. "So, in here, I could kill you without consequence?" "Hey, what is with that gleaming gaze of yours? And why on earth would you want to kill me? Don't tell me you're still hung up on Nami." Sanji's intense gaze was unnerving, causing Lan Yi to involuntarily levitate into the air, trembling in fear and unwilling to approach. Sanji, however, was undeterred. Since Lan Yi had claimed that death held no real weight here, why should he hold back? This was an ideal opportunity to unleash his pin-up frustrations. "You think flying makes you special?" Sanji returned the kitchen knife to its original place and brandished a dagger instead. With a swift kick, he sent the dagger soaring, the sharp sound of its flight slicing through the air, a noise created by the rapid friction against the atmosphere. Fortunately, Lan Yi's protective barrier was active, allowing him to catch the dagger without it rebounding. While he was fearless of death in this realm, he could not ascertain whether his opponent would revive after being slain. Though Sanji's eyes blazed with fury, he retained a semblance of rationality. Upon noticing that he had launched several weapons without Lan Yi retaliating, he began to speculate. "Hey, Lan Yi, does this space only provide you with protection?" "I have no idea," Lan Yi shrugged. "As of now, I haven't encountered anyone matched against me, let alone those I've dispatched. Among those you've killed, were there any women?" Strangely enough, they were all rough men. Lan Yi's resentment was palpable. "Well, that's a relief. You're not beyond redemption. Then I shall conduct an experiment on you." "An experiment? What kind of experiment?" "Don't do anything reckless, Before Lanya could fully grasp Sanji's intentions, Sanji had already seized a small dagger from the weapon wall and, to Lanya's shock, pressed it directly against his own throat. This truly terrified Lanya. If the Sanji from the real world were to perish, how would he cope? He would likely bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Thus, disregarding everything else, Lanya propelled himself towards Sanji like an arrow. Damn it. Why did he run so far before? He had already crossed the effective range of gravitational pull by 100 meters, despite exerting all his might in flight. Lanya still arrived a moment too late. Sanji had already succumbed to the treachery. Even with his utmost speed, Lanya was still a step behind. For Sanji had lowered the dagger from his neck. Lanya froze for a moment, then quickly realized he had been tricked. Observing Lanya's dark expression, Sanji erupted into hearty laughter. Nearly doubled over, his cigarette falling to the ground as tears streamed from his eyes in sheer delight. No longer merely irritated by his darkened visage, Lanya was consumed by the urge to eliminate Sanji. After laughing for what felt like an eternity, Sanji finally subdued his mirth under Lanya's nearly murderous gaze. To prevent Lanya from seeking vengeance, Sanji first used the dagger to slice off a small piece of fabric from his own clothing, and then gently made a shallow cut on his right arm. The wound was minor. With a bit of ointment, it would heal without scarring. Once he completed this, Sanji carelessly tossed the dagger aside and earnestly looked at Lanya. Is there a time limit? Sanji inquired. Yes, 30 minutes, Lanya replied. Over 20 minutes left. That should be enough time. Shall we engage in a serious match? Sanji suggested. Absolutely, as long as I don't kill you. Giving you a good thrashing is certainly on the table, Lanya asserted. With that, the conversation concluded, and Sanji lunged forward, delivering a powerful downward kick. This is to prevent the Blue Knight from soaring into the sky. However, the Blue Knight has no intention of taking flight from the very start. He is resolved to confront Sanji head-on. Come on, let us engage in a fierce brawl. I fear not your might with my dragon scales. Without even raising a hand to defend himself, he utilizes his left dragon wing, which serves as a shield, to block Sanji's obstructive kick. His hands then firmly grasp Sanji's ankle, twisting his waist to wield it like a club and bring it crashing down to the ground. Even without activating the dragon spirit, this strike possesses the force of 1,000 pounds. Sanji, quick to react, steadies his other foot on the ground, his body tensing like a coiled spring under the pressure of Blue Knight's force. After gathering strength, he suddenly unleashes a powerful kick, lifting the Blue Knight, who has a firm grip on his left foot, high above his head before slamming him down with tremendous force. Boom. Under Sanji's control, Blue Knight lands perfectly on his back. Although the dragon wings behind him provide some defense and he does not directly suffer the impact, the immense shockwave still leaves him gasping for breath. This caused his grip to inadvertently loosen, allowing Sanji to swiftly withdraw his left foot. Sensing the external threat, the dragon scales hidden beneath Blue Knight's skin emerged unbidden, sprouting like bamboo shoots after a rain, enveloping him in a robust defense of thick dragon scales. Before Blue Knight could make his next move, Sanji had already leapt into the air above him, his body spinning rapidly in a pose reminiscent of a standing rooster, akin to a drill piercing directly towards Blue Knight's head. The kick technique, skewer. The unmasked intent to kill was unmistakable, as if aiming to pierce through him entirely. Blue Knight's pupils constricted, and his body suddenly shifted sideways into thin air. Sanji's kick narrowly grazed his scalp, continuing its momentum to drill into the ground of the duel arena, creating a gaping hole the size of an adult's fist. Gulp. As Blue Knight sprang back to his feet, he could not help but swallow hard. Damn it, even after enduring a blast from my air bomb, the arena only bore a hole large enough for a person to embrace, yet your kick has carved out such a substantial cavity. The sheer force is truly astonishing. Since you are so ruthless, do not blame me for retaliating fiercely. Being at a disadvantage is not characteristic of Blue Knight. The notion of a gentleman avenging himself after 10 years does not apply here. He intends to repay Sanji in kind immediately, without resorting to the more adept repulsion force. Blue Knight directly activated the resonance of Dragon Soul and Dragon Wing, dual dragon power, dual dragon speed. The dual amplification of his physique and speed led Sanji to miscalculate. As before he could prepare for his next kick, Blue Knight had already delivered a powerful strike aimed at his backside. Sanji altered the trajectory of his right foot to block Blue Knight's assault, yet the amplified force of Blue Knight led to yet another miscalculation on Sanji's part. Caught off guard and in a hasty response, he was left with no choice but to be propelled into the air by Blue Knight's decisive kick. This is not a favorable development. Suspended in midair, lacking any means of aerial maneuverability signifies that one is rendered vulnerable to impending peril before touching the ground. Almost instinctively, Sanji presumed that Blue Knight would seize this fleeting moment to accumulate energy for a powerful air blast, intending to strike him fiercely, allowing him to evade the ground impact at the very last second. However, contrary to his expectations, Blue Knight had no intention of employing repulsive force. Instead, he launched a relentless and straightforward assault with his fists. Was my judgment flawed? No, that is inconceivable. Is he attempting to engage me solely with his newfound abilities? How audacious to underestimate me. In an instant, Sanji comprehended Blue Knight's intentions, feeling a surge of indignation at the perceived disregard for his prowess. Thus, rather than retreating to create distance, he swiftly pivoted midair, unleashing a series of rapid kicks directed at Blue Knight's fists. The third level of Meat Grinder. This is Sanji's formidable kicking technique, a perfect amalgamation of speed and power, entirely forsaking technique. Given the force and velocity displayed by Lan Yi previously, Sanji believed this level of strength would suffice. Regrettably, Sanji once again miscalculated Lan Yi's power, for it was the might of the three dragons. The original strength, already doubled, surged instantaneously to triple, translating to an astonishing 300 kilograms, or 3 tons, when Sanji's triple meat grinder collided with Lan Yi's triple-powered punch. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Sanji's eyes, once more underestimating his opponent. This time he lacked the ground to dissipate the force and was propelled away as if struck by a cannonball. Fortunately, the distance he flew allowed him to awkwardly adjust his form mid-air, barely managing to land on his feet. Oh, my handsome visage was nearly ruined. Sanji sighed in relief, only to erupt in furious indignation. Hey, Lan Yi, how could you be so ruthless? What if my handsome face gets destroyed? What will Miss Nami do? So, it's my fault? I can't even retaliate when you hit me. You want to die from it. Sanji retorted defiantly. Lan Yi, damn it. I'm left speechless again. Disengaging from his activated state, Lan Yi took a glance. It's complicated. The skirmish lasted barely 10 seconds. Yet he had expended over 3,000 health points. While his offensive was as fierce as a tiger, the consumption was equally ferocious. Before he could ponder further, Sanji charged at him once more. Instinctively, he aimed to activate his dragon form for enhancement, but Sanji sinisterly shouted, I'm helping you with an experiment. Lan Yi hesitated for a moment, and in that instant, Sanji delivered a kick that sent him flying. Dragon scales scattered everywhere. It was evident that Sanji's kick was utterly merciless. Lan Yi, damn it, I don't care if you die or not. Just watch me take you down, you turtle spawn. Fueled by his indignation at being deceived, Lan Yi resolutely activated his second dragon power and charged forward. In the real world, 30 minutes after the disappearance of Lan Yi and Sanji, they both returned. Lan Yi appeared unchanged, surveying Sanji, his eyes gleaming with a hint of joy. Sanji, however, well, he showed no visible alterations, remaining completely unscathed. It was precisely this absence of change that brought Lan Yi joy. This indicates that those who enter the arena, aside from the deceased, include those who were injured and those who fought to a standstill. At least they remain alive. Moreover, the astonished expression on Sanji's face as he fumbles through his attire suggests that he possesses a vivid recollection of the events that transpired in the arena. The two engaged in a fierce battle that could only be described as a life-and-death struggle. Sanji, clearly seeking personal vengeance under the guise of an experiment, unleashed a brutal onslaught on Blue Knight, determined to inflict maximum damage. However, Blue Knight is not one to be easily subdued. I cannot kill you outright, but I can certainly incapacitate you for now, he thought, as long as he did not strike Sanji's cooking hand. It mattered little if his legs were rendered useless for the time being. Thus ensued a tragic and brutal melee. Essentially, Sanji bore the brunt of the conflict. As Blue Knight possessed dragon scales, Sanji's most forceful attacks could only strip away the first layer of Blue Knight's scales, while he was unable to remove even a single fragment of the second layer. Conversely, Blue Knight's assaults were fully absorbed by Sanji. He targeted Sanji's lower body with relentless force, ultimately obliterating Sanji's trousers below the calves, along with his shoes. The remnants of his trousers were reduced to mere strips of fabric, clinging to what had been transformed into a pair of shorts. The upper half, however, remained relatively unscathed, save for its disheveled appearance due to Blue Knight's intentional evasion. The battle lasted a mere 10 minutes before Blue Knight unilaterally declared a ceasefire. Despite his efforts to conserve his strength, his health points, totaling 20,000, dwindled like a waterfall, leaving him with just over 1,000 after a mere 3 minutes. This merely reflects his maintenance of the dual dragon power's consumption, without activating the enhancement of the dragon wings. It is evident how substantial the toll of dragon transformation truly is. As Lan Yi contemplated this, Sanji approached him, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement with his arm raised. The damage to his clothing and wounds had vanished entirely. This strongly suggests that those whom Lan Yi previously defeated were not truly dead, and they likely recall the inexplicable assault they endured at his hands. It is uncertain whether this is a fortunate revelation or a dire one. Lan Yi, one must admit, your ability is indeed peculiar. Sanji, still astonished, remarked on the so-called card fruit, marveling at its capacity to extend such diverse powers. It has sparked in me a desire to sample a devil fruit myself. Given our capabilities, acquiring a devil fruit seems quite plausible, though I remain curious about the type of power you seek. Lan Yi, however, remained indifferent. Sanji was already quite formidable. Whether he consumed a devil fruit was of little consequence, although it would introduce a vulnerability to seawater. Yet, this too seemed trivial. Perhaps he would discover a means to overcome it in the future. As for Lan Yi, he merely smiled in response, not wishing to express further thoughts. When he was once again ensnared by the ever-elusive Luffy, this fellow remains fixated on the elephant tuna. Remarkably, he did not seize the opportunity during Sanji's brief absence of half an hour to devour the prized fish entirely. It seems highly plausible that despite Luffy's simplistic nature, he comprehends that any ingredient, when expertly prepared by Sanji, becomes far more delectable. Indifferently disregarding Sanji's desperate gaze for help, Lan Yi vanished once more from the scene. The prospect of achieving 50 consecutive victories was tantalizingly close. With a little more effort, he might just secure the coveted red card reward today. After triumphing over 2 more Zoan fruit users, the exasperated Sanji finally relented to some degree, crafting a special barbecue for Luffy, filling his mouth with copious amounts of meat. Though it was not the longed-for elephant tuna, Luffy, with an insatiable appetite for meat, succumbed entirely to the feast. Amidst the dining, Lan Yi noticed that Zoro, as expected, had once again lost his way. Even while looping around Twin Cape, this individual managed to mysteriously vanish. To ascertain his whereabouts, Lan Yi even conducted a thorough search within a kilometer radius, yet still failed to locate him. Who knows where he has wandered off to? Fortunately, under Lan Yi's prior insistence, he had brought Snow along, alleviating concerns about him meeting a dire fate in the depths of the sea. Ultimately, Lan Yi ceased his search, uncorking a bottle of wine and placing it by the shore, hoping to reel in a tipsy companion. This is akin to using meat to bait Luffy. As expected, while everyone was enjoying dinner, Nami, having perused some books, began to recount information regarding the island's magnetic field and the recording pointer. At that moment, Zoro returned, effortlessly tossing a man and a woman onto the shore, both motionless, presumably unconscious. If they were dead, Zoro would not have brought them along. The scent of wine wafted from a considerable distance, a delightful aroma. Usopp remarked, "Did you truly catch something?" Zoro, that considerable distance must be thousands of meters. Although it was known that Zoro had a penchant for fine wine, its utility had never been realized until now. "Oh, green algae head. You didn't perish in the sea." Sanji chimed in with his usual banter. Naturally, Zoro would not back down, and the two engaged in their verbal sparring once more. Meanwhile, Zoro did not neglect his meal, for if he delayed any longer, it would all end up in Luffy's belly. Having consumed a fair amount, Blue Knight set aside his food and approached the 2 unconscious youths Zoro had cast aside. The male youth wore a golden crown, his hair a vibrant orange akin to Nami's, and a tattoo of the number 9 adorned the exposed part of his cheek. Upon noticing him, Blue Knight immediately shifted his gaze to the female youth lying face down on the ground, her long, water blue hair cascading down to her waist, obscuring her graceful form. Though her face remained unseen, Blue Knight instantly recognized her identity. The girl before him was Miss Wednesday of the Baroque Work Society, who also bore the title of Princess Vivi of Alabasta. The young man beside her was her companion, Mr. 9, a rather weak individual yet fiercely loyal to his friends. Blue Knight was taken aback by this unexpected encounter with the two. He crouched down, hesitating for a moment before ultimately abandoning the notion of reaching out to Vivi, instead opting to search Mr. 9. Before long, a recording pointer was unearthed from Mr. 9. Alas, how unfortunate that it was found on him. Stowing the recording pointer away, Blue Knight shook his head in disappointment, his gaze drifting toward Vivi. Should he also search her? Who knows what valuable items she might possess? It seems there is a possibility. Should he proceed with the search? Such a dilemma. Ultimately, however, Blue Knight refrained from taking any action against Vivi. This is yet another unfortunate child, toiling for her nation, a princess who has come to infiltrate for the sake of her people. Undoubtedly, she will become a queen who ardently loves her country and her subjects. Perhaps it is time to conduct a thorough search of the queen? The thought of it grows increasingly intriguing. With a keen interest, Blue Knight cast a sweeping glance over Vivi before taking his leave. As he exited, He unexpectedly collided with Nami, whose expression bore an air of scrutiny. "Oh, what brings you here, Nami?" Blue Knight inquired. "Humph, not bad at all. We were just discussing matters concerning our upcoming voyage." "Come along," Nami responded with a smile, turning to lead the way. Trailing behind Nami, Blue Knight quietly exhaled in relief. He had nearly acted upon his impulse moments ago, but the sensing circle had alerted him to someone's approach. Initially, he had assumed it would be Sanji. And had he proceeded to act, it would have surely led to an irreversible confrontation. To his astonishment, it was Nami. Alas, had he been caught in the act, he would undoubtedly have faced a severe reprimand. Having narrowly escaped that predicament, he felt fortunate. As for the Compass's failure during their grand voyage, Nami had already briefed the crew. Well, only Sanji and Usopp seemed to grasp it, while Zoro exhibited indifference and Luffy appeared utterly bewildered. Nami had devised a solution: the recording compass. The dilemma arose when she scoured Twin Cape without uncovering a recording compass, which left them with two choices: to remain in place or to embark on a blind journey. Were this an ordinary pirate crew? One would find themselves faced with two grim choices upon recklessly charging forward into the unknown: to await death or to seek it out. Yet, who could forget that Luffy and his companions are the protagonists of this tale? Blue Knight harbored no intention of revealing the log pose within his grasp, for he anticipated the arrival of a new pointer. The lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, Coloca's, possessed a log pose once wielded by the Pirate King, Roger, which he believed would surely delight Luffy even more. Thus, when Nami inquired about the course of action, his response was, "The ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. The Mary has yet to be repaired, and we can decide when the time comes." And so, matters were temporarily set aside. Dinner concluded, and, unsurprisingly, Luffy succumbed to slumber once more. Sanji had dragged Zoro off to wash the dishes, a testament to their tumultuous yet affectionate camaraderie. Usopp tirelessly toiled through the night, urgently reinforcing the ship's helm with a band of iron and nails. As for Nami, she immersed herself in literature, perusing a plethora of nautical tomes. Before departing, she took Vivi along, leaving Blue Knight with a somewhat forlorn expression, as he contemplated his own ambitions. Thus, only Blue Knight and Mr. Nine remained in the vicinity. A glance at the still unconscious Mr. Nine suggested the tremendous force Zoro had unleashed earlier, as he had yet to recover. With the intriguing company absent, Blue Knight found himself compelled to continue honing his skills in the duel arena, perhaps due to entering the Grand Line. His initial match with a pretentious pirate was followed by encounters with formidable adversaries. Genuine tough opponents indeed. It seemed that the matchmaking system had sensed Blue Knight's recent inclination to engage in battle using his dragon transformation, as he was pitted against a series of melee fighters. Swords, guns, sticks, axes, and hooks, each wielding their weapons with remarkable finesse, with 7 out of 10 being Zoan fruit users, while the remaining 3 were Paramecia types, favoring defense or close combat. Not a single non-fruit user was included in the mix. For Blue Knight, who was acclimatizing to his dragon form, these opponents served as ideal sharpening stones. However, he found himself narrowly securing victories each time. Initially brimming with vitality, he could contend with every adversary, yet as time elapsed, particularly after 50 seconds, his health would begin to dwindle perilously. At this juncture, in order to maintain his winning streak, Lan Yu must seek an opportunity to unleash a surge of dragon power or speed that exceeds 5-fold, catching his adversaries off guard to swiftly conclude the battle. Presently, Lan Yu possesses a plethora of killing techniques. Rather, it is his endurance that he finds lacking. If only he could achieve a performance akin to that of an OP mobile phone, charging for 5 minutes to engage in combat for 3 hours, how delightful that would be. However, such aspirations remain mere daydreams. The battles unfold with exceptional intensity. Through numerous life and death trials, Lan Ye's mastery over his dragon transformation has become increasingly refined. The duration of these encounters has evolved from an initial average of 50 seconds to a stable 50 seconds, with this time frame gradually extending further. When he occasionally faces particularly formidable opponents, victories often seem to be a matter of chance, prompting Lan Yu to pause and reflect for an extended period. Only after assimilating his shortcomings and flaws does he resume his foray into the arena. Given the constraints on significantly enhancing his health limit, Lan Yu can only deactivate his dragon transformation during intervals in combat, thereby conserving unnecessary energy expenditure. After this round, Blue Knight played until after 2 in the morning. The ambitious goal of achieving 50 consecutive victories before midnight was evidently unattainable, yet he had come remarkably close, boasting an impressive streak of 47 wins. Just a few more matches would suffice. As he prepared to return to reality following yet another triumph and was about to initiate the matchmaking process, He suddenly felt a violent tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by the resounding crash of a colossal object colliding nearby. The Azure Knight compelled Lanyu to pause his relentless pursuit. There it appeared. To cultivate immortality at such a late hour was undoubtedly for the sake of awaiting the emergence of this formidable entity, leaping onto the tumultuous surface of the sea, which roiled even more fiercely than during the day, as if the legendary Sun Wukong had stirred it into chaos. The Golden Mary, anchored nearby, swayed violently with the waves. Even Zoro, standing guard aboard the vessel, was flung from the cabin. Had it not been for Lanye's quick reflexes and using gravity to catch him, he would have surely met a drenching fate. Lanye, is something amiss? Zoro mumbled, his eyes still heavy with sleep, as if he had yet to fully awaken. However, Lanye had pressing matters to attend to and could scarcely afford to concern himself with Zoro. He nonchalantly tossed him towards the shore, leaving his safe landing to the whims of his own agility, ignoring the ensuing chaos. The cacophony of crashing waves filled his ears as he scanned the tumultuous surface of the sea. After a fruitless search, he adorned himself with a water-repellent bead and plunged directly into the depths. Meanwhile, Zoro, having landed awkwardly on the ground, was about to roar in protest when he witnessed Lanye's reckless plunge. His expression shifted dramatically as he dashed toward the shore, instinctively preparing to leap into the waters to rescue him. At that moment, no one was aware that Lanye possessed an unyielding fearlessness of the sea, although Sanji was well aware of his capabilities. Just as Zoro sprang into action, Sanji seized his right hand, halting in midair. With a resounding thud, Zoro's face collided with the wall of the Red Earth continent, a sight that was painfully comical to behold. "You lecherous chef, I shall slay you." Zoro's furious declaration echoed through the heavens. Submerged beneath the waves, Lanye found himself engulfed in darkness. The moonlight offered scant illumination, particularly in the abyssal depths of the night sea. Fortunately, the resounding commotion served as a beacon. By following the direction of the sound, he could home in on his intended quarry, swimming at a slightly reduced pace compared to flying. It took Lanye over 3 minutes to discern a larger mass of darkness amidst the murky depths. From a distance, it resembled a colossal shadow relentlessly battering against the Red Earth continent, its movements radiating an unwavering determination, resolute in its pursuit. This individual is none other than Laboon, the island brought to the Grand Line by the infamous Rumbar pirates. As Blue Knight approached, a sense of perplexity enveloped him. Why had Kuroka's not yet administered the tranquilizer to Laboon? Approximately 5 minutes have elapsed, and if the sedative is not administered soon, this foolish whale may continue its relentless assault. Although the exact circumstances remain unclear, Lanye feels compelled to intervene and halt this behemoth's rampage. The unwavering dedication exhibited by Laba towards its companions resonates deeply with Lanye, stirring emotions reminiscent of a past life. Attempting to project feelings of camaraderie towards Labu in hopes of soothing its turmoil proves futile, as the creature's frenzied emotions are impervious to such subtle gestures. Even if Labu were to perceive these sentiments, its obstinate nature would likely dismiss them entirely. Lanye incorporates keywords such as the Rumbar pirates, brook, and the enchanting melody of Bink Sake, yet Labu persists in its relentless collisions with the Red Soul continent. The Blue Knight found himself in a state of exasperation, his brow furrowed in a tangled mess as he pondered a solution. Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind. With a swift motion, he soared above the ocean's surface, surveying his surroundings. Luffy and the others had been roused by the commotion and were now watching from the shore. To his surprise, Sanji and Zoro were engaged in a fierce brawl, their combat brutal and relentless. Blue Knight landed on the shore, positioning himself between Sanji and Zoro. There were matters at hand that required their assistance. Now was not the time for fighting. "Hey, Blue Knight," Luffy called out. "Do you know what is happening beneath the waves?" A sorrowful voice echoed again. "Yes, it is colliding with the Red Line. If we do not intervene, it could perish." "I have a plan." "Absolutely not," Luffy exclaimed, startled. "We must stop it." Its voice sounds so mournful. Surely it longs to see someone. "Blue Knight, you bang." Blue Knight felt a vein throb on his forehead as he delivered a sharp blow to interrupt Luffy's impending words. "Could you not be a bit quieter? Surely everyone knows the song Bink Sake?" "Ouch. That hurts," came the retort. "Of course we do. Every pirate knows that song," Luffy replied, clutching his meatball. "That was the first song my father taught me," Usopp said, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. "Enough already. I hear it sung daily in taverns." "So I've learned it too," declared a certain bounty hunter. "Indeed, the pirates in the restaurant sometimes sing it when they're drunk. It's quite delightful." "I've learned it as well," added a chef. "Yes, I know it. Why do you ask?" Nami inquired, her brow raised in confusion. Upon hearing that everyone could sing it, Blue Knight exhaled with a slight sense of relief. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet had lessened somewhat since the beginning, this was not a promising sign. There is no time for explanations now. Quickly, let us. No. Wait. Join me in singing this song, and I will explain everything later. As he spoke, Blue Knight activated a crimson card, summoning a piano from thin air. This is one of the 10 cards collected in Rogue Town. Who would have thought it would prove useful today? Oh, Blue Knight, are you a musician? Luffy immediately became exhilarated. Recruiting a musician to join the crew had been a lingering dream of his since they set sail. Without responding to Luffy, Blue Knight faced the sea, skillfully moving his fingers. After a brief exploration of various tones, his fingertips danced, and the melodious sound of the piano resonated around him. The melody, without a doubt, is the exquisite tune of Bink Sake. As the notes danced, the crowd instinctively joined in, singing in rhythm, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, bring Bink Sake to your side. Like the sea breeze, unfettered and gallant, we sail through the waves. On the distant shore, the sunset revels, while the bird songs trace circles in the sky. Farewell to the harbor, the land of silk, let us sing the song of departure. The golden waves and silver surges transform into splashes of water. We depart solely for the ocean, bringing Bink Sake to your side. We pirates cleave through the waves, resting upon the tides, our home forever on the ship. As the skull sails and flags flutter in the wind, as the song gradually unfolded, the vigilant Blue Knight could distinctly sense the rhythmic vibrations beneath his feet slow and eventually fade away, just as the melody reached its midpoint. A colossal shadow erupted from the sea, enveloping the crowd in its immense presence. Unprepared, Luffy and the others ceased their singing, alert to the sudden appearance of the gargantuan figure. In stark contrast, Blue Knight's tension dissipated entirely, and he freely resumed singing this carefree tune, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho. Bring Bink Sake to your side. Day after day, in the twilight of dreams, we can no longer see the figure waving goodbye. Why the furrowed brows? The moonlight shall remain tomorrow night, bringing Bink Sake to your side. Come, let us sing the song of the sea, for all shall ultimately turn to dust. An endless journey with no purpose, merely a jest. The looming figure was undoubtedly Laboon. Observing that Laboon posed no threat, Luffy and the others relaxed. Noting how the great creature quietly watched Blue Knight as he strummed and sang, softly echoing the melody. Each utterance fell perfectly in sync with the rhythm, clearly indicating this was not his first time joining in the chorus. This was a creature that understood music. As this thought crossed their minds, they couldn't help but feel they had lost their sanity. At that moment, the melody of Bink Sake finally came to an end. Blue Knight, with a look of satisfaction, put away the piano. In a previous life, it was this very song that inspired him to learn the piano, largely due to Laboon. Little did he dream that today he would be able to perform a piece for his dear friend. This sensation is truly magnificent. With its gaze far surpassing that of the Golden Mary, Laba fixated on Blue Knight, emitting low sounds that held a different meaning in the context of Blue Knight. This was Brook's song. How could you know it? Are you a new member of the Rumbar Pirates? Upon hearing Labu's question, Blue Knight fell into a momentary silence, unsure of how to respond. Perhaps he could feign ignorance? While Blue Knight pondered his reply, an unexpected visitor approached, heightening his tension. The little boss is drawing near. Please ensure your ammunition is sufficient. Korikasu, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, is also the caretaker of Labu as commissioned by the Rumbar Pirates. He once served as the ship's doctor for the Pirate King Roger, having reached the final destination of Raftel in search of the Rumbar Pirates. To refer to him as a little boss would not be entirely inaccurate, as he bears information regarding Raftel. Furthermore, he likely possesses knowledge of the Grand Treasure's secrets. Most importantly, having been a crew member of the Pirate King Roger, his combat prowess must be formidable. It would not surprise Blue Knight if he were to unleash an overwhelming haki at any moment. Thus, upon encountering this elderly gentleman in a white floral shirt, perched atop Labu's head, Blue Knight was undeniably the most anxious among the gathering. Korikasa did not conceal his form, leaping directly from Labu's head to the shore, surveying everyone with a scrutinizing gaze, particularly focusing on Blue Knight, who was responsible for the music. Although his gaze was that of an ordinary old man, Blue Knight felt increasingly apprehensive. In the manga, this character may appear amiable, but this is reality. Who knows if he might react violently? Ah, is this your pet, old man? Came the enthusiastic greeting from the oblivious Luffy. Blue Knight's expression twitched. Has Luffy's reckless aura returned? Fortunately, Korikasa seemed unperturbed by Luffy's demeanor. Responding with a cheerful smile, this is not my pet. I merely take care of it. Taking care of it? Is it sick? Inquired the curious Usopp. If it's sick, one could say that, Korikasa replied, glancing at the still softly vocalizing Labu with a reminiscent expression. If it's sick, it should just eat more meat, Luffy proposed, offering his peculiar logic. Oh, then I can assist with the cooking, chimed the ever-optimistic chef. Fool. If it's sick, it naturally needs medicine to recover, Nami exclaimed, exasperated. Haven't any of you ever been ill? This is common knowledge. Sick? Not at all. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy replied in unison. Nami, what kind of people are you? As the group began their playful banter once more, Blue Knight's anxiousness finally began to dissipate. Perhaps he had been overreacting. Anyone who could accompany Roger, aside from the somewhat mischievous Buggy, seemed to be rather rational individuals. For instance, Shanks, Rayleigh, and the present Kurikasu. What illness does it have? Usopp, the only one genuinely concerned about Labu's condition, wondered if there was anything they could do to help. Kurikasu smiled and was about to respond when his expression suddenly shifted. Labu, which had been quietly vocalizing without a reply, let out a thunderous roar that caused all present to clutch their ears in agony, even amidst the overwhelming dizziness that followed. Blue Knight could distinctly perceive Labu's agitation. Due to his silence, Labu was becoming anxious, desperately seeking an answer. Faced with this island whale that possessed human-like emotions, Blue Knight felt utterly helpless. He had no choice but to say a few calming words to this colossal creature before considering his next course of action. With this thought, Blue Knight generated a protective barrier in his ears and soared to Labu's forehead, placing his palm upon it, allowing a gentle emotional transmission to flow out. Labu, quiet down. And I shall share news of Brook with you. Blue Knight spoke as softly as possible. Like a spell, Labu ceased its tumultuous noises upon receiving this emotional transfer. Though its feelings still surged violently, at least its massive form no longer caused a ruckus, accompanied by a series of low hums. Blue Knight engaged in simple dialogue with Labu. In the face of this anthropomorphized whale, Blue Knight was cautious, utilizing his devil fruit powers. He informed Labu that the Straw Hat Pirates would soon encounter a musician named Brook, who boasted a voluminous black afro, a laugh that echoed with yo-ho-ho, and wielded a swift sword that struck before opponents could even perceive its motion. As this information coalesced, Labu finally believed that Brook was indeed alive. However, Labu was remarkably human-like, leading Blue Knight to suspect that it might have consumed a human fruit, akin to Chopper. Despite his deliberate avoidance of discussing the Rumbar Pirates, Labu proactively inquired about their well-being. The Blue Knight enveloped them in silence. The druid's listening was an exchange of emotions, and emotions cannot be deceived. Regardless of whether he responded with ignorance or claimed that the Rumbar Pirates were faring well, Labu's intelligence allowed him to sense the deception lurking beneath. Thus, Blue Knight hesitated, unable to provide Labu with a response. Fortunately, the impulsive Luffy offered Blue Knight an opportunity to evade the question. However, while Blue Knight attempted to soothe and communicate with Labu, Luffy and the others had already learned Labu's story from Kurokas, a small creature drawn from the West Blue by the music of the Rumbar Pirates. Labu was a colossal being who had endured a 50-year wait for a promise of reunion. What awaited him, however, was Kuroka's disheartening revelation: they had departed from the Grand Line, and he had been abandoned. From that day forth, Labu began to batter the Red Line, seeking to traverse it in search of the long-awaited Rumbar Pirates. For him, the loss of the meaning behind his wait was a fate more dreadful than any other. After hearing such a poignant tale, Luffy's underdeveloped mind surprisingly conceived a rather clever alternative. Yet, when he executed his plan, he seemed not to heed the consequences. In a bid to capture Labu's attention, Luffy yanked the mainmast of the Going Merry from its place and fiercely drove it into the wound Labu had inflicted upon the Red Line. The agony of this additional injury caused Labu to momentarily forget his anticipation for Blue Knight's reply, thrashing about in the sea to vent his pain. As expected, Luffy was flung away, crashing hard against the shore. Blue Knight observed, his expression flickering, choosing not to intervene. His promises were few, but perhaps this one act from Luffy could restore Labu's tranquility. Luffy, clearly not one to passively endure, unleashed a series of attacks, rubber bullet, rubber rocket, aimed at Labu. Just as Labu, in a frenzy, prepared to charge toward the shore with his massive form, Luffy suddenly shouted for a draw. Fortunately, Labu possessed human-like emotions and exceptional intelligence. The unexpected proclamation left him momentarily stunned. Otherwise, a typical beast might have disregarded any attempt at dialogue. You just injured me? I'll crush you first. Luffy grinned, brimming with confidence. We haven't settled this yet. We must fight again to determine the victor. After we circle the Grand Line, we'll return to see who is truly stronger. Blue Knight understood Luffy's simple intention. Since Labu had lost the reason to wait, Luffy would bestow upon him a new purpose for waiting. The promise of Luffy resonated deeply within Labu's heart. His intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, He was merely stubborn in his convictions. Yet today, he encountered someone even more obstinate than himself. This inevitably reminded it of the initial pact made with the Rummer pirates, as well as the familiar taste of the song Bink Sake. With a resounding howl, Laboon gazed skyward, and even Usopp and the others, unable to communicate with it, could distinctly sense the relief woven into its emotions. It had, at last, momentarily relinquished its obsession and imbued its waiting with newfound significance. Yet, within the depths of Lanya's heart, this experience carried an additional layer of emotion. Perhaps he would assist me in reuniting with Brook and the others. He certainly would. It was trust. Despite their first encounter, during which he had even been struck by Luffy, why did he place such unwavering faith in Luffy's words? Lanya observed from a distance as Luffy, with a paint bucket in hand, adorned Laboon's forehead with the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates. This can effectively prevent it from continuing to collide with the Red Soul Continent in the future. Labu displayed a commendable level of cooperation, clearly acknowledging Luffy. This deepened the enigma of the Blue Knight. After a long while, I finally comprehended that in addition to the aura of recklessness surrounding Luffy, there must also be an aura of charm, much like the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, who possessed the ability to listen to all things. Luffy could empathize profoundly with Laboon's inner solitude, while simultaneously radiating goodwill and an affable spirit. Coupled with Luffy's naive sincerity, Laboon, who had become quite humanized, harbored no doubts about Luffy's words. Could this be considered a case of good deeds reaping rewards? With a resigned sigh, I watched as Luffy completed the final stroke of the crooked pirate flag, uncertain of what to say. After all, he is the protagonist, equipped with such extraordinary advantages. Standing before Laboon, Luffy gazed with satisfaction at his handiwork and grinned widely, exclaiming, "This is our pact from our battle. You mustn't knock this mark off before we return here." Laboon joyfully replied with an affirmative sound. He had found a new companion, bestowing fresh meaning upon his long wait. It felt as though he had been reborn. Kuroka's observed the interaction between Laboon and Luffy with a heart full of contentment. After 50 years of companionship, he had come to regard Laboon as a true partner, and witnessing Laboon no longer seeking death was more gratifying than anything else. On the horizon, a crimson halo was slowly rising. Unbeknownst to them, daylight had already broken. Yash, today is a day worth celebrating. It is the perfect moment to serve the exquisite elephant tuna, Sanji announced as he presented the prepared breakfast. Luffy's eyes immediately sparkled with visions of grilled meat, and he bellowed that he intended to consume both his portion and Usopp's. "Hey, why must you eat my share?" Usopp protested vehemently. "Because I have never tasted gluttonous fish, so I need to eat double." Luffy replied earnestly. "I haven't eaten gluttonous fish either. Why not give me yours?" "No way. I refuse," Luffy bluntly denied. "You are being unreasonable, Luffy. Why must you always steal my food? Is it because I am the easiest to bully?" Usopp lamented. "Indeed," Luffy replied with unadulterated honesty. Usopp was left speechless. "I said it is elephant tuna, not gluttonous fish," Sanji interjected with culinary fervor. "You cannot eat it all, Luffy. I have prepared grilled sea beast meat for you as well, which is quite delightful." "Hooray for Sanji." Usopp's mood brightened. "Why? I want to eat gluttonous fish." Luffy's spirits dampened. Thus concluded this farce. The group gathered around a large rock platform, where an array of delectable dishes lay, wafting enticing aromas. Naturally, Kuroka's was invited to enjoy breakfast as well. Without a hint of hesitation, I indulged in the sumptuous food, employing both hands to devour the delicacies, even utilizing the speed of a dragon to ensure I could savor every bite while maintaining a brisk pace. I must say, the elephant tuna truly lived up to its reputation as a dream ingredient. The meat was exquisitely tender and springy, and paired with Sanji's exceptional culinary skills, it almost made me swallow my own tongue in delight. Unbeknownst to me, I consumed 3 times my usual portion, yet still felt capable of more. Ever since my transformation into a dragon, my appetite had significantly increased, now nearly rivaling Luffy's. This is an additional ability acquired after his transformation into a dragon. He can command his digestive system to rapidly assimilate the food within his body, converting it into energy to swiftly restore lost health points. Previously, he had to endure the slow natural regeneration of his health. With his current health total of 20,000, it would take 2 to 3 hours to recover even slightly. Now, however, as long as there is an ample supply of ingredients, a hearty feast suffices. The recovery time varies according to the energy content of the materials consumed, with the highest quality energy sources being the flesh of sea kings. Nevertheless, since Blue Knight forged a pact with the Sea Kings, the Straw Hat Pirates have tacitly agreed to refrain from consuming Sea King flesh, relying instead on a stock of sea beast meat. This proposal was initially put forth by Nami, and Blue Knight harbored deep suspicions that it stemmed from the exorbitant prices of sea kings compared to the meat of sea beasts, especially since Luffy had an insatiable fondness for the former. Nami appeared to be merely seeking to save money while riding the tide of circumstance. Nevertheless, Blue Knight was genuinely touched that Luffy was willing to forsake his beloved Sea King meat for the sake of others. For Luffy, relinquishing a meat option was tantamount to a significant life decision. The dining table undoubtedly served as the optimal venue for conversation, particularly for pirates. The atmosphere became even more harmonious after Zoro brought out the ship's stock of alcohol. At last, Nami seized the moment to inquire whether Kuroka's possessed a log post. "You cannot tell me that you ventured into the Grand Line unprepared, without a log post?" Kuroka's responded with a countenance that seemed to suggest, "Are you seeking your own demise?" "Ah, haha." Nami awkwardly scratched her head. "I must apologize. It was only after reading the books in your lighthouse that I learned about the chaotic magnetic fields of the Grand Line, rendering ordinary compasses ineffective. Well, should I commend your audacity or deem it sheer folly?" Kuroka's replied, his words devoid of any compassion. I sincerely apologize." The navigator, Nami, felt utterly incompetent. Despite Kuroka's seemingly harsh demeanor, his heart was, in truth, quite tender. After a brief pause, he began to elucidate some fundamental information about the Grand Line. He explained the usage of the log posts, the varying durations for recording the island's magnetic fields, the 4 fixed magnetic routes of the Grand Line, and how only the starting point at the Twin Cape allows for route selection. He also touched upon the unpredictable weather patterns of the Grand Line and the cultural barriers arising from transportation difficulties. Kuroka's detailed all the basic information he possessed with great clarity. This is not documented in books, rather, it can be regarded as invaluable experiential wisdom. Nami diligently held her notebook, meticulously recording every word spoken by Kuroka's. Lanya attentively listened, aligning the information with the memories in her mind, finding them largely consistent. As for the others, they merely listened. Upon concluding his discourse, Kuroka's noticed Nami's complexion transform into one of dismay. The more she learned about the Grand Line, the more Nami, as a navigator, comprehended the recklessness of their actions. The absence of a log pose is far more terrifying than navigating the 4 seas without a compass. At least in the 4 seas, one could rely on the stars, sunsets, and ocean currents to ascertain direction, but in the Grand Line, these are illusory. The only reliable guide is the log pose. Observing Nami's face, which seemed to droop towards the ground, Kuroka's erupted in laughter. "Considering your assistance to Laboon, I happen to have a spare log pose, and I shall gift it to you." "Really? Is that truly possible?" Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am immensely grateful." Kuroka's chuckled silently and turned to retrieve a log pose, presenting it to Nami. Curiously, she examined the log pose in her hand. It bore a wristband akin to a watch, but instead of a dial, it held a glass orb, within which hung a magnetic needle. Most of the needle was blue, with a small red tip indicating direction. At that moment, breakfast could be deemed a resounding success, just as everyone prepared to set sail. The arrival of 2 unexpected guests compelled them to halt. 2 individuals, tightly bound, Mr. Nine and Vivi, had finally regained consciousness, resembling caterpillars as they wriggled forward. "Who are these 2? Luffy asked, a perplexed expression adorning his face. I have no idea," Zoro admitted, having forgotten. "Hey, weren't they the ones you brought back?" Usopp reminded him softly. "Is that so?" Zoro scratched his head, pondering, yet shook it in denial. "I don't remember." Usopp replied. "Are you a fish? Is your memory limited to 7 seconds? The others did not recognize Vivi and her companion, but as Laboon's guardian. Kuroka's harbored no fondness for these individuals who repeatedly sought to capture Laboon for sustenance. Vivi and Mr. Nine, clearly aware of their predicament, struggled to adopt a kneeling position. Sincerely beseeching Lanya, though it may seem abrupt, "We kindly request that you take us back to Whiskey Peak." Lanya responded, "All right." Previously mistaken for the first mate. Now I am directly addressed as captain. If memory served him correctly, he had yet to join this pirate crew, had he not? "Hey, I say, you too. Luffy." Ever boisterous, protested, "I am the captain, I am." Vivi and Mr. Nine paused, assessing the 2, Lanya and Luffy, and then glancing at Zoro, who appeared disinterested, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. Regardless of the perspective, Lanya seemed more composed and suitable for the role of captain. Indeed, Vivi chimed in support. Lanya remained silent, while the others exchanged glances. "What on earth are you all thinking? I am the captain, after all," Luffy exclaimed. "Please, do not jest. We genuinely have urgent matters requiring us to return to Whiskey Peak. We implore you to assist us." Vivi and Mr. Nine continued to beseech Lanya. Their assumption that Lanya's silence implied acquiescence to Luffy's behavior led them to renew their earnest pleas, hoping he might reconsider. Lanya, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, ultimately pointing at Luffy. Before he could speak, Mr. Nine eagerly interjected, "Since you disdain conversing with mere underlings, we kindly ask this captain to permit us aboard and escort us back to Whiskey Peak." With that, the two bowed sincerely to Luffy, their eyes fixed on Lanya. The recognition of Lanya as the captain was established. Due to the angle, Luffy could not see Vivi and Mr. Nine's subtle movements and mistakenly believed they acknowledged his position as captain. Naturally amiable, he promptly forgot the previous unpleasantness and nodded decisively, saying, "Well, of course, Hey, wait a minute." Just as Luffy was about to agree, Nami, who was watching the scene unfold, could no longer contain herself. "Luffy, at least ask them where they came from. We can't just let anyone aboard. Not every passenger is as suitable a companion as Lanya." Luffy paused, scratching his head, confusion evident on his face. Clearly, he did not grasp Nami's words. With a sigh, Nami turned to Mr. Nine and Vivi, who was still eyeing Lanya warily, and directly inquired about their names. "Name?" Nami asked. "Mr. Nine." "Miss Wednesday," came the response. "Where's Whiskey Peak?" "It's our hometown," Vivi answered. "What about your ship?" "It broke down." Mr. Nine interjected. "Such a peculiar name. Is it an organization?" "It's a company." Mr. Nine replied. "What company?" "I'm afraid I cannot divulge that. Our organization thrives on mystery." Vivi's expression turned troubled. "What do you mean? You won't tell us who you are, yet expect us to take you back?" Usopp exclaimed, his face filled with disdain, suspecting it might be a trap. "All right." That last part was his true thought. "I am a king." Mr. Nine revealed his identity. Someone as astute as Nami was naturally skeptical, after all. Where would a king venture out to hunt for food? Sensing their cover was at risk of being blown, Mr. Nine and Vivi quickly employed their trump card. They bowed deeply once more, glancing at Lanya with earnest expressions, and sincerely stated, "We do not wish to act so furtively. But our company's principle is to maintain secrecy, hence we cannot disclose details. We have come to seek your assistance, valuing your character. We will surely repay this kindness. We genuinely wish to return to our town. We are truly begging you." Observing Mr. Nine and Vivi's heartfelt entreaties, the sincerity of which was apparent to all present, one person, in particular, was convinced, the most critical individual. Amidst Nami's impatient demeanor, Luffy, believing them wholeheartedly, declared, "No problem, we'll take you home." The group collectively facepalmed, realizing they had forgotten that such a naive person could be so easily deceived. With Luffy as captain having already agreed, any dissent from the crew would be tantamount to challenging his authority, a significant taboo among pirates, essentially a declaration of rivalry. Therefore, despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to concede. After Luffy's agreement, Mr. Nine and Vivi did not immediately express their gratitude. Instead, they turned to Luffy, seeing Lanya had not objected, and voiced their thanks aloud. In their minds, Lanya was already the unequivocal captain. Lanya, seeing this, chose not to elaborate further. Nami's expression darkened. Although she could no longer refuse them boarding, she did not wish to let them off so easily. With a gesture of exasperation, Nami said, "However, we came from the East Blue without a log pose. Do you have one?" "What?" Mr. Nine exclaimed, startled. "Isn't the log pose on me something you took?" "No." Nami shook her head, turning to Zoro. "Did you see it?" "No idea. I've never seen them before." Zoro replied nonchalantly. Consequently, Nami could only shrug at Mr. Nine and Vivi. Oh no, she really had no idea that the log pose was resting in Lanya's possession. Mr. Nine and Vivi scrutinized Nami's demeanor, and upon seeing her sincerity, they quickly revealed their true colors. "How infuriating. We were so humble towards you," they shouted, baring their teeth. "You don't even have a log pose. Do you want us to join you in your demise?" Nami, seeing their true nature emerge, turned away smugly, revealing her left hand behind her back. However, Mr. Kuroka's did give us one. Mr. Nine and Vivi were taken aback and immediately resumed their submissive bowing, exclaiming, "I believe you are good people, so please, do take us aboard." Nami giggled mischievously, playfully licking her lips, which left Sanji smitten. Lanya and the others couldn't help but laugh, finding the scene rather amusing. As for Mr. Nine and Vivi prostrating on the ground, no one cared about their feelings. Only one remained stoic. Kuroka's maintained a serious expression until he finally spoke. "Luffy, only the starting point of Twin Cape allows for the selection of a course. Are you truly not reconsidering? You need not concern yourself with them." "Yes, Luffy. They clearly do not appear to be good people, There may well be a trap awaiting us, Usopp chimed in cautiously. Ah, let us not sweat the small stuff. Luffy replied casually. If it doesn't work out, we can always take a detour on the way back. That unwavering confidence made Kuroka's involuntarily smile. What an extraordinary fellow. Strangely enough, he saw a glimmer of a patient from his youth in Luffy. That man, too, was a captain. Yes, a very famous captain. All right. It's about time to set sail, Luffy proclaimed. With the captain having spoken, the others, resigned, began preparing for departure. While Zara dutifully drew his sword to cut the ropes binding Mr. Nine and Vivi, stretching her somewhat stiff body, looked at the seemingly unguarded Luffy and could not help but ask, who, exactly, are you? Me? Luffy flashed his signature grin. I'm going to be the king of the pirates. Upon hearing this, Kuroka's gazed intently at Luffy, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Vivi and Mr. Nine exchanged glances, stifling laughter behind their hands, clearly skeptical. As the others busied themselves with preparations, Lan Yi, the only one able to take a breather, turned to Laboon, who was docked by the shore, gently stroking the creature's chin. He could only reach that far unless he took flight from the shore. Kuroka's followed suit. Laboon seems to like you, Lan Yi. Perhaps it's rare to meet someone he can communicate with. Is it the power of a devil fruit? No. It's something else. Are you implying that the communication you refer to is? Kurosaka's hesitated. If you mean something akin to Roger's ability to listen to all things, that would be Luffy. My own ability differs somewhat. I can only connect with the emotions of animals. You actually know that Roger possessed such a capability? Kurosaka's exclaimed in astonishment. The knowledge of Roger's ability to listen to all things is scarce, primarily known only to his close friends or foes, and, of course, the Navy. Given the age of Lan Yi, it is impossible for him to be of the same generation as Roger, hence, he must be a descendant of someone who once knew Roger. Furthermore, anyone acquainted with Roger during his time in the Grand Line would likely be known to him as well. Kurosaka's found himself searching his memory for acquaintances with the surname Lan, only to realize that this was the first time he had encountered someone with that surname. After all, the surname Lan is exceedingly rare. If he had met anyone of significance, he surely would not have forgotten. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Lan Yi, what is your full name? Startled. As he was communicating with Labu, Lan Yi instinctively replied, Arthur D. Lan Yi, the name he had given himself. From the D clan, you say? Arthur? Upon hearing this, Kurosaka's brow furrowed into a tangled mess, a multitude of names flickering in and out of his mind. After a thorough search, one particular individual did come to mind. However, this realization caused Kurosaka's expression to shift dramatically, and he fixed a serious gaze upon Lan Yi, who was engrossed in his communication with Labu, remaining silent. Unbeknownst to Lan Yi, Kurosaka's was grappling with a whirlwind of thoughts. After concluding his communication with Labu, he opened a corner of his t-shirt like dragon wing, gently drawing a line across Labu's chin to create a small wound, extracting the blood, which he then mingled with his own blood drawn from his palm. Subsequently, the mixture was divided, each portion merging into the bodies of both Lan Yi and Labu. The spirit contract is formed. If it were merely a one-on-one spirit contract, there would be no need for a spirit scroll. Once he had completed these tasks, Kurosaka spoke earnestly. Lan Yi, your full name must not be widely known, especially considering the extraordinary significance represented by the D clan and the Grand Line. Do you understand? Faced with Kurosaka's almost paternal admonition, Lan Yi was left bewildered, nearly nodding in response. The old man, instead of reflecting on his actions towards Labu, uttered a series of bewildering remarks. Suddenly, Blue Knight, his back turned to Kuroka's, froze in astonishment. Hey Blue Knight, it's time to set off. Nami's voice echoed, awakening Blue Knight from his reverie. Coming. Just a moment, Blue Knight replied, suppressing his shock as he turned to Kuroka's with a puzzled expression. Clearly, Kuroka's had much more to say. After a moment's hesitation, Kuroka's finally spoke. Forget it. The grievances of the previous generation have no bearing on the next. Remember what I just said. You may go now. Blue Knight felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. I've prepared everything, and you drop this bombshell on me? With a furrowed brow, Blue Knight bid farewell to Labu and Kuroka's, soaring after the Golden Mary, which had already begun to distance itself. Amid Labu's joyful send-off, the Golden Mary finally set sail for the first time from the Grand Line, with its destination, Whiskey Peak. After Blue Knight, Mr. Nine and Vivi joined as passengers. On board the Golden Mary, Blue Knight remained perched in the lookout. However, this time he refrained from hastily activating the duel arena, instead taking a keen interest in a card he held in his hand. Card, Dimensional Space Rank, Crimson Category, Equipment card effect. Contains 1 cubic meter of independent space. Wear time is in absolute stasis. Remark. If you have an enemy you must eliminate, place them inside. Undoubtedly, this was a quintessential storage space for the protagonist. Previously, upon forming a spirit contract with Labu, Blue Knight's rationale was, should he encounter any members of the Rum or pirates, he could summon Labu instantly. Naturally, Labu agreed with enthusiasm. After successfully forming the spirit contract, 2 crimson cards emerged from Labu, one of which was this. A cubic meter of space, to be honest, seemed rather inconsequential. However, if Blue Knight's forthcoming endeavor succeeded, it would prove immensely beneficial. Equipping the dimensional space card, Blue Knight attempted to store some magic cards, Sanji's special beverages, and lively fish from a water tank, retrieving them after 10 minutes. The magic cards remained unchanged, neatly stacked in a pile of 10. The temperature of Sanji's special beverage was intact, with the ice cube showing no signs of melting. As for the fish in the tank, they remained in the same state as when they were stored, albeit slowly turning over, gradually revealing their white bellies as they floated towards the surface. It lay lifeless in its original position, having been struck down in an instant. Despite the absence of any visible wounds, all traces of vitality had vanished. A thought crossed Blue Knight's mind, how exhilarating it would be to ensnare someone and cast them into this void. Yet, deep down, he understood that such a possibility was nearly non-existent. To bring an object into the dimensional space, it required physical contact and must possess no will to resist. The small fish had only been caught after Blue Knight had sedated it with a drug. Thus, his experiments with the dimensional space had reached their conclusion. For the next trial, due to uncertainties, Blue Knight decided against utilizing the dimensional space. He recalled how the cards generated by Dragon Master had evolved from green to blue, which sparked an idea within him. Could he manually advance the cards himself? Now, at last, he found a moment of solitude to thoroughly explore the potential for card advancement. He retrieved 10 crimson pure gold cards, each bearing a denomination of 1,000,000 berries. With these cards in hand, Blue Knight began to ponder. Reciting incantations such as Mummy Mummy Hush proved futile. He let his blood drip onto the cards, one by one. But the notion of attempting to incinerate the cards, objects untouched by others, was foolish. After numerous experiments, all ended in failure. Not only did he fail to achieve his experimental goals, but he also could not even damage the cards in the slightest. Blue Knight ran a hand through his hair in frustration. It seemed that realizing his ambition of card advancement posed a considerable challenge. Was it truly necessary to have a special environment, or perhaps to utilize one of these cards? Murmuring softly, Blue Knight withdrew another card. This is another red card contributed by Labu, the very reason that previously astonished Blue Knight. Card. Fusion Rake. Red category. Spell card effect. It allows the merging of multiple cards with a compatible affinity to generate a brand new card. Note, the cards to be fused must attain a certain level of compatibility. Otherwise, the fusion cannot be initiated. Fusion. It stands as one of the most extraordinary cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Once the corresponding monster cards are gathered, one can directly summon a formidable fusion monster, a him. Summon a powerful fusion creature. The most classic example is none other than Kybus Blue Eyes White Dragon Blue Eyes White Dragon Blue Eyes White Dragon Fusion Ultimate Blue Eyes White Dragon. With an astonishing attack power that surges beyond 4,000, it reaches an impressive 4,500. Therefore, although fusion is classified as a red rank, Blue Knight places utmost importance on it at present. It is highly probable that this marks a pivotal moment for him, as he reaches a bottleneck in his capabilities. Once all card slots and summoning positions are fully occupied, it may present an opportunity to transcend his limitations. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Blue Knight ultimately dismissed the notion of employing fusion for card advancement experiments. Such an endeavor would be excessively wasteful. With this thought, Blue Knight returned the fusion cards to his deck, his palm cradling a neatly stacked set of 10 pure gold cards. He pondered the circumstances surrounding Lord Dragon's card advancement, his fingers busily arranging the edges of the cards in his grasp, ensuring they were stacked with impeccable precision. This is a small habit of his when contemplating issues. At that time, the evolution of the cards formed by the Dragon Master, the vast quantity of cards within the millennia-old dragon fossil at the ancestral tomb, and finally, the catalyst for the animosity between the Admiral and the Dragon Master could all be considered pivotal elements. Should I encounter this scenario once more? I cannot guarantee that I would be able to flawlessly replicate it. Based on the card quantities from that period, the exchange ratio between card tiers was indeed on the order of tenfold. In other words, the cards operated on a decimal system. Thus, if we designate the evolved blue card as the outcome, the environmental factors as X, and interpersonal relationships as Y, the correct formula would be while Blue Knight was engrossed in an unfocused storm of ideas. He remained oblivious to the faint crimson glow emanating from the meticulously arranged 10 cards in the palm of his hand. This phenomenon is unprecedented. The cards indeed emit a luminous glow before being collected. However, once they are gathered, they only radiate brilliance at the moment of activation. To activate a card, one must employ a dual disc. It is evidently impossible for the cards to be activated while securely held in the hands of Blue Knight. Thus, the peculiar manifestation of these cards raises considerable suspicion. The crimson light is faint, so much so that even beneath Blue Knight's very own eyelids, he failed to perceive it. As Blue Knight's fingers instinctively adjusted, the frequency of the flickering brilliance intensified, ultimately coalescing into a near-complete expanse. The foremost crimson card even exhibited a subtle inclination towards disintegration into points of light. This scene bears an uncanny resemblance to the luminous orbs absorbed during the evolution of the card. Just as the card at the pinnacle was about to disintegrate into shimmering points of light, suddenly, 73, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped him. As the card was on the verge of breaking apart, a startled gasp pierced the air, causing Lan Yu to flinch. His hands instinctively fumbled with the cards, resulting in the previously neatly stacked 10 cards being thrown into disarray. Consequently, the cards that had escaped Lan Yu's notice returned to their usual state. Oblivious to the possibility of having overlooked something, Lan Yu turned towards the source of the sound, only to find that it was Nami who had gasped. Instantly, he tucked away the 10 pure gold cards into his deck. Damn it, in his mind, these were akin to banknotes, and they must not fall into Nami's gaze. If she saw them, exploitation was inevitable. Quick, Usopp, alter our course by 108 degrees. Nami urged urgently. Why are we turning back? Did you forget something at Twin Cape? Luffy inquired, puzzled. The ship has turned around. We are now heading back to Twin Cape. Nami exclaimed, a hint of incredulity in her voice. I just momentarily lost focus on the log posts. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu finally realized that the Golden Mary was amidst a tempest, the waves crashing against the hull causing it to sway uncontrollably. Previously, Lan Yu had been accustomed to floating, shielded from the raindrops and fierce winds by a repelling barrier, thus failing to notice the peculiar weather. Just as Usopp and the others adjusted the helm, the violent storm dissipated at an astonishingly visible speed, giving way to thick, feather-like snowflakes. This left Lan Yu quite astonished as he deactivated the instinctive repulsive barrier of his body, allowing snowflakes to gently descend upon him, even extending his hand to catch them. As a quintessential Southerner, it was indeed his first encounter with snowfall. While he felt a sense of wonder, Luffy and the others were enduring a rather arduous experience. The snow fell with great urgency. If left unattended, it would quickly accumulate into a thick layer, increasing the burden on the ship and consequently slowing its speed. A reduction in speed signifies an escalation in the consumption of supplies. At sea, the depletion of provisions can yield dire consequences. Although Nami was not well acquainted with the Grand Line, she possessed this fundamental knowledge and directed everyone to shovel the snow. Due to the heavy snowfall, she enlisted Mr. Nine and Vivi as additional laborers. Before they could finish clearing the snow, an iceberg drifted ominously towards the bow of the Mary. Nami hastily commanded everyone to steer away to avoid a collision. Shortly thereafter, a series of unforeseen events erupted, keeping Nami and her crew in a relentless flurry of activity. On the lookout, Blue Knight observed the bustling figures racing across the deck, yet he felt perplexed. No one had called him to assist. For reasons unknown, a vague sense of disappointment lingered within him. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering Zoro, Blue Knight shook his head and retreated to the duel arena to continue his training. Not long after Blue Knight's departure, Nami, who had been laboring diligently, finally found a moment of respite. She was incensed to discover that despite the commotion, Zoro remained in deep slumber. In a fit of rage, she delivered a sharp kick, only to find that Zoro continued to sleep soundly. Her attack posed no threat to him, and he indicated that it was insufficient to rouse him. Sighing in exasperation, Nami recalled Blue Knight, the elusive member of their crew who often vanished during mealtimes. His abilities and stamina would be exceptionally beneficial at this moment. A quick glance confirmed that Blue Knight had indeed vacated the lookout. How infuriating. Everyone is so adept at slacking off. Your allowances, Zoro's drinking money will be deducted. Nami seethed, contemplating how to make things difficult for Blue Knight and Zoro. Then, she remembered how harmoniously they had been getting along. Realizing that she had forgotten that Blue Knight was still merely a passenger and not yet a member of the pirate crew. This caused Nami to furrow her brow. How on earth could she entice Blue Knight into her fold? Meanwhile, while Nami and her companions were busy with their endeavors, Blue Knight found himself in a precarious situation. He had once again neglected to consult the almanac. To his dismay, his first match turned out to be against a user of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit. Thorned armored dragon, whose formidable defenses rivaled the scales of a dragon, complemented by a myriad of sharp spines. A single strike from him barely scratched the opponent, while he himself lost several scales to those menacing thorns. It was indeed a vexing predicament. Fortunately, the opponent's heavy defense rendered them sluggish, allowing Blue Knight to maneuver effortlessly with the speed of his dragon wings. In this stalemate, neither party could gain the upper hand. Conventionally, one would resign themselves to a draw, but Blue Knight had other aspirations. With a remarkable streak of 48 consecutive victories under his belt, he yearned to claim his 50th victory. Achieving this milestone would grant him the first reward for such an accomplishment, a coveted red card. The highest tier available in his deck was the red card, the Water Avoidance Pearl. He had anticipated this day for far too long and was resolute in not letting this target slip away. Indeed, while the opponent's defense posed a significant challenge, their speed was undoubtedly a glaring weakness. This resulted in the initiative of the battle resting firmly in the hands of Blue Knight. Unluckily for his opponent, Blue Knight possessed a hidden trump card. In recent skirmishes, he seldom resorted to transformations beyond the 3rd dragon level, allowing him to maintain a low energy consumption rhythm, thus adapting to the impending war of attrition. In the real world, one-on-one duels are a rarity. As the minutes stretched to 13, Blue Knight's health had dwindled to a perilous 7,000 points, and he resolved not to prolong the encounter any further. It was time to conclude this. With the next strike, he aimed to secure victory. With determination in his heart, Blue Knight positioned himself before his adversary, raising his hands in a gesture of non-aggression. "What? Have you finally surrendered?" His opponent scoffed. "You are quite a promising talent. Join our Beast Battle Corps. You must know that our king is none other than the one who reigns over the latter half of the Grand Line." Before his opponent could finish, Blue Knight suddenly vanished from his spot, reappearing directly in front of him. Before his opponent could react, a powerful straight punch struck fiercely at his chest. This time, the straight punch pierced through the opponent's heart with an unstoppable force, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the heart and instantaneous demise. In the duel arena, I demanded a replacement. The enemy was vanquished, and I returned to the realm of reality. Even though each return to the real world restored my status to full, the Blue Knight still felt a slight dizziness in his mind. Just moments ago, he had simultaneously overloaded 2 newly developed skills. One was the activation of the 7 Dragon Speed in an instant, approximately 0.3 seconds, achieving a velocity that transcended the limits of human dynamic capture. To the untrained eye, he appeared to teleport. However, in truth, he was merely moving at high speed over a straight distance within a unit of time. This ability was named Instant Body, consuming a total of 1,334 life points, which was 1/3 of the 4,000 life points per second required for the 7 Dragon Speed. The other skill, which broke through defenses previously deemed impenetrable with a single punch, was a newly developed technique of force application. Similar to Instant Body, it also unleashed the power of the 7 dragons within a unit of time. Classified as a supplementary explosive technique, this ability was called Inch Sniper, also costing 1,334 life points, equivalent to 1/3 of the 7 dragons' power of 4,000 life points per second. Both abilities were designed to conserve life points, ensuring that every point was utilized effectively. While both abilities appeared formidable, they were fraught with inherent flaws. Instant Body could only move in a straight line, and due to its speed surpassing human perception limits, it also exceeded his own reaction capabilities. A miscalculation could lead to colliding with the target or even crashing into the opponent's weapon. Although Inch Sniper boasted immense explosive power, its brief duration necessitated activation at the precise moment of attack, demanding exceptional timing and extensive combat experience. Ultimately, it all boiled down to reaction capability. Recently, Lanyi has discovered a critical flaw. The Dragon Soul has significantly enhanced his physical constitution, resulting in a geometric increase in power after utilizing his Dragon Transformation ability. However, this sudden surge in strength has also highlighted his shortcomings, particularly in fine control and reflexive response. Fine control refers to the ability to skillfully manage one's power and speed during brief moments of substantial increase. Reflexive response encompasses his dynamic vision for receiving information, the ability to discern differences in that information, the transmission of signals through neurons, and the overall computational capacity of his brain, forming a complete reflex arc. The former is manageable, as it merely risks damaging objects through excessive force or failing to spare a life due to overwhelming speed, which does not constitute an absolute weakness in combat. However, the latter presents a dire predicament. Were it not for the adequate defensive capabilities of his dragon scales, Lanyi would have perished countless times from colliding with walls during this period. Once he utilizes a dragon transformation exceeding the speed of 5 dragons, his bodily sensations become entirely cumbersome, rendering the repulsive sensory layer significantly more effective than his eyes. Yet, this repulsive sensory layer is limited to the speed of 6 dragons. Beyond that, it surpasses his responsive threshold entirely. This is akin to the instantaneous capability demonstrated when he vanquished the ancient species, the thorned armored dragon, where the swiftness of his attack prevented his opponent from reacting in time. However, this phenomenon is equally applicable to Lanyi himself. He merely anticipates the attack location, activates the instantaneous movement and precise shot, and in the blink of an eye, the adversary is neutralized. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise in the interim, Lanyi finds himself utterly helpless. For instance, should there be a wall between him and his opponent, he would simply crash through it. If it were merely a wall, that would be acceptable. But what if the obstacle were a weapon or attack capable of breaching his dragon scale defenses? Thus, Lanyi is currently beset by anxiety. With no viable solutions in sight, he can only resign himself to fate, hoping that a card capable of resolving his reflexive capability issues might emerge in the future. Silently making a wish in his heart, he decides to move on. The matchmaking process resumes, adhering to his habitual belief that his desires will manifest. He confidently clicks the matchmaking button, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming solutions. If he triumphs once more, he shall accomplish the remarkable feat of 50 consecutive victories. The eagerly anticipated red card reward. Do not let me down. Just thinking about it fills me with a sense of excitement. The matchmaking process was remarkably swift this time. As soon as Lanyi clicked to match, he was drawn into the arena. The two stood 50 meters apart. Yet Lanyi was astonished to find his opponent sprawled on the ground, feigning death. The large bubble on his nose indicated that he was blissfully asleep. Under normal circumstances, considering this was a pivotal moment for his 50 consecutive victories, Lanyi would have disregarded any notions of chivalry. If his opponent remained unresponsive, he would swiftly eliminate him, allowing for a return to a peaceful slumber. However, gazing at the slumbering figure before him, Lanyi found himself utterly unable to strike. Hey, can I return this and get another opponent instead? Naturally, there was no reply. The reason for his reaction was that this individual was none other than aboard the Golden Mary. A sudden chill swept over Nami and the others, causing them to shiver uncontrollably, despite the scorching sun just moments prior. They hurried back to the cabin, hastily wrapping themselves in the coats they had just stowed away. Luffy, ever mischievous, snatched Usopp's scarf, infuriating him. As Zoro's close friend, Sanji was not one to forget about him, rushing out with a coat in hand, eager to drape it over Zoro's shoulders. Though they often engaged in playful banter, they cared for one another during critical moments. Humph, how dare you ask me for a coat? I've picked out a lovely green one, just perfect for you. You green algae. Sanji's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Just as he prepared to drape the forgivingly colored coat over Zoro, he vanished right before his eyes. After an initial moment of shock, Sanji remained composed, placing the coat on a nearby barrel and lighting a cigarette. This scene feels incredibly familiar. He himself has once experienced it firsthand. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Sanji's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the horizon, his lips murmuring, "Your strength has already caught up with that green-haired fellow." Update delay. As you may have noticed, today I was caught outside the hotel with the film crew, and it will take 3 days. The manuscript on the author's end requires a daily update of 2,000 words. Therefore, I will make up for it as soon as I return. 75. The Rising Chaos. Kill. Duel Arena. Time has already passed for over 3 minutes. Gazing at the familiar green-haired figure before him, Lanyi expressed his profound annoyance. How deeply is this fellow asleep? Despite my voice nearly giving out from shouting in his ear, he remains utterly motionless. Goodness, even a pig doesn't he sleep as soundly as he does. Frustration aside, reality must be confronted. Strike him. Zoro, who has been assaulted by Luffy's slumber on numerous occasions, is a man whose vulnerabilities cannot be trifled with. Kill him. Who knows if the resurrection feature of this duel arena works on anyone other than oneself? Rising to my feet, I scan the surroundings, ultimately retrieving a small round shield and a short-handled hammer. I positioned the shield beside Zoro's ear and began to strike it with the hammer with all my might. Bang, bang, bang. After over half a minute of relentless pounding, the shield was shattered, yet Zoro remained blissfully unaware, soundly sleeping on the ground. My lips twitched in disbelief. Is this fellow a reincarnation of Zhubeiji? Surely, he must be. With a clang, Blue Knight tossed aside his small round shield and short-handled hammer, extending his middle finger towards Zoro. The air shifted, the air bullet fully charged, yet Zoro remained utterly unmoved. His gaze fixed defiantly. Blue Knight raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you genuinely believe I lack the courage to kill you, do you? Well, I must confess. I indeed lack that courage. Defeated by you." With a sigh of resignation, Blue Knight dissipated the air bullet and turned back to the dazzling array of weapons adorning the wall, searching for something with particularly exceptional effects. As luck would have it, he discovered a most remarkable item, the signature weapon of Dongfeng Bubi, the needle of embroidery. Grasping the needle in hand, Blue Knight scrutinized Zoro's physique, finally fixating on the latter's thigh. This place is quite remarkable. One can plunge into the depths without sustaining injuries that might impede combat, while also experiencing the essence of pain. Just as Lan Yi was about to make a move, Zoro suddenly sat up. The boat has stopped rocking? Have we arrived at our destination so soon? Lan Yi, I've already removed my pants, I've brought my weapons. And you choose this moment to wake up? Do you dare to challenge me? Lan Yi, with a dark expression, caught Zoro's bewildered gaze as he awakened in a daze. His attention was drawn to the embroidery needle in Lan Yi's hand, causing him to furrow his brow. Lan Yi, what do you intend to do with that needle? Hiki, do you believe me if I say it's for stabbing pigs? Hiki. Zoro stared at Lan Yi, a smile gracing his lips yet remaining silent. Hiki. Ahem. Well, don't you want to take a look around? It's a method of diverting attention. Indeed. Only then did the somewhat slow-witted Zoro realize that his surroundings were rather peculiar. The terrain resembled a circular ancient Roman Colosseum, with walls adorned with an array of weapons, swords, guns, and clubs. Nothing was lacking. The solid sensation emanating from the ground was sufficient for a high-quality battle. Zoro cast a puzzled glance at Lan Yi, who smiled and nodded, affirming Zoro's suspicions. Zoro shot him another glance for confirmation, to which Lan Yi continued to nod, solidifying Zoro's audacious conjecture. Zoro suddenly understood and rolled back onto the ground, murmuring, so this is the housing on the new island. Odd. Where's the alcohol? Lan Yi, to be fair, it's quite normal for a room not to have alcohol. One should be more concerned about whether there are blankets for sleeping. What the heck? I'm flipping the table. My train of thought has been completely derailed by you. How can you be so dense as to mistake a weapons-laden arena for a living space? As Lan Yi's frustration reached its peak, preparing to elucidate the existence of the arena, Zoro, on the other side, had once again blown a small bubble. He had fallen asleep again. Lan Yi, PFF. With an expression of exasperation, Lan Yi unhesitatingly thrust the embroidery needle into the inner thigh of Zoro, narrowly missing the more sensitive areas. The exhilarating experience elicited a low, muffled grunt from Zoro, who instantly rolled over and drew his sword, his gaze darkly sweeping across the vast duel arena before finally fixating on the only other living soul, Lan Yi. He stared intently at Lan Yi. Ahem. Lan Yi felt a bit awkward under the scrutiny. Aren't you going to remove the needle? Staring. Be careful. You might get tetanus. Staring. Is it stuck in the bone? I could use gravity to help pull it out. Come on. Take off your pants. Damn. You're trying to ambush me. Before Lan Yi could finish his sentence, the back of Zoro's sword came crashing down towards him. Fortunately, Lan Yi was already on guard and swiftly evaded the attack of Wado Ikamanji. Hey. I had no choice. You were sleeping too soundly, and no amount of calling would wake you. Thus, I had to resort to this method. Staring. You still don't know what this duel arena is, do you? Would you like me to explain? Staring. When I first boarded the ship, I often disappeared, only to reappear surrounded by a deathly aura. It was in this duel arena. In fact, this arena is mine. So, even if you were killed here, you want to die in reality, correct? Zoro finally spoke again, his voice laced with an uncontrollable bloodlust. Can I change my answer to no now? No. The murderous intent in Zoro's eyes was palpable as he turned Wado Ikamanji around, the back of the blade facing himself while the sharp edge was directed at Lan Yi. In that instant, Lan Yi felt an intangible essence lock onto him, quickening his blood flow and causing the hairs on his body to rise. Lan Yi's expression hardened. It was the aura of death. Recently, Lan Yi had often been targeted by such murderous intent, from initially being unable to adapt to eventually becoming accustomed to it. He now found that sensing this aura merely heightened his heartbeat, igniting his desire for battle. The upper half of his t-shirt transformed into dragon wings, black dragon scales emerging from beneath his skin, enveloping Lan Yi in layers of protection. Zoro, unleash your full power. Please hold the determination to kill me, Lan Yi declared solemnly. And you? Why can't I sense your resolve? Zoro felt no murderous intent emanating from Lan Yi. This duel arena still remains uncertain about whether it can resurrect anyone besides me. Enough, Zoro bellowed. Do you look down on me? Do you think you can kill me? If so, then even in death, I will die with honor. Lan Yu fell silent. Locking eyes with Zoro, he understood. As a swordsman, for Zoro, anyone the blade pointed at was a target to be slain, yet if he did not receive the same intent in return, it would be a desecration of his spirit as a swordsman. Without uttering a word, Lan Yu removed his black-framed glasses, storing them in a dimensional space. A ferocious aura, known as rampancy, surged around him, causing Zoro, who faced him, to involuntarily narrow his pupils. He felt a dense, almost palpable murderous intent. This was his second encounter with the enigmatic Blue Knight, who had removed his glasses. At that moment, Blue Knight spoke in a hoarse voice, exuding an air of menace. As you wish. On the Golden Mary, the sun shone brightly. Nami and her companion sprawled languidly on the deck in a relaxed manner, basking in the warm sunlight that lulled them into drowsiness. Sanji, with his extraordinary stamina, was certainly not fatigued. Rather, he relished the rare opportunity to lie beside the two stunning beauties, Nami and Vivi. While indulging in this pleasant distraction, Sanji remained vigilant, keeping an eye on a corner of the deck where Zoro had previously been asleep. Suddenly, a flash of green caught his peripheral vision. It was Zoro, returning from the duel. Though Sanji maintained a demeanor of infatuation, he inwardly acknowledged that Zoro had indeed returned, and he decided to divert his attention. As long as Zoro was back, all was well. In contrast, Zoro stood up, instinctively placing a hand on his right chest, his gaze serious as he locked eyes with Blue Knight, who was also observing him from the lookout. The usual nonchalance had vanished. There was a newfound gravity in recognizing the opponent's strength. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Zoro averted his gaze, his eyes briefly scanning Blue Knight's black frames. The memories of their recent battle still vivid in his mind. Just moments ago, he had confirmed that Blue Knight indeed possessed formidable abilities. With a different mindset, Zoro's attention shifted to Nami and the others, who were languidly sprawled on the deck. He glanced at the clear blue sky, the sun's warm rays enveloping him, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Despite the splendid weather, he chastised his companions for their laziness. Even on such a beautiful day, you all seem far too lethargic, Zoro remarked, pondering if they were still on the original course. Nami sighed, Sanji shrugged, and Usopp remained silent. Unbeknownst to Zoro, the expressions of frustration on Nami's face went unnoticed as he turned his attention to the equally languid Mr. Nine and Vivi, puzzled as he inquired, "What are you two doing on the ship?" "Your timing for this realization is rather late," Mr. Nine retorted. Meanwhile, the ever-energetic Luffy explained that the Golden Mary was currently en route to their hometown, Whiskey Peak. "Oh, that S of little consequence," Zoro replied, squatting in front of Vivi and Mr. Nine, narrowing his eyes. "What were your names again?" His scrutinizing gaze made Vivi and Mr. Nine tense up, prompting them to nervously repeat their names. "Ah, no wonder your names sounded somewhat familiar when I first heard them. It was as if I had heard them before, yet not quite. If memory serves me right, in the past." Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him, and before he could finish his thought, a swift blow knocked him to the ground. "You really have the audacity to vanish during the busiest times?" Nami, filled with fury, demanded. "What reason do you have to scold those who are diligently working?" Zoro rose, turning to face Nami. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a life-and-death struggle in the duel, and the lingering aura of danger in his gaze suggested he might draw his sword at any moment. But who was Nami? The Queen of the Golden Mary, the most powerful member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Could Zoro intimidate her? Without needing to halt the ship, Nami swiftly retaliated with a flurry of strikes. With a series of rapid blows, she left Zoro, who had once appeared fearsome, now cowering and clutching his head on the deck, unable to contain his groans. For a time, he would dare not meet her gaze again. In the ensuing days, Zoro refrained from his previous laziness and joined Sanji and the others in their relentless labor. When it was time for meals and inclement weather struck, Blue Knight was also called upon to assist. Possessing the extraordinary abilities of attraction, repulsion, and flight, he showcased remarkable talent in maneuvering the ship, effectively performing the work of several crew members. At times, if the tasks became overly cumbersome, he would effortlessly take flight to redirect the vessel or shift its position. Nami humorously referred to him as the second helm of the Mary. This routine continued for 17 days until they encountered another foggy weather front. The weather has turned delightfully serene, requiring no particular preparations, merely an awareness of any obstacles that may lie ahead. One must remain vigilant, as Nami solemnly stated. "For I have finally come to recognize the perils of these waters and understand why this region is aptly named the Grand Line." Even my navigational skills seem utterly inadequate here. It is indeed a straightforward admission, remarked Usopp with a hint of sarcasm. This is a misstep on my part as a navigator. What is there to deny? Nami, though unimpressed, acknowledged that she has somewhat acclimated to this maritime expanse, as evidenced by the sight before her. The crew followed Nami's gaze and beheld the faint outline of an island emerging from the mist. This must surely be our destination, Whiskey Peak. The expressions on their faces varied, yet each radiated a palpable excitement. Their inaugural voyage on the Grand Line was drawing to a close. As the destination loomed nearer, Vivi and Mr. Nine both leaped onto the side of the ship. Kneeling before Usopp and the others, Mr. Nine declared, "In that case, we bid you farewell." Vivi added, "We are truly grateful for your escort." Mr. Nine continued, "May our paths cross again." With that, the two executed a graceful backflip, spinning a full 360 degrees before plunging into the sea below. The individual before me, with an air of nonchalance, was exhibiting an impressive display of bravado. At this very moment, during the mealtime rush, Blue Knight was assisting on deck and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the spectacle unfolding before him. As for Vivi, she could be excused, after all. She was a princess, a beautiful one at that, with her hair in the shade of blue he adored. Her confidence was inherently justified. But you, a scruffy young lad clad in hues of forgiveness, dare to flaunt your bravado in my presence? Without a moment's hesitation, Blue Knight unleashed a forceful thrust towards Mr. Nine, who, losing his balance, flailed his limbs in the air before crashing into the sea with a resounding splash, skimming across the surface for a considerable distance before finally vanishing beneath the waves. Usopp, observing this, couldn't help but touch his own elongated nose. Ouch, that looked painfully brutal. His face must be scraped thin by now. Vivi, witnessing this, immediately propelled her elegant form towards Mr. Nine, who had yet to resurface. Surely, he couldn't have been rendered unconscious? A swift rescue was imperative. Just as Vivi arrived, Mr. Nine managed to break the surface, gasping for air, and hurled a few parting threats before hastily retreating. Blue Knight appeared poised to take flight. If he didn't make haste, escape would no longer be an option. A retreat was in order. Approximately 30 minutes remained before they reached Whiskey Peak. Blue Knight sought out Sanji, hoping he could prepare a bento during this interval. While preparing a bento was certainly feasible, wouldn't it be more prudent to consider dining ashore? Sanji mused aloud as he made his way to the kitchen. Blue Knight merely smiled, offering no response. Noticing Blue Knight's mysterious demeanor, Sanji scoffed but swiftly completed a nutritionally balanced pirate bento within mere minutes. A version filled to the brim with meat, which was Luffy's favorite. Without hesitation, Blue Knight claimed the bento, stowing it away in his dimensional space. Sanji paused in surprise, questioning whether this was a newly developed ability. Indeed, it was something he had gathered from Laboon, Blue Knight admitted, perhaps intentionally flaunting his capabilities. The allure of such a storage ability sparkled in Sanji's eyes. A glimmer of desire evident. Unfortunately, this particular skill was unique to Blue Knight, limited to a mere cubic meter, insufficient for storing ingredients, he shrugged. What a pity, Sanji lamented. By the way, once we disembark, you need tea call for me. I have my own battles to engage in, Blue Knight informed him. Sanji hesitated, glancing around before lowering his voice to inquire about the outcome of Blue Knight's previous encounter with the green-haired swordsman. It was a draw, came the calm response. Comparing that to my own battle, who fared worse? Sanji pressed. It should be him, indeed, Blue Knight confirmed after a moment's reflection. Upon hearing this, Sanji broke into a broad grin, refraining from further inquiries about Blue Knight's unfinished thoughts. All he needed to ascertain was that he had fared better than Zoro. A validation amidst their endless banter. Sanji bounded to the ship's edge, laughing at Zoro, who was preparing to dock. "Ha, you fool. Blue Knight has proclaimed that I am superior in the duel arena." Initially, Zoro frowned, ready to retort, but reconsidered. Shifting his tone to one of inquiry, "Did you get dragged into that too?" "Of course, and I performed far better than you," he boasted. "Did Blue Knight employ his repulsion ability during your fight?" Zoro queried, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. Sanji paused, sensing he had overlooked a crucial piece of information. "So what? Regardless, Blue Knight himself acknowledged my superiority," he declared. Zoro, unperturbed by Sanji's proclamation, drew his sword in sheath, challenging him. "Then let us settle this once and for all. Come at me, if you dare." Thus, as they neared the shore, the two friends resumed their playful banter. Observing this from the lookout, Blue Knight pondered a curious thought. Had he ever claimed Sanji was stronger than Zoro? Was the question posed about who had endured the greater defeat? Though his memory was hazy, he recalled that Zoro had almost faced a dire fate at his hands. At that moment, through the fog, Blue Knight discerned a multitude of figures moving on the approaching Whiskey Peak. A serene smile graced his lips as he vanished from his spot, ready to embrace what lay ahead. This is the entrance to the dueling space. At the very moment the Blue Knight vanished, Zoro and Sanji, who were engaged in an all-out brawl on the deck, instinctively ceased their combat, exchanging a defiant glance. Aside from the ability to summon and that dragon-like form, there must be something else, right? Sanji inquired. Zoro's expression grew solemn as he gazed at the empty lookout tower. Seemingly contemplating something that warranted his utmost vigilance, his sharp gaze piercing with an intensity that seemed almost tangible. After a prolonged silence, Zoro finally spoke with an air of gravity. If you ever encounter the Blue Knight removing his glasses, do not overthink it. Just run as far away as possible with Nami and the others. Perceiving the seriousness in Zoro's tone, Sanji furrowed his brow, about to press for clarification on what had transpired, when suddenly, a fervent cheer erupted in the air. Welcome to the Grand Line, pirates. Welcome to our little town. Welcome to the hospitable little town of Whiskey Peak. Long live the heroes of the sea. As the welcoming shouts echoed, the crew aboard the Mary instantly found themselves in a state of bewilderment, especially Usopp. The individual initially speculated whether there might be monsters or vampires inhabiting the islands of the Grand Line, even crafting crosses, garlic, and exorcism charms. However, to his surprise, he was greeted by a group of seemingly exuberant villagers. The stark contrast left him utterly bewildered. Sanji, Nami, and Zoro exhibited expressions rife with intrigue, skepticism, and scrutiny. In stark contrast, Luffy, as the captain, wore a face brimming with excitement. Clearly, he was quite fond of these enthusiastic villagers, urging for the Mary to dock swiftly. Luffy could hardly contain his joy as he leaped from the ship, raising his voice in celebration of landing on the first island of the Grand Line. The surrounding villagers joined in the cheer, their faces radiating with joy. Concerned for Luffy, Nami and the others hastily secured the sails and anchored the Mary before descending from the ship. Hey, shouldn't we be calling for Blue Knight? Usopp inquired, lagging behind. No, he seems to be in a breakthrough phase and has activated his ghost mode again, Sanji explained. Ghost mode was the nickname given to Blue Knight's duel arena aboard the Mary. Usopp remarked, feeling uneasy without a reliable Blue Knight by his side. He instinctively leaned towards Sanji, who shot him a disdainful glance but did not push him away. The two descended the Mary side by side. Upon their arrival, a man claiming to be the mayor introduced himself as Icolum, sporting luscious, creamy yellow wavy hair and wielding an oversized saxophone, which gave him the appearance of a musician. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, a town renowned for its winemaking and music. It is our pride to host you. We offer wines as magnificent as the sea. In exchange for your adventurous tales, come, let us revel in a feast. At this point, Icolum seemed to be momentarily lost for words. Clearing his throat before continuing in a melodious voice, let us enjoy the welcome banquet together, filled with exquisite wines, beautiful maidens, and storytellers eager to listen. Sanji, Luffy, and Usopp burst into laughter, responding eagerly, we would be delighted. Only Nami and Zoro remained serious, seemingly unfazed. Sanji should have been among the serious ones as well. But upon hearing of the beautiful maidens at the banquet, he couldn't help himself and floated away with Icolum, hearts in his eyes. Excuse me. How long does it take for the island's magnetic field to stabilize? Nami pursued Icolum, inquiring. Haha. Let us set aside such trivial matters and relieve our travel fatigue first. Come, let us prepare for the banquet. Icolum casually draped an arm over Nami's shoulder, his towering height making her appear like a child in his embrace as he guided her toward the banquet location, despite the villagers' enthusiastic cheers and invitations. Nami had no choice but to temporarily abandon her query. She hurriedly stepped away from Icolum's hold and made her way to the gathering spot. Icolum, momentarily taken aback, soon laughed heartily and followed, clearly amused by Nami's shyness. Zoro, trailing behind, resignedly rubbed his ears and glanced at the empty lookout, then quickened his pace to catch up. Regardless, he never turned down an opportunity for good wine. In an instant, the once bustling shore was devoid of people. As they surged toward the town square for an open-air gathering, Luffy's favorite hearty meats were prepared, boiled, fried, and roasted, all in abundance. Zoro's preferred spirits, rum, fruit wines, white liquor, strong spirits, and homemade whiskey were present in variety. Sanji's favorite beautiful maidens were plentiful, leaving him dazzled as he hurried to nourish himself. Usopp's audience was captivated by his tall tales, their expressions reflecting admiration. Even Nami could not resist the allure of fine grape wine and the enticing prize of 100,000 berries for the drinking contest. In that moment, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, Where was the previously declared limit on her alcohol tolerance? To the name of berries. Let us toast without hesitation. To ensure victory, Nami also dragged Zoro into the competition. Given that Zoro was currently strapped for cash, he readily participated, eager for good wine. Soon, large mugs of wine were being consumed with fervor. The atmosphere was electric. Ikelim laughed joyously, declaring, "What a delightful evening." As the alcohol flowed, the lightweights among them, Usopp and Sanji, quickly succumbed to the effects. Luffy, having feasted and drank to his heart's content, fell into a deep slumber. After triumphing in the contest, Nami too succumbed to exhaustion. Eventually, Zoro could no longer hold on and slumped into slumber. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates were utterly incapacitated. The once vibrant gathering suddenly fell silent, the smiles on everyone's faces fading. As the plot thickened, the crew was gathered into a single room, the door locked securely. Ikelim then approached the shore beneath the Golden Mary, where 3 individuals were disembarking. "Did you find another pirate?" Ikelim inquired. "No. There were no signs of life on the ship, not even a mouse. Just a few pigeons flying about," one person responded. "Indeed, we searched thoroughly. There were no treasures. Not even a single berry." Another voice echoed in frustration. "Damn it, these paupers won't even manage to recoup their drinking expenses." A third person complained. Ikelim frowned deeply, turning away as he shouted, "Didn't you say there was a powerful flying pirate? Where is he? Is this all you brought?" On the rooftop behind Ikelim, Mr. 9 and Vivi remained unfazed by his inquiries. "Why would we deceive you regarding such matters?" Mr. 9 scoffed. "Indeed. I have already written to the unlucky duo about the situation." Mr. 8, "Did you find any bounty on these pirates?" Vivi redirected the conversation. Their camaraderie was evident as they deftly shifted the focus away from Ikelim. Before he could respond, a nun-like figure emerged from the wooden cabin, complaining about the need for caution, suggesting they should simply sink the pirate ship at the port, as they were still struggling for food. She also took a jab at Vivi and Mr. 9 for not bringing back whale meat. This naturally incensed Mr. 9 and Vivi, for they had indeed exerted considerable effort. The nun, however, paid them no mind, casually shedding her full body habit to reveal her alluringly toned physique, far more robust than that of the average bodybuilder. Yet, she donned a dress, which created quite the striking contrast. "All right, Miss Monday, please refrain from your quarrels," Ikelim interjected, halting the 3 of them as he produced 2 wanted posters. It had been thoroughly investigated that one of them bore a bounty of 25 million for a pirate, the very one adorned with a straw hat. Meanwhile, their vice captain, Blue Knight, had mysteriously vanished, his bounty also a noteworthy 10 million, not to be underestimated. What? Miss Monday exclaimed, her face awash with cold sweat. "That totals 35 million berries. Their strength is indeed formidable." Mr. 9 swallowed hard. "So that fellow is not even the captain, but merely the vice captain?" Vivi was equally astonished, though her concern lay with Blue Knight's identity. Ikelim shook his head, admonishing, "Judging a pirate's strength by their appearance is an unwise habit, Miss Monday." "My apologies," Miss Monday scratched her head. "So how shall we proceed?" "Killing them would reduce the bounty by 3 levels. It would be best to capture them alive," Ikelim commanded. As Miss Monday nodded, poised to act, a voice suddenly interrupted. "I beg your pardon for the interruption, but could we allow them a proper rest? After all, the recent voyages have been quite exhausting." The 4 of them were taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice, which belonged to Zoro, standing with his sword atop a building. Before they could respond, another voice echoed from the Golden Mary behind them. "Indeed, let them sleep well. I've been slacking off lately, and it's high time I put in some work." The 4 were once again startled, turning in terror to see Blue Knight descending from the deck of the Golden Mary, his face betraying unmistakable panic. This was due to Blue Knight's descent from the air towards the shore, a display that even Zoro couldn't help but admire with a perfect score of 101. 78. Card synthesis timeline returns to 30 minutes before the Golden Mary docks at Whiskey Peak. Blue Knight had commissioned Sanji to prepare a bento, estimating they had about 10 minutes until they reached shore, before diving into the duel space. Fortune smiled upon him. His opponent was a defensive-type Zoan Fruit user, a match he could easily manipulate. As the clock approached 29 minutes and 58 seconds, Blue Knight seized the initiative and executed a precise shot to eliminate his foe, securing victory in this encounter. 77th consecutive win. He had achieved 50 victories several days prior, and the reward of a red card did not disappoint. Card. Anesthetic rank. Red category. Magic card effect. Causes a target's nerve cells to lose vitality for 3 minutes. Note: please refrain from using this card on machines, as they possess no nerves to incapacitate. This card was akin to a game-breaking anomaly. It directly paralyzed the neurons of living beings, rendering them immobile. What did this signify? It meant that the opponent would be stripped of all mobility. Even natural fruit users would be ensnared, becoming like fish on a chopping block, helpless to resist. Of course, this presupposed that elementalization required human control. If elementalization were an instinctual state, one would still need to employ hockey or sea stone weaponry to conclude the combat. This matter will require further experimentation in the future. After all, thus far, the only natural fruit user encountered by Blue Knight has been Smoker, whose smoke fruit indeed poses a considerable challenge. Beyond resorting to trickery to make others leap into the sea, the only alternative is to see who can endure longer in direct confrontation. Endurance has always been a source of inexplicable anguish for Blue Knight. Aside from the commendable reward for his initial victory in the 50 consecutive wins, subsequent rewards have been rather lackluster. The flying broomstick from Harry Potter is akin to riding a clumsy creature. The memory bred from Doraemon is utterly unpalatable, and within 3 hours, it guarantees a bout of diarrhea, rendering one's memory entirely void. The Pokeballs from Pokemon, on the other hand, are indeed delightful, allowing one to carry a pet, yet they are solely effective for Pokemon. What folly is that? The swordsmanship from Xianjian Qi Xiajuan is appealing. Yet why does one need a specific physique to learn it? What on earth is that? Can it be consumed? For heaven's sake. They are all mere trinkets that look good but serve no practical purpose. Curiously, rewards are distributed at the stroke of midnight. Were it not for Blue Knight's spectacles, which help maintain his composure, one might believe he could go mad and strike himself. Back to the point. After successfully stalling for 30 minutes, upon returning to the real world, the Mary had already docked at the shore, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Though distant sounds of revelry could be heard, there was no rush to reveal himself. Utilizing the druid's ability to listen and convey emotions, he contacted the several sea pigeons that had been stationed on the ship, inquiring about the events that transpired during his absence. The sea pigeons, lacking the intellect of primates, provided a rather vague account of the scene. From their fragmented descriptions, Blue Knight inferred that Luffy and his companions had only recently disembarked, and thus far, no one had boarded the ship. Upon receiving this information, Blue Knight took out the bento prepared by Sanji as a reward to feed the sea pigeons, instructing them to remain vigilant outside, while he deftly ascended to the second level of the ship's cabin. This is Nami's room. She primarily spends her time here painting nautical charts, resting, reading books, and, of course, storing all the treasures from the ship. The room is not particularly spacious. Blue Knight searched a bit and soon pulled out a small chest from beneath Nami's bed. It was secured with a lock and remained unopened. Examining the chest, which measured less than 1 meter on each side, he promptly stored it in a dimensional space. Let us not overthink this. He is not a thief seeking to plunder. The treasures within are unlikely to exceed 10 million berries, whereas the solid gold cards on Blue Knight's person far surpass that value. He merely intended to safeguard it for the forthcoming search, ensuring it would not be pilfered. Having secured the treasure chest, Blue Knight made no move to leave. He settled comfortably on Nami's soft bed, idly toying with 10 cards in his hand, the faint scent of perfume lingering in the air, his mind wandering. No, he was contemplating strategies for future matters. The trail of the Revolutionary Army was difficult to trace, and Blue Knight currently had only 4 leads. Luffy, the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon, was right beside him. Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army and Luffy's sworn brother, was unlikely to be encountered soon, as he was still suffering from amnesia. Zoro's master, King Shiro, also had an enigmatic connection to the Revolutionary Army. He might possess knowledge of how to contact them, yet it would be imprudent to traverse the comm belt for a mere possibility. It seems the comm belt poses the least danger for Blue Knight. And impel down, between the 5th and 6th levels, specifically at the 5 level. Revolutionary Officer Ivankov was also located there, but he certainly couldn't just turn himself in, could he? With a bounty of 10 million berries. He hardly qualified for confinement in the Navy's highest prison. As for other information, he was aware that the Revolutionary Army's base was currently on Baldiago Island. Though it would eventually be destroyed by the Blackbeard pirates, it still existed for now. But who knows how to reach that place? Setting aside whether the island has magnetic properties, even if it does, he lacks a permanent log post to navigate there. Searching by name? You must be jesting. If it were that simple, the Revolutionary Army would have long been eradicated by the Navy or the world government, rather than growing to become a thorn in the throat of the world government. Thus, at present, Blue Knight deemed it best to find the Revolutionary Army by staying close to Luffy and waiting for opportunities. At the very least, he might encounter Ivan Coffin and Pell Down, which would be far more advantageous than wandering aimlessly alone. This is also why Lan Yi has been lingering on Luffy's ship. As for whether there are other reasons, only he knows. Clarifying the upcoming journey, Lan Yi tightened his grip on the cards in his hand. It has always been his habit to keep his hands busy while contemplating issues, always needing to grasp something. In the past, it was mostly a pen or an eraser. But now, with the convenience of cards, he naturally resorts to them. The itinerary has been arranged, yet a significant question lingers in his mind. He does not worry about his potential inclusion in the Revolutionary Army, merely being misperceived as Luffy's first mate by the outside world. Along with his act of rescuing Luffy's son in front of Dragon in Logtown, guarantees him a place. However, what vision does Dragon hold regarding the concept of revolution? In simpler terms, what does he plan to do after the revolution's success? Will he declare himself king, becoming a new generation of celestial dragons? Or will he overthrow authoritarianism, dismantle the aristocratic system, and forge a world of equality for all? Or perhaps he intends to conquer yet leave the governance to others. These myriad possibilities swirl in Blue Knight's mind. Corresponding strategies continuously form within him. The intensive engagement of his intellect leads him to close his eyes as he mentally simulates various outcomes. Simultaneously, his restless hands remain in motion, meticulously arranging the 10 cards he holds. This action has recently become a recurring endeavor for him. However, aside from the last occasion when he drew 10 cards, most subsequent times he drew 8, 11, or even 15 cards. Even when he drew 10 cards simultaneously, they were not of the same color or rank. Today marked the second time he drew 10 cards, and remarkably, all 10 were red cards. As the 10 cards were neatly stacked, a peculiar radiance flickered from the top card, gradually dispersing into shimmering red points of light. At that moment, it seemed as though Blue Knight had an epiphany, pausing in his actions, achieving a perfect state of balance. The top card slowly disintegrated into red light particles, which swiftly merged into the card below, completing the process in just a second. Intriguingly, even though the card had vanished from sight, the skin at Blue Knight's fingertips, previously pressed by the card, remained imprinted, indicating the card's existence in a more tangible sense. As the top card completely merged with the second card, the second card began to emanate a faint red glow, transforming into light points that integrated into the next card, which was originally the third card. A second later, the second card also merged seamlessly, and the original third card followed suit, continuing this cycle. By the 10th second, all the cards had converged like Russian nesting dolls, ultimately coalescing into the bottom card. Meanwhile, the skin where the 9 vanished cards had pressed began to gradually rebound. At that instant, Blue Knight, still deep in thought, suddenly opened his eyes wide. In that fleeting moment, he realized that the card in his hand had unexpectedly thinned significantly. Looking down, he beheld the remaining card, now adorned with a layer of orange glow, flickering several times before the radiance slowly faded, revealing the card's true form once more. Blue Knight blinked in bewilderment. "Excuse me. My mind seems a bit muddled. What just transpired?" Before he could articulate his thoughts, a stream of information surged into his mind. Card, time machine, unique reward, rank, orange category, trap card effect, revives at full status 24 hours after death. Effective only in the real world. Remarks. Congratulations on successfully discovering the random advancement method for cards. You are rewarded with a Spring Brother card. Gulp. Blue Knight involuntarily swallowed hard. His mind was in a state of confusion. Setting aside the perplexity of the situation, the very fact of possessing this Spring Brother card. No, this time machine card, with its ability to resurrect at full status, essentially grants an additional life. After taking several deep breaths, Blue Knight gradually calmed his turbulent emotions. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. Alas, it is a trap card, usable only passively on oneself, triggered upon death. If it had been a resurrection spell card, it could have achieved so much, such as bringing Roger back to life. The thought of Roger's revival certainly sparked intrigue. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. Why would I use a resurrection for someone else instead of myself? That would truly be a foolish notion. After a while, he finally managed to quell the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, striving to analyze the current situation. The note on the time machine stated that he had discovered the random advancement method for cards, thus earning this orange card as a reward. So, the question arose, what exactly was the random advancement method? Analyzing and contemplating had long been his habit, and this state had manifested several times before, allowing him to dismiss other possibilities. Could it be that sitting on Nami's bed while pondering had influenced this? Nonsense. Or perhaps it was the lingering scent of Nami. Enough. Focus on serious matters. The advancement of cards was naturally related to the cards themselves. It was easy to deduce that it pertained to his usual interests, specifically the act of arranging the cards just moments ago. However, he had engaged in the act of organizing cards numerous times before, often for longer durations than today, thus ruling out time as a factor. Therefore, it must be an issue related to the cards themselves, not merely in quantity, but also in quality, or perhaps both. First, regarding quantity. The act of drawing cards was instinctive. He could not recall precisely how many he had drawn, but following the progression of pure gold cards. Let us assume 10 cards was reasonable. Next, concerning quality. If he couldn't recall the quantity, how could he know the color or rank of the drawn cards? Yet, it mattered not. Practice was the only path to uncover truth. He carefully placed the time machine card into the auxiliary slot, then swiftly drew 10 red Navy Saber cards, arranging them in his palm. Following his instinctual actions while pondering, Blue Knight began to organize the cards. Before long, he observed the faint red glow emanating from the first card at the top, which then transformed into light points that merged into the next card. 10 seconds later, yet another orange card materialized in Blue Knight's hand. Card, Samurai Sword Rank. Orange category, Equipment Card Effect. Acquires a samurai sword. Remarks: this is a finely crafted samurai sword. Lacking the reward from the first exploration, this orange card was indeed quite fitting for the orange rank standard. It was, however, the lowest standard. Yet, none of that mattered. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Blue Knight's eyes, as he seemed to have uncovered a subtle pattern. Nonetheless, he required a few more experiments. 79 card synthesis patterns. Once more, he drew 10 red cards, this time not all being of the same category. Instead, 5 were equipment cards, and 5 were magic cards. Organizing, merging, advancing. The resulting orange card was an equipment card, its attributes unremarkable, destined to be cast aside for future synthesis. Next, Blue Knight categorized 10 cards into 3 equipment cards, 3 magic cards, and 4 trap cards. Organizing, merging, advancing. This time, the orange card is a magical card, and its effect is rather mischievous and amusing. Card, Uncontrollable Laughter Rank. Orange category, Magical Card Effect. Causes the target to laugh uncontrollably for 30 seconds. Remark: do you know what it means to laugh oneself to death? Use this card on one person 100 times, and you shall find out. Well, not bad. I'll keep it for some fun. In another experiment, the card composition was changed to 4 equipment cards, 5 magical cards, and 1 trap card. After numerous trials, Blue Knight squandered nearly half of his stored red cards and finally discerned the rules of card advancement. 10 cards of the same color and rank are a strict requirement. Following that, the composition of card categories is crucial. Each card category allows a 10% probability of generating a card of that type. For instance, if out of 10 cards for advancement, 5 are equipment cards, then there is a 50% chance that the resulting card will be an equipment card. If all 10 cards belong to the same category, a card of that category will undoubtedly be generated. The types of cards generated during advancement are determined by the composition probabilities, but the effects of the generated cards are entirely random. For example, synthesizing 10 red naval sabers may yield not an orange naval saber, but rather an orange letter opener, albeit one that is damaged and broken. The remark states that it was once used by the warring states to open confidential letters, thus increasing its value exponentially. Is the rank assessment also influenced by celebrity effect? How absurd. Despite the losses in summarizing the rules of card advancement, Blue Knight showed no signs of halting. He had another notion he wished to verify. Could a single card evolve in a directed manner? By utilizing other useless red cards to evolve a 1 million belly red pure gold card into a 10 million belly orange pure gold card. Wouldn't that result in a profit of 9 million belly? If feasible, this would hold hope for the advancement of monster cards. Contemplating this, Blue Knight retrieved his last remaining orange pure gold card and another unnecessary orange card. Just as he prepared to experiment, a wave of anxious emotions interrupted his actions. It was the lookout pigeon, reporting that enemies were about to board the ship, and they were already on deck, searching everywhere. Blue Knight had to cease his actions, abandoning his testing plans, and swiftly entered the duel arena. It was not fear of these minions, but rather a necessity to adhere to the timeline of the original plot. Otherwise, if Vivi did not seek help from Nami, then they could not proceed to Alabasta, which simply would not do. As someone committed to overturning the world government, Blue Knight felt it was his duty to eliminate a warlord of the sea under the Navy's banner. It was certainly not because he coveted Crocodile's sand fruit. Indeed, it was not. Fortunately, the duel arena matched him against another defensive type of Paramecia fruit user. Once again, it became a lesson in close-quarters combat techniques. Blue Knight no longer relied solely on brute force, but augmented his physical prowess with repulsive power in close combat. Even if you wish to flee, I can pull you back. At the moment the timer turned to 29 minutes and 58 seconds, Blue Knight executed a precise strike, eliminating his opponent. Returning to reality. Nami's previously tidy room was now in utter disarray, resembling a scene of chaos as if a mischievous dog had been left home alone. One can only imagine that if not for the fear of causing too much noise and attracting the attention of Luffy and the others who were still at the gathering, the entire ship might have been wrecked. Listening carefully, he sensed no emotional presence nearby. Only then did Blue Knight push the door open. Coincidentally, he heard Zoro standing on the rooftop, boasting, "I apologize for interrupting you, but could you let them sleep soundly? After all, the recent voyage has been quite exhausting." "Teflon in front of me, how intolerable." Blue Knight immediately retorted, "Indeed, let them sleep well. I've been slacking off lately. And now it's time for me to stretch my muscles a bit." With that, Blue Knight used his flying ability to ascend into the air, then pretended to walk step by step toward the shore. If Zoro's appearance was surprising, then Blue Knight's emergence was sheer terror, especially since mere moments ago those searching the ship had just descended. Where on earth did this fellow spring from? You. Ikelam stammered, pointing at Blue Knight with a series of yous, ultimately choking on his words and failing to articulate the question of where he had emerged from. "What what Whiskey Peak? This place is called Cactus Island. Do you think I'm unaware?" Blue Knight retorted with scorn. "How do you know?" Mr. Nine exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, it really is called that?" Blue Knight scratched his head. "Are you blind? With so many cacti on the island, how could you not see them?" "Mr. Nine, your reasoning is so sound that I find myself speechless." In the ensuing silence, a cacophony of footsteps approached from all directions. The villagers, who had previously welcomed everyone with enthusiasm, now bore expressions devoid of warmth, fully armed as they surrounded Zoro and Blue Knight, guns pointed menacingly at their heads. This bestowed a profound sense of security upon the four members of Ikelam. With a multitude of followers, they were resolute in their belief that they would not be easily outmatched. Exhaustion would be their only adversary. "Ah, quite impressive, Blue Knight. You have indeed perceived it well ahead of time." Zoro, unbeknownst to them, had silently approached Blue Knight's side. "Are you jesting?" he inquired, with the vigilance befitting a swordsman. "My gaze is fixed upon the future. How could I possibly be so easily deceived?" Blue Knight, with a haughty tilt of the head, adjusted their glasses with a delicate hand. At this moment, one must adjust their glasses, allowing the lenses to reflect a dazzling light, an aura of sophistication emanating from it. However, unexpectedly, this gesture from Blue Knight caused Zoro to stiffen, quickly distancing himself from Blue Knight. He drew his swords, Snow Walk and Ghost Slash, embodying a sense of urgency and readiness for an arduous battle that arose naturally within him. The action of Lan Yi adjusting his glasses came to a halt, for Zoro's sudden movement captured the attention of the crowd, rendering Lan Yi's radiant display unnoticed, akin to performing a striptease for the blind, a futile endeavor. In simpler terms, his attempt at bravado had failed spectacularly. With a resigned sigh, Lan Yi turned to Zoro, who still wore an anxious expression, and remarked, "I merely wished to show off." Was such a grand gesture truly necessary? Zoro, in an uncharacteristic display, coughed awkwardly, a sheepish smile adorning his face. "I thought you were about to remove your glasses." "Thankfully, that is not the case." "Oh, this indeed presents a swift resolution to the adversaries," Lan Yi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Stop. That one tea be necessary." Zoro interjected vehemently. "I can handle these bounty hunters alone without complicating matters further. You merely need to observe." With that, he brandished his sword and plunged into the throng. Instantly, the air was filled with flashes of blades and swirling dust. Though, let us be realistic, such dramatic imagery was unlikely to manifest. In truth, Zoro dispatched each so-called bounty hunter with ease, each one falling like ripe vegetables before a skilled chef. Beside him, Lan Yi scratched his head, astonished by Zoro's intense reaction. It was perplexing. What had transpired during their duel that made Zoro so reluctant to see him remove his glasses? Regrettably, Lan Yi's memories were hazy, eluding his grasp. Could it be? No, that was improbable. In that state, he should not have harbored any desires. How revolting. I must engage in some physical activity to dispel this discomfort. As he contemplated, a group of bounty hunters, emboldened by Zoro's ferocity, turned their attention toward the seemingly easy target that was Lan Yi. This aligned perfectly with Lan Yi's intention to engage in battle. As for being an easy target, that notion was utterly absurd. Lan Yi, akin to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, utilized his repulsive force-sensing field, making him appear as if he had eyes all over his body. His extensive experience from countless life-and-death battles in the arena rendered him almost impossibly adept at dodging attacks, slipping through the crowd like an eel. Even when a few well-aimed strikes found their mark, they merely tickled his impervious dragon scales. Furthermore, when he truly had no space to evade, he skillfully braced himself against the weapons he recognized, proceeding with utmost caution. Thus, the bounty hunters, who initially sought to subdue him, soon discovered that they were the true soft targets. Lan Yi maneuvered through the chaos effortlessly, emerging from the fray without shedding a single drop of blood. Though his dragon scales had lost a few layers, the minor depletion of his life force was negligible. Lan Yi refrained from employing the abilities of Dragon Soul and Dragon Wings. He relied solely on his repulsive force-sensing field and the protection of his dragon scales, delivering powerful punches that landed with satisfying impact. The most remarkable aspect was the minimal expenditure of energy. After over half an hour of exhilarating combat, his life force had only diminished by a little over 1,700 points. While Lan Yi reveled in the thrill of the fight, he remained acutely aware of the surrounding skirmishes. The opposing forces, through their concerted efforts, had successfully divided the battlefield, isolating him on the shore while luring Zoro deeper into the town, presumably to conquer them one by one. Lan Yi found this arrangement quite agreeable. Calculating the time, he realized that they should soon arrive. He could not afford to miss this spectacle. With this in mind, Lan Yi swiftly incapacitated a few nearby adversaries and, with a thought, conjured a ring of repulsive force around his chest, accumulating energy. The other bounty hunters, emboldened, raised their weapons. Lan Yi, with his arms crossed, awaited the unfolding drama. Ah, this fellow has finally grown weary. One of them misinterpreted, believing Lan Yi to be fatigued. Let us seize the moment and take him down. Yet, killing him would reduce the bounty by 30%. This individual was too troublesome. It was safer to eliminate him. Then let us dispatch him. Everyone, let us slay him and feast, came the rallying cries. As the cacophony of battle roared around him, Lan Yu raised an eyebrow. Who instilled such misplaced confidence in you? Was it Zhang Liangyi? As the nearest weapons drew perilously close, Lan Yi hesitated no longer. The accumulated repulsive force from his field was instantaneously unleashed. An invisible wave of energy radiating outward in a circular formation, repulsion aura. The recent area attack consumed a staggering 500 life points, its force rivaling that of a single blow from the formidable Blue Knight. The surrounding adversaries were propelled backward by the repulsive force, crashing into their comrades behind them. Chaos ensued, with cries of distress echoing throughout the scene. Within a 100-meter radius of Blue Knight, no one remained standing. Even those fortunate enough to be outside the strike zone lay sprawled on the ground, feigning death. Alas, such a harbinger of doom is not to be trifled with. They conceded in fear. Pleased with their awareness of the situation, Blue Knight nodded in approval and swiftly made his way toward the town. Determined not to miss the unfolding spectacle, all the remaining bounty hunters, still conscious, chose to turn a blind eye, none daring to make another move. This is a result of being frightened. Indeed, they are merely a group of fools. It is worth noting that Blue Knight's dragon wings have remained unfurled from the very beginning. 80. A serendipitous encounter with one's first. Descending in form, Blue Knight stood and gazed at the ground, where that unknown bounty hunter lay lifeless. The bounty hunter, clad in a cowboy attire, stood tall at approximately 1 meter 80. A stark contrast to the past visage of Blue Knight, who appeared rather imposing. Beside him lay the rifle that once instilled a profound fear of death within him. Although the hunter's name eluded Blue Knight, the face was indelibly etched in his memory. One tends to remember their first experiences vividly, the first love, the initial trepidation of performing a surgical procedure, the first time skipping class to indulge in the electronic hall, and the first encounter of intimacy, a hymn. And this individual before him represented his inaugural triumph in the dueling arena. At that time, Blue Knight was utterly ignorant of combat techniques. Even with the power of the repulsion fruit at his disposal, he found himself relentlessly pursued by this seemingly ordinary individual, barely escaping with his life. The victory he attained was nothing short of miraculous, and it was precisely because of the arduous nature of that first one that it lingered in his mind. Despite the overwhelming evidence and the overlap with his own recollections, Blue Knight firmly planted his foot upon the hunter's thigh, gently applying pressure with his current strength. Even this slight pressure was akin to experiencing the excruciating pain of a 180-degree spiral flip. The unfortunate soul, rendered unconscious, was jolted awake. Gasping for air and struggling to rise, yet he was firmly pinned to the ground by the force of Blue Knight's repulsion. There was no friction. There were still questions to pose. At this juncture, the bounty hunter finally grasped the reality of his predicament, resembling a flaccid fish sprawled on the ground, ceasing his struggles. Satisfied with this outcome, Blue Knight eased the pressure of his foot and shed the dragon scales adorning his upper body. "Do you still recognize me?" he inquired. The summoned bounty hunter merely tilted his head, showing no inclination to turn and meet the gaze of the azure-clad figure. This left Lan Yu momentarily taken aback. And he mused to himself, "Truly, this is the man I first killed. His resilience is commendable," although he harbored a certain admiration for his opponent. The latter's lack of cooperation was undeniably palpable. He refrained from losing his temper, instead increasing the repulsive force in his grip. Causing the upper body of his adversary to sink slightly into the earth, the not-so-massive muscles pressed to the extent that the contours of bone became evident. If he exerted more force, he feared he might shatter the skeletal structure entirely. "Are you still so defiant?" Lan Yi inquired. The response was a disdainful grunt, seemingly a sound born of pain, escaping through the opponent's nostrils. Such unwavering defiance. Lan Yi frowned. Although he had nearly confirmed that this individual was indeed his first kill, he still felt a lingering doubt, as without a verbal acknowledgement from the man, there remained a slight chance of denial. What if he had a twin? As thoughts of the most gruesome tortures of the Qing dynasty flitted through his mind. A certain bounty hunter, who had been thoroughly defeated and now cowered in fear, timidly ventured, "May I say something?" Lan Yi turned to see the man cautiously approaching, his face etched with an expression of servility. In this world, strength reigns supreme. "Speak," commanded Lan Yi, granting the request to converse. "I am well aware of your illustrious wisdom, esteemed sir. It is clear that you have perceived everything. However, I do have a minor suggestion that I hope you will consider." The individual spoke with utmost caution, so cautious, in fact, that Lan Yi's patience waned. And he snapped, "Speak plainly." The person visibly flinched, startled by the reprimand, and promptly divulged, "My lord, your formidable presence has silenced Xiang Tai. So he is not defying your will by remaining silent. Rather, he is utterly incapable of responding to your inquiries." Lan Yi glanced at the bounty hunter, Xiang Tai, whose half-buried form was pressed into the earth by his imposing presence, a dark expression crossing his face. "Damn it, how could I have made such a mistake again? The last time, it was the scythe fruit user, Eric, who had me pinned to the ground, and I was interrogating myself in the process. Ahem, well, you are quite remarkable. What is your name?" Clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, Lan Wei released the repulsive force from his hands. In response to the master, the subservient one reverently replied, keeping his head lowered, thereby failing to notice Lan Yue's rather embarrassing demeanor. Indeed, this individual was exceedingly adept at flattery. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, phew. Having been released by Lan Wei, Shota took deep breaths of air, seemingly triggering some injury with his exertion, and began to cough violently. Lan Wei, feeling quite embarrassed, touched his nose and lowered his voice several decibels. "So, Shota, do you recognize me?" Upon being questioned, Shota lifted his head and glanced at Lan Wei, whose dragon scales had shed, and his expression immediately shifted dramatically. In a flash, he rolled away like a lightning bolt, drawing a sniper rifle mid-roll. And a gunshot rang out as he continued to move. Lan Yue's eyes brightened. Such a strong reaction. It seemed he was onto something substantial. Moreover, his marksmanship had evidently improved since their last encounter. As for the bullet aimed at his heart, the repulsive force detection field was active throughout. Even at such a close range, it posed no threat to Lan Wei. What concerned him was something else entirely. At the moment, his attention was captured by Shota. The previously subservient Deshu suddenly sprang into action, closing the distance with a tiger-like leap, brandishing a gleaming dagger, thrusting it fiercely toward Lan Wei's exposed temple. The bounty hunters observing the scene had begun to reveal smirks of mockery. Youthful folly indeed. He had let down his guard simply because of a few flattering words from a sycophant. Deshu's eyes sparkled with the light of impending victory. Soon, he would claim yet another life of someone he had previously flattered. How many was this now? He could not recall. All he knew was that killing this individual would secure him a handsome bounty, enough to indulge himself for quite some time. This exhilarated him, causing the speed of the daggers thrust in his hand to quicken. However, having already suffered at the hands of the scythe-wielding demon Eric, veteran Miura Taichi would not allow himself to fall into the same trap again. The dagger of the great tree halted a mere centimeter from the temple of Lan Yi, blocked by an impenetrable wall of repulsion that separated life from death like a chasm. A repulsion bullet effortlessly pierced the great tree's brow, resulting in instant demise. The description of this fleeting moment, though laden with detail, transpired in less than a second, with the ferocity etched on the great tree's face not yet dissipated. Throughout it all, Lan Yi did not glance back. In his current state, he would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. He still held respect for life. However, for those who sought to take his own, this young master possessed a myriad of lethal options. Surely one would suit you. Dismissing the insignificant, Lan Yi lightly beckoned to Sh Ta, who was on the verge of retreating, observing the disbelief etched upon his face. He then surveyed the surrounding bounty hunters, who were rendered mute with fear, and smirked disdainfully. Now, can you answer my question? Facing Lan Yi's inquiry, Sh Ta felt no inclination to resist. In the exchange of questions and answers, he divulged all the information he possessed without a hint of defiance. It seems I have misjudged you. After posing several questions, Lan Yi let out a soft sigh. Sh Ta, naturally puzzled, did not entertain the thought of inquiring further. Now that all questions had been asked, his value seemed to diminish. Thus, whether he lived or perished rested entirely upon the whims of the other. At this moment, Shota could do nothing but cower and hope that Lan Yi would show mercy, harboring no intentions of silencing him permanently. In reality, Lan Yi indeed had no such plans. He was not a bloodthirsty maniac. Despite having been shot at earlier, it was Shota who had instigated the confrontation. Furthermore, given Shota's cooperation, there was no reason to eliminate him. Primarily, this individual was quite ineffectual. Even if released, he posed no significant threat. Once again, Lan Yi soared forward, making his way into the town. His flight was not hurried. He appeared remarkably relaxed. That Shota was indeed his first kill, and from what he had divulged, it could be inferred that the protections within the duel arena were mutual. The opponents emerging from the arena, like him, remained unscathed. This implied that the individuals he had previously slain, well, they did not recall being killed by him. Remarkably, they had no memory of it, which was quite astonishing. Shota did not remember being vanquished. The only recollection he held was of having battled Lan Yi, after which he was dispatched back to the real world. Based on the time frame he described, Lan Yi deduced that Shota had entirely forgotten the moments leading up to his death and the 10 seconds preceding it. However, prior events were retained with clarity. Lan Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the duel arena had humanely provided a safeguard, ensuring that his opponents would not remember being slain. Otherwise, even without true death, it would have forged enmity. As of now, the number of individuals he had killed in the duel arena was still under 100, and none were particularly formidable. This was not a significant concern. But what if his strength ascended to the level of the 4 emperors? Would he confront each of them in turn? Setting aside the amiable Shanks, just considering the unpredictable Charlotte Lin Lin and the irascible Kaido, it was certain they would be furious. Then Lan Yi would find himself on the run from 2 4 emperors, not to mention the other opponents he had slain, who had once been his equals. Even if his dual disc advanced rapidly, his adversaries were also evolving. At that point, his pursuers. That would be a global enmity. How convenient it would be to end his own life. Why complicate matters by allowing others to do so? Fortunately, the protective measures spared him much trouble. Having finally resolved a mental burden, Lan Yi's spirits lifted immensely, especially with the anticipated arrival of premium cards, which further enhanced his delight. Boom! A dark cloud ascended into the sky. Lan Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, the main event of the day had arrived. With a swift motion, Lan Yi hastened toward the location of the dark cloud. Though traversing the town might take some time, the straight distance was not great, and he arrived in merely 10 seconds. From his elevated vantage point, Lan Yi surveyed the unfolding situation below. At a crossroads, in the alley to the right, Vivi, Mr. 9, and Ikaram lay injured on the ground, accompanied by a large yellow duck, Vivi's swift steed. On the left side of the intersection stood 2 figures, a man clad in black with dark hair, dark skin, and a black cloak, idly picking his nose, alongside a woman in a floral dress holding an umbrella despite the late hour. Behind them, Nami stealthily crouched at a corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. Meanwhile, in the alley above the crossroads, Zoro stood helplessly before the slumbering Luffy, his belly protruding as he slept soundly, contemplating how to deal with this predicament if not for the bottle of liquor in his hand. The silent and shadowy figure of Blue Knight went unnoticed, presenting a perfect opportunity for ambush. However, Blue Knight had no intention of striking just yet. The time was not ripe. For now, he preferred to remain a mere spectator. Below, Mr. Nine expressed elation at the appearance of the other two, believing them to be reinforcements. Trembling, Mr. Nine stood up and sighed with relief. Thank you so much. With your help, these individuals shall be no match for us. Please, quickly defeat that swordsman and the dragon man. Vivi, in her innocence, was oblivious to the tension. Only Ickelram, with a grave expression, remained prostrate on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, who had cornered the trio in a dead end. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Stop with the trivial jesting, Mr. Five replied nonchalantly. We did not venture to this remote corner of the Grand Line for such insignificant matters. This unusual attitude caused Ikelam's heart to sink, and Vivi's expression suddenly turned grave. Only Mr. Nine remained utterly bewildered, inquiring about the situation. Do you not comprehend? The individuals around you are privy to the boss's secret. Although they may not know the nature of this secret, our company's ethos is one of mystery. The origins of anyone within the organization are not to be scrutinized. Who would have thought that a spy from the kingdom had infiltrated our ranks, and moreover, a princess of that very kingdom? Indeed. We refer to her as the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. We have come under the orders of our boss to eliminate Boom. Amidst Mr. Five's lengthy discourse, Ikelam seized the opportunity to unleash his most formidable curly hair machine gun, exclaiming, in the name of the honor of the Alabasta Guard Captain, I shall not allow you to harm a single hair on Princess Vivi's head. While his courage was commendable, his strength, well as a wielder of the bomb fruit, Mr. Five held no fear of explosive attacks, for their power merely served as sustenance for him. I am here on the boss's orders to eliminate the traitors of the organization. Mr. Five continued, resuming his interrupted statement. Ikelam, indifferent to Mr. Five's compulsions, kept firing his curly hair machine gun. Although it inflicted no harm upon Mr. Five, the sheer force of his assault forced Miss Valentine's Day to take refuge behind him, as she had no means to shield herself from the onslaught of projectiles. For a moment, the situation reached a slight stalemate. Up in the sky, Blue Knight was perplexed about the origin of Ikelam's ammunition. How could he maintain such a relentless barrage for so long? Mr. Five, clearly aware of why his partner could not retaliate, began unpicking his nose. Blue Knight observed this with clarity from above, utterly disgusted. Especially when Mr. Five extracted a sizable booger and flicked it toward Ikelam, a dark cloud erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion, prompting Blue Knight to make a firm resolution. This fellow must perish. Mr. Five absolutely needs to be the first to be eliminated. This loathsome individual cannot be allowed to persist. We must concentrate our fire upon him, lest his intentions remain unchecked. Have you not observed how even the most ardent drinker, Zoro, has set down his bottle with a look of sheer disgust? The imagery is truly striking. As Blue Knight and his companion marked Mr. Five's repugnant actions with disapproval, Miss Valentine leapt across a considerable distance, completely obstructing Vivi's escape route. Despite the fallen Ickelram urging her to flee, she resolutely brandished her weapon, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Alas, with her meager combat prowess, she is likely to be a mere offering. Witnessing the young Vivi poised to confront the minor antagonist, her partner Mr. Nine suddenly brandished his formidable weapon, joining the fray. Although the situation eluded my understanding, I shall strive to buy you some time, given our long-standing partnership. With that, Mr. Nine swung his oversized baseball bat, launching into a spirited somersault, reportedly his signature move. How utterly absurd. Mr. Five did not even flinch, dispatching his adversaries with yet another nasal projectile. Meanwhile, Vivi was preoccupied with shouting for assistance, only to watch helplessly as Mr. Nine was knocked to the ground by Mr. Five's attack. It was only at that moment that she comprehended the gravity of her situation. Hastily mounting her steed and preparing to flee, Mr. Five and his companion pursued leisurely, occasionally launching nasal projectiles, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. The moniker Vase Vivi indeed holds true, as Blue Knight finally bore witness to her reputation. Instead of following the pursuit of Vivi, Blue Knight descended beside Zoro, intrigued by the lumbering Ickelram's approach. Sensing Blue Knight's gaze, Ickelram hastily exclaimed, I have an unwelcome request. However, as it was an unwelcome request, Blue Knight swiftly silenced him with a simple remark. Zoro interjected, my sake. Haha. Ickelram could only respond in silence. This is truly insightful. Yet I find myself unable to continue shamelessly pressing on. However, his initial intention was not to confront Lan Yi, but rather to beseech Zoro, who was idly observing the scene beside him. He grasped Zoro's foot with desperation, pleading, as both of us are wielders of devil fruit powers, we stand no chance of resistance. I implore you, please do not hold on to me. Who cares about you, you scoundrel? Let go. Zoro, with a face full of disdain, retorted, I am merely a spectator. I earnestly request you to escort the princess to the distant eastern land of Alabasta, where you shall undoubtedly receive immense rewards. This time, Icolum learned from his mistakes, ignoring Zoro's refusals and resolutely completing his statement. Stop joking around, Zoro exclaimed. His eyes filled with fury. Just moments ago, you all wanted to kill us. You expect me to cut you down again. Is that immense reward you mentioned genuine? Suddenly, Nami interjected. What if the reward I desire is 1 billion berries? 1 billion berries. Icolum's voice faltered. Blue Knight, who had adopted a spectator's role, couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing scene unfolding before him. Indeed, this moment was worth his time. It was a pity he didn't have a camera to capture it. Weren't you asleep? Zoro inquired. How could I sleep in such a bizarre town that welcomes pirates? Who would? Well, it's all just an act. I can still drink. Nami initially intended to express her disbelief that anyone could be foolish enough to fall asleep. But upon seeing Luffy being poked in the belly by Blue Knight and recalling Usopp and Sanji, she had to change her words. By the way, sir, how about this? For 1 billion berries, we will escort your princess back home. Icolum hesitated, unable to meet Nami's gaze, mumbling, a soldier like me cannot agree to such a substantial sum. What? Is your princess not worth that amount? Nami squatted down, displaying a cunning bargaining demeanor. Just agree. It was a blatant intimidation. Icolum's face turned pale. Yet Blue Knight's eyes sparkled with interest. As Nami squatted, her figure accentuated, presenting an astonishing curve that was hard to look away from. Gulping. Zoro took a hearty swig of wine. Since you've proposed an amount I cannot agree to, why not discuss it directly with Princess Vivi? She has the authority to accept such terms, Icolum suggested earnestly. The implication was clear. Save her first, and then negotiate. Nami was not one to fall for such tricks, as she had never engaged in a losing deal. Noticing Nami's devious smile, Icolum quickly added, while we negotiate, the princess's life. Ah, I understand, Nami sighed. Then I shall save the princess first. Wait. Blue Knight interjected, having quietly observed the scene. HM? Nami, Icolum, and Zoro turned to him. If it's a matter of escorting her, I would like to join as well, but my condition is that I will choose one item in Alabasta, Blue Knight stated. Icolum blinked, puzzled. In his understanding, Blue Knight's bounty poster clearly stated the name of the Straw Hat Pirates vice captain. So now it seemed he was asking for 2 rewards for a single mission? Nami, however, understood perfectly and explained, Blue Knight hasn't officially joined our crew yet. He is currently a paying passenger on our ship. His strength is quite formidable. Icolum, is that how it works? Decide quickly, your princess's life is at stake. Blue Knight reminded kindly. Well, I'm not sure what you wish for. Icolum, being cautious, hesitated to agree outright. Something you currently have no use for. Blue Knight remained vague. Perhaps you should discuss it with the princess yourself? After all, she is. Icolum probed. That's fine. I was merely informing you. Blue Knight replied nonchalantly. Icolum, all right. We have reached a temporary agreement. Nami proclaimed, pointing towards the direction where Vivi had fled. It's settled, Zoro. You shall go. Who would go? You bastard. Zoro roared in anger. Why should I help you complete a task you agreed to? Are you an idiot? While my possessions are mine, the contract I agreed to represents our collective agreement, Nami argued with a royal tone. That sounds convoluted. To put it simply, what S mine is mine, and what S yours is mine, so my agreement is your agreement. Where did this childish logic come from? Zoro refused to accept her reasoning. Come on, it's just a matter of making a few cuts, Nami shrugged dismissively. I hate being ordered around. I'm not that foolish cook you summoned. As the two began to bicker, Blue Knight amusingly stroked his chin and swiftly headed towards the direction Vivi had escaped. He needed to ensure that he wouldn't accidentally be caught up in chaos that could jeopardize his plans. Not long after Blue Knight left, Zoro and Nami continued their heated argument. In the midst of Icolum's anxiousness, Luffy, who had been sleeping soundly, groggily stood up, clutching his stomach and mumbling about needing to pee. None of the trio paid him any attention. Naturally, Blue Knight also failed to notice. Otherwise, he would have locked up this troublemaker before he could cause any ruckus, even if it meant wetting himself. Alas, there were no ifs. Thus, Luffy did see the bounty hunters lying lifelessly on the ground. What happened here? He shouted in shock and fury. From a vantage point in the air, Blue Knight quickly spotted Vivi's location. Her current situation, well, one could only say she truly resembled a princess, displaying a remarkable sense of approachability. Miss Monday, the muscular woman, was similarly choosing her allies, standing before Mr. 5, buying time for Vivi's escape. This time, Vivi had learned her lesson. Despite her reluctance, she urged her companions to flee swiftly. Boom. An explosion rang out as Mr. Five knocked Miss Monday to the ground, causing Vivi to pause in her tracks. She simply could not abandon her comrades to escape alone. As a user of the bomb fruit, Mr. Five could detonate at will. He was not someone Miss Monday could contend with. After incapacitating Miss Monday, Miss Valentine leaped high into the air, gracefully floating above Miss Monday before crashing down. This was her heavy fruit ability, allowing her to double her weight to a staggering 10,000 kilograms. Just as her 10,000-pound press was about to land on Miss Monday, unexpectedly, Miss Monday launched herself towards Vivi, colliding with her and rolling away together. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as Miss Valentine's assault shattered the ground, sending debris flying in all directions, indeed a display of grandiosity. Unfortunately, despite its considerable destructive power, the attack struck only empty air, rendering it utterly ineffective. As the smoke dissipated, Miss Valentine emerged, her previously jovial expression now taut with frustration at her missed strike. Blue Knight, however, remained indifferent to her displeasure and descended before Vivi, who was entangled in an embrace with Miss Monday. Noticing that Vivi could still manage to stand, he nodded in relief. Conversely, Vivi's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing Blue Knight, as she instinctively reached behind her, seemingly in search of a weapon. Fear not. I have been entrusted by Icolum to rescue you. Refrain from brandishing your weapon recklessly, Blue Knight interjected, halting Vivi's actions. This left Vivi momentarily stunned, her hands frozen behind her, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, she was like a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, her battlefield reflexes woefully inadequate. Shaking his head, Lanyu disregarded Miss Valentine's warnings from behind and continued, I will ensure your safety before you set foot in Alabasta. In return, I will choose something from Alabasta. With that, Lanyu gently waved his hand, propelling a small black sphere away, which fell upon Miss Valentine's head just as she was about to float above him, detonating with a thunderous roar. Although his back was turned to the two, his repulsion sensory field remained active. There was no way they could catch him off guard. However, it was indeed time to deal with these two troublesome individuals. What better subjects for an experiment on whether eliminating an ability user would yield a corresponding fruit monster card? As for mercy, they had made their intentions clear, and Lanyu was no pushover. He had always believed in repaying grievances in kind. Wait. Vivi only then realized that she had not agreed to anything, and she had no idea what he wanted. Did you think this was a negotiation? Lanyu interrupted her without turning around, his tone authoritative. This is merely a notification. Furthermore, you must pay Nami an additional escort fee of 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Vivi shrieked in disbelief, momentarily stunned by the enormity of the figure, forgetting Lanyu's earlier demands. This isn't a strict requirement. I trust you will willingly provide it when the time comes. After all, given that guy's personality, it won't simply be a matter of escorting you back. Lanyu's tone had shifted from earlier domineering to something subtly different, hinting at mockery. Vivi felt uncertain. When would a vice captain mock their captain? Yet, she chose not to rebut. Time was of the essence. The current situation left her with no choice. She could only endure silently. If she could indeed eliminate Mr. Five and his associates, she could later clarify the identity of their true adversaries, and surely they would retreat. Oh, the people of Alabasta, what must I do to save you? Vivi's heart was heavy with despair. Unbeknownst to her, Lanyu remained unaware of her internal struggles. After a feint taunt aimed at Luffy, he focused intently on the attacks from Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Despite having simulated strategies against these two countless times in his mind, Lanyu remained cautious, for only the prudent could survive to the end. Mr. Five's attack was as grotesque as ever, extracting a booger and calling it nasal bomb. Had it not been for the burden he was obliged to protect behind him, he might have recklessly charged forward to confront the man directly. Such a repugnant individual truly deserves a good thrashing. However, it is evidently unavoidable, as there is a precious target, Vivi, to protect behind him. Above, Miss Valentine's Day has gracefully leaped high into the air, her body floating as if devoid of weight, gliding towards the crown of the night sky. Once she reaches her designated position, she will undoubtedly unleash a formidable force of 10,000 kilograms, crushing Blue Knight into a mere pancake. With an astonishing impact of 10 tons, even a direct hit would strip away a significant portion of Blue Knight's vitality. Confronted with this dual assault, Blue Knight merely raises his gaze. Miss Valentine's Day has now drifted overhead, her form suddenly plummeting, her abnormal velocity indicating a rapid increase in her mass. Meanwhile, Mr. Five's explosive nose has made its advance. In that fleeting moment, Blue Knight's mind surmises, indeed, it is yellow. A swift demise, an unforeseen twist. Truly, it is yellow. What yellow, you ask? It is self-evident. A rather attractive young lady in a minuscule skirt has leapt above you. What would a normal man's initial reaction be? Heh. Although Blue Knight does not look up from below, it is quite natural to glance upwards. As for the imminent explosive snot, I must politely decline its presence. Fearing that a sudden compression might trigger an explosion, Blue Knight exerts a gentle repulsive force upon it as it is propelled away, gradually neutralizing its momentum until it comes to a steady halt before him, held aloft by the interplay of repulsion and attraction. This is a newly developed capability of Blue Knight, utilizing a force of repulsion and attraction to create a tearing effect, allowing one to grasp an object and achieve the goal of levitating it. This ability is termed mental control. However, it is exceedingly unsettling. Blue Knight feels that the repulsive force is somewhat uncontrollable upon first contact. It is genuinely disconcerting. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, colliding with Mr. Four, causing a thunderous explosion, while he himself executed a backward jump, narrowly evading the crushing weight of Miss Valentine's 10,000 kilograms. Remarkably, the force of this assault was indeed formidable. Even brushing past it, Blue Knight could feel a wave of pressure rushing towards him, and before he could regain his footing, the ground erupted with violent tremors. Rumbling. Such a close encounter truly resembled the sensation of a minor earthquake. Despite the apparent ferocity of the attack, Blue Knight merely shook his head. Too weak. The abilities of these two fruits are undeniably feeble. The bomb fruit, while capable of transforming objects into explosives and possessing the trait of absorbing explosive materials, could indeed be formidable if fully developed. It would undoubtedly be a favorite among terrorists. Regrettably, it has been rendered useless by Mr. Four, reduced to nothing more than a mere explosive nuisance. Even from subsequent performances, its capabilities are merely equivalent to that of a portable grenade. As for Miss Valentine's heavy light fruit, which can augment one's own mass, it resembles a fortified version of lightness and 1,000-pound weight. Regardless of how one perceives it, it fails to align with his preferences. Thus, the powers of these two fruits are not what I require. After carrying Vivi a distance to evade the aftermath of an attack, Blue Knight shook his head once more. The reason he refrained from taking the initiative earlier was that he wished to personally experience the capabilities of these fruits to determine if he should utilize them in the future. Now, it has indeed proven to be as useless as he had anticipated. Without even mentioning the high-tier blue dragon cards, even the cyan-tier repulsion fruit, which is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, is far superior to these trivial abilities. It is best to discard them, no matter how one contemplates. They can only be discarded. Having reached this conclusion, retaining these two individuals serves no purpose. Their unhesitating demeanor in taking lives clearly indicates they are not of good stock. Thus, eliminating them is a mere necessity. Blue Knight set Vivi down from his shoulder. As for any accidental contact with her chest, that was entirely unintentional. What? You inquire why he touched her backside while carrying her? Was that truly a touch? Was it? It was simply to stabilize Vivi's form, a mere supportive gesture. Vivi, though her face flushed slightly, recognized that if Blue Knight had not rescued her, the enhanced version of Miss Valentine's 1,000-pound weight would have sent debris flying, potentially injuring her. Blue Knight undeniably saved her, and this fact cannot be denied. Although Vivi felt she had been taken advantage of, she could only grit her teeth and accept it. Observing this, Blue Knight finally shifted his gaze away, feeling the residual warmth in his hand. Oh, the sensation was simply exquisite. Despite harboring such inappropriate thoughts, Blue Knight maintained a calm and composed facade, preventing Vivi from discerning his true intentions. After a brief delay, Mr. Four and his companion launched their attack once more. Mr. Four continued to employ his signature move, the booger shot, while Miss Valentine's Day proudly raised her weapon, showcasing Brooke's beloved, the plump morsel. Their attacks were monotonous and predictable. With a slight raise of his brow, Blue Knight's figure shimmered momentarily before reappearing 20 meters away in front of Mr. Four. With a swift motion, his right hand plunged deep into Mr. Four's left chest. A heart, vibrant and pulsating, was extracted and, in an instant, crushed in Blue Knight's grasp, much to Mr. Four's incredulous gaze. It was only then that the Blue Knight before Vivi dissipated like a mere illusion. Mr. Four collapsed, his eyes wide open, bewildered until his last breath, unable to comprehend how Blue Knight had approached him. You said you would kill me first, and so you did. After swiftly dispatching Mr. Four, Blue Knight nonchalantly flicked away the grotesque object in his hand, ensuring there would be nothing left of him. He then cast a glance at Miss Valentine's Day, who was still floating in the air, searching for the suddenly vanished Blue Knight, yet she never turned to look back. This reflects her trust in her companion, Mr. Four. If the enigmatic Blue Knight were to appear behind her, Mr. Four would naturally alert her, provided he were still alive. confronted with the lingering presence of Miss Valentine's Day. The long and used python revolver leaped into her hands. A single bullet could sever the handle of her umbrella, stripped of the umbrella's cushioning. Miss Valentine's Day would no longer be able to float in the air, instead descending gracefully in a parabolic arc toward the ground. This indicates that her mass is nearly zero, but not entirely so. Otherwise, she would remain suspended in midair. Blue Knight did not hasten to eliminate Miss Valentine's Day, but turned a glance at the unblinking Mr. Four, who maintained a posture as if attempting to flick away a booger, while a green card had already begun to take shape at his fingertips. Green. Ah, indeed. It is the ability of a fool. Blue Knight mused quietly, then instantaneously appeared at the location where Miss Valentine's Day was about to land, silently admiring Brooke's beloved fat eat. He was merely observing whether the enemy harbored intentions of counterattack, certainly without ulterior motives. At this moment, Miss Valentine's Day had yet to come to terms with Mr. Four's demise, descending from the sky in a daze, uncertain of how to respond. Fortunately, she was not entirely foolish. At 5 meters from the ground, she unleashed her ultimate move, yellow fat eat slap to your face. Unfortunately, Blue Knight, who had been watching her every move, was not captivated by the beautiful scenery, effortlessly stepping back to evade the desperate struggle of Miss Valentine's Day. Raising his left hand, the dark muzzle of the python revolver aimed at Miss Valentine's Day's forehead, and Blue Knight, without hesitation, took a sidestep. At that very moment, a fist came hurtling from behind him, striking Miss Valentine's Day squarely in the chest with such force that it sent her flying. Instinctively, Blue Knight sought to use gravity to pull her back, but the repulsive force around him was met with a torrent of attacks from behind, forcing him to frown and evade. The frequency of those assaults was such that if hit, escape would be utterly impossible. With the tips of his toes barely grazing the ground, Blue Knight glanced at Miss Valentine's Day, who continued her straight trajectory toward the horizon. It was evident that she had minimized her mass to achieve such a direct descent. Just as he moved to pursue her, that relentless attack from behind ensnared him. A rubber arm pressed against his insufficient repulsive shield, firmly coiling around his waist, pulling him back down from his ascent. Miss Valentine's Day was now on the verge of disappearing from sight. What on earth do you want? Blue Knight turned around, his voice laced with fury. Let me go? Luffy. Indeed, it was Luffy who prevented Blue Knight from eliminating Miss Valentine's Day. At that moment, Luffy was using his left hand to unleash a rubber machine gun to restrain Zoro, while his right arm was wrapped tightly around Blue Knight's waist, preventing the latter from pursuing Miss Valentine's Day. Yet, Luffy's only response to Blue Knight's furious reprimand was to tighten the grip of his arm around Blue Knight's waist, exerting all his strength to keep him from chasing after Miss Valentine's Day. As the moment lingered, Miss Valentine's Day vanished into the horizon, escaping from the grasp of the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was immediately filled with unbridled fury as it turned to glare at the equally grim-faced Luffy, its dissatisfaction with this fellow deepening. However, it did not make an immediate decision, but instead reached up to touch the frame of its glasses, a habitual action that effectively helped to suppress its emotions. This was akin to the way one might fidget with an object while pondering. Yet, this habit sent a chill down the spine of Zoro, who was engaged in battle with Luffy, prompting him to shout in alarm. Hey, there is no need for you to be so angry, right? I've explained to Luffy that these people are bounty hunters. They're our enemies. But Luffy, what kind of enemy offers you food? This logic from Luffy was something they had all been informed of. It was you and the Dark Knight who had knocked them to the ground. You ungrateful scoundrels, may you all perish. With that, Luffy raised his right leg high into the air, signaling the onset of his powerful technique, Gum Gum Axe. It is indeed true that they are prepared to eliminate both Blue Knight individuals. How could you fail to articulate this clearly? Ah, Blue Knight. I will teach Luffy a lesson. You must absolutely not intervene. Zoro sidestepped Luffy's rubber axe, all the while offering words of comfort to Blue Knight. It truly was a hardship for him. Just as Blue Knight managed to temper his anger, Zoro's anxious demeanor brought him a moment of amusement, particularly that insistence on not intervening. What could he possibly say? What had he done to Zoro in the duel space that could leave such a lasting impression? So much so that it became a topic of trepidation? Could it be that he had truly? Blue Knight found himself pondering this once more. This caused his complexion to pale. No, I must seize an opportunity to inquire about the circumstances from back then, otherwise, I would perpetually harbor the unsettling notion that I might be a homosexual. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Blue Knight found no trace of anger left, gazing at Zoro with disdain. Even if he were to be attracted to someone of the same sex, it would certainly not be this individual clad in a hue of forgiveness. What on earth am I even contemplating? Such a perilous thought should never arise. Blue Knight swiftly shook his head, attempting to rid himself of the evil notion that had invaded his mind. This action caused Zoro to momentarily pause, apprehensive that Blue Knight might inadvertently dislodge his glasses. Fortunately, such a calamity did not occur. The glasses remained securely perched upon Blue Knight's nose. This was unbearable. The turmoil was simply too much to endure. Resolute in his decision, Zoro sheathed his twin swords, raised his hand, and tore the scarf from his left arm, winding it around his head. This, indeed, symbolizes his unwavering resolve to engage in battle. Although Luffy was also fueled by anger, he did not hinder Zoro's actions. Instead, he unleashed a rubber machine gun towards Blue Knight. Unfortunately, it proved utterly ineffective. With his preparations, Blue Knight merely needed to establish a repulsive barrier in front of him, rendering Luffy's vigorous assaults futile. The stronger the attack, the greater the repulsion he could generate, unless one could reach the threshold of his repulsive output. It was futile to hope to breach his barrier. This threshold corresponded precisely to the limit of his physical strength, which was 1,100 kilograms, or 1 tons. Luffy's area of effect rubber machine gun currently did not possess the capability to deliver each punch with a force exceeding 1 ton. In contrast, a concentrated rubber bullet could indeed achieve that. Yet the residual force after penetration would be minimal, rendering it ineffective. Thus, under the condition of ample vitality, Blue Knight effectively served as Luffy's nemesis. But this hinges on the assumption of sufficient life force, something others remain oblivious to. Nearby, Vivi, the injured Miss Monday, and Nami, who had rushed to the scenes. Along with the battle-ready Zoro, observed Blue Knight, who stood with arms crossed, smiling as he watched Luffy futilely assault the air, exhibiting no signs of tension whatsoever. He appeared as a sage, detached from the trivial concerns of the mundane world. In the eyes of women, particularly in the power-centric world of pirates, this undoubtedly reflects a captivating demeanor. Sensing Nami and Vivi's expressions of mild surprise and admiration, Lan Yu couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He mused that he had achieved a modicum of combat prowess. While Lan Yu reveled in this, Luffy was decidedly displeased. What kind of blatant disdain is this? Do you look down upon me, the future Pirate King? How dare you? Shanks might endure it, but I, Luffy, certainly will not. In a flash, Luffy was ready to unleash his Gum-Gum axe, but to his dismay, Zoro had already positioned himself in front of him. Given that words had proven futile, he resolved to defeat Zoro first. Get out of my way. I want to take down this scoundrel, Lan Yu, Luffy declared, asserting his priority. Zoro, however, was unwilling to yield, determined to avoid provoking Lan Yu into unleashing his full power. Move aside, or I might just have to punch you instead, Luffy threatened. Fine by me, Zoro retorted. The two exchanged barbs, their fists and blades poised for another clash when suddenly, a figure burst onto the scene, exuding an aura far more dangerous than either of them. Bang! Bang! Two resounding strikes echoed as both Zoro and Luffy crumpled to the floor, clutching their heads in agony. The familiar assault pattern was none other than the fearsome Nami, the queen of combat within the Straw Hat Pirates. What are you two doing? Weren't you supposed to protect that girl? Nami chided, her tone sharp. Reliance on you two is a gamble. After dispatching both men, she turned to Lan Yu with a smile, to which he responded with a sigh of exasperation. What on earth is this reliable Lan nonsense? Didn't he your father teach you well? Didn't he your mother or adoptive mother teach you anything? He conceded defeat in his questioning, reflecting on Nami's truly unrestrained nature. Lan Yu found himself at a loss for words. Unfazed by his dark expression, Nami playfully smiled and then glanced approvingly at Vivi, who was taking refuge behind her. Excellent. You're unscathed. It seems I won't be losing a single belly. Wait a billion belly. Vivi gasped, her voice rising an octave. Was he at 100 million belly? She turned to Lan Yu, confusion etched on her face. Nami, upon hearing this, shot a displeased look at Lan Yu. After all, that was a staggering difference of 900 million belly. Lan Yu sighed in resignation. A billion belly was plainly unattainable. I'm merely setting a fair price. 100 million belly is quite reasonable. Nami huffed, puffing her cheeks in annoyance but ultimately conceded. Just then, Luffy sprang back up, proclaiming vengeance for the loss of 900 million belly, prompting Nami to deliver a rapid-fire 3-hit combo, sending him crashing back to the ground. Zoro, witnessing Nami's formidable fighting prowess, hesitated to rise, opting instead to feign death on the floor. It was amusing indeed, when it came to subduing Luffy and Zoro. Aside from the few individuals they cared for, only Nami possessed such authority. Ironically, after Nami hoisted both Luffy and Zoro by the scruff, Luffy, undeterred, retaliated against Zoro with a punch, igniting a chaotic exchange of blows between the two. Their resilience was remarkable. Ultimately, however, tragedy ensued as Nami dealt both of them a triple strike, rendering them utterly incapacitated on the floor. Finally, peace returned. Nami cleared her ears and addressed Vivi. So, Princess Vivi, shall we formalize a contract? Vivi glanced at the motionless Luffy and Zoro, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. Are you sure this contract is equitable? It seems quite one-sided. Following Nami's animated explanation, Luffy grasped that the inhabitants of the island were bounty hunters. Why didn't you tell me sooner, Zoro? Luffy laughed heartily. I thought you were just mad because they didn't have your favorite food. Don't lump me in with you, you fool. Zoro retorted, exasperated. All right. No hard feelings. Luffy chuckled. Just wait. Next time Nami isn't around, I'll definitely bang. Bang. Another 2 strikes silenced the world once more. As the instigator, Nami concluded the ruckus and turned to explain to Vivi about the escort fee she had negotiated with the Karam. While a billion belly was unattainable, Nami was unwilling to settle for merely 100 million. She boldly stated 500 million belly. Vivi's response was one of profound silence. You've seen how strong they are. This deal is advantageous. Nami attempted to persuade her, assuming Vivi was reluctant to part with the money. That's out of the question. Vivi finally spoke, directly refusing Nami. Why not? Nami protested, incredulous. You are a princess, after all. Surely, 500 million belly should be manageable? At this, Vivi's countenance darkened, causing Nami's heart to sink. Clearly, there was a story behind that expression. And whatever it was, it likely spelled doom for Nami's 500 million belly. As Vivi began to recount her tale, Nami sensed the futility of her dreams of wealth. Alabasta, once a prosperous nation, had recently been plagued by civil unrest, with a rebel faction attempting to usurp the current king, putting Vivi's position in jeopardy. The root of this turmoil lay with the Baroque Works, an enigmatic organization inciting the populace to revolt. In pursuit of further intelligence, Vivi and her loyal minister Akaram infiltrated Baroque Works, becoming members to uncover the identity of the shadowy figures behind the scenes. However, when their cover was blown, they found themselves in peril, only to be rescued by Lan Yi and his companions, who were unwittingly drawn into the conflict. Oh, I see. Nami sighed, recognizing that in the midst of civil strife, monetary resources would be scarce. It was indeed unfortunate. While Nami was preoccupied with financial concerns, Luffy was more curious. Hey, Vivi, have you found the mastermind behind this? Vivi's face paled at Luffy's inquiry, and she quickly shook her head. This is something I cannot disclose. He is an exceedingly dangerous individual. If you learn his name, you two will be marked for elimination. That's enough. It's best you don't say anything further, Nami decisively interjected, aware that dealing with such a significant threat could lead to dire consequences. In comparison to curiosity, she values her own life far more. Upon hearing this, Luffy's expression darkened. After all, he epitomized the phrase curiosity killed the cat. How could one abandon the pursuit of the unknown due to a mere hint of danger? Indeed, no matter the circumstances, they would never triumph over him. Vivi felt despondent, for he was none other than Crocodile, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Sand Crocodile. Nami and Vivi shared looks of disbelief, while Zoro maintained a stoic demeanor. Luffy, however, appeared utterly shocked. So, the name you just uttered was not mentioned intentionally? What madness! This cannot be. The atmosphere turned grave after Vivi revealed Crocodile's name, plunging the group into a profound silence. After a long pause, Zoro broke the awkwardness, inquiring, "Who did you say?" In the next moment, Vivi and Nami were left aghast, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. She had spoken it so casually. Even Zoro's expression conveyed unease. Clearing his throat, the composed Blue Knight drew attention with a cough. Pointing to the group overhead and feigning ignorance, "Vivi, what is the story behind that bald eagle and the sloth?" Following Blue Knight's gesture, the group turned to witness a sunglasses-clad sloth leaping onto the back of another sunglasses-wearing bald eagle, soaring into the sky. This is the ominous duo, tasked with delivering messages and punishing members who violate the community rules. Their remarkable speed in fleeing left Vivi utterly bewildered. As for those who managed to react, such as Lan Yi and Luffy, I apologize. If it were not imperative, they have no habit of engaging in aerial pursuits. Oh no. I mean, they do not have the habit of hunting birds. It was only when the individuals vanished from sight that Nami finally came to her senses. This peculiar duo, regardless of the circumstances, since they have appeared on this island and exhibited such bizarre behavior, Nami finds it hard to believe they are not members of the Baroque work spoken of by Vivi. Grasping Vivi's collar and shaking her vigorously, Nami demands. What on earth is that duel? Have you reported to some boss that you will secretly inform us about this matter? The only response Vivi can muster is an apologetic "I'm sorry." On the other hand, Lanyi shows no sign of concern, rather his gaze appears somewhat dazed. With Nami's ample bosom and Vivi's not insignificant figure, their vigorous shaking is quite a sight. Ahem, let us observe with decorum. Hey, could someone fetch me a camera? Luffy, oblivious, laughs heartily and expresses his eagerness to encounter Crocodile. In his simplistic reasoning, facing such adversaries is inevitable on the path to becoming the Pirate King, so why not expedite the process? Ah, what a curious line of thought. Most peculiarly, Zoro shares this sentiment, yearning for a formidable opponent to hone his swordsmanship. As for Lanyi, had he just embarked on his pirate journey, he would have strived to distance himself from Vivi, at the very least preventing her from uttering Crocodile's name to spare himself and Luffy from further calamities. However, now, armed with a modicum of strength and after a period of adaptation, he understands deeply, unless he resolves to lie in wait as an ordinary person. Regardless of whether he becomes a pirate, joins the revolutionary army, or establishes his own faction, the trials he will face will be far from trivial. Does Lanyi wish to languish in idleness? Ridiculous. As a youth in the throes of rebellion, having faced death countless times, how could he possibly falter? It is time to act, without hesitation. Given the option, why not choose a seasoned powerhouse as a sharpening stone? Though Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords, he is arguably the weakest among them. Even Luffy, who has only recently set sail, managed to defeat him. With a clear understanding of his weaknesses, Lanyi is confident that, after careful planning, he can bring down the sandy crocodile, while simultaneously acquiring the treasure that coexists with danger. How outrageous. Nami laments. We've only just entered the Grand Line and already caught the attention of such a major figure. Why does my life have to be so untimely? Luffy interjects with exuberance. To encounter a warlord is simply amazing. His words brim with anticipation, igniting Nami's fury. Bang! Luffy is once again knocked to the ground by a swift strike, accompanied by Nami's furious roar. Lanyi hastily steps forward to embrace the enraged Nami, intending to mediate rather than take advantage. After venting her frustration, Nami regains a measure of composure. Fortunately, the Baroque works do not yet know what I look like. She pulls Lanyi along as they head outside. Nami, what are you doing? Lanyi inquires, bewildered. Of course. We must escape as far as possible while my appearance remains undisclosed. She replies matter-of-factly. But why are you dragging me along? Though he asks. He makes no effort to extricate his arm from her grasp. You are reliable, Blue, after all. How can I feel secure without you by my side? Nami pouts. It wouldn't be right for a beautiful lady to be alone out here, would it? Come with me, and there might even be some perks in it for you. Her soft tone and tempting offer make Lanyi raise an eyebrow, though he chooses to remain silent. Before them, a sloth has halted its artistic endeavors and presents a sketch of Nami, Lanyi, Zoro, and Luffy. The artistry, truly peculiar, especially coming from a sloth, is astonishing. Nami instinctively claps in admiration. What a wonderful drawing. But she quickly realizes and exclaims in frustration, Wait, are you saying we can't even escape now? In response, the ominous duo takes to the skies once more. Lanyi watches them depart, choosing not to intervene, as he still requires their assistance for an eternal pointer to Alabasta. It is not the time for violence. Sensing the world's deep malice, Nami tightens her embrace around herself, seeking warmth in this cold world. Lanyi, of course, is indifferent to this. Zoro, however, is quite excited. In any case, we have now entered the Baroque Works hit list, right? Strong opponents will come our way. Luffy grins widely. Ha ha ha, I feel so exhilarated. What kind of opponents will they be? In contrast to the carefree demeanor of these two, Vivi is far more sensible. Approaching Nami to offer comfort, if my savings of 500,000 berries are sufficient, I can give you everything. Nami, in tears, responds, wah wah wah. Vivi continues, along with the Callum's 200,000 berries, that should total 700,000 berries. Nami, still sobbing, wah wah wah. Vivi adds, and my father's private stash, which is about 50,000 berries. You see, Nami, aghast, exclaims. By the end, Nami finds it impossible to continue crying. Why is it that the savings keep decreasing? A princess of a nation has only 500,000 berries? Fine, I believe it. A sword-wielding guard like a Callum has only 200,000 berries? Okay, I can accept that, given his rough nature. But you mean to say the king of a nation has only 50,000 berries? Absurd. What a joke. I'm flipping the table. The scene descends into chaos. Well, only Nami is in disarray, while Vivi feels a twinge of guilt. Lanyi, Luffy, and Zoro remain unfazed. Rest assured, everyone. A Callum's voice suddenly resonates. Following the sound, they see a Callum, dressed similarly to Vivi, but with a multitude of embellishments, holding 4 dolls. Not to worry, I have a plan, a Callum assures. His lips painted with bright lipstick. If the Baroque works have set their sights on us, they will send someone soon. I will disguise myself as you, Lady Vivi, to draw the pursuers away. You and your friends should take this opportunity to sneak along a side path to Alabasta. Are you sure? Vivi's expression turned serious. The pursuers will likely number over 1,000. For you, Princess Vivi, I am willing to sacrifice myself as bait. Ikelam spoke without hesitation. Vivi's expression was one of obvious uncertainty, but before she could make a decision, Nami, who had been rather listless, interjected with a sharp remark. Who told you that we are going to protect Princess Vivi on her return home? The contract has yet to be established, and you lack the means to compensate us. Her implication was clear. Had Vivi and her companions possessed sufficient berries, Nami would indeed be willing to undertake this task. After all, they were already in the same boat, and any profit would be welcome. Escort the princess? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. It seemed this fellow had listened intently yet grasped nothing at all. Zoro had to explain it to Luffy once more. Oh, I see. No problem. Luffy readily agreed without hesitation. This incident provoked an unexpected fury in Nami, who was typically calculating. However, this time she refrained from delivering a sharp reprimand to Luffy. Regardless of her reservations, Luffy remained her captain, and once a decision was made by him, Nami could only acquiesce, no matter how reluctant she felt. Thus, with a sense of resignation, she turned to Vivi and whispered, is that 750,000 berry still valid? Oh, yes, if you need it. Vivi replied with a blink and a nod. All right then, it's settled at 750,000 berries, Nami declared with bravado, believing that even the smallest amount was still worth something. Unbeknownst to her, her heart was shattered beyond repair. Not even the strongest adhesive could mend it. She lamented. If only I had listened to Blue Knight, 100 million berries wouldn't have been so bad. Regret washed over Nami as she tightened her embrace around her arms, feeling an ever-deepening emptiness. After establishing a simple plan, Ikelam set forth with 4 puppets aboard a single-masted wooden boat. The pursuers from Baroque Works could arrive at any moment, and he needed to separate from Vivi and the others quickly to ensure their safety. Along the way, he also took Vivi's permanent pointer, a device that would always direct them towards Alabasta. With this permanent pointer, Ikelam and his companions would sail directly to Alabasta, while Vivi, accompanied by the Straw Hat Pirates, would follow the usual course, stopping at several islands before reaching their destination. Blue Knight was aware that the ship would explode shortly after setting sail, thanks to Mississippi Zero, also known as Robin, yet the kind-hearted Robin spared Ikelam's life. Since he would not be killed, Blue Knight saw no need to intervene, allowing him to confound Crocodile while alleviating the Mary S. burden. Ikelam was not liked. The group watched Ikelam depart, only to witness the ship explode less than a kilometer away. The shockwave from the explosion knocked Luffy's straw hat off, leaving the others, save for Blue Knight, in a state of disbelief. At that moment, Vivi's heart seemed to stop. As she stood frozen on the shore, her gaze vacant, Luffy, gritting his teeth, bent down to retrieve his hat, exclaiming loudly in admiration of Ikelam's actions. Blue Knight, however, narrowed his eyes. Amidst the roaring flames, he thought he saw a hand toss an object into the sea, summoning immense willpower. Blue Knight extracted his arm from Nami's embrace and instructed, the recording pointer has been magnetized. Nami, take Vivi with you. Luffy, go find Sanji and Usopp, and set sail without waiting for me. I'll check the situation and follow shortly. With that, he raised the recording pointer towards Nami, and before she could respond, he plunged into the sea, the water parting around him as he sped towards the still-burning vessel beneath the waves. The Straw Hat crew was already aware of Blue Knight's possession of a water-repellent orb. Only then did Nami realize, glancing at the recording pointer still on her wrist, and feeling a slight relief that it remained intact, she approached Vivi. In response to Vivi's stunned expression, Nami offered a comforting hug and gently urged her away from the shore. Luffy, oblivious to any sense of hierarchy as captain, dashed towards the town, bursting through the door of Sanji and Usopp's room, and seized Usopp's long nose and Sanji's leg, sprinting away once more. Hey, who? Don't pull my nose, you idiot. Usopp's protest was cut short as he crashed into the door frame and lost consciousness. As for Sanji, being dragged face down, he was too preoccupied to speak. When Luffy finally reached the Mary Zoro, Nami, and Vivi had prepared for departure, waiting only for Luffy and the others to set sail. Wait a moment. Vivi, still feeling dejected, suddenly remembered, I need to get running fast. Hey, Zoro called out, are you talking about that guy? Turning around, Vivi was surprised to see Running Fast had somehow made it to the top deck. He arrived before you did, didn't you notice? Zoro added with a smirk. Vivi, so it seems Running Fast is indeed remarkably swift. Hey, why are we setting sail now? Usopp, bewildered, protested the imminent departure. Yes, let us stay for another night. Sanji, nearly disfigured, also wholeheartedly rejected the idea of leaving. And there are so many people who love stories. I adore boasting, chimed in the infatuated Kappa, unable to let go of his obsession. Zoro sighed in exasperation and turned to Nami. Could you explain that to them? I'll wait for Blue Knight here. No need. Let us set sail directly, Nami replied, approaching Sanji and Usopp. Blue Knight has a recording pointer. He can find us. We should leave now. Zoro nodded and went to lift the anchor, and soon after, they set sail. Thanks to their prior preparations, the task was not arduous. Zoro completed it in less than half a minute, only to find Nami still standing there. Huh? Aren't you going to explain it to them? Zoro asked, puzzled. I already did. I just summarized, Nami shrugged. Summarized? How short could that possibly be? Zoro remarked, peering towards Sanji and Usopp. This situation is quite complex. Even if he were to upon this sight, Zoro felt a dull ache in his forehead, as if his muscles were recalling the nightmares once governed by a certain queen. There stood Sanji and Usopp, both clutching their heads, lamenting the 5 stacked meatballs atop their skulls, utterly preoccupied with their anguish, oblivious to the matter of setting sail. Indeed. It is a lengthy tale, succinctly put. As Blue Knight ascended from the depths of the ocean towards the blazing wooden vessel, the distance was negligible, allowing him to reach it in mere moments. After gliding around the seabed, he discerned one of his objectives, the eternal pointer, which had been taken by a Karam. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. However, it does not represent the true objective of Blue Knight's journey. Casually storing the eternal pointer into the dimensional space, Blue Knight ascended through the ocean's surface, soaring to an altitude of 100 meters. As he surveyed his surroundings, he soon discovered the actual target of his expedition, a leisurely drifting sea turtle, its back adorned with a saddle perfectly accommodating the size of a person. In fact, upon Blue Knight's arrival, there was indeed an individual atop the saddle, an elegant and mature woman. Even in the face of Blue Knight's unexpected appearance, she greeted him with a serene smile. Her heart, one might say, is undeniably vast. Ah, and her figure is quite ample, exceptionally so. She is Mississippi Zero, the right hand of Crocodile. A child of the devil, she is the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident, and the only archaeologist in the world capable of deciphering the original inscriptions of history. She is Robin, a future member of the Straw Hat Pirates. She is a goddess, once the most cherished character in Blue Knight's animated dreams. With unwavering gaze, Blue Knight fixated on the enchanting figure before him. The fulfillment of his wish to encounter the goddess rendered him momentarily devoid of reason. A simple tank top could hardly contain her voluptuous form, and her denim shorts clung tightly, accentuating her curves. The cowboy hat perched upon her head added an air of rebelliousness, subtly contrasting with her mature elegance while imbuing her presence with a unique charm. Her dark complexion radiated sensuality and vitality, while her long, straight black hair epitomized Eastern beauty. Her obsidian eyes sparkled with an enchanting depth, evoking a desire to delve into the mysteries of her soul. For those who indulge in anime, who does not have a beloved character? For Blue Knight, Robin is his ultimate favorite. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a goddess of his dreams. Indeed, if he were to choose a woman to accompany him for a lifetime in the world of pirates, Robin would undoubtedly be his first choice, provided she felt the same way. What surprised Blue Knight even more was that Robin possessed 2 cards. One red, one blue. The red card was nestled within her cowboy hat, judging by its position. It appeared to be affixed to her hair, functioning like a hairpin. This is not difficult to obtain. What is challenging, however, is that another azure card is unexpectedly lodged in Robin's posterior, and it appears to be sandwiched in place. Ahem. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Blue Knight, even Robin's typically elegant and serene demeanor couldn't help but elicit a cough, stirring that brazen individual from his reverie. Upon regaining his senses, Blue Knight blinked, suddenly aware of his own appearance, which lacked any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Oh dear, this is disastrous. My first impression is undoubtedly in the negative. Blue Knight lamented internally, though he forced a facade of nonchalance and greeted Robin with ease. Hello, Robin. I am your most loyal servant. Ah, no, I am Blue Knight. You should recognize me. Really? Blue Knight, you know me? Robin inquired with a gentle smile. Oh, we haven't met before, have we? Well, Blue Knight stumbled over his words, feeling flustered at encountering the goddess of his dreams. Ahem. Let us just consider it one of my abilities. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Then your devil fruit must be quite rare, Blue Knight. It is a card fruit. My ability allows me to create and utilize cards. You see, my ability to fly is a gift from these cards. As he spoke, Blue Knight activated his flying ability, levitating into the air, yet he failed to notice the turtle beneath him still advancing, resulting in a collision with the saddle's top cover. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, changing direction before damaging the cover. Otherwise, his first impression would surely have suffered further. Seeing Blue Knight's reckless actions, Robin couldn't help but stifle a laugh, mentally branding him as an amusing little fellow. At present, Robin was 28 years old, 11 years his senior. Though her significantly enhanced physique made her appear no older than 23 or 24. Yet, it was precisely this aura of maturity that deeply captivated Blue Knight. There was a warmth akin to that of an elder sister. Thus, when Robin smiled, Blue Knight's eyes sparkled with admiration. A camera! How splendid it would be to capture this moment. Noticing Blue Knight's unabashed gaze upon her, Robin's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Throughout her 2 decades of evasion, she had encountered many who looked at her in such a manner. Some were driven by greed for the bounty on her head. Others were lecherous fiends seeking to exploit her beauty, and some were politicians drawn to her archaeological knowledge. All were undeniably adversarial. Yet, in Blue Knight's eyes, she perceived no malice, but rather a fervent admiration. Surely, she must be mistaken. She was adept at concealing her emotions, her mind racing with thoughts. Yet her countenance remained serene as she snapped her fingers to arouse Blue Knight from his stupor. So, Blue Knight, what brings you to me today? Awakening from his daze. Blue Knight became acutely aware of his previous indiscretion, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. He had merely come because he thought Robin might be nearby. As for his purpose, he hesitated to disclose that he had come merely to behold his dream figure. Would Robin believe him? Moreover, considering he had been fixated on her vulnerable areas due to the card, would he be perceived as a rogue? Heavens above, he was utterly defenseless against Robin. Despite being somewhat flirtatious with other beauties like Nami and Vivi, but that was merely an occasional jest. As his thoughts spiraled, the atmosphere grew awkwardly silent once more. Fortunately, Robin, with her exceptional social skills, discerned Blue Knight's bashful state and, with great consideration, broke the silence. Are your pirate crew truly intending to escort Princess Vivi back to Alabasta? Blue Knight, scratching his head in contemplation, pondered whether he should explain that he had yet to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Noticing his indecision, Robin assumed he feared becoming her adversary and kindly reassured him. Do not worry. I have not received orders to eliminate you, so there is no need for combat between us. By the way, Robin continued thoughtfully, do you know where your next island destination is? Oh yes, it's Little Garden, Blue Knight replied promptly this time. Oh, you actually know? Robin was taken aback. Then are you aware of the dangers on that island? Of course. Ahem, not really. That was a close call. Blue Knight almost revealed his knowledge of Mr. Three's presence on the island. In that case, do you know that even if I don't intervene, you won't be able to traverse that island? Yes. I do. Blue Knight affirmed, thinking her beauty and ample chest rendered her infallible in her statements. For reasons unknown, Robin suddenly found herself at a loss for words. From the outset, the boy's behavior had been peculiar. Logically, as opponents, shouldn't he be assertively retorting with something like, how do you know unless you try? This straightforward admission disrupted the flow of conversation, leaving her at a loss. Ultimately, stymied in her speech, Robin could only chuckle softly, bestowing upon Blue Knight a new label, an amusing boy who struggled with conversation. Standing at the shore, Blue Knight wore a perplexed expression. He was inwardly distressed. During his initial encounter with the goddess Robin, he feared he had left her with the impression of a lecherous scoundrel and a conversation ender. He himself believed that there was no longer any need for rescue. Perhaps it would be better to dig a grave and bury it. Gazing in the direction where Robin had vanished, Lanya found it difficult to come to terms with the situation. If not for Robin's exceptional social skills, it would have been nearly impossible for him to communicate with Londe in such a state. After a series of nonsensical exchanges, Robin left behind an eternal reminder and cordially invited Lanya to join him for a leisurely outing, departing with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Lanya was at a loss, ultimately retreating to the sea with a sense of defeat. It is rather embarrassing to admit that despite having lived for over 17 years, he remained a solitary figure. Thus, Upon encountering the goddess of his dreams, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. Daydreaming was the least of his concerns. He frequently made various blunders that rendered conversations painfully awkward, leading Robin to wonder if Lanya possessed a negative emotional quotient. His eagerness to alter Robin's initial impression led him to make frequent mistakes, resulting in a cycle of increasing panic and error. Ultimately, it was only after Robin had left his sight that his mental state began to gradually return to normal. However, upon reflecting on his previous behavior, well, this encounter was undoubtedly a failure of the utmost degree. Alas, all that remains is to see if redemption is possible in the future. Usually quite astute. How is it that upon encountering the goddess, one transforms into a visage of foolishness? Standing in silence for a while, Lanya let out a deep sigh. While a trace of unease lingered in his heart, this was indeed the first time he lost control while wearing glasses. After pondering for a moment, Lanya stored the eternal pointer in the dimensional space. According to Robin, this eternal pointer pointed towards a nation named Arendelle, an island belonging to a different route. However, it maintained a close relationship with Alabasta. Once there, it would not be difficult to locate an eternal pointer leading to Alabasta. Due to her own clumsiness with words, Robin had always believed him to be the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, thus she entrusted it to him and took her leave. In her mind, Lanya would naturally pass it on to Captain Luffy. However, Lanya had no intention of relinquishing this item to Luffy, setting aside the certainty that he would refuse, perhaps even shatter the eternal pointer. The sentimental value of it being the first item entrusted to him by Robin forbade him from handing it over. Furthermore, should they deviate from the upcoming course, the most beloved ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, Chopper, would be unable to board the ship. The Azure Knight is simply intolerable. Thus, it is best for this eternal compass to remain securely in his grasp. Speaking of which, due to my intervention, Robin will not be meeting with Luffy and the others. This shouldn't affect Robin's eventual joining of the Straw Hat Pirates, should it? I suppose not. Alas, why does seeing Robin transform Sanji into that lecherous chef? Yet, Robin is truly breathtaking. She is even more alluring in reality than in the anime. As my mind wandered amidst these thoughts, I took out a directional compass and then soared across the town. Luffy and his crew must first navigate around the island before proceeding. Perhaps I could intercept the merry-go if I flew directly. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I paused mid-flight and landed before a dilapidated house in the town, clearing away some rubble and timber, revealing a cotton candy machine before my eyes. Splendid. It remains in pristine condition. This was something he had discovered during a previous battle. However, its substantial size rendered it impossible to store within the dimensional space. So he set it aside for the time being, retrieving a pre-prepared bag of sugar from the dimensional realm. Blue Knight fumbled for a moment before activating the cotton candy machine. He took a wooden stick and, albeit somewhat awkwardly, began to wind the strands of sugar that the machine expelled. Before long, a cotton candy sphere the size of an adult head was completed. It was quite simple, really. Aside from its unappealing appearance, this first attempt at creating cotton candy without guidance had been a success. Satisfied, he glanced at the oval-shaped confection in his hand. It was evident that he was not lacking in intelligence. He merely felt flustered in the presence of Robin. Blue Knight then stored the cotton candy back into the dimensional space. He has no affection for this treat. It is prepared for some adorable little creature in the future. Back in the Duel space, he had promised to bring a gift. It seems that aside from medical books, nothing delights a certain adorable being more than cotton candy. Time was of the essence, so Blue Knight once again crafted a batch of cotton candy, storing it within the dimensional space. Following the guidance of the record pointer, he soared out of the town, away from the Whiskey Peak Island, and into the vast ocean. On the Grand Line, only those with formidable abilities dare to venture away from an island alone. At present, Blue Knight barely reached that level. Thus, I must say, I am quite impressive. It's just that I happened to be caught by Robin, the Going Merry, Crow's Nest. Usopp, with his telescope in hand, scanned the surroundings every 5 minutes, particularly attentive to the situation behind them. Nami and Vivi were tending to the orange trees on the upper deck, occasionally glancing back at the ship's wake. Zoro was exercising at the stern, facing the sea. Though Luffy remained seated in his special spot, he too frequently turned his gaze backward. Unbeknownst to them, an hour passed. Sanji emerged from the cabin, calling everyone to come out for a meal. The 6 humans and 1 duck swiftly took their seats. Aside from Luffy, who forgot everything upon seeing food, the others ate in silence, their faces etched with heavy thoughts and lingering worries. At the dining table, 1 seat remained unoccupied. That was Blue Knight's place. It had been a full day and night since they departed from Whiskey Peak, yet there was still no sign of Blue Knight. According to Vivi, a solitary individual lost on the Grand Line for a day and night could essentially be declared. Even with a record pointer, it would be of little use. The true terror of the Grand Line lies not only in its direction but also in its capricious weather, blizzards, hail, tsunamis, and fog. Without the protection of a ship, how long could one endure even if they could fly? Moreover, everyone present knew that Blue Knight was not one to last. Not to mention that Blue Knight had gone to inspect a site recently attacked by members of the Baroque Works. It was highly likely he encountered a formidable foe from Baroque Works, or perhaps became lost in the ever-changing Grand Line, or even succumbed to exhaustion at the bottom of the sea. It could also be. In any case, the situation was dire. With heavy hearts, Nami and the others paused intermittently for a full 2 months, and finally, they arrived at the next island. Yet Blue Knight's presence remained elusive, living or dead. 91. Directional card advancement techniques. Time rewinds to the moment Blue Knight departed from Whiskey Peak. He had thought he could easily catch up to the Going Merry, which had set sail ahead of him. The reality, however, was that after flying for a full hour, he was still met only with the endless ocean. Not a single ship was in sight, let alone the Going Merry. To make matters worse, his life energy had dwindled to below a third of the safe threshold after prolonged exertion. Should he gamble everything to continue flying in pursuit? Or should he abandon the chase and return to prepare for the next ship? This is a question worthy of contemplation. Without hesitation, Lan Yi opted for the third choice, summoning a youthful sea king of over 100 meters in length. He then reclined upon its back while utilizing the creature's remarkable speed to pursue the Golden Merry. To further augment their velocity, Lan Yi produced a water avoidance pearl, allowing the Sea King to remain submerged beneath the surface, racing forth at full throttle, unperturbed by the bizarre and shifting weather above. Given the Sea King's acute sensitivity to human presence, it would undoubtedly detect any ships or humans on the surface, unless they were equipped with sea stone beneath their hulls. With the Sea King's swiftness, chasing the Golden Merry posed no challenge, especially since the ship would need to wait for him, unable to sail at full speed. However, after 6 hours, the creature beneath him was already whining from hunger. Yet no sign of any human presence had been detected. Reluctantly, Lan Yi hunted a sea beast to serve as sustenance for both the young creature and himself, subsequently dismissing the summoning spell and continuing his pursuit of the Golden Merry. Yet, the outcome was as fruitless as before. As night deepened, weariness from the day's exertions weighed heavily upon him, and amidst the vast, unwelcoming ocean, he felt utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. If it were an ordinary person, they might truly feel despair. However, Lan Yi is no ordinary individual. Food? The ocean is abundant with it. As a dual ability user unafraid of the sea, how could he possibly go hungry? Fresh water? With his current string of victories in the dueling arena, he earns a daily bounty of red, orange, and yellow cards, just as during his previous drift at sea. The appearance of a red card inevitably signifies the provision of food, fresh water, clothing, and other essentials for survival. A resting spot? The Sea King's summon through his spirit summoning techniques are far larger than typical islands. It is inconceivable that there would be no place to rest. Boredom? With the prowess he possesses in the dueling arena, can one truly assert that Lan Yi would find himself bored? Thus, although he has parted ways with the Going Merry, Lan Yi's current existence is far from tragic. Instead, it is imbued with a unique flavor. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity to venture solo across the Grand Line. The Navy Admiral Akiji's small bicycle, the Pirate King's right-hand man Rayleigh's leisurely drift in the calm belt, the Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo swing, the Revolutionary Army officer and undercover Kuma's Paw fruit sky travel. None of these endeavors are simple. Now, a new addition has emerged, Lan Yi, who can summon and command Sea Kings. In the initial 3 days, Lan Yi was diligently searching for the trace of the Going Merry, remaining grounded in the real world and avoiding the dueling arena. Yet, after 3 fruitless days of pursuit, he was forced to acknowledge that he had lost contact with the Going Merry. He realized he not only needed a camera but at least 2 telephones. Even an old brick phone would suffice. Ultimately, Lan Yi decided to let the Sea Kings navigate the depths of the ocean, with instructions to alert him if they spotted any vessels, while he himself pondered his own matters beneath the water within a bubble of air. Previously, he had intended to contemplate the progression of individual cards but was interrupted, and with the recent need to search for the Going Merry, he had found little time. Now, he finally had the leisure to quietly study. Although he hadn't actively engaged in research over the past 3 days, he had mentally analyzed the possibilities of card progression. The card progression techniques he now mastered hinge on 3 critical points. First, the decimal system. Second, cards of equal color and rank. And third, the probability of synthesizing a certain type of card, determined by the components that classify the cards. The decimal system and equal color are rigid conditions. Altering either one would render progression impossible. This can be disregarded. Thus, the only feasible option is the third point. However, even with 10 identical cards for advancement, the outcome is not necessarily a directed evolution of that card. By excluding all impossibilities, the remaining option undoubtedly becomes the correct answer. His synthesis technique is flawed. The stacking of 10 cards for advancement is a skill unique to random card evolution. Attempting to achieve a directed evolution for a single card is akin to using U.S. dollars for transactions in China. Although a successful exchange may occur, one must contend with the issue of exchange rates, resulting in a significant loss of benefits, such as the inability to achieve directed evolution. Now, Blue Knight faces an additional procedural step. What he needs to do is eliminate the extraneous processes, thus increasing the likelihood of obtaining the technique for single card advancement. He has already formed an idea in his mind regarding execution. Consequently, Blue Knight extracted 2 red magic cards from his deck. One is a pure gold card, obtained anew from Whiskey Peak, while the other is a 14-inch cream cake, provided as sustenance from yesterday's duel. With the pure gold card as the base, Blue Knight placed the 14-inch cream cake atop it, and then, with deft fingers, he meticulously arranged the cards, searching for the point of alignment for card advancement. All those previous advancements were not in vain. Blue Knight had mastered the technique whereby, once the cards aligned horizontally, absorption for advancement would commence. In Blue Knight's expectant gaze, the 2 cards swiftly reached the alignment point, and a faint red glow began to emanate. Blue Knight held his breath, the tension in his body causing him to halt his movements, maintaining the 2 cards in a state of absolute equilibrium. His body and the cards swaying together like a unified entity, mimicking the motions of the Sea King beneath him. The card above did not disappoint. Shortly after emitting its glow, it transformed into specks of red light that merged into the pure gold card, ultimately vanishing. The entire process took merely a second. The newly generated card in Blue Knight's hand remained a red card, flickering 3 times with crimson brilliance before settling into tranquility. However, Blue Knight's heart was anything but calm. Drawing a deep breath, he began to examine the attributes of this card. Card, pure gold card rank. Red category, magic card effect. Acquire 2 million berries. Remarks, direct use is the optimal choice. Yes. Ha ha ha. 2 million berries. Success. The technique for single card advancement. Ha ha ha. Blue Knight was overwhelmed with excitement, involuntarily leaping from the Sea King, who was swiftly advancing, leaving him behind. It was only after swimming over 1,000 meters that he realized his passenger was missing. Hastily, he swam back. When Blue Knight regained his senses, he caught sight of the Sea King regarding him with a peculiar expression, prompting an awkward scratch of his head. After all, this group had been working voluntarily, and he felt somewhat embarrassed for not compensating them while continuing to cause trouble. Ah, speaking of which, Blue Knight's eyes brightened. Little Red. Have you Sea Kings ever had barbecue? Sea King Little Red. 92. Usopp's old ailment has resurfaced. After a series of stops and starts, they finally arrived at the next island, yet Nami and the others were still waiting for Blue Knight. The atmosphere was momentarily somber. Even the carefree Luffy wore a tense expression, although Lan Yu was not a member of the pirate crew. Their long companionship had led everyone to consider him one of their own, a close friend. Particularly, Nami and Usopp affectionately nicknamed him Reliable Lan. Yet now, it seemed that Lan Yu was in grave peril. After a long silence, Nami forced a smile and said, "Well, Lan Yi is not a fragile person. His card fruit abilities are quite powerful. Remember what happened in Logtown when he got lost? Let's wait on the island. Perhaps, just like last time, he will catch up with us before the record pointer stabilizes." Despite her words, Nami herself lacked confidence. After all, this was not the open sea. It was the Grand Line, a graveyard for countless pirates. Vivi couldn't help but feel guilty. "I truly apologize. If it weren't for me, Lan Yu wouldn't have enough." "Do you all doubt Lan Yu so much?" Luffy interrupted Vivi's self-reproach with a serious expression. "Nami, don't forget that Lan Yu said he wanted to become a captain. His pirate crew hasn't even been formed yet. How could he possibly die? He is a man recognized by me, the future Pirate King." Since Lan Yi had mentioned the possibility of establishing his own crew, Luffy had ceased his attempts to invite him aboard, showing respect for a captain. Otherwise, Lan Yi would have been persistently pursued by Luffy to join his ship. Seeing that the atmosphere remained rather dull, Luffy, with his uncomplicated mind, did not know how to offer comfort. Instead, he cheerfully turned to Sanji and said, "Sanji, prepare a pirate bento for me." I'm going to the island to seek adventure. I wonder what interesting things await me there. Oh, I knew you would say that. It's already prepared, Sanji replied, tossing a pre-made bento to Luffy. In reality, it was a bundle of his special grilled meat. Luffy's only requirement for a pirate bento was that it must contain plenty of meat. Wow, Sanji, you are truly amazing, Luffy exclaimed, clutching the bundle and drooling. I can smell the grilled meat. As he spoke, his hands instinctively began to unwrap the bundle. Hey, Luffy. That's the last of the meat on the ship, Sanji reminded him. If you eat it all, there won't be any ingredients left for me to cook. However, Luffy did not heed the warning. Instead, he deftly unwrapped the bundle and flipped the specially made bento over, devouring an amount of grilled meat sufficient for a normal person's daily intake in one bite. What did you say? Luffy mumbled with his mouth full, clearly not having absorbed Sanji's previous words. Sanji sighed in exasperation. It seems I'll have to go out and procure some ingredients. But this island doesn't look like it has any signs of life. He then called out to Zoro, Hey, Zoro, go hunt some meat on the island. Zoro, who had been stretching, nodded at Sanji's words and leaped from the ship onto the island. Well, since I have nothing else to do, I might as well help you gather some prey. Don't worry, I'll catch something that you could never manage to hunt. Although his words were casual, they immediately ignited Sanji's fury. Hey, you stop right there, Zoro, Sanji shouted angrily. Zoro turned back, his face showing irritation. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. You think you can catch better prey than me? Sanji retorted defiantly. Of course I can, Zoro replied with a tone of certainty. The two stubborn rivals quickly found themselves in a heated exchange. Nami, witnessing the escalating argument, sighed and suggested, Why don't you two compete to see who can catch the bigger and better quality prey? It would also help replenish our food supplies. Ah, Miss Nami. Sanji's face instantly brightened. That suits me perfectly. This perverted chef is definitely not better than me. Even in hunting, I will win. Zoro unhesitatingly agreed to the challenge. You call me a perverted chef? Who are you calling that, green algae head? Who's green? You know it's you perverted chef. Sanji shot back. Damn it. Don't think I don't know what forgiving color means. I asked Lani about it. Zoro retorted angrily. Come on. You think I'm scared of you? Sanji replied fearlessly. All right. Bring it on. Zoro unsheathed his sword and jumped back onto the ship. Seeing the two about to clash again, Nami raised her iron fist of love and declared firmly, All of you, go find ingredients. Gulping, Zoro and Sanji simultaneously swallowed hard and hurriedly dashed toward the island, still exchanging heated words until they reached a fork in the path, where they finally parted ways. Ha ha ha, now this is some energy, remarked Luffy, who had already devoured his food. Now, I should go on my adventure. I can't fall behind Zoro and the others. With that, Luffy prepared to jump off the ship. Wait a moment, Vivi called out to Luffy. Can I join you for a walk? Staying on the ship only leads to overthinking. Of course, let us go together. Luffy never turned down such simple requests. Thus, he and Vivi set off on the island, embarking on their own adventure. Naturally, the swift-footed ones followed closely behind. In no time, only Nami and Usopp remained on the ship. Since they had encountered Robin this time, Nami felt no fear. Instead, she was intrigued by the island's flora, which seemed vaguely familiar, as if she had seen it in a book before. After pondering for a moment, she walked toward the second floor of the cabin, which was her private quarters. Inside, she had a vast collection of books, all gifted to her by Kuroka's Twin Cape. Thus, only Usopp was left on deck. As the cold wind blew, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Hey, why is it suddenly just me here? He complained, embodying the spirit of the great sea warrior. As he observed the eerie stillness around him, reminiscent of the ominous calm before a storm, Usopp felt a chill of dread. Without thinking, he slipped into Nami's quarters. This room is generally off-limits to the boys, except for Lan Yi, of course, as he is quite reliable. Oh, Usopp, how did you get in here? Nami, who was searching for books, inquired. Well, Nami, my old ailment has flared up again. It is a condition known as an ability to be alone, and I must stay with you. Can I spend some time in your room? Nami replied, Which book contains this ailment? You can't deceive me. I have read my fair share. Faced with Usopp's timid excuse, Nami raised an eyebrow and then instructed him to refrain from touching anything while she continued her search in the library. With Nami's permission, Usopp exhaled in relief. Indeed, humans are social creatures. Upon seeing Nami, he felt considerably less anxious. Nami, engrossed in her search, did not pay attention to Usopp. She skillfully pulled out a book from the shelf, flipping through its pages, only to return it when it was not the one she sought. After several iterations, Nami finally discovered the book she was looking for. Found it, she exclaimed joyfully. This is an adventurous diary of a character with a cover that appears remarkably antiquated. Steeped in nostalgia, Nami delicately turned the pages, attentively reading each word, indifferent to Usopp peeking curiously from her shoulder. This spared her the trouble of explaining everything again later. Today, the island we arrived at is rather unique. For its inhabitants, this land resembles a quaint little courtyard, a small garden. Let us refer to this territory as such. Lewis Arnold. The words are few, encapsulated in this simple sentence. After all, this is merely the second island in the initial half of the Grand Line, which may not attract much attention. This caused Nami to pout in displeasure. What is it with this Lewis Arnold? Why is he so terse? Would it kill him to elaborate a bit? She exclaimed. Indeed, why so little? Usopp chimed in from his perch on her shoulder. Nami's forehead darkened instantly. Bang! With a swift strike, Usopp, who was almost pressed against her, collapsed to the floor, clutching his head in agony. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Nami. I was merely glancing at a book. I had no intention of encroaching upon your space. Suddenly, a faint thud caused Usopp's body to stiffen, and he leaned in unison with Nami to listen intently. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sounds continued, gradually growing closer, reminiscent of some colossal creature approaching the Mary from within the island. If that were the case, the source of such footsteps could only be an enormous entity. Could it not? Nami and Usopp felt their bodies freeze in trepidation, their breaths nearly suspended, fearful of making any noise that might attract the attention of the gigantic being. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. They could distinctly hear the footsteps halting at the shore where the Mary was docked. Gulp. Both swallowed hard in unison. Indeed, it appears they have attracted attention. The two individuals momentarily froze, their minds blank. As mere novices with a combat power of 5, they were utterly at a loss regarding their next course of action. In unison, they found themselves yearning for the dependable presence of a certain individual, Lon. Wondering where he might be at this critical juncture. Is there anyone aboard this vessel? A deep, resonant voice boomed, its volume resonating painfully in their ears. Nami exchanged a glance with Usopp. It speaks. That at least confirms it is human, does it not? You should go and take a look, Nami urged with a glance. No, my old ailment has resurfaced. It's the I cannot venture out when confronted by colossal creatures' affliction. You should go instead, Usopp replied, his eyes brimming with tears. Strangely, Nami managed to interpret such an elaborate statement without a single word being spoken. Quickly, go outside, Nami insisted, her eyes narrowing. No, my legs are trembling. Usopp whimpered in response. You coward, Nami exclaimed, her voice rising. Let us go out together. If we are to perish, let us do so side by side. This was the only thought echoing in her mind. Hearing her words, Usopp felt his legs weaken, but under the threat of Nami's proverbial iron fist of love, he had no choice but to relent. Thus, the two of them pushed open the wooden door and stepped out of the cabin side by side. Before them loomed an exaggerated visage, its mouth large enough to swallow their heads whole. A wild, yellowish beard sprouted haphazardly from its face, and its teeth were as broad as planks, with remnants of flesh lodged between them. That must be remnants of human flesh. Usopp's body stiffened at the thought. It surely is, Nami concurred, understanding the implication. Ah, there are indeed people here. The large-headed figure turned to gaze at Nami and Usopp, laughing heartily. May I inquire if you possess any alcohol? Alcohol? Alcohol. Does it pair well with human flesh? Nami pondered chaotically. Usopp found himself contemplating similar thoughts. The situation left the two individuals utterly horrified, rendering them momentarily speechless. I inquired, what are your thoughts? The large-headed figure then spoke up. What? Gathering her courage, Nami replied, I apologize. I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat yourself? The enormous head responded, I was asking if you have any alcohol. Surprisingly, the colossal entity did not seem offended and reiterated the question. Well, that is splendid. We can indulge in some drinks. The large-headed creature appeared quite delighted. However, that isn't meant for drinking. It is intended for cooking and medicinal purposes. If you wish, I can provide it all to you, Nami said, retreating slightly, hesitant to turn her back on the giant. She had read that many strange beings dislike having others turn away from them, interpreting it as a sign of disrespect. Suddenly, the gigantic head let out a terrifying roar, causing Nami and Usopp to fall back in shock on the deck, fearing they had somehow angered the creature. We're doomed. Where are you, Blue Knight? Please come. Save me. Nami screamed in panic. Yet, the enormous head did not attack. Instead, it recoiled in apparent pain, allowing Nami and Usopp a glimpse of the creature's full form. To their astonishment, they found themselves before a colossal being standing over 100 meters tall. Even more incredulous was the sight of a massive creature resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex, adorned with white spots, gnawing fiercely at the giant's rear, which they surmised was the source of the giant's furious roar. The pain was evident. Neither of these formidable entities could possibly be matched by Nami and Usopp. Particularly alarming was the moment when the giant effortlessly turned and delivered a swift strike, severing the dinosaur's head. Nami and Usopp were left without any thoughts of resistance. They stood no chance against such might. However, the giant seemed disinclined to direct his wrath at them. Instead, he scratched his head in a perplexed manner, muttering, "Oh dear. What should I do? I've just taken down the last female Tyrannosaurus. Regardless, I have meat now, so I shall host my two distant guests today." Yet, to Nami and her companion, no matter how one interprets the statement, the meat undeniably refers to both of them. Is this the rhythm of being roasted? The two individuals paled, frightened, and fainted simultaneously. The giant scratched his head in confusion and gently prodded Usopp's belly with a finger, which was as thick as Usopp's waist. Noticing that the two remained unconscious, the giant hoisted Nami and Usopp in one arm while dragging a dinosaur with the other, heading deeper into the island. What strange individuals. The giant muttered quietly, lacking the audacity one might expect. Yet, he thought little of it. It was time for a barbecue, and meat was on the menu. Once, the giant warrior pirates were the epitome of glory, their crew comprised entirely of the naturally formidable giant race, making them virtually invincible. Their two captains, the blue demon Dory and the red demon Bragi, each boasted bounties of 100 million berries, and they were on the rise, with their fortunes destined to soar higher as they ventured forth. However, a careless remark from a child sparked a conflict that pitted these brothers against one another for a full century. Much like Zoro and Sanji, each claimed to have hunted a sea king, insisting that theirs was the larger catch. Unable to concede, they decided to duel in the name of the god of Elbaf. This evenly matched rivalry persisted for 100 years, resulting in over 70,000 duels, all ending in a stalemate. Throughout this century of conflict, they encountered numerous pirates, including the infamous Gold, Roger. Naturally, some ill-intentioned individuals crossed their paths, but they all ended up as mere bones in the cave they inhabited. On this day, they welcomed members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Bragi, while hunting, stumbled upon Nami and Usopp, who were left behind on the ship, and fortuitously acquired some wine. Despite being a pirate, Bragi would not take without giving. Having successfully hunted a dinosaur, he intended to treat Nami to roasted dinosaur meat. However, to his dismay, the timid duo misinterpreted his goodwill as a critique of their slender frames, believing he aimed to fatten them up before dining. They even attempted to flee, but their lack of strength left them vulnerable on this prehistoric island, and it was Bragi who ultimately rescued them. In contrast, the audacious Luffy enjoyed a delightful interaction with the red demon Dory. This carefree demeanor, reminiscent of a naive calf unafraid of tigers, was evident. Luffy readily accepted Dory's friendly invitation to partake in roasted dinosaur meat, showing no hesitation. After all, he could never refuse meat. His companions, Vivi and Usopp, were left in a state of panic, fearing for Luffy's safety, only to find him with a round belly of satisfaction while they nearly suffered from anxiety. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji reveled in their hunting escapades, finding even the mightiest Tyrannosaurus no match for their prowess. Their interest lay not in smaller prey like tigers or leopards, but rather in the grandest dinosaurs, as neither wished to be outdone in this competition. Amidst this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, a volcano erupted once again, signaling the end of the contest between Sanji and Zoro. In the aftermath, they remained obstinate, each claiming superiority over the other's catch, leading them to agree to venture out for another hunt. This also heralded the commencement of the duel between Dory and Bragi. Their colossal battles were truly monumental, the prolonged clashes carving out a flat expanse in the island's center. Nami, Usopp, Luffy, and Vivi were fortunate to witness this spectacle. Their eyes opened wide in awe. Despite the intensity of the fight, the evenly matched giants were unlikely to determine a victor unless an external force intervened. The 467th battle ended in yet another draw. After the dust settled, the once feuding giants shared a casual conversation, with Bragi generously offering half of the fine wine he received from Nami to Dory. This camaraderie was evident, although both men were too proud to admit inferiority. Much like Zoro and Sanji. What? It takes a year for the log post to fill? Vivi exclaimed in shock. On such a perilous island. Even if we survive a year, my country, the thought sent her spiraling into despair. If they were to wait a year to return to Alabasta, it would be too late, and everything would be lost. Suddenly, Dory let out a peculiar laugh. I happen to possess a permanent log post that points to my homeland of Elbaf. What do you say, little one? Care to give it a try? No. Luffy replied without hesitation. I have no desire to go there. Dory chuckled heartily, downing the wine given to him by Bragi. However, the giant's size meant that even a barrel's worth of wine was but a mere cup to him. Thus, giants feasted and drank with great exuberance. Yet, this very exuberance would soon prove to be his downfall. With a resounding thud, a deep sound emanated from Dory's belly as he uncontrollably expelled a mouthful of blood. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, akin to an old bellows machine, he had evidently sustained severe internal injuries. This sudden change truly caught both Luffy and Vivi off guard, leaving them utterly bewildered. It was as if the wine had exploded from his very belly. Vivi was the first to react, surmising that it must have been another giant who set off the explosives. As a princess, her exposure to the intrigues of court had made her acutely aware of the sordid machinations at play, and thus her speculations seemed entirely justified. This infuriated Luffy. How absurd. They have fought for a century. If they wished to do such a thing, they would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. With his simplistic mindset, he harbored a profound envy for the century-long battle between Dory and Bragi. It could be described as a romance between men. He would not permit Vivi to belittle this bond of friendship. While Luffy and Dory were engaged in their argument, Dory finally began to recover from his agony. Subsequently, he fixed his reddened eyes on the still disputing Luffy and Vivi. Naturally, Bragi would not resort to such tactics against him. However, if Luffy and the others were to covet their heads, then employing such methods would be entirely justifiable. Thus, Luffy and his companions bore the brunt of the blame. Despite Luffy's fervent explanations, Dory remained convinced that it was their cunning scheme. Over the past century, they had encountered such situations before. Yet they never anticipated falling into a trap today. Inevitably, Luffy had no choice but to let his fists do the talking. 100 years is indeed an eternity. To the point where Dory's colossal sword had lost its edge. Lacking mastery of Haki, any attack he launched would be ineffective against Luffy. As a rubber man, Luffy was impervious to compression. In contrast, Dory was already severely injured. Now, engaging in battle with Luffy, it wouldn't be long before he could no longer endure. Even without Luffy needing to strike hard. Ironically, at that moment, the volcano erupted once more, the very signal they had agreed upon for their duel. It was utterly unexpected that it would erupt twice in a single day. This time, Luffy remarkably remembered the man's signal and resolutely positioned himself in front of Dory. I will not allow you to proceed. Dragging your wounded body into battle is hardly fair. As a warrior of Elbaf, Dory's unwavering commitment to the sacred duel was beyond the comprehension of ordinary men. Even in his injured state, he would choose to perish in honorable combat rather than flee like a coward. This is a testament to a warrior's perseverance. Luffy, equally resolute, firmly believes in obstructing what he perceives as an unjust duel. The two, unwilling to yield, inevitably clash once more. As the signal for combat has long been issued, Donley finds himself exasperated, thwarted by Luffy's interference. Faced with the rubbery resilience of Luffy, Donley realizes that defeating him is an arduous task. However, he does not seek to vanquish Luffy. His sole intent is to honor his commitment as a warrior and proceed with the duel as promised. Thus, Donley hefts his home. The skeletal remains of a sea king he once hunted alongside Bragi, and forcefully brings it down upon Luffy, pinning his lower half to the ground. After all, being a rubber man, Luffy can withstand such pressure without issue. With Luffy momentarily incapacitated, Donley swiftly sets out to fulfill his promise, continuing the hallowed duel of Elbaf. However, having sustained severe internal injuries and engaged in battle with Luffy, Donley finds himself ill-equipped to confront the rejuvenated Bragi directly. Nevertheless, he can endure a scuffle. Donley's objective is straightforward, to survive this bout and buy himself enough time to recover. Unfortunately, the orchestrator of this unfair duel, Mr. 3, will not allow Donley to succeed. A slick layer of wax appears at Donley's feet just in time. As he steps onto the treacherous surface, he loses his balance. Compounded by his accumulated injuries, he is unable to fend off the ensuing attack, resulting in the loss of his sword, followed by a brutal axe strike landing heavily on his shoulder. The strike landed precisely upon Donley's vital artery. Though the battle axe had dulled after a century of combat, the tremendous force behind the blow still penetrated flesh to a depth of 3 inches, directly impacting the nerves and rendering him unconscious on the spot. However, to Bragi, this was a definitive triumph in the battle. After more than 100 years of conflict and a staggering 73 for 167 duels, he had finally emerged victorious in the 73 for 168th contest. Tears welled up in his eyes. though he could not discern whether they were born of the joy of victory or the sorrow of a dear friend's passing. Unfortunately, before his emotions could swell further, he found himself ensnared by a mass of candles that clung to his thighs, ultimately binding him to the ground. The mastermind behind this predicament, Mr. 3, accompanied by Miss Valentine, reappeared alongside the previously escaped Miss Valentine, with Zoro, Nami, and Vivi tied up beside them. It remained a mystery how the three had been captured. By the heavens, it truly hurts, brooded Bragi, as Mr. 3, in line with the villainish trope of verbosity, eagerly explained his cunning scheme, filled with a sense of pride. Upon learning the truth, Bragi, in a fit of rage, managed to break free from Mr. 3's waxy constraints, only to be subdued again by an even greater onslaught of candles. Mr. 3, I leave them to you. I shall deal with that straw hat lad, Miss Valentine declared. Rest assured, I shall turn these three into one of my magnificent artistic collections. Upon hearing this, Miss Valentine glanced at Nami and the others, her eyes betraying a glimmer of indescribable emotion pity. The process of becoming Mr. 3's collection would undoubtedly drive one to madness. Then, Mr. 3, please see me off, Miss Valentine requested. What a nuisance. Which direction? He replied. Over there, those three unfortunate souls. I hope you can hold on until I return, she indicated. Before leaping gracefully into the air, Mr. 3, in a timely manner, swung a colossal wax lock towards her. Miss Valentine deftly kicked off the lock, propelling herself toward the cave of East Blue. It was a flawless home run. As she approached her destination, Miss Valentine unfurled her new umbrella to slow her descent. Catching sight of Luffy, half-buried, and Usopp, who was desperately digging alongside Chopper. Oh ho ho ho. You still wish to rescue your captain? That is simply unacceptable, she tittered. Her body descending rapidly, its mass increasing dramatically, producing a faint sound as she cut through the air. Unaware of the imminent attack, Luffy, ever reliable in battle, pushed both himself and Chopper out of harm's way upon seeing Miss Valentine's descent. As for himself, Luffy actually hoped for her to strike him with even greater force, shattering the ground around him so he might escape this awkward predicament. Alas, Miss Valentine, a seasoned combatant, was no fool. Just as her overwhelming attack was about to descend, she opened her umbrella after Luffy and Chopper had evaded her strike, floating gently down to stand before Luffy. Oh ho ho ho. Did you think I would simply let you go? Miss Valentine exclaimed triumphantly. I merely need to prevent them from rescuing you. Once Mr. 3 has dealt with your comrades, it will be your turn. Oh ho ho ho. Damn it. I will send you flying. Luffy roared, his rubbery arms stretching to grasp Miss Valentine. Yet, her body moved as if weightless, slipping past his grasp and deflecting a bullet shot by Usopp from behind. The collision between Luffy's arm and Usopp's projectile erupted in a dazzling flash, with Miss Valentine anticipating the explosion, raising her umbrella before being propelled back several meters by the blast. Oh ho ho ho. Ever since your vice captain broke my last umbrella, did you think I would use the same one again? The umbrella I wield now is specially designed to withstand cannon fire, she gleefully declared, hiding behind her umbrella as she swayed gracefully in the air, evading Usopp's shots effortlessly. It was as if she could predict the trajectory of the attacks and evade them in advance. Why can't I hit you? Usopp was nearing madness. Oh ho ho ho. Save your breath. My current mass is lighter than air. As long as your attacks are tangible, you cannot touch me. Objects breaking through the air will push me away. Can you strike air? She taunted. Impossible. It must be a matter of attack frequency. Usopp refused to relent, pulling out a handful of bullets from his weapon pouch. Ultimate, Metal Star. Ultimate, Gunpowder Star. Ultimate, Lead Bullet Star. One by one, the bullets were fired rapidly, achieving a remarkable rate of fire, yet they still failed to reach Miss Valentine. As she had foretold, he could not strike at air. Meanwhile, Luffy, constrained by his posture, was unable to reach Miss Valentine, now over 50 meters away. In that moment, due to Miss Valentine's delays, the scene fell into a stalemate. Time rewound. After Miss Valentine departed, Mr. 4 flung a large batch of candles, conjuring a towering cake-like structure in front of him, inserting Nami and the others like candles around its edge. Atop the tower, a giant Halloween pumpkin began to spin slowly, showering delicate wax powder that drifted down like confetti. Candle fruit. Grand service candle feast. In the face of their predicament, the reactions of Zoro and the others varied. So this is what it feels like to be stuck in a cake, Zoro mused. You seem to be missing the point, Nami retorted, displeased. What is that thing spinning above us? How should I know? Zoro replied impatiently. Vivi stood in silence, her expression somber, seemingly resigned to the futility of resistance. Mr. 3, clearly one who relished boasting, took great delight in answering Nami's query. Ha ha ha. This is a special service I've prepared for you three, even with my crafting skills. This is a feat beyond my capabilities. As the wax mist gently envelopes you, you will be transformed into perfect wax figures, guaranteed to replicate your forms perfectly. Becoming one of my cherished collectibles, you shall become sentient wax statues. In the name of art, I bid you farewell, he cackled. Through Mr. 3's explanation, Nami understood the purpose of the spinning pumpkin above. Yet, she would have preferred ignorance. Damn it. This position makes it impossible to exert any force. Zoro's face darkened. I can't move. I can't cut. Isn't this just waiting to die? No. Please, not like this. Nami cried out in despair. I refuse to die in such a peculiar manner. Zoro, think of something. Shut it. I'm trapped here too. Zoro was exceedingly impatient. Then quickly devise a way to rescue us. He exclaimed. Humph. Is that not simple? Zoro resolutely declared, since we cannot sever this wax pillar, I shall simply cut off my own foot. With that, Zoro truly drew forth his long sword, and judging by his demeanor, he was undoubtedly prepared to strike. In that moment, even Mr. 3 was unable to maintain his composure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Had this man lost his sanity? Did he truly believe that by severing his own feet, he could triumph over me? Beside them, Vivi trembled silently. She had seen that look in Zoro's eyes before. It was the same expression he wore when Akaram valiantly shielded them, sacrificing himself to draw the enemy's pursuit. That was the gaze of one prepared to meet death. Zoro, please, don't be so reckless. Nami's voice quivered, her words laced with urgency. This was no mere vegetable. Once severed, it would not regrow. Do you have a better solution? Zoro retorted. Nami could only fall silent, her resolve crumbling. She found herself unable to control her shoulders, which had become ensconced in a layer of white wax, tightening her muscles and rendering her powerless. If this substance enveloped her entirely, it would surely spell her doom. As Zoro raised his sword high, Nami could only grit her teeth in despair. According to the original narrative, Luffy should have been swiftly rescued by Sanji, arriving just in time to prevent Zoro's self-mutilation. However, due to Miss Valentine's Day's unexpected arrival, Sanji had not managed to save Luffy, and it was likely they were still locked in a stalemate at that moment. This meant that Zoro and the others were utterly isolated and without assistance. With no one to halt his actions, Zoro swung down his blade, targeting his ankles with unrelenting force. He was clearly intent on cleaving off his own feet. In this critical moment, a near-despairing Nami could only scream, "Reliable Blue, where on earth are you?" Yet, it was too late. Zoro's sword had already struck his leg, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. At that instant, a voice cried out in agony, "Oh my God, that truly hurts. Zoro, have you really severed your own leg?" Meanwhile, time rewound as Blue Knight successfully developed a technique for advancing a single card and, through the fusion of 9 useless magic cards, obtained the first red advancement orange pure gold card. This time, no rewards were bestowed. Although there lingered a slight disappointment, the experience was nonetheless fulfilling. In a moment of joy, he hosted a private barbecue, during which he unexpectedly discovered that the sea creatures, particularly the little red one, harbored a profound fondness for grilled delicacies. Indeed, it seemed that all sea creatures held a great affection for roasted meats. Finally, Blue Knight found a way to reciprocate the assistance of the sea creatures. Should he summon the sea beings again, a feast of barbecued delights would be indispensable. After much effort in satiating Little Red with grilled offerings, Blue Knight conceded that even Luffy could devour an entire meal in a single bite. His grilling speed could hardly keep pace with the rapid consumption of his guests. This is merely a juvenile sea king, just over 100 meters in length. To summon a larger creature in the future, one might need to roast something as colossal as a mountain, wouldn't one? Well, let Sanji, this culinary enthusiast, take charge in the future. I am confident that he will undoubtedly devise a way to produce an abundance of grilled meat. I hope so. Although I did not feel full, for Little Red, the joy of embarking on a sea voyage while indulging in exclusive delicacies is immeasurable. And the speed of movement thereafter was astonishingly swift. Blue Knight let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Sea Kings are not like Orochimaru's summon beasts from Naruto, which require an exorbitant number of offerings for each summoning. Their gentle nature makes them quite agreeable. Once again seated atop the Sea Kings, Blue Knight could not contain his eagerness to delve into research. After discovering the single card advancement technique, he conducted numerous safe experiments and summarized the following principles. 1. Even if absorbing cards of the same rank does not suffice for advancement, the card undergoing evolution will still receive a multiplier enhancement. 2. The advancement of a card only strengthens its inherent strengths and does not possess extensibility. 3. Cards have a limit to their advancement. 4. Single card advancement can only utilize corresponding card types. The first point is straightforward. For instance, a red pure gold card valued at 1 million berries. When absorbing a single red card, may not advance, but it will increase in value to 2 million berries. Absorption of a second card will elevate its worth to 3 million berries, continuing until the ninth card is absorbed, at which point it advances to orange. Valued at 10 million berries, exactly tenfold, perfectly aligning with the decimal system. The second point, using the pure gold card as an example, indicates its primary function is generating berries. Thus, the advancement will focus on increasing the berry amount rather than extending to gold or valuables. The limit discussed in the third point arose when Blue Knight attempted to advance a 1982 To Laphite red wine. This red magic card, after absorbing 6 magic cards, was renamed the first bottle of red wine from the Laphite estate. As the name suggests, this was the inaugural red wine produced by the Laphite estate, with a history nearly 3 centuries long. Upon attempting to absorb a 7th card, this magic card could no longer be absorbed, regardless of the circumstances. Initially, Blue Knight thought it was an issue with his operation and tried others, only to discover that this first bottle of Laphite wine was indeed resilient, having absorbed 6 cards. In contrast, a large barrel of Sprite could not absorb even 1 card, and Yangzhou fried rice, after absorbing a single card, successfully evolved into glowing Yangzhou fried rice but became too full to absorb more. After a series of experiments, Blue Knight succeeded in creating several mouth-watering food cards. Simultaneously, he concluded that cards possess limits, while others, like his evolved red pure gold card, boasted a value of a staggering 400 million berries. It seems he will not find himself short of money in the future. After confirming that this technique was sound, Blue Knight cautiously removed the card from the Duel Discs auxiliary slot. He now held 3 equipment cards he deemed worthy of retention: Dimension Space, Python Revolver, and Magic Card. Dimension Space requires no elaboration. It is an essential accessory for his role. A card of such convenience cannot be discarded. With his growing strength, the Python Revolver has become largely redundant, and it is foreseeable that the Magic Card will serve as his primary weapon, restricted by the quantity of equipped cards. He could either advance 1 weapon card to red or 2 cards to orange. Blue Knight chose to elevate Dimension Space to red. In terms of offense, he is currently honing his physical combat skills combined with repulsion force. Even with the advancement of the Magic Card, he lacks time to develop accompanying strategies. And being merely a single rank, it seems unlikely to yield significant qualitative change. History proved his choice to be correct. Card, Dimension Space rank, Orange category, Equipment Card effect, possesses 125 cubic meters of independent space, where time is an absolute stasis. Note: if you have an enemy you must eliminate, please place them inside. Card, Dimension Space rank, Red category, Equipment Card effect, possesses 1,000 cubic meters of independent space, where time is an absolute stasis. Note: if you have an enemy you must eliminate, please place them inside. The red rank Dimension Space offers an impressive 1,000 cubic meters of space. I am now a man who carries a small space with him. Blue Knight chuckled with delight. Regrettably, there was no one to share this joy with. Seeing that all was in order and with some free time, he proceeded to advance and synthesize all his cards, retaining only a few low-rank cards that might be useful. Given the time taken to find a suitable point, Blue Knight could absorb a card approximately every 10 seconds. After a busy half-day, he finally consolidated his cards. He amassed a total of 17 orange cards, 12 red cards, and 3 green cards, including his stock. Blue Knight's card inventory stood at 8 red cards, 27 orange cards, 19 red cards, 5 green cards, 1 cyan card, and 1 blue card. The vast majority were magic cards, followed by trap cards, with only 3 equipment cards and 3 monster cards remaining. The only usable card he possessed was Dimension Space. The others were merely for convenience and progression. They could still serve as materials for advancing other cards, since the monster card dropped by Mr. 4 was green, and the lowest monster card he used was the Cyan Repulsion Fruit. This enhancement did not extend to the monster cards. After completing these tasks, Blue Knight resumed his battles in the duel arena. His winning streak had reached an impressive 71 victories. With further effort, he could achieve 100 consecutive wins. At that point, the daily reward would unlock yet another green card. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. However, since reaching 50 consecutive wins, the matching time in the duel arena had increased, no longer allowing for instantaneous entry. The shortest wait was a minute, while the longest took a full hour. Blue Knight could not decipher the matching rules of the duel arena. Did he have to wait for others to be available for a match? After each battle, Blue Knight would take at least half an hour to reflect on his experiences. Recently, he had been attempting new combat techniques, while battles were secondary. The key was to expand his thinking. The superhuman fruit, after all, equates to strength. Moreover, should one inadvertently suffer a defeat that disrupts a winning streak, it would surely be a cause for lamentation. The current matchmaking targets are far from trivial, comprising skilled individuals from the Grand Line, making it considerably more challenging to achieve consecutive victories than before. After a sporadic yet relentless 15-day duel, Blue Knight finally reached an impressive 97 consecutive wins and arrived at an ancient island known as the Little Garden. Suspended in the void above the Little Garden, Blue Knight surveyed the island below with the poise of a deity. In comparison to larger landmasses, the Little Garden is relatively modest, resembling a circular patch of land with a diameter of approximately 5 kilometers, akin to the size of a small town. However, it is densely populated with trees, inhabited by ferocious beasts, and home to prehistoric dinosaur species. Given the colossal size of the dinosaurs, often exceeding several dozen meters, referring to this island as the Little Garden is indeed an apt description. Nonetheless, the island's compactness means that for one as agile as Blue Knight, gathering intelligence on its features is not a daunting task. After circling the island, he found to his surprise that the Going Merry was nowhere in sight. From the moment he set out to the time of his arrival, only a mere 10 days had elapsed, making it improbable that Luffy and his crew had completed their trials on this island and departed for the next. Furthermore, even if they had finished, they would not have left without a trace or message for him. Yet there was nothing. An unsettling realization dawned upon him. Could it be? The thought darkened Blue Knight's expression. If that were the case, it would indeed be a predicament. However, upon encountering two towering giants engaged in combat at the island's center, clarity washed over him. It was not that he was unable to keep pace with the Going Merry. Rather, his own speed had been so swift that he had outpaced Luffy and the others, reaching the destination before them. The key to this unexpected outcome lay at the Whiskey Peak Harbor, which is situated directly opposite the Twin Cape, forming a 160 angle with the direction of the Little Garden. To embark towards the Little Garden, vessels must navigate out of the harbor, then nearly circumnavigate the Whiskey Peak before aligning with the correct course. It was during the Going Merry's passage around Whiskey Peak that Blue Knight managed to cross its path ahead of them, setting sail at full speed to pursue the ship that trailed behind him. If he wishes to pursue his goals, he must navigate a complete circuit of the Grand Line to accomplish it. After analyzing the situation, Blue Knight wore a face marked by frustration. Despite allowing Luffy and his companions to set sail for over half an hour, they had not even managed to circumvent the tiniest of Whiskey Peaks. However, having reached this point, Blue Knight had no intention of turning back. He resolved to remain in place and wait. Moreover, he had just discovered a curious little trinket. Previously, while soaring above the island in search of information, he had unwittingly provoked the ire of aerial creatures, which reacted aggressively. A swarm of pterosaurs launched an assault against him. Alas, it was evident that these diminutive foes were no match for Blue Knight, as a barrage of air bullets swiftly dispatched them. Notably, after an extended skirmish, Blue Knight had reached a level of mastery such that he no longer required his fingers to conjure gravity barrels. He could now manipulate them from various parts of his body. Even more fortuitously, after slaying 6 pterosaurs, he found himself in possession of precisely 6 cards. Although they were all red cards, they were, nonetheless, monster cards. In his previous concern over a lack of materials to evolve the repulsion fruit, Blue Knight was now elated and resolved to spend the forthcoming period hunting the ancient creatures of this island. In this instance, the dinosaurs of the Little Garden have met a dire fate. Any dinosaur encountered is destined for demise. However, it is unnecessary to eradicate them entirely. Every species shall retain a male and a female. By adorning their heads with paint for clear identification, the risk of accidental slaughter is diminished. As for the possibility of their procreation, that remains beyond our control. After 3 arduous days, Blue Knight successfully hunted down 27 dinosaurs, acquiring a total of 27 Crimson Monster cards. Curiously, the likelihood of these dinosaurs dropping cards on this island stands at a remarkable 100%. After conducting a thorough inspection for half a day, Blue Knight, upon failing to discover any dinosaurs beyond his marked ones, could only express a wistful disappointment. It is truly regrettable that there are fewer than 3 orange cards. After careful consideration, Blue Knight decided to absorb all of his monster cards into the repulsion fruit. The dragon, classified as a blue card, requires materials for advancement that are 100 times that of the repulsion fruit. Hence, for the sake of quicker short-term progress, it is more practical to first advance the repulsion fruit. The 27 red cards amount to merely 0. 27 of what is necessary for the enhancement of the repulsion fruit. However, during the evolution of the repulsion fruit, Blue Knight encountered a rather serious issue. Unlike the auxiliary card slots, when he removed the repulsion fruit, the corresponding monster card slot also vanished. This implies that the use of monster cards is permanent and cannot be substituted. The same holds true for the dragon. Upon removal of the card, the corresponding monster card slot disappears as well. Such binding is truly vexatious. After some contemplation, Blue Knight unhesitatingly fed the explosive fruit to the repulsion fruit, elevating its progress to 127. Initially, he had intended to keep the explosive fruit for potential future situations where such a capability might be required. However, if the slots are indeed bound to the monster cards, it is better to enhance his combat power instead. With the absorption of the green tier explosive fruit card, Blue Knight distinctly felt a slight increase in the control of his repulsive force, the effective range of which expanded from 100 meters to just over 110 meters. Based on the decimal theory of card absorption, he estimated the correct figure to be approximately 112.7 meters. After attending to these trivial matters, Blue Knight arrived at one side of the island. He had not been flying long when he encountered a 100-meter-tall human wielding a massive axe. "Ah, Brokey. Has your duel commenced once more?" Blue Knight greeted, familiar with the giant. "Clap, clap, clap. Blue Knight, did you not hunt any dinosaurs today?" The giant inquired amiably, his steps unceasing. "None. It appears the dinosaurs on this island have all been consumed by the two of you. Henceforth, we shall rely on hunting sea beasts to survive." Blue Knight shrugged. "Clap, clap, clap. It was the same before, but it's all right. After all, we left some for breeding. They reproduce quickly, and in a year or two, there will be plenty to eat again." Brokey, the giant, remarked indifferently. When that time comes, I shall not compete with you, for I will surely have set sail by then." Blue Knight chuckled as he flew onto Brokey's shoulder. "I hope you don't mind if I observe your duel once again?" Clap, clap, clap. "Dongli will certainly welcome you as well. Come, come." Brokey did not refuse and led Blue Knight towards the center of the island, where he would duel with another giant, Dongli. From their conversation, it was evident that the dinosaurs hunted by Blue Knight had already been devoured by the two giants, whose appetites were indeed colossal. The familiarity between Blue Knight and Brokey stemmed from the fact that he possessed an abundance of barbecue seasonings and had previously left behind a large barrel of fine wine. For Brock and Dongli, this was an exceptionally rare treasure. With Lan Yu's remarkable prowess to traverse the Grand Line alone, they graciously accepted him as a companion. During this period, Lan Yu triumphantly achieved 100 consecutive victories, earning an impressive green card as his initial reward, a skill card of notable distinction. It was the signature ninjutsu of a certain Hokage from Naruto, 98. Behold as I enter empty-handed. Card. Mighty technique rank. Green category. Skill card effect. 1 health point 1 kilogram of strength, which can be concentrated and released at a single point. Note. Oh, Kato Eagle. No, it's the signature skill of the healing mistress Tsunade. I dare say, with your lack of vitality, you might find it beyond your mains. This skill belongs to Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha from Naruto. By meticulously controlling chakra and concentrating it at a single point, it unleashes an unimaginable level of destructive power. This ability bears a striking resemblance to the amplification of Dragon Soul, both enhancing physical attacks through explosive force. However, the distinction lies in the method of augmentation. One relies on a multiple based on physical constitution while the other adheres to a fixed ratio. In terms of potential, once the Blue Knight's physical capabilities become formidable in the future, the enhancement from Dragon Soul will undoubtedly surpass that of the Strength technique, which is why Dragon is rated as a blue card. Yet, one cannot dismiss the Strength technique. It is exceptionally suited for initial stages, particularly due to its capacity to concentrate power at a single point, making it formidable for someone like Blue Knight, who struggles to control his strength. With the same force of 1 kilogram, a poke with a finger may cause slight discomfort, but applied to a needle, it could pierce the heart. I am quite satisfied with this green card. By the way, should I procure a telephone bug? Otherwise, communication among pirates relies heavily on shouting, which is rather outdated. Suspended in the sky, Blue Knight observed the battle between Don Krieg and Bragi while pondering various matters. Contemplating communication issues, he recalled a card he had synthesized earlier, which was perfectly suited to establish his own communication network, ensuring absolute security without the fear of eavesdropping by the world's technology. It was far superior to a telephone bug in terms of utility. However, the cost was undeniably steep. It required. Unbeknownst to him, Blue Knight had drifted into deep thought. Hey, Blue Knight, Want to join us for some barbecue? Broggy's voice suddenly rang out. Come on, eat with us, Blue Knight. Don Krieg added, extending an invitation. Startled, Blue Knight snapped back to reality, realizing that the duel between Broggy and Don Krieg had already concluded. Both now looking at him expectantly, they wished for Blue Knight to accompany them, hoping for someone to share conversation and food with. As for sitting down together for a meal, that was laughable. If they could lower their pride, they wouldn't have debated for a century over who had the bigger catch. As Blue Knight contemplated how to respond, he suddenly noticed a ship approaching in the distance, not the Going Merry, nor one coming from the direction of Whiskey Peak. However, it was indeed one of the targets he had been waiting for. Finally, after 3 long days, you've arrived. With a gleam in his eyes, Blue Knight swiftly descended to join Don Krieg and Broggy. Don Krieg, Broggy, I have matters to attend to and must be away for a while. During this time, please do not mention my name to anyone, all right? After receiving their assurances, Blue Knight retrieved all the spices from his dimensional space and took off at a run. Before long, he arrived at the shore where the ship he had seen earlier was docking. Choosing not an easily accessible river but rather a section of the sea nearly 180 opposite. This indicated either unfamiliarity with the island's terrain or a deliberate attempt to conceal their presence. The only advantage of this docking choice was that ships coming from Whiskey Peak were unlikely to spot this vessel hidden on the other side of the island. Once the ship had anchored, 3 individuals disembarked, 1 man and 2 women. Coincidentally, Blue Knight was acquainted with all 3. Mr. 3, who sported a distinctive hairstyle, Miss Valentine, who had escaped from Whiskey Peak, and Mr. 3's partner, Miss Golden Week. Thanks to his familiarity with the island over the past 3 days, he easily kept track of their movements through the local wildlife. Blue Knight did not intend to confront them immediately. First, he needed to acknowledge a crucial fact. With his solitary strength, he could not guarantee 100% success in capturing them. It was wiser to bide his time, allowing his allies to encircle the targets, as overwhelming them with numbers was the key to success. Moreover, resolving the situation too soon would be rather dull. In such a confined space, one must seek amusement, lest one become overwhelmed with frustration. Following them discreetly, he envisioned the scenario where they clashed with Luffy and his crew. Striking at the moment they believed victory was within their grasp. The expressions on their faces would surely be delightful. Perhaps he could even gain the gratitude of Nami or Don Krieg and Broggy, generating a card that would serve his interests, much like the one he obtained from Laboon. It would be advantageous and boost his rapport without incurring any losses. Indeed, this plan appeared solid. In the days that followed, Don Krieg and Broggy continued to use the volcano as a signal. Whenever it erupted, they would seize their weapons and engage, leaving Blue Knight utterly uninterested in spectating. These 2 good friends are equally matched in strength. One need not even observe their contest to know it will inevitably result in a draw. However, he is concerned whether Mr. 3 might take the initiative to challenge Dongli and his companion prematurely. These 2 individuals are notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, perfectly aligning with Mr. 3's predilections. As a result, Mr. 3 and his companions remained notably silent, quietly nestled within the candlelit abode crafted by Mr. 3, patiently awaiting the arrival of their primary target, Luffy, and his companions. After a moment of contemplation, Blue Knight found solace in the situation. The little garden, being relatively compact, was an environment that the duo of East Blue had become intimately acquainted with over the past century. Should Mr. 3 act impulsively at this juncture, it would likely lead to their premature discovery and subsequent failure of their meticulously crafted plan. It would be far more prudent to allow Luffy and his entourage to disrupt the stalemate first, thereafter orchestrating subtle maneuvers to maximize benefits while incurring minimal costs. With this understanding, Blue Knight became engrossed in the arena, fervently pursuing the elusive goal of 500 consecutive victories, occasionally pausing to observe the activities of Mr. 3 and his cohorts. It was predominantly a state of daydreaming. Thus, without realizing it, 11 days slipped by until a shift in the monotonous routine finally occurred. A pattern tiger informed him of the arrival of a swimming sheep at the island's harbor. Without the need for speculation, Blue Knight was already aware. It was the Going Merry. In other words, Luffy and his companions had finally arrived. Blue Knight did not hasten to reunite with his allies. Instead, he continued to conceal himself in the underbrush, directing the animals to monitor Luffy's group throughout, refraining from any interference. The wager between Zoro and Sanji, Luffy and Vivi's interaction with the East Blue duo, Nami and Usopp being taken by Broggy, Mr. 3 secretly placing explosives in the wine, East Blue sustaining injuries, Luffy being subdued, the fair duel deemed compromised, and Nami and the others being utilized as candles in a candlestick. Blue Knight observed it all meticulously. These events are essentially consistent with the storyline. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that Luffy was neither swiftly evaded nor discovered by Usopp. Rather, the duo was unexpectedly detained by Miss Valentine. Blue Knight had been waiting patiently at the island's center for quite some time, and upon witnessing Zoro's blade descending, he noted the conspicuous absence of any movement from Luffy and the others. It dawned on him that his own intervention as a mere butterfly had indeed altered the course of history. Naturally, he could not stand idly by as Zoro sacrificed his own legs. Having sensed the potential for such a predicament, he had positioned himself not far from the candelabrum where Zoro and his companions were situated. Yet, he was taken aback by the sheer determination Zoro displayed in his self-harm. A resolve so profound that even Blue Knight's augmented gravitational force was insufficient to halt Zoro's relentless strikes. In desperation, Blue Knight executed 2 swift bursts of instant movement, aiming to intercept Zoro's blade before it could sever his legs. His initial intention had been to engage in a barehanded confrontation with the blade, but alas, despite his growing proficiency with the technique, he still struggled with precise spatial displacement, resulting in a slight miscalculation. Thus, adopting a barehanded stance, he was dramatically met with Zoro's blade striking his right shoulder. The force so tremendous that it pierced through 2 layers of his dragon scale defense, embedding itself 3 inches into flesh. Instantly, blood spattered forth, prompting Blue Knight to exclaim in agony, "Oh my gods, that truly hurts." Zoro, seemingly indifferent, sheathed his sword with a slight smirk, embodying an air of arrogance. Blue Knight, nursing his pain, rose with a frown, pondering whether he had misjudged whom to save. You didn't even utter a word of thanks, and here you are. Acting all haughty, he thought, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Meanwhile, Nami exclaimed, "You arrived just in time, as expected of reliable Blue." This only deepened Blue Knight's scowl. How did I earn such a moniker? And when did I ever acknowledge it? He mused, though a part of him felt a peculiar sense of pride at the praise. In stark contrast to Nami's jubilance, Vivi gritted her teeth, her face pallid as she gazed at the wound on Blue Knight's shoulder. Trembling, she asked, "Blue Knight, aren't you going to bandage that? The wound is still bleeding." "It's merely a trifling matter," Blue Knight interrupted her concern, turning to Zoro. "Can you protect them for now? Stop nagging. If I were capable of moving, would I need your assistance?" Zoro replied, visibly irritated. Blue Knight chuckled at this response. Channeling his immense strength, he concentrated 3,000 health points into his toes and gently pressed down. Crack, crack, crack. From the point of his toe, a web of fissures spread outwards, eventually covering a significant portion of the candelabrum-esque surface. Zoro seemed to sense something, lightly lifting his right foot. Crack. The foot, which had appeared to be fused with the candelabrum, was effortlessly extracted, as if emerging from a quagmire. Wah! What? Mr. 3 finally comprehended the unfolding events. How could this be? That was my impregnable candle feast. In stark contrast to Mr. 3's astonishment, Zoro furrowed his brow. You've grown significantly stronger in just a month, he remarked gravely. It was astonishing to think that when they first met, this individual was merely a novice who could still fall prey to his enemies. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had evolved into a formidable ally capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Zoro. This indicates that the growth rate of Lan Yi far surpasses that of his counterpart, Zoro. For Zoro's proud heart, this was an unequivocal provocation. Little did he realize that the Blue Knight was an extraordinary being. If Zoro could surpass him, it would indeed be a miracle. Naturally, Blue Knight was unaware of Zoro's thoughts and at that moment had no intention of pondering such matters, for he had far more pressing concerns. For now, I must leave this to you. I need to hurry to Luffy. That fool always gives me cause for worry. Oh, go ahead. I shall manage here, Zoro replied resolutely. That fellow with the 3 on his head is Mr. 3, a user of the candle fruit, capable of shaping anything from wax. You just experienced its hardness, however. Its lack of flexibility is a notable flaw. By some time until we return, the other girl should not be underestimated. Her name is Miss Golden Week. Though not a fighter, she possesses the ability to manipulate emotions through her paint palette, with techniques for betrayal, laughter, anger, relaxation, friendship, and dreams. The drawback is that she must be close to exert her influence. If you can disrupt her paintbrush or keep her at bay, you ought to be fine. Hold on for a moment. I shall finish up quickly. As Blue Knight soared into the sky, he succinctly summarized the abilities of Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. By the time his last words floated back, he had vanished from sight. Mr. 3. Miss Golden Week. Hello, is this the world government? We've encountered a challenger who has disclosed our abilities. Is it possible to forego this battle? Internally, Mr. 3 and his companion were in despair. Why did they feel that this sudden arrival, one of their targets, the vice captain, understood their powers better than they did themselves? As Mr. 3 and his companion were left speechless, Zoro successfully rescued Nami and Vivi from the fragile wax platform. Seriously, Zoro, can't you be a bit more gentle? Nami complained, rubbing her sore shoulders. Vivi and I are girls. Do you not understand the concept of cherishing the delicate? What's there to cherish? Zoro retorted, perplexed. Sighing, Nami thought. Lack of culture is truly frightening. You should interact more with Blue Knight. He is quite the learned scholar. This remark came from the academically inclined Nami, dripping with disdain. It seems they are preparing for battle. Vivi interjected quietly, breaking the two's discussion. Nami and the others turned to see a large white lock descending towards their position. In an instant, Zoro drew his swords and struck fiercely against the waxen lock. He then used his body as a cushion, propelling Nami and Vivi away while his feet remained firmly planted, creating deep ruts in the ground. The force of the waxen chains was indeed overwhelming, catching him off guard. Remarkably, he did not fall, though he was sent flying, which was not entirely humiliating. TCH. He is not nearly as strong as Blue Knight. What a letdown, Nami scoffed. Zoro, do you doubt me? Fortunately, Vivi was sensible enough to mediate, saying, Nami. Regardless of the circumstances, Zoro is currently protecting us. Then during those 2 moments of danger, who saved you, Zoro or Blue Knight? Nami countered. It was Blue Knight. Do you find Blue Knight reliable? She pressed on. Reliable. And what about Zoro? Internally, Zoro thought, hey, why am I being silenced in such a situation? Stand up for yourself. Don't shy away. Nami's teasing ignited Zoro's competitive spirit, and his suppressed anger surged forth. He bit down on his sword, drawing it in a flourish. You two be careful. I will handle that fiery-haired one. Despite the lengthy dialogue, in reality, Mr. 3 had merely swung his waxen lock again, preparing to strike Zoro once more. One must admit, this fellow's attack frequency was exceedingly slow. With a prepared Zoro, his dual swords resting firmly against his chest, his muscles bulged as he resolutely withstood the onslaught of the massive lock without yielding an inch. In fact, he deftly redirected its force aside, propelling himself past the waxen lock directly towards Mr. 3 himself. Should he manage to close the distance to this individual, he possessed a strong confidence in his ability to swiftly defeat this foe who had caused him considerable embarrassment on multiple occasions. Absolutely. This time, he absolutely must fell a foe to quell his wrath. I wonder if this counts as setting a flag. 100. Zoro, who has been subjected to personal attacks that made him question his very existence, faces the advancing Mr. 3, who remains remarkably composed. With a flourish, he unleashes a torrent of candle wax from his hands, erecting a formidable barrier of wax between the two combatants. Candle fruit, candle wall. Its hardness surpasses that of the previous candle stand. Indeed, when Zoro strikes with all his might, he finds his blade incapable of inflicting even the slightest mark upon it. Not a single scratch remains. However, Zoro is no fool. Determined to engage head-on, he can easily maneuver around it. Mr. 3, clearly anticipating this, conjures yet another wall of wax just as Zoro attempts to circumvent the first. Curse be it. Zoro strikes fiercely at the wax barrier once more, initially driven by frustration, only to discover that his blade effortlessly slices into the wax as if it were mere cheese. Yet, while penetrating it proves no challenge. Extracting his blade shall be another matter entirely. In this moment, the wax transformed into an impenetrable barrier, simultaneously encasing Zoro's snow in its embrace. Despite Zoro's formidable strength, his blade remained steadfast and unmoving. Furthermore, a portion of the wax solution began to flow along the blade, creeping towards Zoro's arm. This is an attempt to force Zoro to relinquish his sword. A swordsman who loses his weapon would undoubtedly see his combat prowess diminished to a fraction of its former self. Even Zoro, who wields 3 swords, would experience a reduction of over 30% in his fighting capability if he were to lose one, if he were ensnared by this seemingly indestructible candle wax solution. The previous scene of being bound would manifest once more. Given Zoro's current abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to break free. Thus, abandoning the snow walk seemed to be the only option, a sentiment shared by the onlookers. Unfortunately, none truly comprehended the significance of a sword to a swordsman. At least from Zoro's perspective, anyone who willingly discards their blade is unworthy of the title of swordsman. Moreover, Zoro had learned from Blue Knight that this snow walk was once wielded by a true swordsman, who entrusted his dreams to Zoro through Blue Knight. He bore the weight of 2 swordsmen's paths. His swordsmanship could not be forsaken. Consequently, to the astonishment of all present, The wax solution crept along the snow walk and spread across Zoro's hand, arm, shoulder, and collarbone, as the wax threatened to encroach upon Zoro's face. A swiftly rotating peacock-wood machine struck Mr. 3, forcing him to divert his attention to defend with a wax shield. Unbeknownst to him, another peacock-wood machine bypassed the wax shield's defense and forcefully pierced the arm connecting Mr. 3 to the wax wall before Zoro. With a sharp intake of breath, Mr. 3 gasped in pain. The distraction caused by Vivi severed the link holding Zoro's wax wall in place. He was merely a Paramecia-type Devil Fruit user, not a Logia-type, and thus could feel pain. Seizing this opportunity, Zoro lifted the wax wall that had ensnared a portion of his body, advancing rather than retreating, and swung the wax wall with tremendous force against Mr. 3's wax shield, shattering it. Following this, the wax wall descended upon Mr. 3 with the weight of a mountain. This incident truly terrified Mr. 3. Even as the creator, being struck by a solidified wax wall would spell doom for him. In his panic, he hastily activated his abilities to melt the wax wall hurtling towards him. However, this inadvertently granted Zoro the opportunity to break free, allowing him to pierce straight towards Mr. 3's heart with his snow walk technique. A faint sound echoed, although Zoro's strike did indeed land on Mr. 3's chest. It merely slid off to the side as if meeting no resistance, leaving only a long scratch in its wake. The sensation of that strike was identical to the wax created by Mr. 3. It was evident that this fellow had enveloped himself in a layer of wax for protection. Realizing he had squandered the prime opportunity to attack, Zoro swiftly withdrew, extricating himself from the wax solution. By the time Mr. 3 attempted to ensnare Zoro once more, it was already too late. That was close, Zoro remarked, surprisingly aware of the danger, without turning back. Vivi, well done. It was indeed a rare moment of praise. Ordinarily, receiving commendation from someone as proud as Zoro would elicit at least a polite response, yet the reply he received was a sharp, "Humph, I regret saving you. You might as well die." A rather ominous blessing of death from Vivi. Truly, just as unreliable as the untrustworthy Blue. I suggest you disembark early now that I am captain. Nami's disdain escalated into a direct personal attack. Zoro stood bewildered, thinking, what on earth? I just complimented her, right? How did I suddenly find myself under fire from both of them? He turned to face them, only to meet the defiant, haughty expressions of the two women. This caused Zoro's expression to flicker, and he couldn't help but recall Luffy and Blue Knight. They were the two individuals he most desired to defeat. What? Have they never encountered a beautiful woman? Upon meeting a princess, they should kneel and pay their respects. Princess Vivi raised her neck even higher, resembling a swan. Zoro, how he longed to strike someone. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman, you lonely dog? Queen Nami continued her personal attacks. Lonely dog Zoro, -999. Just as Zoro was on the verge of losing control, Mr. 3 over there also regained his composure, gingerly touching a small indentation on his chest. Still haunted by the memory, his attire was crafted from colored wax candles, offering less defense than ordinary candles, yet providing a surprising comfort. He never anticipated that he had nearly been pierced through by Zoro's blade. This self-proclaimed genius, Mr. 3, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation as his intelligence was ruthlessly trampled upon. In response, he resolved to unleash a formidable counterattack. A multitude of candles surged forth from his being, enveloping him completely, save for his face. The candles swiftly coalesced into an armor of wax, taking on the appearance of a colossal automaton, albeit with the comically absurd addition of 2 red boxing gloves adorning its hands. Candle fruit, Candle Champion's Cup. This is the pinnacle of Mr. 3's artistry, endowed with the formidable power to topple a bounty of 42 million berries. Meanwhile, during Mr. 3's preparations, Zoro bore the brunt of Nami and Vivi's relentless verbal assaults, his expression darkening to the point of existential doubt. Who, after all, were these two individuals that claimed to be his allies? Just as Zoro's patience was about to snap, Mr. 3, having completed his preparations, was ready to reclaim his dignity. Amidst this, Miss Golden Week leisurely indulged in snacks and tea while observing the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "So Zoro, I've clearly outlined the weaknesses of those two. Yet you're still dawdling? Are you waiting for me to save you? I am not your babysitter." 101. Blue Knight, I certainly do not wish to witness your lack of undergarments. Why are you still hesitating? I am not your caretaker. Blue Knight descended from the heavens, mercilessly landing another blow upon the already battered Zoro. As Zoro, on the verge of losing his composure, clenched his teeth and charged at the now robotic Mr. 3. He remained silent, unleashing a fierce assault. The intensity of his strikes caught the once confident Mr. 3 off guard, forcing him to frantically defend himself against Zoro's onslaught. His battle armor, touted as his strongest artistic creation, was marred with numerous gashes. It is noteworthy that the armor's hardness surpassed that of any previous waxen creations. This serves as a testament to the significant impact of human emotion on combat prowess. Zoro must have endured considerable frustration, Blue Knight mused, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. Observing Zoro in such distress filled him with an inexplicable joy, perhaps a hint of schadenfreude. However, not everyone shared in Blue Knight's amusement. "Hey, you little brat over there." Queen Nami chimed in, scolding him. "You haven't even matured and you dare to play pirate? Wouldn't it be better to go home and ask your mother for milk?" "Exactly. What business do you have meddling in adult affairs?" Vivi added, her head held high, almost mastering Hancock's infamous disdainful gaze. Blue Knight's smile faltered as he glanced at the black symbols beneath their feet. Miss Golden Week's black betrayal, a curse compelling individuals to betray their allies, regardless of their significance. When Luffy had fallen victim to this trick, even Nami and the others had shown no inclination to save him as the wax mist closed in. The power of this ability was indeed formidable. Although aware that Nami and Vivi were under the influence of Miss Golden Week's black betrayal, Blue Knight could not suppress his irritation, particularly as they continued to berate him. He resolved to no longer endure their taunts. "Just because you're women doesn't mean I can't retaliate," he declared. With a sudden frown, he disdainfully remarked, "No matter how you two argue, I have no desire to witness your lack of undergarments." Miss Golden Week, sipping her tea, couldn't help but splutter, spraying it everywhere. The black betrayal was an absolute state of treachery against allies. Blue Knight's aversion to witnessing their state only incited further defiance from Nami and Vivi. "What do you mean you don't want to see us? Does that mean we won't show you? That would be quite embarrassing for us," Nami retorted. "Humph. If you don't want to see, then I shall do it right now," Vivi declared, equally unyielding. Faced with such brazen defiance from the two women, Blue Knight found himself inexplicably delighted. As he watched Nami and Vivi unhesitatingly begin to remove their tops, revealing their ample undergarments and the alluring curves beneath, he gasped in astonishment. "I need a camera. Can someone please get me a camera?" As they shed their tops, the two women swiftly bent down to remove their skirts, their fluid movements catching Blue Knight off guard. The sight of their exposed skin nearly blinded him, and he was overwhelmed by the sheer beauty before him. The summer-like weather in the garden only accentuated their alluring attire, making the removal of clothing a matter of mere seconds. Once undressed, they cast triumphant glances at Blue Knight, their faces radiating pride. Blue Knight felt weak at the knees. The dynamics of dominance were palpable, leaving him with the impression that these women were intent on provoking him. "What now? We aim to frustrate you. Are you angry?" they taunted, reveling in their power over him. Their bold declaration stirred something within him, yet he shook his head, realizing that this was merely playful banter. If he were to utter anything about not wanting to see their nudity, he feared the consequences. Yet, upon reflection, the thought of witnessing Queen Nami and Princess Vivi in their natural state stirred his desires. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and resolutely declared, "If you have the audacity, then do not step out of that black circle." "Humph. I shall step out. What will you do about it?" Vivi scoffed. "Indeed. What can you do?" Nami echoed. A moment later, two piercing female screams filled the air, and Blue Knight opened his eyes to see Vivi and Nami slowly dressing. Clearing his throat, he attempted to justify himself. I thought you two were under Miss Golden Week's obedience symbol, which forces one to fulfill 3 wishes unconditionally before it wears off." "Who knew that you?" "I do not possess that so-called obedience ability," Miss Golden Week interjected, exposing the truth. "What you witnessed was black betrayal, which absolutely disregards the will of allies." "What? That wasn't it? I must have misremembered." "Ha ha ha," Blue Knight chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Humph. You seem quite knowledgeable about my abilities. Did you already know they were afflicted by?" As Miss Golden Week was about to reveal his ulterior motives, Blue Knight swiftly moved in front of her, covering her mouth. "As an enemy, how dare you be so brazenly in my presence? I am not like that green-haired turtle. I want to underestimate you." After delivering this remark to a flustered Vivi, Blue Knight whispered into Miss Golden Week's ear, "Now, will you keep this a secret? Afterward, I shall let you go. I know you are indifferent to this job." Confronted by Blue Knight's words, Miss Golden Week nodded decisively. Sensing the firmness of her agreement, Blue Knight finally released her, responding, "Indeed, that's the way to be a good child. Just stay here quietly." As he spoke, Blue Knight swatted away Miss Golden Week's small hand, reaching for the condiment tray, and subsequently stored the tray in a dimensional space. "Your tools of mischief have been confiscated. Should you continue to misbehave, I might just have to bind you." Deprived of the condiment tray, Miss Golden Week resembled a powerless little girl, and binding her was unnecessary. Having dealt with Miss Golden Week, Blue Knight finally lifted his head. It was enjoyable a moment ago, but now, I fear trouble is on the horizon, especially when he noticed that Nami's expression had not turned angry as expected, but rather transformed into something else entirely. This time, the benefits seemed to come at a cost, a rather substantial one. Indeed. Nami, deal confirmed. Vivi, Nami, Blue Knight, upon catching a glimpse of Nami's avaricious expression. Blue Knight realized he was in for trouble. Ahem, let me first clarify that I am currently devoid of funds. Blue Knight spoke falsely. For he possessed a single red card, a pure gold card 3, valued at a staggering 400 million berries. Having mastered the art of card evolution, money had become merely a numerical concept to him. However, Nami was akin to a bottomless pit. The moment he exhibited even a hint of generosity, she would cling to him like a bee drawn to the scent of flowers, draining him dry. Nami, Blue Knight. Very well, what do you desire? With a guilty conscience, Blue Knight surrendered. Well, for a private lingerie show, the price is 10 million berries. Combined with Vivi's, that amounts to 20 million berries. Should you lack the funds, you may defer payment. The daily interest is 1, which equates to 100,000 berries. Blue Knight. I might as well sell myself to you. Initially, it was merely a jest, yet to his astonishment, the money-hungry Nami nodded without hesitation. All right, if we're partners. I'll offer it to you for free. You can enjoy it every day. With that, Nami unceremoniously removed her blouse, and before Blue Knight's eyes, she shed her trousers, tying the sleeves around her waist to fashion a rudimentary skirt. So, the deal is struck. From now on, I shall dress like this. And you will be my personal possession, replete with additional benefits. Her words brimmed with allure and temptation. Vivi, her face flushed a deeper crimson, stammered, ahem. The moon looks rather square today. Blue Knight was at a loss for words. How had he never before recognized Nami's audacious nature? While previously he had occasionally teased her, it had merely been playful banter. Now, it was a blatant and unabashed seduction. Blue Knight is embarrassed. Nami teased, unabashedly wrapping her arms around his. Are you certain you want to assist Zoro? Feeling the softness of her embrace, Blue Knight glanced over at Zoro, who was still locked in a fierce battle with Mr. 3. It was a rare occurrence to encounter someone capable of withstanding Zoro's onslaught. It would provide an excellent opportunity for him to gain insight. He had been on the cusp of comprehending the realm of cutting nothing before. Isn't it said that one can cut anything? Vivi whispered, her cheeks flushed. Zoro's master was likely a great swordsman who had once told him, there exist individuals who cannot sever anything yet can slice through iron. The implication being that while it is challenging to cut everything, it is not impossible. However, achieving the state of cutting nothing requires a transformation of one's mindset. Blue Knight's response to Vivi was loud enough for even Zoro, in the midst of his fierce struggle, to hear each word clearly. This moment caused Zoro to momentarily lose focus, only to be struck fiercely in the chest by Mr. 3's punch. Had he not swiftly drawn his sword to block, that single blow could have placed him at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Zoro did not blame Blue Knight. Instead, his eyes sparkled with enlightenment, as if he had grasped something profound. His strikes fluctuated between light and heavy, and as time passed, Mr. 3's waxen armor became riddled with scars. The rate of Mr. 3's repairs had gradually failed to keep pace with Zoro's destructive power. Blue Knight observed intently. After their previous duel in the arena, Zoro had sought him out, inquiring whether he could re-enter the fighting grounds. Upon receiving a negative response, Zoro had occasionally engaged him in practice bouts, yet he gained nothing from them. At that time, Blue Knight understood that Zoro was on the brink of a breakthrough from swordsman to swordmaster. He required a worthy opponent, someone who could exert the same pressure as Mr. 1. However, Blue Knight, prior to removing his glasses, was incapable of providing such intensity, as he could not instill a sense of danger in Zoro. When Blue Knight suggested the possibility of removing his glasses to try, Zoro hesitated briefly before resolutely shaking his head in refusal. Faced with the choice of liberating Blue Knight or relinquishing his ascension to Swordmaster, he chose the latter, leaving Blue Knight in deeper confusion. What could he have done in the arena that instilled such trepidation in Zoro? After several fruitless inquiries, Blue Knight ceased his questioning, reassuring himself that it likely was not a positive matter. Returning to the battle between Zoro and Mr. 3, Zoro had begun to dominate the fight, his strikes becoming increasingly elusive and unpredictable. A seemingly light blow could slice through a significant portion of Mr. 3's waxen armor, while a thunderous, full-force slash would suddenly redirect to an unguarded area upon closing in, driving Mr. 3 to the brink of madness. Curiously, Zoro had refrained from delivering lethal blows. His previous deadly intent had transformed into a more playful, peeling approach. One by one, he meticulously stripped away the waxen layers enveloping Mr. 3. As the tide of battle seemed to favor Zoro, Nami suddenly inquired, "Oh, weren't you just with Luffy and the others? Why didn't they return with you?" "Ah, by the way, Blue Knight, did you see Karu? The one who runs fast," Vivi exclaimed. "Oh, them? Hiki, I witnessed quite an amusing scene when I arrived over there." Earlier, Blue Knight had soared towards Luffy and his crew, needing no dragon wings to reach the battlefield in less than 10 seconds. The advantages of aerial mobility are irreplaceable. Upon his arrival, Miss Valentine was still engaged in a skirmish with Usopp, or rather, she was evading him effortlessly. Every attack from Usopp was deftly sidestepped by Miss Valentine, who seemed to treat his efforts with indifference. Suspended in the air, Blue Knight paused to observe and quickly discern the nature of Miss Valentine's paper-thin evasive maneuvers. She was utilizing the flow of air to her advantage. By diminishing her mass to an infinitesimal degree, any substantial attack capable of causing air movement was rendered ineffective against her, effortlessly pushing her beyond the range of her opponent's strikes. This seemingly insurmountable move, however, is fraught with numerous weaknesses. She cannot evade attacks that span an exceptionally vast area. Unlike a current that disperses into molecules to escape, her entirety inevitably hinders her mobility. Attacks like Luffy's Gum Gum Gatling, which possess considerable gaps, do not pose a significant threat. Conversely, swift, narrow strikes akin to Zoro's, Miss Valentine's cannot avoid either. The force with which she is pushed by the air cannot match the speed of Zoro's slashes. Lastly, supernatural attacks like the repulsive force of Blue Knight, which are intangible, are entirely unavoidable for Miss Valentine's. Thus, upon witnessing Blue Knight's appearance in the sky, her instinctive reaction is to retreat. Fully aware of her own capabilities, Miss Valentine's realizes that Blue Knight is her natural nemesis. Indeed, Blue Knight's repulsive ability is inherently restraining to most non-natural devil fruit users. However, a single utterance from Usopp compels Miss Valentine's to cease her flight, or rather, renders her incapable of fleeing. Upon seeing Blue Knight, Usopp naturally spots her as well. "Wonderful, Blue Knight, you have finally arrived." Usopp's voice quivers with a hint of tears. "Please, head to the center of the island. You must rescue those two giants. They have been ensnared by members of Baroque Works. Nami and the others should be there too. Hurry and save them." Blue Knight is taken aback. Usopp is not seeking his aid? Or rather, he is not clinging to his golden support this time? As a long-term passenger aboard the ship, Blue Knight has an intimate understanding of Usopp's character, boastful and timid. His penchant for exaggeration is well known. The title of Sniper King is not merely a fade. Yet, Usopp's timidity has continually astonished Blue Knight. At the slightest hint of danger, he invariably seeks out Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, or Blue Knight himself, concocting excuses to evade confrontation, ultimately resorting to claiming, "My old ailment has flared up again." Thus, when Blue Knight approached, he anticipated Usopp would, as usual, burst into tears, celebrating Blue Knight's arrival, and then watches Blue Knight vanquish the foe. Content to play the role of a salted fish, exclaiming 666. To his surprise, even before his feet touched the ground, Usopp seemed to urge him to leave. Confounded, Blue Knight pondered this unexpected behavior, which nearly brought Usopp to tears. As he implored Blue Knight to hurry to the island's center and ensure the rescue of Broggy and Dory, the giants. "Indeed, Blue Knight. You need not worry about this side. Hurry to save Uncle Dory and Nami." Luffy is also urging Blue Knight onward. But why? Blue Knight begins to grasp the situation but seeks further confirmation. "Usopp, by your usual standards, why do you not require my assistance, but rather?" "Because Broggy and Dory's duel is sacred. They are the warriors I admire most. I will not allow such a holy battle to be marred by human intervention. Therefore, Blue Knight, please hasten to their aid. Rescue my cherished dreams." Suspended in midair, Blue Knight crossed his arms, rhythmically tapping his fingers against his arms. He recalled that if memory serves, Usopp's eventual bravery in battle, culminating in his role as the Straw Hat Pirate Sniper, originated from this encounter with the giants in the Little Garden. With this in mind, Blue Knight glanced at the anxious Miss Valentine's and at Luffy. Pinned beneath the skeletal remains of a Sea King, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Then, Usopp, I shall rescue Dory and Broggy. I leave Luffy's safety in your hands. And, Miss Valentine's, I require you to be alive, should you flee again. I shall ensure you remain airborne for 3 days and nights. Of course, leave this to me." Usopp's rare display of bravery is indeed a promise. A smile crept upon Blue Knight's lips. This is the Straw Hat Pirates he cherishes, the source of joy brought by Usopp. In the next moment, he resolutely turns away. Having chosen to support Usopp and allow him to manifest his seemingly trivial spirit, he might as well trust him once more. After all, he is not a caretaker. Usopp is no feeble being in need of constant pampering. Despite his somewhat cowardly demeanor, he is a man who has bravely navigated the latter half of the Grand Line. As Lanwei turns to leave, from above, one can witness Sanji knocking on the door of Mr. Three's candlewood cabin. It seems the eternal pointer to Alabasta has been acquired, rendering his own unnecessary. Subsequently, Lanwei returns to the scene, offering guidance to Zoro with Gung Shirlong's words. "So, you have chosen to believe in Usopp?" Nami exclaims. Disbelief etched on her face. In her perception, this man, even more timid than herself, could hardly stand as a match for a devil fruit user. Well, though this sounds incredulous, the truth is, yes. But, can Usopp truly manage it? Nami cannot suppress her doubts. After all, Usopp has, in the past, only seemed capable of shouting for help or exclaiming 666, appearing fit only for menial labor. You should have a bit of faith in your comrades. While she says this, hesitation still lingers. Do you really not trust your companions? Of course not. My comrades are the finest. Nami insists, yet her tone shifts. However, it appears the battle here is mostly under control. Why not take a look over there? No need. We have arrived. They still wish to see. Who is speaking? Nami attempts to persuade Lanwei, but midway realizes that the voice responding does not belong to him. It emanates from behind her. Turning around, she meets Luffy's determined gaze. His shoulder burdened with the battered Usopp, and beside him, the unconscious Miss Valentine, with Karu swiftly racing beneath them. Upon reaching Lanyue's side, Luffy first lays Usopp before the guilt-ridden Brokey, then hoists Miss Valentine and places her in front of Lanwei. This is what Usopp asked me to give you. Luffy states earnestly, word by word. All right. Lanwei nods, somewhat distracted. He is pondering a particular question, since Luffy is already mounted on Karu. Why does he still carry Usopp? Wouldn't it suffice to place them both on Karu's back? Despite his musings, Lanyue's hands remain swift. With his left hand, he scoops a section of the earth, a fan-shaped force field slicing into the ground, and with a lift, he dislodges a chunk of soil. His right hand gently taps Miss Valentine's heart, sending a burst of air to usher the unconscious Miss Valentine into the cycle of reincarnation. A green card materializes, which Lanwei incorporates into his deck before placing Miss Valentine within the cavity he had just excavated, covering it with soil and compressing the ground flat. The evidence of her existence has been obliterated. Unbeknownst to him, Lanwei has become capable of extinguishing a life without a blink. Of course, the condition remains that the individual must be his enemy, one who has repeatedly caused him trouble and harbored murderous intent. Having suffered from past experiences, he understands that sparing a foe may invite future calamity, ultimately harming oneself, especially with someone like Miss Valentine, who possesses a devil fruit ability and regards human life as expendable. Even a defeated opponent can pose a threat to those around him. It is far wiser to eliminate such threats entirely, not to mention that his two monster cards require materials for advancement. Casually feeding Miss Valentine's green card to the repulsion fruit, Lanwei turns his attention to the irritable Mr. 3, who has been reduced to frustration by Zoro's actions. Thus, a question arises. This adept locksmith, known as Mr. 3, raises the question of whether he should be spared. After a brief contemplation, Blue Knight realized that the decision was not solely his to make. Mr. 3, having been defeated by Zoro, would not warrant execution unless Zoro himself deemed it necessary. To intervene as a friend would be a breach of camaraderie. True to the Straw Hat Crew's customary manner, it was entirely possible that Zoro might indeed let Mr. 3 go. Furthermore, Blue Knight had an inkling that retaining this locksmith could prove advantageous in the future. Most importantly, he held a disdain for Mr. 3's candle fruit abilities. As expected, Zoro, upon recognizing that Mr. 3 could no longer provide him with experience, swiftly rendered him unconscious with a strike, displaying a sense of unfulfilled desire. If only Mr. 3 had persevered a tad longer, Zoro could have completely shattered the barriers of a swordsman and ascended to the status of a master swordsman. Alas, it was just a fraction too late. The moment Zoro incapacitated Mr. 3 marked the conclusion of this battle, with all adversaries having been vanquished. It was akin to clearing a minor level, as two cards floated up from Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3. Card, Magic Tube Rank, Green Category, Trap Card Effect. When the body suffers a lethal physical attack, the damage is fully redirected to the attacker. Note, on stormy days, please refrain from standing under trees. Being struck by lightning is not within the scope of services provided. Card, Transformation Technique Rank, Red Category, Skill Card Effect. Transform into any form or appearance. The greater the disparity, the higher the cost. Note, Cross-Dressing Master? It is said that combining the shadow clone technique with the transformation technique can liberate one's hands. Logically, Mr. Three's strength should have been superior. Yet he merely yielded a single red card for the transformation technique. In contrast, Miss Golden Week, whom Blue Knight effortlessly dispatched, contributed a green card for the magic tube. Moreover, what was the significance of the note regarding the transformation technique? Both Naruto and others possessed the shadow clone and transformation techniques. Yet no one had ever encountered a notable combination. What kind of special combination were they referring to? Lost in thought, Blue Knight suddenly had an epiphany. And a shadow darkened his expression. Who was responsible for crafting these cards? Come forth. I assure you, I shall make you regret it. With a scowl, Blue Knight learned the transformation technique and swiftly placed the magic tube into the auxiliary card slot. Ignoring the commotion between Luffy and Broggy, Blue Knight turned his attention to Miss Golden Week, who was being playfully harassed by Nami. Nami had always been fond of children, it seemed. Considering that this little girl had not attacked him and had previously cooperated, her abilities could potentially yield unexpected results for Blue Knight. He resolved to spare the child and conduct an experiment. Should she prove useful, he would take her aboard the ship. With this thought in mind, Blue Knight enlisted Zoro's assistance, hoping he could lend a hand. What did you say? I absolutely refuse to participate in this experiment. Zoro's reaction to Blue Knight's proposal was nothing short of explosive. His exclamation startled East Blue, who had been dead for quite some time, causing him to awaken from his stupor. The others were left in stunned silence, having realized that East Blue had not perished but had merely been knocked unconscious. Zoro found himself questioning his own existence. East Blue, have you been resurrected? Broggy stuttered in disbelief. Resurrected? East Blue struggled to sit upright, bewildered. What do you mean by resurrected? It's not a resurrection. Blue Knight interjected. I assumed you all were aware. East Blue was never dead. What? Not dead? The group exclaimed in unison. East Blue and Zoro exchanged knowing glances, as if an understanding had dawned upon them. It must be due to the weapon, East Blue asserted confidently. Of course. After a century of battle, how could it retain its former sharpness? Zoro responded, finally grasping the situation. Usopp, having been reduced to tears, paid no heed to the others. He wiped his eyes and joyously shouted, what a miraculous turn of events. While the group reveled in East Blue's resurrection, the duo of East Blue and Broggy began playfully sparring with one another, exchanging friendly jabs as a show of camaraderie. The onlookers erupted in laughter, while Nami shook her head in exasperation, remarking, the complexity of male friendship. As she spoke, Nami embraced Blue Knight, expressing her affection in the most direct manner. Hey, release Miss Nami at once, you little rascal. Sanji's furious shout pierced the air, followed by a rush of wind. It was evident that he was launching a kick in Blue Knight's direction. Instinctively, Blue Knight activated his repulsion sensing field, allowing him to deftly escape Nami's embrace and evade Sanji's flying kick with an almost weightless sidestep. Oh, it's you, Blue Knight. Sanji finally recognized his face, his anger quickly morphing into determination. Today, I shall settle the score with you. The furious protector of ladies, Sanji, charged forth, unleashing a flurry of kicks. Blue Knight, somewhat resigned, parried the onslaught, treating it as mere playful banter. The others laughed heartily, unconcerned by the playful scuffle between Sanji and Blue Knight. In a moment of distraction, a peculiar insect landed on Nami's abdomen. Ah, Nami exclaimed, startled. Sanji immediately abandoned his lesson for Blue Knight and rushed to Nami's side. Ah, Miss Nami, your knight has returned. How may I serve you? Sanji's eyes sparkled with affection. Nami, clad in rather revealing attire, casually replied, nothing much, just a mosquito bite. She scratched her belly nonchalantly. The others paid little mind to her words, while Sanji vowed to concoct a special perfume on board to ward off mosquitoes. Only Blue Knight's expression darkened. Until now, he had been closely guarding Nami to prevent any potential mosquito bites, but Sanji's interruption had caused him to miss the opportunity. Fortunately, I obtained some medicine from Nami earlier. I can manage with that, Blue Knight thought, choosing not to dwell on it. 105. Gecko Sugii joins the crew at the East Blue Cave. Broggy and East Blue leaned against the skeleton of a sea king, enjoying a small victory celebration with Luffy and the others. Indeed, it was a modest gathering, hardly qualifying as a party, let alone a grand feast. The only food available was the rice crackers provided by Miss Golden Week. It was a hassle indeed to store the island's magnetic energy for a whole year. Zoro sighed in exasperation. A year was simply too long. The others echoed his sentiments with heavy sighs, uncertain of how to respond. You have saved us, and we are eager to repay your kindness, Broggy stated sincerely. Aside from the matter of the log pose, is there anything else you require? Zoro and the others exchanged glances, pondering the question. It seems that aside from the paramount magnetic dilemma, they currently have little else of pressing necessity. Speaking of assistance, I have a humble request. Luffy swiftly approached Brookie and his companion, expressing his desire to conduct an experiment, and kindly requested their support. Of course. That is no problem, Brookie readily agreed. Hey, Luffy, are you truly intent on carrying out this experiment? Zoro inquired, visibly anxious. Yes, if successful. I might just recruit my very first companion. Luffy nodded with enthusiasm. Realizing that he could not dissuade Luffy, Zoro clenched his fist around the sword, appearing as though he was bracing for a formidable battle. What are you all talking about? Luffy and the others looked on in confusion. Hiki, it's nothing. Luffy replied with a smile as he descended. By the way, Luffy, Sanji, could you assist as well? Surround me alongside Zoro, and then, if anything feels amiss, just attack me. Luffy exclaimed. Huh. Sanji added. You don't mean to. Nami questioned. What exactly are you planning? Vivi echoed. Yes, what are you intending to do? Usopp remarked. Why does this sound a bit nerve-wracking to me? 5 minutes later, the experiment concluded. Luffy wore an expression that clearly conveyed his expectations, while Zoro and Sanji exhaled in relief, leaving Nami and the others bewildered. Before Nami could pose her question, Luffy approached Miss Golden Week and gently asked, What is your name? Miss Golden Week, of course, she replied matter-of-factly. No, I mean your real name. Why do you want to know? Miss Golden Week paused before retorting. Because you will be my companion from now on. How can I not know the name of my companion? Luffy maintained his gentle smile. Who agreed to become your companion? Miss Golden Week asked, gritting her teeth, her expression turning peculiar. Because I can protect you, and I can teach you superior painting techniques. Who needs your superior painting techniques? Indeed. I was once an art student. I excel at sketching, watercolor, quick sketches, and simplistic drawings. I even dabble in manga. What are those techniques? I have never heard of them. Miss Golden Week's tone was laced with excitement and curiosity. So, if you become my companion, I will teach you. Remember, it's companion, not just a partner, Luffy reiterated. Wait, your companion? Not your crew? Miss Golden Week appeared somewhat befuddled. Oh, I have not joined this pirate crew. I am merely sailing with them at present. As Miss Golden Week fell silent, lost in contemplation, Luffy did not rush her, patiently waiting. Luffy and the others also remained quiet. Although, aside from Zoro and Sanji, the others were oblivious to Luffy's reasoning behind wanting to recruit the seemingly unassuming Miss Golden Week. It did not diminish their respect for him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Blue Knight, their fates would have been uncertain. At the very least, Zoro would have surely lost his feet. After a considerable pause, Miss Golden Week finally lifted her head. I am Cheeky, Sujii Cheeky, she stated earnestly, identifying herself as Miss Golden Week. Splendid. Blue Knight replied with a smile, extending his hand in introduction. I am Arthur D. Blue Knight. You may call me Blue Knight. Cheeky small hand solemnly grasped Blue Knight's, thus becoming his first true companion. Haha, congratulations, Blue Knight, on finding your companion. Luffy laughed heartily. The going merry will always be open to you until you have your own ship. Usopp and the others chimed in with their blessings. Although they were somewhat perplexed by the situation, they chose not to inquire further since Blue Knight remained silent about it. After all, they too were comrades fighting alongside him. However, Broggy and Dory exchanged surprised glances upon hearing Blue Knight's full name. The legend of the D-Clan had been known for over a century. Speaking of eternal pointers, I seem to have one, Sanji interjected. Upon seeing the eternal pointer that Sanji produced, Vivi was momentarily taken aback, moving closer to inspect it. Sanji was instantly captivated by her fragrance, becoming somewhat dazed. The markings indicate this is the eternal pointer to Alabasta. How did you acquire it, Sanji? Vivi inquired excitedly. Dazed. Sanji recounted his prior experiences without hesitation. In summary, he had discovered Mr. Three's candle house, impersonated Mr. Three in a conversation with Crocodile, and reported the total annihilation of the Straw Hat Pirates, thus obtaining the eternal pointer to Alabasta from the ill-fated Duel. Overjoyed, Vivi embraced Sanji, causing a stream of blood to gush from his nose. After the celebration, everyone, urged by Nami, prepared to set sail, bidding farewell to Broggy and Dory with loud voices. On their way, Zoro and Sanji continued to argue about the outcome of their hunting competition. Broggy and Dory exchanged knowing glances. Hunting competition, what a thought-provoking term, Broggy reminisced. Indeed. By the way, your friend's ship is about to set sail. Does that remind you of anything? Dory prompted. Yes, I am fully aware. But, would you part with your weapon? Of course not, Dory replied, patting his worn sword. However, if it is for Luffy and the others, I would not mind losing it. Indeed, it is hard not to care about such matters. It is decided then. The two exchanged nonsensical remarks before rising. They would send off their departing friends. How about that? My catch is far larger than yours, Sanji boasted. Upon closer inspection, mine is actually a centimeter longer, Zoro retorted. Are your eyes deceiving you? My catch is of far superior quality, with much more edible portions, obviously making me the victor. Sanji attempted to engage Zoro in a professional debate. Who cares? Mine is just bigger. Zoro dismissed his expertise with disdain. Idiot. The preparations for the Golden Mary's departure had been underway for quite some time. Yet Sanji and Zoro remained embroiled in their argument over whose catch was greater. The crew could only shake their heads in exasperation. Can't we just call it a tie? Nami sighed. Absolutely not. Zoro and Sanji replied in unison. Why are you mimicking me? They retorted simultaneously. Strange as it was, despite their mutual dislike. The two shared an extraordinary level of tacit understanding. The two burly men were exasperatingly sluggish in their actions. Helpless. Blue Knight swiftly approached the two who were locked in a relentless dispute and deftly drew the snow walk from Zoro's waist. Since the snow walk was a gift from Blue Knight, Zoro made no attempt to stop him. Otherwise, even if Luffy wished to wield Zoro's sword, he would need to provide a valid reason for doing so. With the blade in hand, Blue Knight positioned himself between Zoro and Sanji. What do you intend to do? If you're here to mediate, you are hardly qualified. We could easily overpower you, Sanji retorted, his frustration palpable. He harbored a deep envy towards the special attention Nami bestowed upon Blue Knight. Despite his irritation, he begrudgingly agreed with the chef's perspective. Zoro, too, seemed reluctant to have Blue Knight intervene, as he was determined to settle the score with Sanji today. Upon hearing their words, Blue Knight raised an eyebrow, his aura swelling with intensity. Before Zoro and Sanji could react, a circular wave of repulsive force propelled them away from their quarry, allowing Blue Knight to seize the opportunity to strike fiercely at the two prey beneath him. To gain an advantage, Blue Knight even activated the 5 dragon speed. Spectators could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the phantoms as two creatures were swiftly dismembered, vanishing from sight shortly thereafter. The narrative unfolds within a dimension space, encapsulated by the vastness of 1,000 cubic meters, measuring a substantial 10 meters in length, width, and height, yet insufficient to contain the two prey before him. As the defeated Sanji and Zoro returned, Blue Knight waved his hand, sweeping away the inedible remnants, heads and horns, into the sea, leaving no trace of their quarry. The scene was strikingly clean and efficient. With a casual gesture, Blue Knight embedded his sword in the ground and leapt back onto the ship, cunningly landing beside Nami. Oh. With the target gone, shall we set sail? Following his words, the crew emerged from their stupor, marveling at his prowess. Usopp, ever consider it? Explained Blue Knight's unique spatial storage ability to the bewildered Vivi and Chica. Sanji and Zoro approached, brimming with indignation, intent on confronting Blue Knight for interrupting their contest. However, faced with Nami, whose expression was dark and threatening as she clutched the iron fist of love, they swiftly faltered. Haha, Blue Knight, your dimensional space has expanded significantly, congratulations. Sanji exclaimed, patting Blue Knight on the shoulder. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. It took merely seconds to dissect such a massive catch. Perhaps we can spar sometime, Zoro added, slapping Blue Knight's other shoulder. Their forceful gestures caused the scales of the dragon wing to tremble slightly, clearly seeking to settle a personal score. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. Blue Knight's attire was crafted from the dragon wing, fortified with 2 layers of dragon scales beneath his skin, providing a formidable defense of 4 layers in total. Standing there, even Zoro's strikes might not breach his defenses, let alone a few playful slaps. As long as their hands didn't feel uncomfortable, Blue Knight remained unfazed. After their playful banter, the Mary set sail, gliding along the harbor's riverway towards the open sea. As they rounded a small bend, the towering figures of Broggy and Dory, each standing 100 meters tall, loomed over the harbor. The crew joyfully greeted them. Departures, after all, paved the way for more meaningful reunions. Those aboard were about to encounter the greatest challenge en route to the next island. Broggy did not glance back. Gripping his massive axe, he gazed forward with a serious demeanor. You have sacrificed much to uphold our honor, for whatever obstacles we face. We shall never allow the glory of our friendships to be tarnished. Dory's tone was equally grave, instilling a solemn atmosphere among the crew, rendering them speechless. One friendship belonged to the Straw Hat Pirates, while the other singularly pertained to Blue Knight. Trust us, bravely forge ahead, regardless of what transpires. Do not waver in your course. For behind you, we will stake our names in Elbaf to carve a path of life for our friendships. As Bragi and Dory's declarations echoed with the weight of an oath, Luffy, as captain, responded with a rare earnestness. Understood. Though I know nothing, we will undoubtedly press forward. With Luffy's affirmation, the Golden Mary sailed beyond the port of Little Garden, heading towards the next island. While the crew remained uncertain, Blue Knight stood at the bow, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the sea ahead. Below, a vast shadow approached swiftly towards the surface, soon breaking through the waves. With a thunderous splash, a colossal island sea monster emerged before the Golden Mary, its mouth an imposing third of its entire body, measuring at least 300 meters wide. Simultaneously, Bragi and Dory raised their weapons high, deep blue and crimson hues emanating from them, intensifying with every passing moment. An overwhelming aura of courage surged from their massive forms. The sheer power emanating from them compelled Blue Knight, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji to tense, their instincts warning them that a direct confrontation with such might would be fatal. Amidst the oppressive force, the less formidable Nami and the others remained blissfully unaware. Steer the ship. We're about to be devoured, Nami urged in a panic. No, we can't. Even as Usopp trembled with fear, his voice remained resolute. We must press straight ahead. Right, Luffy? Yes. Of course, Luffy replied, relaxing his muscles and smiling affirmatively. This is a testament to the trust placed in the two individuals behind him. It signifies not merely the relinquishment of one's own defenses but also the entrustment of one's vessel into their hands. Nami, of course, could not comprehend this notion of camaraderie amongst men and was still urging to swiftly steer the ship. At the bow, Lanya turned to gaze back. Under Luffy's leadership, Sanji and Zoro had laid aside their vigilance, choosing to steadfastly believe in their captain's decision. Usopp, though trembling with trepidation, stood on the second-floor corridor, gripping the ship's railing for stability, yet he voiced no dissent, clearly rejecting Nami's suggestion to change course. Chihiko, however, remained remarkably composed, savoring a piece of sabae. Seemingly indifferent to external affairs, yet, the tight grip of her fingers around the snack betrayed her in her turmoil. As for Vivi and Karu, although they clung together in fear, they showed no inclination to retreat or alter their course. Lanya could not help but chuckle to himself in self-mockery. In that fleeting moment, he had even contemplated summoning a larger sea creature. Deep down, akin to Nami, he harbored reservations about Dory and Bragi. Yet, unexpectedly, the others seemed to harbor considerable trust in these two giants. Oh well, perhaps I have been overly cautious. If swallowed, I could always summon a colossal sea beast to exact vengeance. With his guard lowered, Lanya ceased his inner turmoil, allowing his muscles to relax. At that very moment, the Going Mary sailed into the gaping maw of the island fish. It's over, it's over, it's over. Tears streamed down Nami's face as she lamented. We are doomed, Wawa. In her distress, she clung to Lanya. She was the only one who could offer her a semblance of comfort. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as an overwhelming darkness descended. It was the monstrous fish closing its mouth. Nami instinctively tightened her grip around her arms, pressing her chest firmly against the back of Blue Knight, who, ever considerate, unfurled his dragon wings to envelop them both. It was certainly not because the dragon wings were obstructive. This monstrous fish truly dared to consume anything. In the distance, Broki's furious roar resonated. Then let you experience the might of Elbaf's legendary strongest spear, Bakukoku. Blue Knight turned, his gaze fixated on the profound darkness. In the next moment, a dazzling brilliance of red and blue engulfed his vision. Boom, boom. Two sonic booms surged past his ears, the immense pressure clearing a path for their advance. The seemingly formidable assault that could cleave through massive island fish propelled the thousands sunny forth, soaring out of the endless darkness and bravely delving deeper into the Grand Line. Blue Knight did not gaze ahead. Instead, his eyes were locked onto the two giants on the small garden island. The terror of an assault potent enough to cleave through the very islands and, even when faced head-on, leaves one uncertain of survival. Such formidable power unleashed by the combined efforts of these two individuals. It is no wonder that they were once renowned pirate captains. Their bounties of 100 million berries hardly an exaggeration. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of shame for his previous skepticism. In this moment, a flicker of contemplation danced in Lanya's eyes, quickly transforming into unwavering resolve as he resolutely soared towards the little garden. Lanya, do you find it difficult to part with us? Dongli boomed with laughter. Go forth on your own journey, and strive diligently. Broki waved his massive hand, ushering Lanya away. They certainly wished for him to remain, yet they understood that Lanya was destined for his own adventures. No, I have not come to bestow farewell gifts upon you, Lanya replied, shaking his head. Might I request a drop of your blood? Of course, that poses no issue. But what are your intentions? They inquired, even as their hands moved swiftly in a synchronized display, each delivering a powerful blow to the other. Bang! Bang! The force was so great that both men found blood streaming from the corners of their mouths. With their weapons rendered useless, this was the swiftest means to draw blood. Lan Yi observed, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The two individuals in question are undoubtedly acting with intent. As gravitational forces surged, two droplets of blood emerged from the corners of Lan Yi's mouth, suspended in the palm of his hand. Subsequently, a stream of verdant light emanated from his hand and merged with the blood. As the green luminescence intertwined with the droplets, they slowly morphed and coalesced, gradually taking the form of a rectangular prism measuring 5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and several centimeters in height. However, this rectangular shape soon began to transform into another configuration. Beneath the obsidian crystalline interface lay a circular white button, encircled by a golden rim. While the side buttons bore a striking resemblance to the volume controls, mute buttons, and power buttons of a mobile device, there were no apparent charging ports or headphone jacks, though the camera lenses remained intact, both front and back. Regardless of how one viewed it, this object resembled an oversized version of a fruit-themed smartphone. Curiously, the logo on the back did not display the emblem of the Apple brand, but rather the letters spelling Nokia. A Nokia smartphone in the guise of a fruit-themed device? Card: Nokia Intelligent Fruit Smartphone Generator 11. Rank: Red, Permanent. Category: Magic Card Effect. Sacrifice 100 life points and 1 drop of the user's blood to obtain a Nokia Intelligent Fruit smartphone, allowing for communication over any distance. When the holder suffers a fatal blow, the device will automatically intercept the attack. Note: it is rumored that Nokia operates a military factory, which, unlike Samsung's production of bombs, specializes in manufacturing bulletproof vests. Warning: if cancelled after use, this card will be destroyed and excluded from future use. All previously produced phones will be similarly destroyed, with no life points refunded. Lan Yi handed the colossal smartphone to Dong Li and Brokey. What is this? Brokey inquired, puzzled. Is this our new weapon? It seems quite handy for bludgeoning, Dong Li remarked with a sly glance at Brokey. Lan Yi chuckled and summoned a standard fruit-themed iPhone 6 from the dimensional space. Naturally, it bore the Nokia trademark as well. This device, referred to as a phone, operates similarly to a phone bug but offers a more extensive range of functions. Specifically, I shall investigate further upon my return. With that, Lan Yi glanced back at the Golden Mary, which was growing increasingly distant. Time was of the essence. He needed to board swiftly. Otherwise, if they drifted too far, he would risk losing contact. Through this, I can reach you. I shall call later. Farewell, my friends, he said with a smile, eager to take flight. However, in the next instant, he found himself as if ensnared by a spell, frozen midair. This was due to the shimmering blue light that began to waft from Brokey and Dong Li, converging with the red light emanating from the fish on the island. Gathering before Lan Yi, the card accumulating before him was not blue but a striking shade of purple, rendering Lan Yi unable to move a muscle. This is indeed a purple card. 107, the Might of the Empire, a Crisis of Annihilation, the Golden Mary, the Old Place, the Lookout Tower, in a state of unconsciousness. Blue Knight was absently revolving a Nokia fruit phone in his hand, staring blankly at the screen. This was his signature gesture when deep in thought. The purple card, a parting gift from Brokey and his companion, had truly caused his heart to momentarily cease. The purple card, the highest level card currently possessed by Blue Knight. This was not the aspect that astonished him the most. What truly took him aback was the sight of the purple card, which appeared to be an extraordinary skill card, famously dubbed the mightiest spear of Elbaf. However, as he began to assimilate the information imparted by the skill card, his brow furrowed in dismay. The enhancement in power promised by the mightiest spear seemed rather minimal. In fact, concerning his most pressing need for endurance, it offered no assistance at all, and appeared to exacerbate his situation instead. It could only be regarded as an additional trump card, albeit one that inflicted significant self-damage in the process. Card: the mightiest spear rank, purple category, skill card effect, after 10 seconds of charging. It consumes 50 health points from the maximum limit to unleash a shockwave that is 100 times more powerful than a full-strength strike. Remark: the mightiest spear of Elbaf. A blow from the strongest of the giant tribe rivals the might of the underworld king. While a 100-fold increase in attack power may sound extravagant, the cost of 50 health points is considerable. Such a steep requirement confines the mightiest spear to breakthrough scenarios. Yet, any formidable opponent would hardly grant you a full 10 seconds to charge, unless they were utterly foolish. Moreover, as the attack is purely physical, the shockwave would hold no efficacy against those endowed with natural abilities. Alas, why does this purple card seem more ornamental than functional? Surely, there must be some undiscovered flaw in its capabilities. Blue Knight was reluctant to accept such a conclusion. The first purple card he acquired was reduced to a mere trinket in his analysis. How could he possibly acquiesce to that? Thus, the scene of Blue Knight deep in contemplation unfolded. Hey, Blue Knight, I thought you were going to go missing again. A sudden playful voice interrupted Blue Knight's reverie. Instinctively following the sound, he beheld Nami's radiant smile. Oh, Nami, what brings you here? Blue Knight, still somewhat dazed, asked instinctively. Hee, I merely came to check on you. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? Nami remained as cheerful as ever. After the last 2 times you parted ways with the Thousand Sunny, I assumed you would vanish again, only to reunite on the next island. Really? Did that happen? Blue Knight blinked, finally regaining his composure. Haha. It seems that might be the case. Humph. Nami let out an adorable snort, observing his pensive expression. Were you contemplating formally joining our pirate crew? Blue Knight was taken aback. He had almost forgotten that he had merely been a passenger all along, and had even taken up an additional seat. Truth be told, if Luffy were to extend an invitation to him now, he truly did not know if he could refuse again. After spending such time together, it was no longer merely a matter of pursuing dreams. He had developed feelings that were becoming increasingly difficult to relinquish. This relationship seems to have begun at the port of Roachtown, where one chose to forsake contact with dragons in favor of safeguarding the Golden Mary. However, while Blue Knight is indeed unable to refuse, he can certainly change the subject. Well, I was just pondering a question regarding a newly developed ability of mine, and I am uncertain about how it will enhance my strength. In light of Blue Knight's evident attempt to divert the conversation, Nami not only remained unperturbed but also wore an increasingly cheerful smile. If there were no issue of refusal, why change the topic? It is worth noting that Blue Knight had previously been quite direct in his rejections. That's simple enough. You possess the ability to engage in combat at will. So why not give it a try and find out? Nami suggested with a smile. No, this new ability requires a period of charging. The opponents in the duel arena used to be manageable, but the current matches 1T afford me that luxury. Blue Knight firmly shook his head. Oh. Then why not use Sanji and the others for experimentation? Nami remarked nonchalantly. Sanji, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. He sensed an ill intent from an unknown source. Confronted with Nami's suggestion, Blue Knight felt a stir of interest. Indeed, he had been rather inflexible. Why insist on testing techniques in the dual space? It would suffice to confront them directly in the real world. However, considering the terrifying 100-fold enhancement of Overlord and the rarity of Sanji's culinary skills that could conquer even the hungriest of souls, perhaps it would be best to refrain from that. Blue Knight resolutely shook his head, acknowledging that the new ability possessed great power, and even his own defenses may not withstand it. It would be wiser to seek a different target for experimentation. In that case, what about using a reef? I recall there was a rock approximately 10 meters in diameter along the previous route. Oh, that sounds splendid. Can we turn back? Blue Knight felt it was quite appropriate. Of course. Hey, Usopp, hard to port and turn around. Nami promptly replied. All right, I got it. Usopp complained jealously. Why is Blue Knight so gentle with you but yells at me? Enough with the chatter. I heard that. Hey, we'll turn soon. The reef was not far. After about 10 minutes of navigating, they reached their destination. When they were still 100 meters away from the reef, Blue Knight called for the ship to stop and prepared to leap onto the rock. What? We're still over 100 meters away. Do we really need to stop this far? Usopp clearly desired to get closer. Exactly. I want to observe your new ability up close, insisted Sanji, the rival. Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. A reef 10 meters long, I should be able to shatter it. Zoro's competitive spirit flared. Is that so? Such an intriguing spectacle, of course, we should get a closer look. Luffy, the curious one, showed no fear. Blue Knight felt a headache coming on. This is a serious experiment, a skill of the purple tier. It's already commendable that I Haven T asked you to retreat 1,000 meters. Now you're dissatisfied with 100? Fortunately, there are still those on the Mary who can keep this group in check. Bang, 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 bang. Nami's iron fist of love unleashed a flurry, instantly incapacitating Luffy and the others who clamored for a closer view. What are you all shouting about? I've already said this is a new ability experiment. What if you get caught in the crossfire by standing too close? Nami shouted in anger. As fearsome as it may be, can it surpass your own? The collective thought of the group was one of silent acquiescence. Usopp and the others promptly closed their mouths, abandoning the idea of observing from a closer range. Blue Knight then soared away, his mind focused. Arriving 10 meters above the target, Blue Knight assessed the reef that was about to be obliterated. It was approximately half a meter above the sea surface, oval-shaped, with a diameter of 10 meters at its shortest point and over 20 at its longest. The edges, smoothed by the relentless waves, suggested it had stood in the Grand Line for quite some time, much like water wears away stone. Now, let us see what qualifications Overlord possesses to be classified as a purple tier ability. Blue Knight stretched his shoulders, raising his right fist in accordance with the skill's understanding, channeling all his energy into that fist. The application of Overlord was not limited to weapons, as long as one was adept. Using one's bare fist like Blue Knight was entirely feasible. Of course, the prerequisite was to withstand the immense pressure during the charging process, which Blue Knight was currently unaware of. In the first second of charging, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, still 100 meters away, felt a tightening in their expressions. Despite the distance, they could clearly sense Blue Knight's raised right fist, a faint purple glow gathering around it. This sensation is strikingly familiar. Not long ago, they had narrowly escaped the gaping maw of the island fish through such an assault. The distinction lies in the colors. Brookie and Dongli are clad in crimson and deep blue, while Blue Knight is adorned in a delicate lavender hue. As the third second of charging approaches, the dragon scales on Blue Knight's right fist quiver slightly, with cracks beginning to spread in every direction. The lavender hue growing more intense, yet its depth remains unchanged. By the fifth second, the cracks have engulfed the entire fist. Extending along the wrist towards the forearm's dragon scales, the lavender radiance now dazzlingly bright. At the seventh second, the cracks have spread across Blue Knight's entire right arm. The first layer of dragon scales gradually disintegrating into fragments, revealing a second layer beneath, already riddled with fissures, particularly striking under the brilliant lavender light. 100 meters away, Luffy and his companions wear grave expressions. Zoro unsheathes his twin swords, Sanji discards a cigarette, and Luffy steadies his straw hat with one hand, bracing for what is to come. By the 9th second, the second layer of dragon scales on Blue Knight's right arm has entirely shed, the prominent veins protruding dramatically, suggesting an imminent explosion. In fact, some veins have already burst, yet the blood is restrained by an overwhelming pressure, unable to surge forth from the veins. The blinding lavender light is almost unbearable for the onlookers, akin to staring directly into the sun. At the 10th second, Blue Knight comprehends why the skill's description emphasizes a charge time of 10 seconds. Any longer might reduce his bones to dust, as if burdened by an immense weight. Blue Knight's menacing right fist slowly descends towards the rocky outcrop. Though it appears sluggish, the motion is incredibly swift, creating layers of afterimages on the human retina, ultimately giving the illusion of extreme slowness. As Blue Knight's burden is unleashed, the resplendent lavender radiance abruptly expands from his right arm, enveloping a radius of 50 meters, transforming into a brilliant lavender beam that crashes onto the ocean's surface. What target? What shattered rocks? What flowing sea? All are rendered irrelevant. From his aerial vantage point, Blue Knight observes clearly. Silently, the ocean surface, centered around him with a 50-meter radius, along with the rocks, is forcefully pressed downwards by the lavender beam, slicing through the water like a knife through cream, creating a vacuum zone in the sea, 100 meters wide and a depth of 1,000 meters. On the Going Merry, the crew inhales sharply in astonishment. Such a vast vacuum appearing on the ocean's surface, nearly 50 meters away from their vessel, and the resultant shockwave. Gulp. The navigator Nami, acutely aware of the ocean's terror, swallows hard once again. Unfortunately, before she can utter any warnings, Blue Knight's Dominion assault arrives swiftly, vanishing just as quickly. Boom, boom, boom. With the absence of Dominion, the boundless ocean rushes to fill this gaping void, and a colossal whirlpool rapidly forms, measuring a full kilometer across. The Going Merry, perilously close to the whirlpool's eye, is inevitably drawn into its grasp, swept into the depths of the ocean. This situation seems dire. Should the Merry be engulfed, it would surely meet a catastrophic end. Blame? Curses? Fear? No. Aside from desperately clinging to anything stable to avoid being thrown from the ship by the immense centrifugal force, Luffy and his companions can utter not a single word. Only a collective scream of despair. Even Chopper, Nami, Vivi, Carp, and Usopp, who are relatively weaker, are flung away. Had Luffy not been quick enough to catch them all, they would have been consumed by this gigantic whirlpool, lost to the sea. It is worth noting Luffy, with both hands and feet grasping his companions, also holds one in his mouth, effectively using his body as a rope wrapped around the mainmast. The sight is peculiar. reminiscent of a spinning ride on Earth, provoking a chuckle. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one has the leisure to laugh. However, one individual finds amusement in the scene: Blue Knight, the architect of this terrifying whirlpool. He pulls out his newly acquired Nokia smartphone, snapping photos of this thrilling moment. Luffy, entangled with his companions, and Zoro, clutching the railing with Sanji embracing his leg in a comical pose, while Nami, Vivi, Usopp, Chopper, and Karoo enjoy the unique experience of a pirate-themed roller coaster, all captured in the frame of the camera. At last, Blue Knight leaps to the bow of the Going Merry, grasping the ship's keel tightly, lifting it from the ocean's depths, suspending it in midair. Although Blue Knight can only hold the Going Merry aloft for a fleeting moment, it proves sufficient. The whirlpool's powerful centrifugal force reasserts itself, hurling the Merry like a lead ball, landing it somewhat farther from the whirlpool's mouth. Yet, even so, the Merry remains ensnared by the whirlpool's pull. Is it possible that the Straw Hat Pirates will meet their end here, halted by Blue Knight's mere skill experiment? Surely the joke has escalated. A complete annihilation? Nonsense. Is the Straw Hat Pirates' journey destined to end here? Who claims such a thing? Blue Knight would make them bleed, believe it, since he can utilize the centrifugal force of the whirlpool to propel the Merry out. After repeating this a few times, the Merry will surely escape the whirlpool's powerful grip, right? With the combination of paddling and Blue Knight's flight on the whirlpool's periphery, the dual propulsion of gravity would ensure a safe departure from the vortex. Truly, those who fret about not escaping the whirlpool are simply overthinking. Cough. Merely a figment of their imagination. The Golden Merry. On the deck, everyone lay sprawled out, appearing utterly defeated. The previous scene still lingered in their minds. Blue Knight, having overheard Usopp's complaints, was inclined to retort, but the fierce glares from the crew made him reconsider. Had he not swiftly swallowed his words and changed his tune, he might have faced a rather unpleasant fate. Even with his clever alteration, the crew continued to regard him with various expressions, resembling a pack of wolves eyeing their prey, their eyes glinting in a way that made Blue Knight feel as if he might be torn apart. Well, I did warn you that the skill's power could be overwhelming, yet you insisted on stopping at a mere 100 meters. Am I to blame? Blue Knight attempted to explain weakly. Who else to blame if not you? Nami's harsh logic prevailed, asserting that the situation arose because of him, and thus he must adequately compensate her. Indeed, due to this incident, my chronic illness has flared up again. Blue Knight, you must teach me a few skills to recover. Usopp lamented, clinging on to him. Splendid. With Blue Knight's immense strength, inviting you is my wisest decision, Vivi exclaimed with enthusiasm, her concern for the nation evident. Damn it. Have you surpassed me without me realizing it? My training regimen must double. Zoro declared, his competitive spirit ignited. Even so, I shall never relinquish Miss Nami's favor. Sanji vowed, asserting his claim. Haha, such an impressive technique. I seem to have thought of another amusing trick. Luffy chuckled, carefree as always. Perhaps I can focus on mastering my drawing skills without needing to engage in battle, Chihoko mused, relaxing on the deck. Quack, quack. That terrified me. I wish to peck him back for revenge, Karoo bluntly expressed, unaware that Blue Knight understood its sentiments. Faced with the excited crowd surrounding him, Blue Knight felt utterly helpless. Hey, Blue Knight, your new ability feels oddly familiar. Zoro finally voiced the group's curiosity after a long silence, inquiring about another's abilities, especially one that seemed to be a trump card, could easily provoke hostility unless one shared a deep bond. After all, they were in the Grand Line, a realm rife with pirates, the Navy's dominance, and the world government's reign, a true era of chaos. One's abilities were fundamental to survival. Naturally, the fewer who knew, the better. Nonetheless, Blue Knight was indifferent to the group's awareness. After all, his foundation lay in the duel disc. Ah, yes, you're not mistaken. It is indeed the Conqueror's hockey previously wielded by Broggy and the others, Blue Knight confirmed directly. However, it is quite exhausting and requires extensive charging time, making it unsuitable for regular combat. I envy your devil fruit ability. Nami expressed her jealousy. I wish I could possess such power. Hi, Miss Nami. Need me too. Bang. Sanji's unfinished sentence was abruptly silenced by Nami's iron fist of love. He knew all too well that Sanji was about to utter another inappropriate quip. Ahem. Blue Knight, pay no heed to Sanji. I merely find your ability highly practical, nothing more, Nami clarified with a smile, recognizing the critical moment to win Blue Knight over to their crew and not allow Sanji to create further obstacles. Blue Knight, unfazed by Nami's clarification and Sanji's careless remark, smiled in amusement. Let us set aside the fact that it was merely a jest. Even if it were true, could he really only match Sanji at this point? He could outlast him effortlessly, not to mention his newly developed combat techniques, which could easily counter most melee fighters. As the group engaged in their merriment, Vivi approached with the ship's medical kit. Blue Knight's right arm bore 2 layers of shattered dragon scales, still yet to be healed. And the ruptured veins had turned his entire arm a ghastly crimson, a rather alarming sight. Regardless, it was essential to bandage it to prevent infection. Blue Knight accepted Vivi's care graciously, thanking her with a smile. After all, he would soon need to expend mental effort for the local nation, devising ways to outsmart. Represent justice against the scheming crocodile, so indulging in this minor service felt entirely justified. During this period, the crowd inquired about the whereabouts of Lan Yi during his previous disappearance. Lan Yi did not conceal much, candidly stating that he had run too fast and had arrived at the small garden before everyone else. As for why he did not appear immediately, he attributed it to his frequent immersion in the dueling arena, a justification that the crowd readily accepted. While engaging in casual conversation, Nami did not forget to instruct everyone to fulfill their respective duties, steering the Mary towards the correct course and setting sail for the next destination. Soon after, Lan Yi found himself in the company of the idly present Wei Wei, who was awkwardly bandaging herself, and Qin Huizi, who gazed at Lan Yi in silence. Lan Yi felt a profound discomfort in their presence. Were it not for Wei Wei knowing that she had encountered Qin Huizi before Lan Yi and had remained by her side, he might have genuinely suspected that he had engaged in something akin to a 3-year blood prophet. Ultimately, Lan Yi conceded and spoke, ahem. Do we really need to learn painting techniques now? Shouldn't we take a moment to rest? Let's have something to eat first. I still need to explore another auxiliary ability. And I will teach you tomorrow. Rest assured, since I have promised you, I will certainly teach you. After a fruitless negotiation, Lan Yi reluctantly retrieved the art supplies that he had confiscated from Qin Huizi and began instructing her in the fundamentals of sketching. The title of an art student was not a mere fabrication. In his past life, Lan Yi was indeed a remarkably talented prince. In this world, charcoal pencils do not exist. Instead, Blue Knight resorts to crafting his own from wood charcoal for sketching purposes. Wei Wei holds little interest in drawing and, after listening for a while, soon succumbs to drowsiness and retreats to her room for a nap. Conversely, Qin Huizi is brimming with enthusiasm. Her artistic talent is indeed remarkable. Having made considerable strides in watercolor painting, capable of manipulating emotions through the subtle suggestions of her artwork. Yet, being young and self-taught, she finds herself quite unfamiliar with the nuances of sketching, especially as it is her first encounter with it. Before long, she becomes utterly engrossed in her sketches, practicing diligently while holding Blue Knight's drawing of Robin. Finally, with everyone occupied, Blue Knight relishes a rare moment of leisure. He leaps to his exclusive observation tower, not hastening to enter the dueling arena for additional pursuits, but rather extracting his own Nokia smartphone. He is eager to discern whether this card, laden with restrictions and requiring a sacrifice of his life force, can indeed confer the monumental benefits he anticipates. 109. All is in readiness. Save for the favorable wind card. Nokia smartphone generator 11. Rank: red, permanent. Category: spell card effect. Sacrifice 100 life force points and a drop of the user's blood to acquire a Nokia smartphone. Enabling communication regardless of distance, the holder will automatically shield against a fatal blow. Note: it is rumored that Nokia possesses a military factory, unlike the bombs produced by Samsung, dedicated to manufacturing bulletproof vests. Warning: should the card be cancelled after use, it will be destroyed and placed in the discard pile. All previously produced phones will likewise be obliterated, with no life force points returned. This card, despite being merely a red one, possesses an extraordinary uniqueness. Its effect is self-evident. It generates a mobile device. However, this creation comes at a cost, requiring a maximum of 100 life points from the Blue Knight. It does not deplete life points, rather, it diminishes the life point threshold. Consuming life points is akin to drawing water from a bucket, allowing for replenishment. In contrast, depleting the maximum life points equates to chopping a section of the bucket's wooden structure, thereby reducing its capacity. The price is undeniably steep. Moreover, as indicated in the warning, this card is a one-time use only. This implies that once you employ this card, should you wish to remove it later, it will automatically shatter and be banished from the deck's graveyard, with all mobile devices being obliterated, and the maximum life points not restored in the slightest. One must ponder, does this not instill fear? Such draconian stipulations are truly excessive. At this moment, a customary noun becomes essential. However, Upon thoroughly examining the Nokia fruit phone in his possession and discerning the sole two functional icons, Blue Knight's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. A singular thought consumed his mind. The usage rights of the Nokia fruit phone are uniquely paired, one device serving two individuals. Aside from Blue Knight, the creator, only the individual who provided the blood to shape the phone possesses the ability to operate it, much akin to the fingerprint unlocking feature of conventional smartphones. Only Blue Knight holds the authority to register a fingerprint for the device, and he can only add one person's fingerprint, effortlessly unlocking the phone. He found the interface stark and barren, adorned solely with the icons for QQN camera. Basic functionalities such as calls, contacts, and messages were entirely absent. The camera function was rather limited, offering only photography, snapshots, and a gallery, nothing particularly extraordinary. The true essence lay within QQ. Indeed, it was the QQ from Tencent, replete with an array of features: scan, shake, contacts, MySpace. Everything was at his fingertips. In the contacts list, Blue Knight currently had but two friends, Brokey and Dongli. Their avatars and nicknames were bound by default. And even if Blue Knight wished to alter them, he was powerless to do so. Upon opening Brokey's chat window, he discovered an overwhelming array of options: text messages, image sharing, short video sending, voice calls, video calls, location sharing, all available in abundance. More importantly, the phrase communication without regard to distance was not mere rhetoric. It genuinely allowed for seamless communication across the globe, reminiscent of a bygone era. What does this signify? It embodies a more innovative, convenient, secure, and comprehensive means of communication that is impervious to eavesdropping. Consider this: if revolutionary soldiers wielded a Nokia smartphone, would the Navy still have the capability to intercept their maneuvers? Would navigation still require the use of a recording pointer? Must intelligence still be safeguarded at the cost of one's life? Is face-to-face negotiation still necessary? Absolutely not. No matter how sophisticated your eavesdropping device may be, it pales in comparison to my mobile phone. Intercepting communication becomes futile. A simple location marker is assuredly more effective than any recording pointer. Intelligence can be conveyed with a mere tap, whether through a succinct text message or a captivating image, delivered securely within moments. Engaging in face-to-face video conversations is effortless. Whether for negotiations or celebratory toasts, it poses no challenge whatsoever. In the 21st century, what holds paramount importance? Information. As long as you possess a precise and timely channel for intelligence, you will always stay one step ahead. You will orchestrate the entirety of the battlefield, commanding your subordinates with effortless precision. A military force, once deprived of communication, is destined to be outmatched by an enemy possessing unified command, even with equivalent strength. Hence, Blue Knight was utterly exhilarated after contemplating the capabilities of the Nokia smartphone. This shall become the ace that he consolidates his combat power with, orchestrating the battlefield. There is no alternative. Of course, if Lan Yi has no interest in overthrowing any world government, merely seeking to enhance his personal strength, then this card would be rendered superfluous. After all, it permanently occupies a support card slot and continuously diminishes his maximum health. However, Lan Yi's intentions have never strayed from the goal of toppling the world government and the celestial dragons. Aside from this ambition, he harbors no interest in anything else. The title of Pirate King? Apologies, but does one truly need to unearth treasures to amass wealth? By eliminating more of the celestial dragon's lackeys, one can forge pure gold cards and have everything they desire. Power and status? By raising an army to overthrow the world government, he may not crown himself king, but he would certainly stand above countless others. Wouldn't he that be a more esteemed position than serving as a lackey to the celestial dragons? Fame? Who would he want to leave a lasting legacy? What he craves is to be remembered through the ages. Women? Ahem, well, he already has his sights set on someone. From any angle one considers, the overthrow of the world government has evolved from a mere goal or dream into the very foundation of Lan Yi's aspirations within the world of One Piece. To make his mark in this realm, he undoubtedly requires a suitable domain. The era in which Lan Yi resides is akin to a time when a certain island nation subjugated sovereignty. What he needs is to eradicate the islanders and liberate the New World. Then, they may peacefully coexist and engage in discussions to reshape the world and redefine laws and regulations. When that time arrives, Lan Yi's first strike will undoubtedly be directed at the pirates. The calamity brought forth by pirates is no less than that of the celestial dragons. Those like Luffy can merely be deemed adventurers at best, yet they don the guise of pirates. Oh, they can call themselves a rescue team if they wish, given their tendency to help wherever they go. After much contemplation, the determination in Lan Yi's eyes grew ever more resolute. Now, all is prepared. He awaits only the east wind. The revolutionary army, it seems, is indeed difficult to locate. On the Golden Mary, the deck was graced with the adorable sight of Luffy and the others sitting in a row, utterly still. Lan Yi, wielding his snow blade, hastily collected a drop of blood from each individual, distributing to everyone a Nokia fruit phone. Having thoroughly grasped the phone's functions, its utility for him alone was limited. To expand its usability, he needed a broader scope of application. Naturally, this also depended on the generosity of others. At the very least, he would squander resources by providing Karu with one as well. The 7 individuals, Usopp, Vivi, Sanji, Nami, Luffy, Zoro, and Chika, along with himself and Brookie, swiftly depleted his maximum health of 1,000 points. Previously, through rigorous training, his health had soared to 123 points. Now, it plummeted to 123 points. Since his transformation into a dragon, the potential for physical enhancement through exercise had significantly increased, allowing him to gain an average of 3 points of health daily, with occasional breakthroughs yielding 4 or 5 points. Alas, no matter how rapid the gains, they could not outpace the consumption rate of 100 points per phone. To claim that it didn't T-pain him would be disingenuous, yet it was a necessary sacrifice. He needed to devise a solution to this flaw, otherwise, widespread adoption would be unattainable. Lan Yu found himself in quite the predicament. As for manufacturing phones himself, please. A phone without a signal tower is no different from a brick. A brick can at least inflict more pain when hurled. While everyone curiously explored their phones, Lan Yu observed some peculiarities. The Nokia fruit phone, it turned out, utilized solar energy. As long as it received a bit of sunlight, it could illuminate brilliantly. As the creator, he automatically possessed every individual SQQ friend list, unable to delete, block, or mute them, while others could only add friends amongst themselves. Faced with the flurry of questions from the group, Lan Yu promptly created a QQ group, inviting Brookie and Dongli, who were far away in the little garden, and uploaded the prepared documents and images to the group files. Ding! The phones chimed with the QQ notification sound, and with a simple tap on the message, they would seamlessly enter the QQ group and browse through the messages without issue. Regrettably, there were a few individuals who were less inclined to engage their intellect. For instance, Luffy, Zoro, Dongli, and Brookie. Dongli and Brookie were manageable. Being in the little garden, they could only slowly type out their inquiries in the QQ group. Luffy openly expressed his struggle, imploring Lan Yi for further explanations. Zoro silently set down his phone, devoid of any inclination to learn for himself. There was nothing of great consequence. Expecting those two to think was simply unrealistic. Would Lan Yi indulge them? Nami, Usopp, it's up to you, Lan Yi stated nonchalantly. He had invested 3 hours documenting most of the features with accompanying text to avoid having to explain individually later. As for Brookie and Dongli, they were silenced, teaching them what it meant to be under restrictions. After all, they were bored on the island and could only resort to fighting. With Nami and the others offering occasional explanations, they would eventually figure it out. As for him, he lounged atop the lookout, eagerly activating the duel arena, making rounds every hour to collect cards, reveling in the bounty. Even if a card lay at the ocean's bottom, Lan Yi would not let it slip away. Previously, he feared getting lost, but now, with the real-time location feature of the phone, why should he fear? TSK. I wonder if this location function can save Zoro from his chronic navigational ineptitude? As soon as the question arose, Lan Yi immediately confirmed the answer. It cannot be done. Even when someone points the way, one can easily stray off course, let alone when relying on a map. It remains uncertain whether it is due to the absence of a world map or the maritime context. QQ's positioning merely follows a straight line between 2 points, devoid of any shortcuts or hints. This seemingly simplest route, if placed within a town, would undoubtedly baffle Zoro, unless he were to cleave through all the obstacles before him. Furthermore, he must ensure that his direction is accurate. This blissful existence of Blue Night was abruptly interrupted after merely 2 days by an unforeseen incident. Nami had fallen ill. Her body felt weak, her head heavy and her feet light, her complexion flushed, and everything appeared double. She was drowsy and utterly listless. By all appearances, she exhibited symptoms of a fever. However, Blue Knight did not immediately retrieve the fever medicine he had previously taken from Nami. In Nami's chambers, the others had set aside their newly acquired toys and gathered together. Zoro stood watch over the ship, while Sanji wept inconsolably, as if Nami were on the brink of death. The expressions of the others betrayed varying degrees of concern. Only Luffy remained cheerfully oblivious, remarking, "It's just a sickness. If she eats more meat, she'll be fine, right, Sanji?" "Huh?" Sanji paused, uncertain. Well, I indeed intended to prepare some suitable food for the patient. But that would merely remedy her constitution. It cannot cure her illness. Moreover, I have always taken great care in ensuring that Miss Nami and Vivi have proper meals. All the food that was about to spoil has been consumed by you lot. Upon hearing this, Blue Knight's calm demeanor darkened. How could he have forgotten Sanji's biased tendencies? This simply would not do. He resolved to mooch off Nami's rations in the future, lest this lecherous cook provide him with dubious ingredients. While the others debated, it was the youngest, Chikako, who spoke up. Aren't we about to reach Alabasta? Once there, we will surely find a doctor. Nami's illness was severe, and this solution was inadequate. Vivi shook her head without hesitation. I cannot be certain we will arrive in Alabasta within a week, and Nami's condition cannot possibly endure that long. If this continues, Nami may very well perish. At this proclamation, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp's faces turned pale with panic, urgently clamoring to find a doctor. Uneducated individuals are truly frightening, Blue Knight scoffed quietly. Yes, indeed. You are far more reliable, Chikako nodded in agreement. Faced with the trio's reaction, Vivi appeared exasperated, asking if there was truly no one aboard with any medical knowledge. In unison, Luffy and the others pointed towards the ailing Nami lying on the ship. Vivi, then let us find a doctor. No, that won't do. Nami struggled to rise, exclaiming, Vivi, check my drawer. There should be a document. Before she could finish her sentence, Blue Knight handed her a newspaper. Gently placing it in her hands, Nami was taken aback and thanked him before unfolding the paper to locate the information she wished to convey, handing it to Vivi. Upon receiving the newspaper, Vivi glanced at it and trembled uncontrollably. The article reported that 300,000 royal troops had defected to the rebel forces, signaling that the situation in Alabasta was nearing a critical juncture. This, indeed, is a newspaper from 3 days ago. However, even if I show it to you, the ship cannot sail any faster. I apologize, Vivi. Nami first expressed her regret to Luffy before turning her gaze towards him. Do you understand? We must hasten to Alabasta. Otherwise, there may be no chance of returning at all. Luffy is the captain, and only he can determine the destination of the Going Merry. But your illness. Usopp hesitated. There is no but. The thermometer was faulty. How could a person's body temperature possibly reach 40 degrees? Nami interjected with a forced smile, interrupting Usopp. To prove her strength, Nami lifted the blanket and stepped out of bed, making her way towards the deck with great effort, observing her slight tremor. Blue Knight took a glance at Vivi, who remained frozen in place, and naturally wrapped one arm around Nami, almost lifting her as they exited the cabin. His dragon wings unfurling to envelop her upper body, shielding her from the biting sea breeze, leaving only her eyes exposed. After Blue Knight and Nami departed, Vivi remained where she was, lost and uncertain. She had no idea how to make a decision. Undoubtedly, Crocodile was hastening his plans. If she failed to return home with the intel in time, and war erupted, then 1 million citizens in her homeland would suffer needless casualties. Ah, 1 million people? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Vivi, it seems you have been shouldering such a heavy burden. Sanji's tone was solemn. Neither Blue Knight nor Nami were aware of the situation. As they made their way to the deck, Nami firmly grasped the eternal pointer that Zoro had carelessly placed beside him, comparing the course. Blue Knight cast a glance. Well, how shall I put it? True to form, Zoro's direction of the Merry was now nearly at a right angle to the correct course, yet he remained unfazed, calmly engaged in his strength training. The conversation had veered completely off course, delving into unexpected depths. Nami, echoing a phrase reminiscent of Lan Yi, asked Zoro, how do you perceive the route? In response to Nami's inquiry, Zoro remained remarkably composed, replying, what do you mean? The ship is progressing in a straight line. He added, it merely appears to be moving straight. You should take a closer look at the direction of the compass. There's no need to consult such things. Simply steer towards the largest cloud, Zoro insisted. But clouds shift and change shapes. Nami retorted in a feeble yet furious shout. Coughing lightly, Lan Yu interjected. Observing Nami's faint demeanor, Zoro pressed his lips together, opting for silence. Nami, despite her weakened state, called the others to action. Interrupting Luffy's concern and mustering her strength to delegate tasks, ensuring the Merry would return to its proper course. Lan Yu marveled at her uncanny ability to predict the impending strong winds, even in a state of slumber. This is indeed a matter of talent. Regardless, he remained completely oblivious. Just as the crowd cast worried glances towards Nami, who was entirely reliant on Blue Knight, Vivi finally emerged from the room. I have something to ask of everyone, she declared, capturing their attention. She continued with a serious tone. I have boarded your ship, and acknowledging that my request may be somewhat excessive, I must emphasize that my country is facing a grave crisis that demands immediate action. Therefore, I implore you to steer this vessel towards Alabasta with utmost haste." Her words rendered the gathering silent. Even the most carefree Luffy wore a tense expression. Not to mention Sanji, who cherished Nami dearly. Chihiko even murmured softly, "How selfish." Though it was a whisper, the Mary was small and nearly everyone caught her words. Vivi clearly heard as well. She clenched her teeth, refraining from offering any conciliatory remarks. Even Blue Knight, who was aware of the impending plot twist, regarded Vivi with a hint of unusual disdain, for her statement was rather insufferable. One could only imagine if Usopp had uttered such words. He would have been thoroughly pummeled by now. "Usopp, what have I done to deserve this?" Ultimately, it was Nami who shattered the peculiar silence. "Of course, I promised you." Yet the others remained unresponsive, their gazes fixed on Vivi. Unfazed, Vivi smiled naturally and said, "Excellent. I shall seek an island with a doctor, swiftly cure Nami's ailment, and then we shall proceed to Alabasta. That must be the quickest route for this ship." Upon uttering these words, the heavy atmosphere suddenly lifted, and Luffy revealed his trademark grin. "Haha, there is no speed faster than this. Isn't that right? As a princess, shouldn't your concern lie with your million subjects?" Usopp chimed in, still reflecting on the earlier remarks. "Thus, we must ensure Nami recovers swiftly." "Well said, Vivi. I find myself enchanted by you once more," Sanji remarked suggestively. Blue Knight chuckled softly, cradling Nami as he turned to return to the room, placing the eternal pointer into Vivi's embrace. "So, until Nami is well, the navigation issue will rest upon your capable shoulders." "Rest assured, I shall handle it," Vivi affirmed with a solemn nod. Nami, wishing to voice something, was abruptly lifted by Blue Knight, who set her down only upon reaching the bed. Don't be so tense. It's merely a slight fever." Nami comforted him instead. "Your emotional intelligence is astonishing," Blue Knight responded with a resigned shake of his head. Approaching the table, Blue Knight poured a glass of water and retrieved the fever medication he had prepared from the dimensional space. After pouring out 3 tablets, he casually placed the bottle on the table and returned to Nami's side. "Now, little thief cat, do you remember this? This is the fever medicine you asked me for earlier?" Nami responded, her clarity intact despite her condition. "Ah, it seems you haven't lost your wits," Blue Knight grinned, encouraging Nami to take the tablets. 3 doses of this, and you shall recover. You anticipated this day, but why didn't you present it sooner? We could have resolved this directly, Shu." Blue Knight pressed a finger to Nami's lips. "Get a good night's sleep. The reason for this is that before heading to Alabasta, you have a companion awaiting your arrival." Very well trusting in Blue Knight's abilities, Nami acquiesced, closing her eyes to prepare for a restful slumber. She was indeed thoroughly exhausted. Of course, before drifting off, she clasped Blue Knight's arm, using it as a pillow. The Blue Knight comfort pillow provided a sense of reassurance and comfort, swiftly guiding her into the realm of dreams. Blue Knight smiled, opting for silence as he gently ran his left hand through Nami's hair, soothing her to sleep like a tender caretaker for a small kitten. 3 hours had slipped by in slumber. Lan Yu remained in his position, utterly still, while his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, gradually formulating plans for the impending situation in Alabasta. He could hardly believe that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was as foolish as portrayed in the anime. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and Luffy squeezed in, his belly jutting out prominently. "Shoo." Lan Yu promptly cautioned him to lower his voice, for Nami was in a deep slumber. Luffy immediately clamped his hands over his mouth, opting for silence, his hands flailing about in a seemingly nonsensical manner. Fortunately, noticing Luffy's protruding belly, Lan Yu inquired, "Have you eaten?" Luffy nodded vigorously. "So you have had your meal, then?" Another nod. "In that case, I shall go eat first. You stay here and watch over Nami. If she wakes, summon me." Luffy nodded again, gently placing Nami, whom he had nearly cradled in his arms, down. Lan Yu tiptoed out of the cabin, closing the wooden door behind him. He was indeed feeling quite hungry. While Luffy typically exuded a carefree demeanor, he was quite serious when it came to looking after his companions, so Lan Yu trusted him to watch over Nami. At that moment, Luffy kept his mouth tightly shut. Yet his eyes darted around until they settled on a medicine bottle that Lan Yu had casually placed on the wooden table. I've never seen that before. It looks quite appetizing. Should I eat it? Yes, I shall." 10 minutes later, after hastily satisfying his hunger, Lan Yu returned to the cabin. He never expected Luffy to dutifully guard Nami. Sure enough, upon his arrival, Luffy lay sprawled on the floor, sound asleep, a large bubble rising and falling on his nose. Blissfully dreaming. With a smile, Lan Yu approached the bedside, studying Nami. He gently brushed his fingers across her forehead. Her temperature had slightly decreased. She was no longer burning hot, and her cheeks were less flushed, though she had perspired considerably. It seemed she had rested well, sensing the external world. Nami slowly opened her eyes, instinctively letting out a faint sound from her throat. Apologies for waking you. Would you like something to eat? Lanyi spoke softly. Nami replied, akin to a sleepy kitten. With a warm smile, Lanyi retrieved a steaming bowl of century egg and lean meat congee from his dimensional space, a meal he had previously requested Sanji to prepare. As for the century egg, it was a remnant from earlier manifestations in the card game. This also explains why he waited below for 10 minutes. As for why Sanji did not ascend himself, Blue Knight dismissed that notion with the reasoning of, do you understand medical care as I do? First, he propped Nami's upper body with a pillow, allowing her to recline on the bed for easier nourishment. Then, Blue Knight gently scooped a small spoonful of porridge, blowing on it to cool, before tenderly offering it to Nami's lips. The gentleness of his actions caused her cheeks to flush with an involuntary warmth. This time, the atmosphere was shy. Lanyi smiled gently, seemingly unperturbed, as he continued to feed Nami her porridge. Lanyi, may I inquire why we are not heading directly to Alabasta? Nami ventured to ask after consuming half of her meal. I thought you wouldn't ask, Lanyi replied, still wearing a serene smile. It's quite simple. Your ship's doctor is waiting for you to fetch him. I rather like that little fellow, which is why I cannot cure you immediately. Oh, I thought I had misheard. But how do you know? Nami was puzzled. Have you forgotten one of my abilities allows me to glimpse into certain futures? For instance, the fever medicine you are holding. Given your current symptoms, I believe that after taking it twice more, you will. At this juncture, Lanyi's smile abruptly faltered. Even the spoon poised to feed Nami froze in midair. What's wrong? Nami asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. However, Lanyi did not respond. Instead, he stiffly turned to gaze at the empty wooden table. If his memory served him correctly, he had placed the fever medicine there before. His eyes scanned the surroundings, finally locking onto Luffy's right hand. The medicine bottle was firmly grasped in his grip. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he subtly manipulated the gravity to draw the bottle closer using telekinesis. The bottle was completely empty. Hey? Why does this bottle look so familiar? Nami voiced her bewilderment. Of course, it looks familiar. Lanyi's tone was notably somber as he struggled to suppress his rising anger. This is the bottle you personally handed me containing the fever medicine. Haha, I knew it. Even when sick, my memory remained sharp. If I recall correctly, this medicine should be taken at least 3 times, right? I'm pleased to see you haven't lost your wits. Then, what about the medicine inside? I believe it has already been digested by Luffy. Nami, feeling quite helpless, reclined back onto the bed, observing that Lanyi's expression was still dark. She tried to comfort him with a smile. It's all right. You see, my fever has already decreased significantly. It's only 38. 5 degrees now, down from 40. I can endure the rest with sheer willpower. Lanyi remained stern-faced, turning to fetch a thermometer. After wiping it with a tissue, he unceremoniously inserted it into Nami's mouth. Since Nami was unable to lift the covers, measuring her oral temperature was a suitable alternative. With the thermometer in her mouth, she could only gaze at Lanyi with a pitiful expression, hoping he would not be angry. After all, she still harbored the intention of persuading Lanyi to join their pirate crew. If there are objections to the captain, how can one continue to win favor? Lanyi remained silent, waiting patiently for 3 minutes before extracting the thermometer and examining it closely. It seems Nami's estimation was quite accurate, registering a temperature of 38. 5 degrees, neither more nor less. Hee, I am quite impressive, aren't I? Nami exclaimed proudly. What is there to be proud of? Hurry and close your eyes to get some sleep, Lanyi replied, his expression darkening, no longer displaying his previous gentleness. However, this pillow is rather uncomfortable. What should I do if I can't sleep? She implored, her tone pitiful. Lanyi's expression grew even graver, yet he reluctantly extended his arm, offering it as a makeshift pillow for Nami, believing it might provide her with a sense of security, though he personally did not share this sentiment. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. For Nami was currently unwell. Nami, delighted, nestled against Lanyi's arm and soon fell into a peaceful slumber, completely unafraid of any sudden outburst from him. Gazing at the lovely figure before him, Lanyi felt a subtle tremor in his heart as memories of his past life resurfaced, particularly of his younger cousin who had always orbited around him since childhood. She had been the only ray of light in his life after the loss of his parents. Alas, he could never see her again. Unbeknownst to him, the faces of his cousin and Nami began to blur together until he could no longer distinguish between them. Instinctively, Lanye reached out to gently caress Nami's cheek. It seemed she had already fallen asleep. His touch initially stirred her head, but then she nuzzled against his palm, remaining still, surrendering to his gentle caress. This trust stemmed from a primal instinct. Lanye relished this trust deeply. Silently, he added another name to his list of those he wished to protect. How peculiar it felt. By age, Nami was actually a year older than him. Yet somehow she had transformed into his little sister, he mused softly. Just then, he sensed a slight shiver from Nami against his arm. But soon she returned to her tranquil state. It appeared that this little thief of a cat was not truly asleep just yet. However, before long, her breathing steadied, rising and falling rhythmically. This time, I truly fell asleep. Indeed, I have placed my complete trust in Blue Knight. The corners of Blue Knight's mouth unconsciously curved into that gentle arc once more. It seems that in this world of One Piece, he has gained a little sister. 113, Crisis. Nami's 46-degree body temperature. On this night, Blue Knight found himself beside Nami's bedside, serving as her human pillow. Fortunately, the dragon scales lying beneath his skin provided ample protection for his muscles and blood vessels, allowing him to endure a night of Nami's presence without any sensation of numbness. Strangely, despite the prolonged contact, he remained as soft and comfortable as any ordinary person, devoid of any discomfort. The reason for Blue Knight's awakening was the palpable wave of jealousy emanating from Sanji, with an unsettling awareness of an impending threat looming behind him. How could one possibly sleep soundly? In an instant, he was fully alert. However, upon realizing the source of the jealousy was Sanji, Blue Knight felt a wave of relief wash over him. This wretch is now hardly a cause for concern. More importantly, he felt a wave of intense heat radiating from Nami's arm, a manifestation of her body temperature, reaching such a high degree. It was no longer merely a matter of 39 or 40 degrees. One could practically fry an egg on it. Anxiously, he withdrew his arm from beneath Nami's head and dampened a towel to place on her forehead, then gently inserted a thermometer into her mouth. In less than 3 minutes, the thermometer surpassed 40 degrees, ultimately halting at a terrifying 46 degrees. As far as Blue Knight is aware, the Guinness World Record in a previous life was around 47 degrees, wasn't it? When the human body detects a new strain of bacteria, and the white blood cells are unable to fully engulf it before new antibodies are formed, a fever ensues, as most types of bacteria are eradicated by high temperatures. Given the current extreme heat, what does this signify? It indicates that the white blood cells within her body cannot vanquish the virulent virus, which is multiplying at an alarming rate. Humans are warm-blooded creatures, maintaining an average body temperature of around 37 degrees Celsius. A stable temperature provides the most favorable conditions for metabolic enzymes. A drop in temperature results in a decrease in metabolic rate, while an increase elevates it. When body temperature exceeds 42 degrees, severe metabolic dysfunction can occur, and prolonged high temperatures can lead to dire consequences. Now, at a staggering 46 degrees. If this persists even slightly longer, even if successful treatment is administered, her brain would be nearly cooked through. Without a moment's hesitation, Blue Knight produced a magic card and activated it. Card, Sword of Light seal rank. Red type, magic card effect. Seals all bodily states of the target until attacked. Note, do not contemplate mischief. Any state of bleeding will be regarded as an attack. One of the signature magic cards within the realm of duel monsters. Its effect of sealing all bodily states of the target is precisely what is needed to temporarily halt the damage caused by the high temperature to Nami's brain cells. Blue Knight had synthesized this card previously but had not intended to use it. He was reluctant to part with it. However, circumstances led to its usage today. Much like Brook and Frankie, who were willing to sacrifice their century-old weapon for the friendship of Luffy and Blue Knight, for the sake of his newly acknowledged little sister Nami, could no longer concern himself with notions of collection. At 46 degrees, who knows when the fever had begun? If hesitation persists, one might find their mind turning to mush, and by then, it would be too late to voice any concerns. As Blue Knight unleashed the light sealing sword magic card, Sanji perceived it as Blue Knight merely waving his hand, summoning 3 massive light swords to form a triangle, effectively sealing Nami within. Huh? What is wrong with Nami? Sanji inquired anxiously. He had not considered that Blue Knight could harm Nami. Rather, he assumed something had befallen her, prompting Blue Knight's protective actions. After all, few were capable of vigilantly guarding another's bedside throughout the night without faltering. Blue Knight remained silent, instead offering Sanji the thermometer in his hand. Upon inspection, Sanji exhibited neither the panic he expected nor the understanding of the situation, his face briefly betraying confusion. Clearly, he lacked knowledge regarding normal human body temperatures. While he understood the ideal temperature for cooking steak, human body temperature was another matter entirely. 28 degrees is the perfect temperature for fine dining. Just as Blue Knight was about to provide a simple explanation, the ground beneath them quaked violently, the tremor so intense that it hurled Nami from the bed. Blue Knight's heart tightened in an instant. If she were to fall and be deemed to have suffered external harm, the sealing effect would be nullified. What then could he do? He had no second sealing card. Without a thought for Sanji, who had also been thrown against the wall, Blue Knight's form flickered and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Nami, catching her before she could hit the ground, floating gracefully in the cabin. He had narrowly averted a potential disaster that could have broken the spell. "Hey, what are you doing holding Miss Nami? Put her down, now," Sanji shouted furiously, jealousy reaching its peak as he battled against the tremors, charging towards Blue Knight. Unfortunately, Blue Knight had no intention of engaging in conflict. Without a single motion, he exerted a repulsive force that sent Sanji back to where he had come from. "Sanji, Nami is in grave danger." Blue Knight's serious tone caused Sanji to pause in his struggle. Nami's temperature had soared to 46 degrees, indicating that her brain cells were at risk of dying. "Do you understand what that means? If Nami continues in this state, she will surely perish. I have expended some of my energy to temporarily seal her current condition. But any slight external attack will shatter this state, and even I will be unable to cast another seal. Do you grasp the implications? Nami will be done for. Therefore, you must investigate what is causing this commotion outside. No matter what, we must quell this damn disturbance. I must remain by Nami's side until we find the island. Do you comprehend?" Sanji seemed frozen, pinned against the cabin wall as Blue Knight elucidated the severity of the situation. The flames of jealousy that once burned in his eyes were replaced by a fierce anger. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Blue Knight released his hold on Sanji. Once freed, Sanji dashed towards the cabin exit, leaving behind a fervent declaration. "Blue Knight, you wait right there. Once Miss Nami recovers, I will repay you for today." "Ah, I might grant you one hand," Blue Knight retorted. "How dare you underestimate me?" Sanji's words trailed off as he burst from the cabin, making his way to the deck. Blue Knight, however, did not release Nami, still cradling her feverish form, suspended in the cabin, his expression dark as he watched Luffy blissfully asleep, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. This also explains the somber expression on Lanya's face. After consuming an abundance of antipyretic medication, which contained sufficient sedative components to allow him to slumber for 3 days and nights, he refrained from taking immediate action due to a nagging suspicion. Perhaps, this time, he was genuinely at fault. 114. The tumor, Walpo. Upon learning of Miss Nami's critical illness, Sanji was consumed by a fury. What on earth are these fools on the deck doing? Are they incapable of steering the ship? If anything were to happen to Miss Nami, he would undoubtedly hold that green-haired fool accountable. Oh, and Usopp, the long-nosed oddity as well. Usopp, why am I always caught in the crossfire? As Sanji rushed to the deck in a state of urgency, ready to unleash his wrath, he suddenly found himself calm. Surveying his surroundings, he withdrew a cigarette, ignited it, and took a deep drag to quell the raging anger within. What, then, is truly happening here? Faced with a firearm nearly pressed against his forehead, Sanji struggled to contain his fury as he inquired. He could not act impulsively. Otherwise, the relatively vulnerable Usopp, Chihiko, and Vivi, who were currently engaged in battle, would likely be unable to react in time and might be eliminated by the very guns pointed at them. "You culinary coward, need I even say it?" Zoro scoffed from the lookout. "We have been ambushed by another pirate crew." Uncharacteristically, Sanji did not retort against Zoro this time. This bizarre reaction left the onlookers, well acquainted with the animosity between the two, momentarily stunned, before they quickly grasped the implication. Zoro was equally astonished, subsequently casting a suggestive glance towards the rear. Sanji followed Zoro's gaze, and a colossal ship, significantly larger than the Mary, came into view. At that moment, a corpulent middle-aged man, nearly resembling a spherical figure, descended from the enormous vessel. In his hand, he wielded a long sword, which he brought to his mouth and bit down upon with ferocity, astonishingly severing the blade, before chewing and swallowing it whole. This bizarre scene left even the furious Sanji utterly astonished, though he did not display the same stupefied expression as Usopp. He was acutely aware that his current mission was to protect Miss Nami, eliminating any potential threats to her life. Undoubtedly, the individual before him was none other than Walpo, the king of Drum Island, who possessed the power of the Bari Bari no Mi, a gluttonous fiend capable of consuming anything. "Hey, I am Walpo, the king of Drum Island. Do you happen to have an eternal pose for Drum Island? Or perhaps a log pose would suffice?" Walpo arrogantly declared, gnawing on the hilt of a sword. His overt arrogance momentarily stunned Vivi, evoking a sense of DJVU. We are unfamiliar with that place, and we do not possess such items. You should hasten to find another ship, Sanji warned, striving to suppress his fury. Unfortunately, Wolpo was too dense to grasp the underlying threat. Nonchalantly tearing off a piece of the Going Merry, he chewed it appreciatively, remarking, quite delightful. I shall reluctantly accept this. Hey, don't eat the Going Merry. Usopp shouted in desperation, yet he dared not make a move, with several guns aimed at his head. Sanji, on the other hand, was utterly livid. The critical condition of Miss Nami had already left him frantic, and now this fool had come to create chaos. Can this be tolerated? By the heavens! While my grandmother may endure, I shall not. Without so much as a word of greeting, Sanji executed a spinning kick that sent the surrounding soldiers flying. Charging directly at Walpole, who was still indulging himself. Any soldier who dared to obstruct him was unceremoniously kicked into the sea. On the lookout tower, Zoro was already itching for action. Although he found it odd that Luffy and Blue Knight had yet to appear, it did not deter him from engaging in battle. Fortunately, Zoro was not one to resort to indiscriminate slaughter, wielding only the back of his blade. However, his strikes were merciless, ensuring that any survivor would require at least 10 days to recover before they could rise again. The love for the Merry was shared equally among the Straw Hat Pirates, rivaling even Usopp's passion. Amidst the chaos created by Zoro and Sanji, the ship was left defenseless, especially after Chika also joined the fray, solidifying their advantage. Any soldier marked with the black of betrayal immediately turned against their comrades without hesitation, brandishing their blades in rebellion. In a moment, the ship was in utter disarray. Sanji remained resolute in his pursuit of Walpole, delivering a fierce kick aimed squarely at his neck, poised for a decisive blow. Even if he failed to slay him, Walpole, standing at the edge of the ship, would be unceremoniously sent overboard. Not every devil fruit user, after all, was as unperturbed by seawater as Blue Knight. Yet unexpectedly, Walpole disregarded the conventional approach, his mouth expanding to an absurd size, and Sanji's foot was thrust into his gaping maw. The force of the kick was akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Had Sanji not withdrawn his foot swiftly, he would have been at the mercy of Walpole's bite. Sanji had no desire to test whether his leg was sturdier or if this peculiar individual possessed exceptionally strong teeth. This momentary delay allowed reinforcements from the massive ship to flood onto the relatively small deck, forming a living wall that separated Sanji from Walpole. Meanwhile, Usopp and Vivi, hiding nearby, were stricken with terror, and under Chika's calm guidance, the trio hastily retreated into the ship's cabin, climbing to Nami's room on the second floor. With the reliable Blue Knight in that room, they felt that any problem could be resolved. Shortly after their entrance, Blue Knight, his expression dark enough to draw ink, pushed the door open. A swift glance revealed that while Sanji was faring well, dispatching soldiers with precision, Zoro was being comparatively lenient, using the backs of his blades and targeting non-lethal areas, resulting in a pile of unconscious soldiers on the deck, creating a sense of being trapped. What on earth are these two doing? Blue Knight seethed internally. It seemed Sanji had failed to convey the seriousness of the situation to Zoro. However, such concerns were now trivial. Blue Knight leaped onto the deck, unleashing a circular explosion of kinetic energy that swept both Zoro and Sanji, along with the soldiers on deck, into the ocean. His palm gathered air, launching a concentrated blast toward the staircase leading to the ship's hold, severing the enemy's reinforcements. After executing these maneuvers, Blue Knight ruthlessly dispatched any remaining soldiers with air blasts, then turned his dark gaze toward Walpole, who had already retreated back onto the ship. His distinctive rotund figure, combined with the current time and place, made it easy for Blue Knight to identify him, a foolish king who had fled his kingdom after being plundered by the Blackbeard pirates, now turned pirate himself. This individual is none other than the henchman of the Celestial Dragons, a blight upon the world, a wretch who enslaves the underclass to amass wealth and luxury. He is damned. Upon reaching Magnetic Drum Island, Blue Knight, already ablaze with fury, now lays eyes upon the malignant Walpole. Without a moment's hesitation, he marked him for death. With a frigid glare directed at his adversary, Blue Knight prepared to launch himself to deliver retribution, but unexpectedly, the Merry abruptly halted, casting him off the vessel unceremoniously. Furrowing his brow, Blue Knight hung in midair, surveying the bow of the ship. Beneath the tumultuous waves lurked dark shadows, standing ominously beneath the surface like deadly traps, waiting to ensnare the next intruder and rend them to shreds. They were the treacherous reefs. The currents propelled the Merry forward with alarming speed, causing the hull to shudder repeatedly. It was evident that the ship had struck a reef. Unless they extricated themselves from this perilous cluster, The Mary would surely sustain grave damage, potentially leading to its demise beneath the sea. With no other choice, Blue Knight reluctantly allowed Walpo to escape. The blight could be dealt with at a later time, but the ship's safety could not be postponed. He retrieved Sanji and Zoro, who were struggling in the currents, called upon Usopp, and instructed Vivi to navigate the vessel. He himself cradled Nami at the stern, utilizing the gravitational ropes to slow the Mary's descent. In her current state, Nami could withstand no harm. It was far more prudent for him to hold her, as there was no one else on board to attend to her. The thought of her accidentally rolling off the bed and injuring herself was a risk he could not entertain, even if Sanji's jealousy was palpable. He could not voice a demand for Blue Knight to relinquish Nami. He understood the weight of priorities. Dragging one person while maneuvering a ship was no small feat, and their vitality was rapidly dwindling at an alarming rate. Fortunately, the cluster of reefs was not extensive, and soon the Mary broke free. Once assured of their safety, the Mary anchored temporarily for repairs, and Zoro and the others gathered in Nami's quarters, deeply concerned for her, sealed away by the Sword of Light. No matter how one looked at it, her condition appeared dire. Blue Knight explained that Nami's ailment had worsened but refrained from mentioning that Luffy had consumed all the fever medication. Regardless of Blue Knight's future path, Luffy would forever remain the captain of the Going Merry. As Zoro would later assert, it was vital to uphold the captain's authority, leaving no stain on his reputation. Moreover, a nagging suspicion lingered within him. A fever is a protective mechanism of the body designed to combat viruses. If it were merely a common virus, how could it possibly reach such an alarming temperature of 46 degrees Celsius? Nami must have been afflicted by something far more sinister than a mere commonplace virus. Despite Blue Knight's assertions, the crew could only accept his words, though none were fully convinced. Luffy lay unconscious in Nami's cabin, impervious to all attempts at awakening him, a fact that was evident to all, suggesting something amiss. Where there is an anomaly, there is often a hidden truth. Yet, since Blue Knight chose to remain silent, they felt it inappropriate to press for further details. Ultimately, the situation could not bode well. After a brief wait in the cabin with little information forthcoming, they decided to drag Luffy out. The Mary required hands for navigation, and with Blue Knight attending to matters, they felt assured. No one understood his card's effects better than he did. Leaving the others behind would only complicate matters further. To prevent any recurrence of Luffy's predicament, Blue Knight even abstained from leaving for meals, having Sanji deliver all provisions to the cabin. Were it not for Sanji's reluctance to let Blue Knight be alone with Nami, Blue Knight would have prepared an ample supply of food for several days, storing it all in the dimensional space. In the dimensional realm, time stood still. Whatever temperature items were placed within would remain unchanged upon retrieval, serving as an impeccable preservation method. Thus, 3 tranquil days passed in quietude. For the past 3 days, Lan Yi had not once entered the duel arena, remaining by Nami's side, his body almost motionless, as if in deep meditation. It was only with Luffy's awakening that this tranquility was shattered. The supply of fever-reducing medicine was limited, sufficient for only 3 or 4 doses. And considering the passage of time, 3 days were ample for him to regain consciousness. Upon awakening, Luffy immediately lamented that he had missed out on 15 tons of food, 5 meals a day, feeling a great loss. He then indulged in an extravagant feast, determined to make up for the meals he had skipped. He even urged Lan Yi to join him, insisting that he should not remain cooped up in the cabin but rather take a stroll outside. Without hesitation, Lan Yi expelled him from the room. The others witnessed this exchange, and the conclusion was clear. Nami's deteriorating condition was undoubtedly linked to Luffy. Given Luffy's nature, even when questioned by the others, he could not recall what he had done wrong, nor did he recognize the fever medicine he had taken, so he simply brushed it aside. Well, I may not know exactly what transpired, but according to what you all say, I must have done something to upset Lan Yi. I need to apologize to him. Luffy, with his generous spirit and carefree demeanor, harbored a deep regard for his companions. Thus, despite his ignorance of his misstep, he resolved to sincerely apologize to Lan Yi. Aboard the Going Merry, within Nami's cabin, the wooden door creaked open as Luffy squeezed through, bearing a large platter of roasted meat. Hey, Lan Yi, I'm here to apologize. Luffy's voice boomed, and with Nami in her current state, there was no fear of disturbing her. Haha, although I don't know what I did wrong. Thank you for saving Nami. Here, let me treat you to some roasted meat. Will you forgive me? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. As captain, Luffy's forthrightness in offering an apology left little room for Lan Yi to retort. Luffy had always been this way, honest and straightforward, devoid of cunning schemes. A trait that even his grandfather, Garp, had been unable to alter. Lan Yi did not believe he could change him either. Though Luffy's audacity temporarily won him Lanya's forgiveness, given his past transgressions, he was still prohibited from entering the cabin and was further barred from approaching Nami. Luffy, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, agreed without hesitation, despite his evident displeasure. Thus, for the ensuing period, Lanya sat like a silent sage beside Nami's bed. Utterly still, akin to a withered tree, for a full 17 days without setting foot in the duel arena. Although he had not engaged in battle, Lanya's prowess did not stagnate. 17 days of contemplation sharpened his understanding of the fusion of his martial arts, with every move and technique vividly conceived in his mind. This allowed him to settle down, and he managed to initially integrate his rather complex abilities. Even under the prolonged vigilance of the repulsive sensing circle, he faintly sensed that his perception seemed poised to transcend the limitations of his physical form, as if it were about to break free. Unfortunately, it was merely a fleeting feeling. 17 days later, on the 20th day since Nami's sealing, the Mary finally encountered an island. The Grand Line is distinctly segmented by weather into 4 fundamental types of islands: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The island they were about to land on was a winter island. Following Blue Knight's previous instructions, before they reached the shore, Chihiko informed him of the news. Like a withered tree, Blue Knight opened his eyes upon hearing this, and a glimmer of vitality shone within them, an embodiment of spirit. For the first time in 20 days, Blue Knight stepped out of the cabin. Luffy and the others were on the deck, rejoicing at the discovery of the island. Nami is finally saved, Luffy exclaimed with boisterous laughter. Just wait a moment. Soon we shall find a doctor, and then we can cure Nami's illness. Blue Knight cast a sidelong glance at the exuberant Luffy, but chose to disregard him. He was certain that this island was undoubtedly Drum Island. Given his earlier encounter with the fugitive Wapol, it was clear that the only remaining doctors on the island, aside from the 20 taken by Wapol, were Dr. Kureha and Chopper. Rather than allowing Luffy and the others to foolishly lead Nami astray, Blue Knight deemed it prudent to fetch Chopper himself. Nami was truly in no condition to endure any further tumult. In fact, he proceeded to do just that. Before departing, Blue Knight earnestly instructed Sanji to remain on the ship and wait for him to return with the doctor, particularly emphasizing that Luffy should not be allowed near Nami. Nor should he be permitted to act recklessly. Rest assured, I shall safeguard Miss Nami's safety, Sanji pledged with resolute confidence. Having received Sanji's assurance, Blue Knight leaped off the Mary, heading straight for Drum Island, towards the chimney-like peaks of Drum Mountain. This was once the palace of Wapol, now occupied by the island's 2 remaining doctors, Dr. Kureha and Chopper, as their residents. Blue Knight's goal was to find Chopper. Previously, during their time in the duel arena, Blue Knight had conversed with him for nearly half an hour. Had time not been limited, he might have easily persuaded Chopper to join him. It was during that encounter he learned of the half-hour time limit in the duel arena. With this connection and the powerful weapon he had prepared, Blue Knight was confident that Chopper would indeed attend to Nami's medical needs. From his observations in the anime, Drum Island appeared to be rather small. However, flying in a straight line took Blue Knight a full half-hour to reach the central chimney pillar of the island, traveling at a speed of 10 meters per second. The distance covered in half an hour amounted to approximately 13 kilometers, indicating that Drum Island's diameter was around 26 kilometers. It was certainly much larger than Little Garden. This has already encompassed the expanse of a large city, ample enough to accommodate a population of 3 million without appearing congested. Yet, Drum Island is merely a small island within the vast Great Route. Thus, it is evident that the actual size of this world far surpasses that of Earth in my previous life. Shaking his head, Blue Knight dismissed these distractions. Now was not the time for geographical musings. Hovering above the castle, he refrained from making a direct entrance, instead bellowing with a deep voice, "Chopper, it is I. Blue Knight. I am Blue Knight. Blue Knight. Knight." His voice echoed through the cavernous castle, but after a brief wait, no one responded. After a few more shouts, still, there was silence. Blue Knight's brow furrowed in frustration. Damn it, the most vexing situation had occurred. Dr. Kureha had taken Chopper out to engage in, oh no, to practice paid medicine. Circling the castle, he noticed a thick rope leading down from the cliff directly opposite the castle's entrance. Undoubtedly, this was the Chopper Express, utilized by Dr. Kureha and her team to navigate the peaks of Drum Mountain. Without hesitation, Blue Knight seated himself on the ground, preparing to wait patiently. Nami was sealed away by the Sword of Light, and the flow of time posed no threat. What he needed now was to see Chopper, and then take him to treat Nami. Everything else was of little consequence. Seeking out individuals below was uncertain. Who knew where they might be? They could easily pass each other by, potentially wasting more time than simply waiting. A more prudent approach was advisable. Unfortunately, he lacked the technique of creating clones. Well, he would wait, and when the time came, he would return to the ship with Chopper. For some reason, a sense of unease settled in Blue Knight's heart. Would Luffy truly remain on the ship, patiently awaiting Blue Knight's return with the doctor? Regret washed over him. He should have brought Nami along to directly seek out Chopper. Having her by his side would undoubtedly be far more reliable than leaving her with Luffy. Meanwhile, aboard the Going Merry, since Blue Knight's departure, Sanji had taken his place, vigilantly guarding Nami's side. Luffy, who had been barred from entering the room for several days, immediately squeezed in to join Sanji in watching over Nami. Although Blue Knight had instructed not to let Luffy near Nami, he had not explained the reason behind it. Moreover, having not seen Nami for so long, Luffy overlooked the issue. Meanwhile, the remaining crew members on the deck, Vivi, Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper, along with Karu the Duck, were unaware of the decision to halt the ship and await Blue Knight's return. They only knew that he had flown out to find a physician. Since Captain Luffy had not ordered the ship to stop, the Merry continued its swift course toward the island, and within minutes, it had already entered the island's harbor. This exhilarating news invigorated Vivi and the others. The presence of a harbor indicated that the island was inhabited. With inhabitants, there would undoubtedly be a physician. In other words, Nami was saved. When Usopp joyfully rushed into the cabin to relay this news to Luffy and Sanji, Sanji's expression darkened immediately. Luffy, didn't you tell them to halt the ship? Sanji questioned loudly. No, I didn't, Luffy replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. Why not? Didn't we discuss with Blue Knight that he would find the doctor while we awaited his return on the ship? I forgot. Luffy admitted with an honesty that left Sanji seething. At that moment, Sanji felt an overwhelming impulse to spit blood. Why was it that despite your blunder, you could so brazenly accept responsibility and somehow turn it into my fault? Haha. Well, we've already docked, so let us explore the town. Who knows? Perhaps we'll have cured Nami by the time Blue Knight returns. Luffy chuckled as he stepped outside, embodying a carefree spirit. Sanji, with a dark expression, found himself unable to leave Nami's side and could only swallow his fury. Once Miss Nami recovers, I will surely give this guy a good thrashing. Usopp, witnessing Sanji's gritted teeth, felt the atmosphere grow tense and promptly slipped away. After all, being used as a punching bag would be utterly unjust. As he pushed open the cabin door, Usopp instantly regretted it. If given the choice, would he not prefer to return to the safety of the cabin? The Going Merry had already docked at the shore, but it was surrounded by a throng of people, bustling with at least 100. They were clad in mismatched heavy cotton garments, most wielding hunting rifles, while others brandished scythes and hoes, ready for battle. Judging by their demeanor, this group resembled villagers defending themselves rather than trained soldiers. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others stood at the bow of the ship, exposed on the deck and facing the barrels of countless guns, too intimidated to move a muscle. Swallowing hard, Usopp stealthily began to retreat towards the wooden door behind him. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking the ground beside Usopp's feet and halting his steps. He froze in place, paralyzed by fear. If there had been just one gun, he might have dared to flee, but there were dozens upon hundreds aimed at him. Hey, long-nosed one, step to the center of the deck, bellowed a rough voice from the shore. Reluctantly, Usopp complied, joining Luffy, Vivi, Zoro, Chopper, and Karu, leaving them all exposed on the unshielded deck. At this moment, should the opposing party issue the command to open fire, it is likely that, aside from Luffy and Zoro, the rest would meet their demise. On the shore, a robust man, seemingly their leader, stepped forward and, from a position of superiority, warned Luffy and his crew. Pirates, heed my words and depart at once, and we shall ensure your safety. We seek a doctor. There is a patient aboard our ship. Naturally, Vivi refused to leave, attempting to clarify the misunderstanding. I am from Alabasta. We will not fall for such deceit, you vile pirates, shouted a villager from the shore. No, there must be some misunderstanding. Vivi remained undeterred, insisting, although they are pirates, they are in my employ. Silence, you pirate. If you do not leave, I shall fire. The villager roared again, his face brimming with rage. But we truly have a companion in dire need of medical assistance. We do not require to dock. May we request a physician to come aboard our ship? Bang! Before Vivi could finish her plea, the villager, who had repeatedly warned them, had pulled the trigger. And the bullet did not merely strike the deck, but found its mark upon Vivi's chest, knocking her to the ground. Zoro and Luffy instantly erupted in fury, ready to avenge Vivi, while the villagers on shore, alarmed by the gunfire, sensed an impending conflict. However, Vivi, lying on the ground, grasped the furious Luffy. Do not act rashly. Fighting will not resolve our issues. I am wearing bulletproof armor. I am fine. her voice laced with pain yet imbued with determination. Once she was assured that Luffy would not act impulsively, she released her grip and, instead of rising, knelt on the deck, bowing deeply before the burly leader who had spoken first. "Very well, we shall not disembark. One of our companions has already gone to the island in search of a doctor. We genuinely have a companion suffering from illness. Please allow us to remain temporarily until our friend returns. I implore you." The sincerity in her words was palpable, devoid of any pretense. Luffy and the others felt their hearts stir. Vivi, she is a princess. How could she kneel before others for Nami? Yet, as captain, Luffy could only vent his anger with his fists. "What? You already have a companion on the island?" A villager exclaimed in shock. "No. We must return and notify the village to prepare defenses." "What about these people?" "Kill them. After all, no pirate is trustworthy. Eliminate them all." "Indeed, no pirate is trustworthy. Eliminate them all." The villagers clamored, fervently insisting on the immediate execution of Luffy and the others, which further enraged Luffy, who was ready to charge forward, but was halted by Vivi, who remained with her head bowed. "Is this your responsibility as captain? If not for Blue Knight, do you think Nami could have endured for days to reach this island? Clearly, waiting outside the waters for Blue Knight to return with a doctor would suffice. How could you neglect to issue the command to halt the ship? Is this how you treat your companions? Now I understand why Blue Knight refused to join your crew. You are unworthy to be a captain. You are even less worthy to be Blue Knight's captain." Her words cut like blades, piercing Luffy's heart. Drops of crimson blood fell upon the deck. Vivi was not as she claimed. She was indeed injured. Usopp, hearing this, knelt silently beside Nami, followed closely by Chihiko. And although Zoro's expression was tense, he too knelt on one knee. As a swordsman, it was his first act of lowering his proud head. Even if this gesture was for his companion, and though it was merely a single knee on the ground, it would forever be a mark of shame for him. Yet, Zoro still knelt, for his companion, for Nami. Even Karu imitated, lying beside Vivi on the deck. Witnessing this, Luffy felt his anger dissipate, replaced solely by boundless guilt. Gently removing his straw hat, Luffy knelt beside Usopp, offering no defense. The burly leader raised his hand, and the villagers immediately ceased their uproar. It was evident that this man held great authority among them. "You shall take your ailing companion and accompany me to the village," the leader proclaimed, turning to depart. Despite the villagers' reluctance, they too followed suit, leaving. Usopp was about to voice his objections regarding Nami's condition, insisting she should remain in the cabin, but Chihiko interrupted him. "Do you not understand? If we do not bring out the sick companion, they will never believe us. If we attempt to leave without showing a gravely ill comrade, they will certainly not hesitate to open fire." Chihiko's explanation left the others in silence, as it seemed they had run out of options. Their hesitance drew the suspicious gazes of the remaining villagers, who were yet to depart. If they truly could not present a gravely ill companion, and instead attempted to sail away, they would undoubtedly open fire without hesitation. "Oh, I clearly stated that we had a sick companion seeking medical help. Yet if we disembark and then flee, what could that possibly imply? How infuriating. It is all my fault for forgetting to stop the ship." Luffy gritted his teeth in self-reproach. Half an hour later, at Magu Island, in the village of Horned Horn, Luffy and his crew were accommodated in a wooden hut. Although the villagers remained wary of them, they at least provided hot soup and clothing. Nami's ostentatious display of illness was not convincing anyone, aside from the watchmen. Everyone else should return to their duties, the burly leader ordered, dispersing the crowd. "Mr. Dalton, are you truly all right alone? They are pirates." A villager expressed concern. "Rest assured, they will not harm me," the leader, Dalton, reassured them. "This is the self-discipline I have cultivated over many years. Please trust me." Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged a few more words of persuasion, and seeing Dalton's unwavering stance, they gradually dispersed. Just as Dalton was about to enter the wooden hut, a villager rushed towards him, causing him to halt and stride forward to meet the individual. "Romir, I recall you should be patrolling outside the forest. Has someone been attacked by the bandits?" Dalton inquired. "No, it's not that. It's... The newcomer was panting, struggling to articulate his thoughts, clearly having run the entire way. Dalton patiently guided him to take a few deep breaths, and only then did Romir urgently speak. "Mr. Dalton, I saw a person dressed in black fly from the sky towards the palace where the priestess resides. Do you see? A person in black attire?" Dalton immediately recalled Vivi's earlier mention of her companion who had gone ashore. "Yes, it was someone in black attire. I saw it quite clearly, approximately half an hour ago." "Do you know if the Miko was in the palace at that time?" Dalton pressed on. "No, she wasn't there. She arrived in her sled about an hour earlier and went to the neighboring village, Kokoit. I see. Well, I understand now. You may return to your work. Very well, Mr. Dalton, Roger replied, but did not leave immediately, appearing as if he had more to say. What is it? Is there something else? Dalton inquired. No, just a small matter. I heard that another pirate crew has come to the village. Is that true? Do not worry. I will keep an eye on them. You should return to your duties. Then I must trouble you, Mr. Dalton. Roger exhaled in relief and turned to leave. Dalton stood outside the door, pondering the matter, until Roger's figure vanished before he turned and entered. Mr. Dalton, you have arrived. Vivi was the first to greet him. Expressing her profound gratitude for lending them his home, they would remember his kindness. It is but a trivial matter. Dalton maintained a stern demeanor, continuing, regarding your companion. I have learned that he is currently at the palace on Drum Peak, awaiting our nation's sole physician, the Miko. However, she has just left for Cocowood in the neighboring village. Will you continue to wait for your companion, or shall you take the patient to seek the Miko? In response to Dalton's inquiry, Sanji did not hesitate to push Luffy down. Perplexed, asking, the only physician? What exactly is going on? Dalton did not answer immediately but paused for a few seconds, as if gathering his thoughts or reluctant to speak. Then looked up at Vivi. Have we met before? You seem very familiar. Haha, it must be your imagination, Vivi laughed awkwardly. Diverting the topic, rather than that, why not tell us more about this Miko? Usopp and the others shared the same curious gaze, seeing that Vivi was unwilling to elaborate. Dalton relented, stating, it is not a secret, and sharing it with you is of no consequence. Our former king, in a bid to consolidate his power, expelled all the physicians from Drum Island, which was originally a sanctuary for healers, leaving only 20 of the most skilled physicians by his side. The Miko was one of the physicians who evaded expulsion and is now 139 years old. 139 years old. Everyone was taken aback. Given the lifespan of humans in the pirate world, this could be considered quite remarkable. If that is the case, what happens when your citizens fall ill? Surely, the entire nation cannot rely solely on a 139-year-old physician, right? Sanji pointed out the crux of the matter. At the mention of this, Dalton's hands instinctively clenched, only releasing after 3 or 4 seconds. Noticing Dalton's delayed response, the ever-curious Chihiro, still sipping her hot tea, spoke up. Since you mentioned that this was a means for the king to solidify his position, it follows that holding the physicians in his grasp means the citizens must plead for his mercy to receive treatment, correct? And the Miko was able to avoid expulsion. Likely because she seldom treated patients in the past, am I right? Dalton, initially reluctant to divulge this information, was surprised that the young girl had deduced it so accurately. He looked at the petite Chihiro with astonishment and nodded helplessly. Yes, as you have said, this is indeed the tragedy of our people. Then why do you call her the only physician? What about those 20 remaining then? Luffy was now genuinely paying attention. We could simply go and beat that king. Have those 20 physicians treat Nami and liberate your country from such a tyrant? Wouldn't that be splendid? Fool. Chihiro retorted, exasperated. It's been established that she is the only one, and besides, she resides in the iconic palace on the central island. Without question. The king must have left this island for some reason, along with the physicians. With that, Chihiro fixed her sparkling gaze upon Dalton, though her question remained unspoken. It was clear she sought to understand the reason behind the king's departure. Dalton, sensing the confidence in her, replied, well, not long ago. Our nation was attacked by a pirate crew of 5, led by a captain known as Blackbeard, who possesses extraordinary powers. In just half a day, he nearly obliterated our country. Our king, Walpole, did not dare to engage in combat but fled with soldiers and the 20 physicians aboard our warship into the Grand Line. It is said he is now the captain of the Bridget Pirates. This revelation plunged the room into silence. With such a king, one could only imagine the plight of the citizens in this kingdom. After a long pause, Chihiro quietly remarked, I am truly sorry. I had thought it was a diplomatic mission. So, may I ask about the Miko? What is her medical expertise like? It is of no concern. We ought to thank Blackbeard. Were it not for them, our nation would have been subjected to servitude for an indefinite period. Dalton waved his hand dismissively, then resumed his serious demeanor. Regarding the Miko, Dr. Kureha, her medical skills are undoubtedly exceptional. There has yet to be any ailment she cannot cure. However, she is rather eccentric, residing atop Drum Peak, only descending to treat patients on a whim, after which she takes whatever she desires as payment. What? Is she truly a physician? She must have been a ship's doctor for some pirate crew in the past. Usopp complained, finding it utterly ludicrous. So, the most crucial question remains, how long does this Miko typically stay away? Chihiro posed a pivotal question. That is not fixed. Sometimes she is gone for only a few hours, while at other times she may remain for an entire month. It is precisely her unpredictable nature that earned her the title of Miko, Dalton replied, his tone revealing a rare hint of exasperation. At this point, Chihiro fell silent. The decision now lay with Luffy and the others. Should they wait in place for Blue Knight to return with the physician? Or should they take the initiative to seek out the Miko? This matter no longer concerned Chihiro. Everyone focused intently on this dilemma, none realizing that Chihiro had been steering the conversation all along. Only Dalton, an outsider, noticed this and quietly regarded Chihiro, pondering her thoughts. Chihiro, however, merely held her warm tea, observing Luffy, who seemed eager to act, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Ah. It seems Brother Blue Knight is about to unleash his fury once again. On Drum Island, at the entrance of Big Horn Village, a sled driven by Dalton sped swiftly across the snow. Luffy sat in the middle of the sled, carrying Nami, while Sanji and Zoro flanked him, their expressions vigilant. Behind them were Vivi, Usopp, and Chopper, who were bidding farewell. Karu, the desert creature, lamented the dreary weather on Drum Island, shivering indoors with no desire to venture outside. Initially, Luffy and his companions had resolved to wait. However, as 6 hours passed without a trace of Blue Knight and with no means to contact them, Luffy grew restless. Nami was his comrade, and Vivi had also earned the recognition of the group. The situation in Alabasta was far from optimistic. Whether it was to escort the intelligence in Vivi's possession or to reach Alabasta promptly for a solution, time was of the essence and could not be squandered. Luffy decided that waiting any longer was not an option. Unexpectedly, the one who insisted on remaining in place was